Money can buy me love.
Reception LCNM television? No, I'm afraid he's not here yet. I'll tell him.
There's supposed to be a car.
One of the commissioners is looking into it, Mr. Hamer.
Hello, Ronnie.
Hello, Bill. Fat slob. Hamer program run-through must be over.
Well, Ron, you old scoundrel, where are you off to?
I'm afraid there's no trace of your car, Mr. Hamer.
Oh, but I can see a quite substantial one. There, just pulling up. Can I give you a lift, Ronnie?
Wasn't there when I looked right.
Jolly kind of you, Bill. You could drop me off somewhere central if you would. I'm actually going to Little Venice.
Not to the Reichenbergers' party, by any chance.
Yes, how extraordinary. Girls, autographs.
Excuse me, please. You run the Appleyard?
That's right, I am. Me before Hamer.
Can I have your autograph, please?
Certainly, of course. Appleyard House before Hamer.
Excuse me, are you Bill Hamer?
Yes.
Bloody big car to give the slob.
Can I have yours too, Mr. Hamer?
There you are.
Thank you very much.
Not at all. Thank you for asking. What age are they? 12, 20?
Come on, Ron. Don't see why I should use my own car driver when the firm will cough up.
No, indeed. It's a minicab baron.
Good night, Mr. Hamer. Good night, Mr. Appleyard.
I'll be back in a couple of hours. Well, open the bloody door, Perkins.
Just going to, Mr. Hamer. Not so young as...
Shut up. In you go, Ronnie. I envy you chaps who get shot at the thing while the evening's still young.
Genius's show goes out at peak time. Junior's doesn't, conceited twit.
I don't think I've seen you at a Reichenberger party, have I?
No, this is my first time.
You're coming up in the world, my lad, coming a celebrity.
I won't have this self-infatuated talking machine on my program, call as he may.
Are you working on another book?
Coming out in the spring.
You certainly don't let up, do you, Ron? What's this one about?
The dental profession.
I won't be buying it. Scared stiff of the
My
buggers.
dentist gives you tranquilizers. Makes his work less tiring.
Look, just try to keep your mouth shut, will you, old chap? I had enough of your fatuous comments on the way down. You shall do well with it.
And you'll knock it if you can. What next?
How old are you, Ronnie?
36. Who have you got on the show tonight, Bill?
Oh, not such a very interesting lot, I'm afraid. In certain fields, you might say we're getting near the bottom of the barrel. Now, last week's lot...
Oh, didn't see it, I'm afraid. Got hung up in the studio. Yes, I saw it. Royal Desires. Pity. Poor Ron.
Pity you missed it, old son. One of the best.
What were you talking about? Marijuana, wasn't it? Yes, I seem to remember...
No, marijuana was the week before. This was a party.
Bloody apartheid. Oh, let him go on 1 minute, no more.
We all of us must take our share of the guilt, you know, Ron. We can't not do so.
What sort of people will turn up at the Reichenbergers?
Antonio Reichenberger has this incredible faculty for spotting people. Uncanny. The up-and-coming material.
What's the bird situation?
Oh, yes.
Yes, go on, you mealy-mouthed adulterer.
I imagine somebody like you might well find something to interest him at Antonio's.
Look who's here, as they say. Mr. Heartthrob in person. TV's young Lochinvar. Nice of you to come, Mr. Appleyard.
Nice of you to invite me, Mrs. Reichenberger.
Oh, I always watch your program. Inside, isn't it? So you came with Bill Hamer, did you?
Yes, bumped into each other on our way out from the studios. This is a splendid house you have here, Mrs. Reichenberger.
Oh, say, Antonia, please, yes? Yes?
Antonia. Lots of interesting people, too, I'd say.
Oh, I do hope there are. Even my wretched son has decided to come.
Can he be old enough to be out so late?
Nice of you, Ronnie, but he's 18 and quite a problem.
Well, we all are at 18.
I'd love to tell you all about it sometime. But look, you haven't even got a drink.
She should have a mind.
Oh, dear, that must be... Do excuse me, Ronnie, a moment.
Yes, of course, Antonia. I've got a drink, Ron. Find the bird somewhere. God, what a crowd. Hello, Eddie.
Oh, boy, well...
Never better. Funny old... What the hell is this I'm drinking? Vodka? Hamer with Molly. Business, not bad. My God, she's ugly. Ah, Moll. Beautiful.
Oh, liar.
He means it, Molly.
Sincerity always pays. That's all you've got, Moll. Who's that American? Angry man. Who with?
All right, but you know what she said to
Is this it? A girl or boy? From the back, it's hard to say. No, it's a girl. A she the Yankees crossed with. Get round to the front. God, what a girl. That face, hair same colour, sallow. Lion's mane colour. What a girl. No tits, tallish. Right, Bianca's had it.
I've had enough. Up to here. Good night, Simon.
Simon? girl? Young gone. She looks,
Hello. You get me a drink?
What? Oh, yes, what would you like?
Scotch and water. No ice.
Now, come on, then. Over to the bar. How are you? I'm Ronnie Appleyard.
I'm called Simon.
Hello, Ron. I say inside is upset, please.
Good. Scotch and water, no ice. Yeah, no, I'm busy, old thing. I'll see you next time. Scotch, Simon. What, Simon?
No, Simon what? Simon Quick.
Well, Simon's a boy's name.
Never mind, I'm called Simon.
You don't look well, are you ill?
I'm all right. I'm always all right.
You were rowing with that chap who left. Anything needing to be done about that?
No. I told him I didn't want to do something he wanted me to do, and he got mad at me. People always get mad at me.
Is he your husband?
No, I haven't got a husband.
Oh, I don't need one at your age, do you? What are you, 21?
No, 26. I don't know whether I need one, a husband. People are always telling me I do.
People? What people?
Oh, people, you know. Have you got a wife?
No. What was it the American wanted you to do and you wouldn't?
Go away with him to Sardinia. Not sex. Just go and stay there.
Oh, you're well out of Sardinia, I'd say.
Do you work?
Yes, I do work. I'm a writer and broadcaster.
Is that giving talks on the radio?
Well, in my case, it's television. I run a show called...
Television? Do you know Bill Hamer?
Slightly, yes.
I think he's super. All that charm.
Over there, Hamer. Get her away. That's away with him, fat bastard. Simon, what about skipping out of here, going and having dinner somewhere?
I'd rather go to bed.
You mean you're tired? Oh, some food will perk you up.
I don't feel tired. I mean sex.
Oh, fine. Nothing I'd like better. We'll grab a taxi and go to my flat.
I can't wait. I want it now.
Well, you can't have it now, for God's sake.
Of course I can. There are plenty of rooms in this house. I'll ask Antonia. She's an old friend of my mother's.
Simon! Oh, God. She's there. Potty? Drunk? What do? Oh, Antonia seems speechless. Simon gone zombie again. Better face it. Excuse me.
How dare you?
I don't get it. What have I done?
You couldn't even do it yourself. You had to ask her.
I don't get it. What the hell did she say happened?
You did say you wanted to, you know.
I'm sorry. You must have misunderstood me. I'm so sorry.
I'll talk to Mr. Appleyard when you've gone, Mona.
That's not my name. I'm called Simon, and I'm not going.
Yes, you are, my girl. Under any name. My husband will put you in a taxi and send you home. What happened to George?
George left. He got mad at me. I won't go. I'll bite, fight and scrap.
Nonsense. Do you want me to upset your mother about this?
No. Please don't do that, Antonia.
Behave yourself, then. Adrian, darling, would you put Mona in a taxi and send her home?
One would think the girl's a child, not a grown woman. Come along now, Mona. Say goodnight to your friends.
Good night. Sorry.
Dissemble, Ron, fast. Antonia, I feel quite dreadful, and I'd apologise like a shot, and most humbly, if I didn't feel absolutely certain I'd done not the least thing that requires an apology. May I ask what, in fact, she did say?
That you and she wanted to go to bed together, and could you have a room upstairs for half an hour?
Oh, I see. Oh, dear. Well, that's untrue. I thought she looked upset, and I tried to cheer her up. Next time, I keep my charity to myself.
I should, if I were you. Surely you can see she's unbalanced.
You mean...
Oh, she's been out of hand for years. Her mother can't control her. This kind of behaviour is nothing out of the way at all, I assure you.
Oh, that's very sad. I am sorry, Antonia. I think I'll be getting along.
Do, Mr. Appleyard. Good night.
Thank you for having me. And I won't be invited again until the year 2000. Now get out. Taxi, home. Oh, there's Hamer. Keep out of sight. Good. Narrow squeak. Potty little bitch. Cause trouble. Ah, the door's open. Slip out into the night, Ron. I'll crucify you, Moll, somehow. Taxi rank at Warwick Avenue. Who's that? It looks like... Oh, no, Miss Quick.
I escaped from Adrian.
Yes, so I see. Look, I'm on my way home. You can please yourself, would you do?
You cross with me?
I'm really bored. Now, look, why don't you get into a taxi and buzz off before your mother sends out a search party?
Haven't got any money. Never had money.
Now, here's a quid. Now what?
What's your name?
I told you, Ronnie Appleyard.
I know, I forgot. Ronnie, can't I come home with you?
No, Simon, you can't.
I know I'm not beautiful at all.
Yes, you are. Very beautiful.
Then why don't you take me home with you? I'd do anything you wanted me to, and I'd be very quiet, and I'd go the moment you told me to.
All right. There's a taxi.
What was I doing wrong?
We won't argue. I know when I'm not wanted.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know whether it's me you don't like, or men, or sex. I'm not bothered which it is. That's your problem, love. Now, join me. Get out of my bed, put your clothes on, and go home.
If you say so. Couldn't I stay the night?
What for?
I want to go to the bathroom, please.
Be my guest, only don't be too long.
I'll put my clothes on there.
Yes, do that. Where the hell does she come from? Belong. Some certain sort of people. I can't think what.
Let me stay. Just the night. I'll be up in the morning.
You don't want to go home, is that it?
That's part of it.
Now, where is home, Simon?
Eaton Square.
Huh?
Mummy has his penthouse.
God. Now I know where you come from, belong to, the rich bastards. And I almost let you walk out of my life. When you're ready, I'll walk you there.
I'm ready.
Well, I will be in a moment. Aren't you going to put some makeup on?
I don't use makeup, Ronnie. I'm all the wrong colours. Mummy had a Paris man in and a New York man onto me, but they all just made me look terrible. I told you, they just made me look terrible. The Paris man made me look like a Red Indian, and the New York man made me look like an Arab. Nasty Red Indian and nasty Arab. Mummy thought of trying...
Who is Mummy?
Mummy's called Lady Baldock now. Before that, she was called Mrs. Aristophanou, and before that, she must have been called Mrs. Quick. But I don't remember her being called that. I can hardly even remember Daddy. He was an American. Stavros was a Greek, and Chum is English, of course. He's called Lord Baldock. He's very horrible to me all the time, Chum is. You'll hate him.
Quick. Steer and hog millionaire. Aristophanou shipping millionaire. Baldock just a title. She, Juliet something. Louisiana. I should have put this together earlier. Baldock, of course. Wasn't there something in the papers just the other day, last week?
Mummy gave a big party for this Brazilian sculptor.
That's right. Sounded awfully grand.
What did I do wrong in bed?
Well, you're a virgin, aren't you?
If you're going to get all aggressive, there've been 44. I always keep count.
Crikey. Is that counting me?
No. But that's not so many. Works out about 4 a year since I started.
Now, what made you ask me?
Thought you looked nice.
Why the ludicrous business of asking Mrs. Reichenberger for a bed? What the hell did you expect her to say?
Good evening, Whittaker.
What?
Good evening, Miss Quick.
That's the porterman.
Oh.
I don't know, Ronnie. Wanted you. Here we are. So you're not, just... Can I see you again, Ronnie?
Well, if you really want to.
Of course I really want to. Come on up and say hello to Mummy now. Please, Ronnie. She's terribly nice. You'll love her. Wait here, Ronnie. I'll go and find Mummy. Chum and his friends are finishing dinner, so she'll be alone.
Chummy's friends finished dinner. That's Chummy Baldock. And that's Red Sands, the football poor millionaire. Hey, that's the American at the Reichenbergers. Dinner jacket must have flown here, because if he wants to hit me, Chummy leads him off. Looks flabbergasted, Chummy. Perhaps the American's mad. Small red-haired chap. Butler? Must be. A nasty little beast, methinks. Now, there they go, into some inner sanctum. Now, how did that yank get here in time to have dinner? Perhaps he is mad. Ah, here's Juliet. Ready for it?
Mr. Appleyard, how nice of you to bring my problem child home. I had a most curious and slightly disturbing telephone call about her earlier this evening. Still, let's not bother about it now. Mr. Appleyard, it's a pleasure to have you here. I watch you so often on television when I'm in London that I feel I know you.
Oh, well, thank you. How nice.
I'm afraid I have a lot of dreadfully dull people here tonight whom it would just bore you to death to meet. But I refuse to turn down the chance of talking with you for a little while, now that it's come up so unexpectedly. What would you like to drink, Mr. Appleyard? Mona, find Burke Smith and tell him to bring a bottle of the Lafroig and some Malvern water to the small parlour. I want them immediately. See that he understands that.
Yes, Mummy.
Then tell Chummy to slip away and join us. And he's to make sure George doesn't come along too.
Yes, Mummy. All right. Not George.
We'll go to the small parlour. I meant what I said just now about being grateful to you for rescuing my little Mona. You know, I think you might be good for her, if only you can manage to put up with all her... She has this completely disastrous taste in people.
I think I can see why you're so concerned about Mona, because there's obviously such marvellous basic material there.
Do please sit down, Mr. Appleyard.
Oh.
I do hope any little difficulties tonight won't discourage you from seeing some more of her. She does very much need what maybe you can give her.
May I say this? I'd say some of the trouble is that she has her work cut out keeping up with you.
Keeping up with me? In what way?
Well, you must know. You know, just the whole...
Well, Mr. Appleyard, I must say you're not in the least the way you seem on television.
Oh, television. Curious half-world of fakes and hangers-on and committee men.
Burke Smith, put the things on the silver table.
Chummy, this is Ronnie Appleyard. My stepfather, Lord Baldock, Ronnie.
Aha, I've heard that name, haven't I?
Aren't you going to sit down, Mona?
Funny, Chummy, go on.
What you blow?
Blow?
Yes, blow, like trumpet man.
Oh, you mean which jazz instrument do I play? I don't. Your service, Chummy.
Thank you, Burke Smith. Now go away.
You don't? Ronnie Appleyard? I thought only jazz musicians had names like that. Sorry. Wait. These directors of education, heads of art schools, are all called Stan and Reg and Alf. Perhaps you're one of them.
No, I'm not one of them.
Then what do you do?
What about something for me?
You know perfectly well, and you know I know you know, Chummy, so no answer.
I want a whiskey. Why can't I have a whiskey?
Simon, you know it keeps you awake.
Oh, Chummy, don't be so stuffy. Let the child have a whiskey if she wants one.
I was asking what you did for a living.
Yes, that's right. Of course you were.
Oh, Chummy, you know as well as I do that Mr. Appleyard does that marvellous program on television.
If you say so, darling. Good old Gogglebox. Tell me, do you know Bill Hamer?
Yes, I do. Not well, but...
I apologize, but I can't stand it anymore. Who the hell are you? What the hell are you doing here? George, dear boy, go to bed.
This guy was hanging around Simona at the party. Those Jewish people came.
Oh, I say, how frightfully rude of me. George, you haven't met Mr. Appleyard. Mr. Appleyard, this is Mr. Parrott.
How do you do? Simona tells me to lose myself. The next thing I know, he's brought in here, and you all feeding him whiskey.
Get out, George. Don't say another word.
Now, in my position, I have the right.
In your position? What position's that, George?
We have an understanding, Simona, as you very well know.
I don't want it any more. It's always been boring and horrible. Shut up and go away.
Oh.
I told you to go away once this evening already. Do you know why? Because I'd just seen a man I fancied a damn sight more than I fancy you, and I got him.
You just a goddamn bitch, Simona. That's all.
George, I can't have that. You'll have to go.
Oh, hell, I'm
You must
sorry,
go,
Julie.
George. I think the understanding is finished.
Come along, George. There's a good chap.
Mr. Appleyard, I can't tell you how sorry I am you've had to suffer all this. I'm afraid you had to find out rather a lot about us, rather fast.
My dear Lady Baldock, I've been listening avidly to every word, but I assure you my memory is a total mess.
Oh, how very nice of you. You know, Mr. Appleyard, I'm sure we shall be seeing more of you this summer. I do hope so.
Don't like the sea. Water, water everywhere. Bloody light reflects too strongly. Now that must be the island. Malakoff. Oh, Mr. Appleyard, could they spare you for a few days to cheer us all up on our fuddy-duddy little primitive Greek island? Could they hell? Now, there it is. Arrive at 12:30. Now 12:40. Arrive at 1:20? They're not bad for these parts.
What time do we get to Malakoff?
What? Rich bastard.
Don't you speak English?
I am English. I don't know when we get to Malakoff. I suggest you try the purser's office. Oh, and by the way...
Yes?
Come back and tell me when you found out, will you?
There's no need to be damned rude.
Isn't there? Rich bastard and wife. Guests of Baldock's for sure. No other quality than being rich. Can do as they bloody well like all the hours there are. Splendid state. You too wrong one day. Miss Quick behaving badly. Not a word before she left for the fuddy-duddy island with dear money. Have to deal with that.
What's happened to that fool Berg Smith?
He was on his back, Tubby, in some drink shop, most likely.
It's Mr. Appleyard, isn't it, sir?
Afternoon, Bergsmith.
These are your cases, sir? And taxis over there, sir. Have you seen anything of Lord and Lady Upshot, sir?
No, not a thing.
I say, Tubby, there he is.
Berg Smith, don't drive off, you damn fool.
Ronnie, how lovely to see you.
Juliet, how lovely to be here.
Did you have a good journey? Did you run into the Upshots? Now, at the moment, there is some sort of luncheon party going on. Many Greek business people who are friends of my second husband. I'm sure all you want is a cold beer and a sandwich after that boat. And a good long siesta. Why don't you go and find Mona and get her to look after you? If you take the second archway and keep on round to the right, you'll find her. The child simply can't wait to see you. Ah! Biddy and Tubby, how marvelous you're here.
Wonderful.
All right, Ron. What does Juliet want? Answer, that I keep Simon called Mona off the streets. And God knows she couldn't be on them until a successor to the Yank parrot is found. A rich bastard, not a Ron. Little do they know that what Ron has, he doesn't give up. One puzzle still. What does Juliet think I think I'm doing here? She's too smart not to have thought. The girl must be somewhere about here. Sort of courtyard flat. Simon! Simon!
Ronnie! I'm up here. You take the stairs.
Two at a time. Oh, I thought I was never going to find you. All that marble and those statues.
I'm in here. You open the door.
Must you sound like a radio play? There you are. How are you? Oh, I like the, what do you call it? Enlarged bikini. Give us a kiss.
Pleased to see you, Ron. You're hot and hungry, I'm sure. I got them to put some beer and sandwiches in your room.
Oh, good. Where is it?
Through there. That's the bathroom.
With you in a minute. I need a wash.
I'll go on through and put your food out for you. I got them to put a razor and things for you in the cupboard. Don't take too long, Ronnie.
More marble. Large bath. Cupboard. I thought so. Cut price plastic razor. Sweet dear rich bastards. Cheap soap, too. Love nest, is it? Can Miss Quick put food out? God, what razor blades are these? Local seashells? What's it all made of? Oh, towel. Now.
There you are.
And feeling better. Thank you for pouring the beer. Oh, I was thirsty.
I hope the sandwich is all right.
Well, I'll soon tell you. I don't know what it is, but it's all right. I see you and I are going to be living here in a little apartment of our own.
Right. Mummy always...
Always?
Mummy's very good about me and sex. I think she likes to know. She can't stop me, you see, so I think she thinks the more she knows about it, the better.
That's good, I expect.
Ronnie, it is nice you're here. I never thought you would be.
No, I knew I'd be here. Why are you being so nice to me? You didn't bother to bring me in London, did you?
I was going to. Sorry, Mummy made me do all sorts of things. Ronnie, how long can you stay?
Well, I must be back in London on Monday week morning.
I've done a lot of travelling for 8 days.
And I wouldn't have done it for anybody else.
You're starting to like me, aren't you?
Well, what's the programme?
There's a dinner party tonight, and Mummy wants you to have your dinner jacket on and be in the drinks room by 6:30.
Good. Then I have time for a rest.
Can I rest with you, Ronnie?
Now, if you rest... Now, listen, Simon. I'm not having it like it was last time, you jogging about like an electric blender to stop me seeing how much you hate it.
What do you mean I hate it? I adore it. I'm crazy about
All right,
it.
you adore it. Now, what's the rest of the programme?
Programme here. Boat trip tomorrow. We have to go to the next big island, a Greek friend of Mummy's island. Vasilikos. There's going to be a luncheon party there. Boring.
It doesn't sound too boring. Well, come along.
Yes, Ronnie.
See. Boring. Whose island? Vasilikos, was it? She should be there soon. Simon doing a Garbo act on me, is she? Chummy sneering at the sea.
Burke Smith, bring the bottle over. Don't forget the ice. I should wonder how people survive.
Something Sexton. He certainly put it away. God bless his belly, and the rest of his elementary tract. Not such a bad old rich bastard, though. Nor is she, Lady Sexton.
You know the skates, do you, Tommy?
What's that? Smudger and Clarissa. I was saying how marvellous they are.
Oh, marvellous. Down to that last $500,000.
Were you? Oh, yes, jolly well right.
Didn't I meet them in Nassau in the winter? Lived in Northamptonshire, they said.
Oh, now you interest me. Mansfield, no first name as yet. American, youngish, fat, nasty, rich. Next in line?
Yeah, I thought they were great, real great. Hello! Here's a sight to gladden the eye, I must say.
Miss Quick, out on her own. Hello, Simon.
Hello, Ronnie. Hello, Mansfield.
Oh, get lost. Are you having a drink?
Brad Smith is getting me one. I'm going to take it down to the cabin. Got lots of things to do.
I can't let her get away with that. Chummy notices. Didn't Aunt leave Mansfield his money? Must he always shout?
What you gonna do, Mona? Lots of things to do. Just you tell us a few of them.
I could tell you a few of them, Mansfield. Keep an eye on you. Oh, Chummy has a wet eye on me. Coming over. Hello, Chummy.
Hello, Ron. Simon seems a bit depressed, don't you think?
No, I don't.
You should have asked her to come and join you, you know, Ron.
Well, I was thinking of it, Chummy, but she didn't stop, did she?
Let's go over to the other side, eh?
I can't see why. The sea will look the same.
We haven't had time for a proper chat yet, Ron. I think we should have one.
If you say so, Chummy.
Burke Smith. Burke Smith.
I expect you'll have noticed that I haven't much time for you.
Well, of course, I have been conscious of something, the atmosphere. But if I've done anything, you know, then I wish you'd
Come
tell
off it, me old Ron. No need to play silly buggers. I got your number, see?
Honestly, I've got no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, stay with it then. Stay with it as long as you're quite certain in your own mind that I've got your number. You're hanging about on the chisel, ain't you, Ron?
On the chisel? You mean?
Yes, and it's no good, old lad. Not a chance, Romeo. Wherefore art thou, Romeo? Yes, somebody who knows bloody well wherefore, Ronio, and don't you forget it. You know he's going to marry that girl for her money if I have anything to do with it, and I do have a lot to do with it.
Yeah, I suppose you've ruled out the possibility that I might be in love with her.
You bet I have. What do you take me for? Question of what you're here for, let me tell you. You're being given a free holiday entirely for Simon's benefit.
I see. Now, do go on, Chummy.
I will, Ron. Your job is to give that girl a good time, in bed and anywhere else you like. Talk to her, make her laugh, take her out of herself. That's your job, and you don't seem to be taking it very seriously.
Well, she is a very difficult girl, you know, in many ways.
You've got that far, have you? If she weren't difficult, she wouldn't need therapy from any silly little Tom, Dick, or Ron she might happen to fancy. So I want young Simon to be happy. If you can manage it for the next week, I'll be very grateful to you. Only so far, you haven't been doing it very well, have you? All right, then. Marked improvement in the next 48 hours, otherwise Juliet is going to find she simply must have your room. Understand?
You make it very clear.
Good. No hard feelings, I hope. Not like me to wave a big stick, but I don't like having you around the place. You may be good of your kind, but I don't like the kind. Nothing personal.
I can assure you I feel the same. About you, I mean. Now, I think I'll go back to the other side. Port, isn't it?
They say, Appleyard.
Yes, Saxton.
Chummy. Is he all right, is he?
Oh, yes, I think he's just giving the sea a quick look over. Not being sick.
Yeah, I wondered if it was tactless of me to talk about the Scapes like that.
The Scapes?
The Smudger and Clarissa Scape. About how well they manage. To Chummy. You see, the old man, Chummy's father, very fine chap in all sorts of ways, just had no idea of how to run things. Left poor Chummy without a bean.
Without a bean?
Yeah, so to speak, a few thousand a year. Burke Smith, I'm thirsty. So it might have been tactless of me to talk of the Scapes running things so well, eh? One?
Mr. Appleyard?
No, thank you, Burke Smith. Well, I'm sure you're worrying unnecessarily.
I hope you're all right. Yes. All a matter of how you do the legal business, you see. I mean, take young Mansfield. I expect you heard about that unfortunate business with his mother. Well, put it all behind him. Sensible of him. So, I mean, what else could he do,
Mansfield and his mother must discover. No, I don't recall about the mother.
Oh, I'll tell you sometime. Oh, hello. There's the island, eh? Damned awful-looking place, eh? Bound to be a frightful bore of a party.
You think so?
Well, what else? I mean, the chap's so ghastly rich.
Well, he's not the only one, is he? Will it be a big luncheon party?
No, not big. Just 70 or 80 old friends, you know.
God, look at it. A little open-air party beneath an awning with whacking great air conditioners to blow us all to hell. Look at that carpet round the swimming pool. Last one a couple of very debilitating years. Look at Upshot, Lord of Same, showing envy, resentment, with some respect, almost fear. Rank on rank of gins, pimses, whiskey sours, champagne cocktails. So that must be Basilicos, a clean-shaven Zeus, hilariously handsome. Girl beside him. Well, that figure not the handiwork of nature. Injections? Here's skinny Miss Quick. Make her happy, Ron.
Ronnie, what you drink?
Oh, Simon, nice of you.
What did that ghastly chummy say to you?
Well, I'd rather not talk about it now, do you mind?
Oh, no, Ronnie, of course I don't mind, I understand.
Simon, bring Ronnie over.
Mummy wants us to meet Kirill Vasilikos. You to meet him, I know him.
What Mummy says is what we do, isn't it, Simon?
Hello, Kirill.
Simona, how charming you look.
Kirill, this is Mr. Appleyard from London. Our good host, Ronnie.
Ronnie's very famous on television in London, Kirill.
Television in London, eh? Tell me, do you know Bill Hamer?
Oh, Bill! Yeah, a very old friend. I know Bill of old.
I met him in London sometime. Rather a good chap, interesting city. I was discussing to go on his program.
Yeah, you never told me about a program.
My dear Juliet, nothing has come of it. He was not getting enough millionaires to come on the program. Oh, it was going to be everybody talking about rich people.
Rich people?
Oh, I'm so sorry. It is my bad accent. People with a tremendous lot of money. Rich people, eh? We were getting our hands dirty all the time with money. But fellows like him are helping us to be better. So we don't think only of dollars. dollars, drachmas, pounds all day long, and having dirty hands. Well, it is nice to meet you, Mr. Appley. Well, we must be doing what God wishes us to be doing here. That's what it is. So I can't stop you from your lunch any longer. Ask for a double order of the slams. They are very small. Bye-bye for now.
Bye-bye, Zeus. Don't like the way Juliet looks at Ron. Bastards are closing in. They've probably only got until this evening. Be nice to Simon. Be a bit honest. Tell her.
When we leave then, you know, Mona.
In about half an hour, when Mummy's finished her nap.
Shan't be sorry. See you on the yacht.
That was Lord Upshot.
Yes, I know, Simon. He always wants to know the time. Now, where were we? Yes, am I going back to London?
I wish I could come with you.
Oh, why don't you? It'd be marvellous if you did.
I can't. Got to stay.
Why? You must tell the truth, Simon.
Mummy wouldn't like it.
Now, what would she do if you just said you were going?
She wouldn't prevent me, but she'd be terribly upset.
So she's terribly upset. But you just tell her kindly. You are 26, Simon, 26.
Oh, Mummy, you don't understand. When Mummy's upset, it's just awful. She's so sensitive, and she's had 2 husbands die, and she's so brave. You don't know what it's like when she really gets upset.
I can guess, Simon. She's used to her way.
It's not fair. She's had so much to put up with. She gets so terribly worked
She
out.
wants her own way, Simon. God knows why, but she does.
But Stavros, her second husband, wanted his own way in absolutely everything. He tried to send me away to school, but Mummy stopped it. You don't know the things she's had to go
Look,
through.
Simon, don't you think your trouble is simply that you're scared stiff of your mother?
No, balls, Ronnie. You're so completely off. Everybody keeps saying we're just like sisters. You wouldn't know.
I do know, Simon, I do know. And your mother isn't your sister, and she never can be.
Well, all my girlfriends keep on saying that they wish they could get on with their mothers like I do with Mummy.
And you believe them, Simon? No, you're afraid of her, Simon. Everything you do shows it.
Not true. I hate you. I love Mummy, and I respect her.
Proved your point, Ron. No good, have to go. Oh, here comes Chummy. Happy sneer.
Not doing very well, are we?
Oh, get lost, Chummy. And by the way, I'll be going back to London well before Juliet wants my room.
Hi. Off in the morning, huh?
Yes, Mansfield. The boat leaves about midday.
London you go to, isn't it? So what's in London right now you have to catch? Just name me one thing.
Well, one thing is my job.
Oh, yeah. Well, what do you got to say about that view, huh? Isn't that just great, huh?
Sure, Mansfield. Pain in the arse, Mansfield.
All that ocean. All that, huh?
All what? Oof. Ah, Miss Quick and Mummy and Chummy. No upshots. And there's Sir Saxton. Cecil Saxton.
Hi, Simon. Juliet.
Hi, student.
Student. Nothing under the sun in American can't be called.
You look good enough to eat, Simon. Finger licking good.
Thanks. Mummy bought me the dress.
Oh, God, the girls are somewhere.
Come sit down here, Ronnie. Have you got a drink?
Thanks, Uzo. And I'll sit here if you don't mind.
Ouzo. You know what that is. The drags. From the drags. They're drags, you know, the Greeks.
Evening, Ron.
Evening, Sir Cecil.
Oh, you got my first name, have you? Good.
Do you know what they are,
Loudmouth
Juliet?
customer, then. His father was a great friend of Juliet's. Wanted to marry her, I've heard.
Turks,
He is sober,
and
I suppose.
Armenians, and
Father
Bulgarians,
was a
and
gentleman.
Arabs.
American.
Now,
they're
what's so
called.
great about the
Student.
Greeks?
Damn silly name, then. Was in the army. I expect you heard about that unfortunate business in West Germany.
Well, no, not actually.
Tommy, do come and sit down.
Just stretching my legs, you know.
Please don't slump like that, Mona.
No, Mummy, sorry.
Slump, she's asleep.
Ronnie, you were giving us such a fascinating account of youth problems at dinner. Frightening, too. Do you realize, student, that 32% of young people under 25 are going to get into some trouble with the authorities?
That was England he was talking about.
The situation is roughly the same in all the developed countries.
Tell me, what is it that makes all these children rebel and revolt? A refusal to grow up? That's what's wrong with my problem child here, isn't it, darling? You just hate the idea of growing up.
I suppose so, Mummy.
It's a whole sickness. And what she needs is discipline. Somebody who will run her whole life and see that she does exactly as she's told.
Excuse me, Juliet. Must find...
Don't you agree with me, student?
Oh, sure, Juliet, sure.
I'm afraid I don't.
What do you mean? Do you think I don't understand my own child?
Of course not. But I think she needs continuing kindness and sympathy and affection.
You mean we all treat Mona brutally the whole time?
Certainly not brutally. Look, I'm not happy about the way we're all sitting here and discussing Simon as if she were a piece of furniture or something.
Mona, look at me.
I don't know, Ron.
Do you object to our talking about you?
No, Mummy.
There, Mr. Appleyard. I suggest you apologize.
If I've said anything to upset you...
I'll bring you here and feed you and take you about in return for your services as Mona's companion. And you repay me by telling me my duty in public. I should have realized that somebody of your background wouldn't fit in here. I've seen your type before, Mr. Appleyard. Many times.
I say, darling, I think you're taking it all.
No, chummy. Mr. Appleyard, you'll need a little less television technique and a little more common decency the next time you come pushing and shoving your way into civilized society.
Well, that's what it is it?
Now, you look here, Appleyard.
All right, student. Mr. Appleyard, you're leaving tomorrow. So we need say very little more to each other. That's fine with me.
Fine with me. Poor you, Simon. You don't know what you want, do you? Good night, chummy. You've got what you want, haven't you?
Why did you say that I don't know what I want?
I don't know, Simon. Except that it seems so much the thing to say at that point of this evening.
I do know what I want. A nice man, all to myself.
Well, you've got one. Me. A nice one, I hope.
Oh, yes. A marvelous one. It's not going to be easy, though.
No, I know. Not easy.
There's Mummy, you see.
There's Mummy. I know. The little old United States. Fotheringay County. Well, here we are, Ron. Without a porter. And there's that Twit-Aimer with 2 porters.
They were trying to send our stuff on to Nashville.
Where's that, Nashville?
Nashville, that's in Tennessee, sir.
No doubt it is, my good fellow.
Ah, there's Burke Smith.
Mr. Hamer, sir. May I say how much I enjoy your show when I get the chance to see it? Mr. Appleyard, welcome to Broad Lawns.
Broad Lawns? This isn't Broad Lawns.
Lady Baldock's house, sir. The car's just over there, Mr. Hamer.
South suffered bloody defeat here in Civil War. Ron booked to follow in their footsteps, methinks.
The last time we were in the back of a car together, my old son, was when we were on our way to that thrash at the Reichenbergers. How long ago was that?
3 months, Bill. Must have travelled 10,000 miles since. All for Miss Quick. Broad Lawns. I wonder what's there for me.
Vast bloody country. Look at it. Nothing between here and the Gulf of Mexico, by the look of it.
It's only a 5-minute drive, sir.
Nice to know. Ron, how soon can I get away from here?
I don't know. I'm off on Sunday morning. Juliet, do you really think you can get Mr. Hamer to come? I'll do my best, Juliet. Because if he can't make it, I'll have to change my plan. Which won't include room for you. I do hope you understand, Ronnie.
I'd like to ask you, Mr. Hamer, if you'll forgive the intrusion, what are the main technical problems confronting one responsible for presiding over a television program such as yours?
Do you mean preparing the show or after it's on the air?
Coming
Both,
bastard, Hamer.
Mr. Hamer, really?
Batter up
Although I
in
imagine they're
charge of
quite
your drinking
separate.
destiny for the next few days.
To explain would take quite a bit of time, Burke Smith, so we'll have to have a proper chat
Could have
sometime.
invited Hamer
I shall look
herself.
forward to
So
that.
what's she up to?
Look, Ron, what has this woman invited me along for?
I told you all I know about it. She wants you to set up your Rich Bastards program all over again and put it on with this Greek chap in it, so that he'll know it was our Juliet who fixed it up.
Has to bring me from New York for that. The whole kerfuffle is just to impress Lassie Whatnot.
Get one up on him. Get herself invited to 3-star parties, you know?
I suspect there's more in it than that, old son, with her money and the rest of it.
But the thing is, Bill, she's horribly rich by your or my standards. But she's not really uncontrollably rich, like Basilikos, so...
Could be, I suppose. One last question, old lad. What's in this for you?
What's in what? From her, I don't know. For me, you guess.
The daughter, Simona, isn't it?
Right in one.
Serious?
Yes. Marriage, if I can.
Blimey. You'll have your work cut out there, I should imagine. Washy, hiking head.
Bloody wildcat.
I know. Some of these upper-class bints will bounce you to the ceiling. Well, bloody good luck to you. Watch out for Mum.
Like a hawk. Broad lawns. More Grecian pillars. Pictures. Early Americans signing things. Earlier ones shooting arrows at things. And there's Chummy sniffing the air. Oh, place. Conservatory ahead. There's Miss Quick, back to me. And student bloody Mansfield. Oh, of course, you old fool, Ron. That Greek island. What did Juliet think I thought I was doing there? Answer. Pressing on with plan to marry her daughter, while in fact only keeping her happy until student Mansfield was vetted and talked into taking on a 26-year-old neurotic terrified of her mother. Only question now, why me here now? Dispensable. We'll find out, no doubt.
Sure, Mona, sure. That's afternoon.
That's Mummy. I'm sure she'll say yes.
Well, why shouldn't she? I can't see any objection myself.
What are they going to do, rob a bank? Please, Mummy, may we go and rob the First National? Shall I hit student? No. Get Simon alone. Somehow. Back away, Ron, so they know see.
I think this is real funny.
God! No, George Parrott. What's funny?
The irony of fate, Appleyard. You're just exactly where I was that time we met before. Realizing that you have just set eyes on the guy who's destined to be your successor gives you a kind of funny feeling, don't it?
Yes, it does, George. Look, I want to talk to you, not here, in private.
Sure. I'm aware. We must collect some booze. We may need it.
How did you manage to get a tray of 9 glasses of Juliet's best scotch up here, George Parrott? Never mind.
I used a handgun. So I was never engaged to Simone. I guess nobody ever was. Things would then get in the papers. We had this understanding. Did you ever get that far?
No.
No, you ain't rich, Appleyard. I presume it's Simona's money you're after.
Well, to begin with, it was. But then I started getting fond of her.
Yeah, well, before you get too fond of her, I got news for you. Simona don't earn a dime. Maybe she did way back from her daddy, but Juliet has it all now, like in trust.
Crikey Moses. If you lose all control over her, that would never do.
Have another glass, Abby.
Oh.
Yeah, you got a point there. There's no question about that. Well, I can't see you achieving your ambitions in a coon's age, but here's luck. And not because I give a damn for you, but because I like anything that might cause my old friend student even minor inconvenience.
You know him well, do you?
Yeah, we almost grew up together. He's from around here. Spent some years in the East curing his accent. A cotton-picking bastard.
Somebody called Cecil Saxton told me...
Say, ain't he the most marvelous old guy, talking that way, and him the son of a railroad engineer in, is it Leeds? He cured his accent, too, and good. I tried to get him to talk the way he used, and do you know he'd forgotten? He couldn't do it anymore. He was goddamn furious. Excuse me, I interrupted you.
Well, Saxton mentioned A student and some unfortunate businesses. His mother and something about West Germany.
Oh, long stories, Happy. But I'll tell you this. Student's ma signed everything over to him. Death duties, if you get it. So when they were putting their pens back in their pockets, student says, does this mean this house and all is mine now, Ma? And she says, damn right it is, son. And he says, right, Ma, out. Well, that was the unfortunate business about his mother.
Cripes. And West Germany?
West Germany, 1955. He was Lieutenant Mansfield then, U.S. Army. Supplemented his pay along with the sergeant, holding up Germans, putting up a roadblock. And when the crowd comes along in a decent car, they stop him and remove his valuables and his car. Sell the car on the black market, divide the money. In the end, the Army gets to hear about it, and it gets mad. So student stops being an officer anymore and gets put in the stockade. That was the unfortunate business in West Germany.
Good God. And Juliet can consider him as a husband for Simon? I suppose she does know about him.
Yeah, of course she does. Everybody does. He's rich, Happy. That means he belongs to a very, very tight circle. A kind of mutual defense system. So you can get away with damn near anything, long as you stay rich. You're eligible on the marriage market, whatever you've done. And even if you can't perform.
Even if you can't perform?
Common knowledge, Happy. And what better husband for a girl who don't like it than a guy who can't do it?
Well, I'll be damned. Now, George, what I can't see is why I'm here. Any ideas?
Are you in a position to do Juliet any kind of a favor?
Well, I'm not. Only the chap I came with.
Yeah, Hamer. That fornicator. Tell me, you upset or frustrate her in any way recently?
Well, I did have a bit of a disagreement with her when I was in...
public?
Yes, it was about...
It wouldn't matter a goddamn in hell what it was about. You're here to pay for that little error of judgment, happy old man. Public humiliation. You here to see Simona and student, the happy couple, with you not one of it.
Yes, that has the right sort of ring. And you, same as me.
No. I've expiated my crimes. Not that they were ever as great as yours. I've got to hand it to you for disagreeing with my Lady Baldock. Now I'm back to being an old friend of the family, because I'm rich, like I told you. It's a small circle. Real small.
Now, look, George, I've got to see Simon alone. How? Student will never be less than a yard from her.
Juliet's throwing a small party this evening.
Now that's where you got the tray of drinks from.
Sure, from under the nose of that red-headed lush of a butler.
Now, Juliet will be busy getting all that black hair coiled.
Yeah. Well, I'll see to it that student is out of the way. You'll find Simona in the office place. I'll show you.
Why? I mean, why will she be in...
Because, happy old fella, I will see to it that she has to take an urgent call on the office phone. So get on your feet and get into action, boy.
Ronnie. No good. Nothing to say to each other. No point.
None of that, Simon. I love you, Simon.
Oh, Ronnie. That's a dreadful thing to say.
A nice thing, actually. Tell me, Simon, are you sleeping with Mansfield?
Don't want to show.
Now, take your hand away from your mouth. I can't hear you. Are you?
Yes.
That's better. But I gather he can't do it. Is that true?
He's very bad at it.
But can he manage it all?
Not much.
Not much.
Only twice. He's terrible at it.
And now you're going to marry the flaming shit.
He's not so bad. He hasn't asked me.
Yes. Or more than likely you'll find the whole thing suddenly fixed up overnight. Complete with date, place, best man in the lot. You see, this time I think she means business.
What are you talking about?
Mummy. He hasn't meant business before, certainly. Not with George Parrott, for instance, who's neither stupid nor illiterate nor insensitive. Obviously, he'd be no good at all. Now, student. Now, there's a real strong candidate for you. A loud-mouthed, bigoted fool with the sensitivity of a camel, and that's being unkind to camels.
He can't help his voice. And I don't understand all this meaning business and candidate thing.
Oh, Simon, the whole situation is very simple, but unusual, too. It's the simple things that are unusual. Now, listen. But first, you must understand. I came here only to see you. For no other reason, Simon. Because I love you.
Don't say that, Ronnie.
True, Simon. I didn't believe it was true until I saw you again downstairs. With Student. Now listen, Simon. A simple but unusual situation as I see it. In one way, your mother would like you never to get married at all so that she could keep you by her side and go on bullying you. And also because she knows you want to get married. So men appear and sleep with you, and that's fine because she knows you don't enjoy it. But this can't go on indefinitely. For one thing, an unmarried daughter over 25 is getting to be a worse and worse advertisement for her. So instead of preventing you from marrying, she'll make you get married to an absolute bastard instead. That is to say, not only a very unpleasant man, but a crook and a known crook.
She wants me to marry him because he's the son of the man she was in love with when she was a girl before she married Daddy.
Yes. That's the absolute clincher. Her official reason. All her friends would understand that.
Mummy loves
me.
me.
Stop it. Stop it. Try to behave like a grown woman.
I'll try, Ronnie.
Well done, Simon. Now, what she really feels about you, whatever the hell it really is, I don't know. But the only way for you yourself, to treat her is as if she hates you. Hates you.
Does she hate me, Ronnie? Why does she?
Well, there's plenty of things to choose from. You're Mr. Quick's daughter, for one thing, not General Mansfield's. Your first stepfather, what was his name?
We called him Stavros.
Stavros. Well, he took notice of you, not only of her. Same with Chummy.
Chummy's horrible. He hates me.
Yes, he's horrible, all right, but he doesn't hate you. In his way, his own horrible way, he cares for you. It's me he hates. Now, going on about your mother, she hates you also because you're not only better looking than she is, you're the same physical type, only your colouring is so much better and extraordinary. People compare the two of you, don't you see? And they can't help seeing that you're better. You have your father's colouring, I bet, yes?
I think so. Not better than Mummy.
Yes, you are! Though I'm sure you've been told the opposite since before you can remember. Oh, she should have had a homosexual son. Simon, you must leave her. When I go back on Sunday to London, you must come with me. I'll look after you.
Couldn't.
Yes, you could. Now, you must meet me at the airport at 10:15 on Sunday morning. Sneak out, right? With just your passport.
Can't do it.
You must. Simon, if you don't come with me on Sunday, you're finished. It's your last chance of ever leading a normal life.
I know. Not brave enough, though.
You'll have to be.
Excuse me, Mr. Appleyard. Lady Baldock would like to see you before the party commences, Miss Mona.
Mummy would. I'll come right away. See you, Ronnie.
Shall I shut the door, sir?
No place like home, I always say. Always.
Southern Colonel drinking Southern Comfort. Mansfield, I could knife him. Hamer, and old Basilikos. How these bastards travel.
Mr. Appleyard, how are you, my dear Sepp?
Well, Mr. Basilikos, how are you, Bill?
Enjoying meeting old friends, Ron.
I guess they're rich, you fat lecher. Now, where's Juliet and Chummy? Simon over with Mansfield. Southern Colonel coming over. Smile.
You're from London, I've been informed.
I am indeed.
You all got trouble there, real bad trouble.
Oh, have we?
You all got all these colored people coming in all the time, letting them mix with you and work and live alongside you all in 50 years' time.
Yes, I'm sure. Here's our host and hostess.
Hello, everybody. Matt Smith, what's happened to my champagne? Why is there always this delay? I want it now. Do you hear? I want it now.
And one day you'll get it. Now, George Parrott, come in. Cutthroat sign. Danger? Mummy Mansfield coming over.
I do, Colonel. You telling our friend here of the dangers of integration, I heard?
I was trying. I don't think you quite saw my point.
Oh, I see the point. Who doesn't?
Our Mr. Appleyard is a nigger lover. Do you see that nigger over there? That's Hoskins, the nigger butler. He wouldn't thank you for your liking him. No, sir. Do you know Appleyard something? We solved the nigger problem down here by realizing there is no problem. Except keeping them down. They're inferior. They always will be inferior. And we in the South have the honest-to-God common sense to realize it. What do you say to that? The only way to keep the nigger in his place is by fear. The only argument he understands is the lash.
Balls!
Pardon me?
You heard Mansfield. Balls! What you're saying is balls, ancient balls. Rubbish, nonsense, tosh, junk. And also extremely offensive, barbaric, inhumane, foolish, ignorant, outmoded, and in the circumstances unforgivably rude.
I'll handle this, student.
I take it that you're drunk.
Not in the least. I wish I were.
Berksmith knows you had 8 or 9 whiskies earlier.
4, actually. Which is less than that little redhead.
That is enough. We need not discuss the matter any further. However, what I won't tolerate is your behavior to student a moment ago. Fortunately, I'm in the position of not having to give my reasons. Leave my house.
What? You mean now?
As soon as is reasonable. A taxi will be at the door in 15 minutes. Hoskins, arrange it.
Darling, a mere difference.
Within these 4 walls, I have things the way I want them. Oh, God, I can't stand that racket. Tommy, take her up to her room, will you?
Well, I mustn't let you keep me, Lady Baldock. So long then, all. See you in London, Bill.
So long, old boy.
Shirts, ties. The longest stay. I won't see Simon again. George Paris.
Here, Abby, stash this in your baggage. It's the best of the Scotch I could lay my hands on.
Oh, thanks, George. Why not? I've been accused of everything else.
Well, you certainly did it. A little on the short side, but by my sainted aunt, it was sweet. The guy was landed like a fish. Nobody's told him balls in 15 years.
Yeah, but was it worth it? There, I'm packed.
You'll see.
15 minutes. Better get down to the taxi. Look, say goodbye.
She's waiting for you.
What?
Side entrance stuff, Happy, with the car. God knows where you get to, but she's got ideas.
Simon?
Sure. Now hurry, Happy, before Juliet and Chummy miss the child.
Oh, thanks, George. You southern bastard. Thanks.
George's car. Can't go to the airport.
Simon, we won't go anywhere but to the grave if you don't slow down just a small amount. Why not to the airport?
No passport. She keeps it locked up with hers and Chummy's.
Where are we going then?
A place called Old Boulder State Park, just across the line in Tennessee. She won't even have heard of it.
Well, you mean a tent for the night?
I've been there before. They're little log cabins. It's a gorgeous place. There's a place to shop. Always open.
Beautiful, Simon.
Darling Ronnie.
You cried when she sent me away?
What made me cry was that she did it to hurt me. She kept looking at me. She does hate me.
I told you. But you've finished with her now.
Like it here, Ronnie.
For the open air, it's not bad. I love you, Simon. Do you know, nothing I've said or done since yesterday evening has made me feel as shit. It doesn't happen often to me.
You are funny. I meant to tell you ages ago that I loved you. But I couldn't say anything, because you hadn't. And the man has to say it first. I've never loved anybody before. You have, though. Lots, I expect, haven't you?
Well, yes, in a way. Different from this, though.
What I can't understand is why you never married any of them.
Oh, they weren't rich enough.
Ronnie!
At first, I fell for you. Then I was after you for your money. And I started worrying about you. And I fell in love with you. I'd help you spend £1 million very cheerfully indeed. But it doesn't matter. I'll take you and watch you stand up in. Or lie down in. Now, that car's pulled up.
Oh, Ronnie.
Oh, Simon. Well, if it isn't Chummy, with some friends he's made in the police force.
Oh, is this the man, Lord Baldock?
Yes, that's him.
Well, Chummy, what is it?
Simon, I want you to know this for your own good. Ron, let me introduce Captain Monaghan and Sergeant Eden. Come to take you home, Simon.
I won't come.
I think you will. If you don't, Appleyard will be arrested. Perhaps you'd care to explain the position, Captain.
Certainly, sir. Mr. Appleyard is liable to arrest under suspicion of having removed Miss Quigg from her recognized parental household, an offense under a statute of Fotheringay County. In addition, he has committed a federal offense under the Mann Act, prohibiting the conveyance of a female over a state border for an immoral purpose.
We have you hog-tied real nice, Mr. Appleyard.
This is like something out of... Do you expect these charges to stand up in court?
We reckon as how they will. Lady and Lord Baldock are mighty respected figures all over Fotheringay County, and anybody who does them a wrong ain't gonna be liked very well.
I see. Now, this Mann Act thing, it was an anti-prostitution measure. Miss Quick is no prostitute, is she, Chummy?
Oh, it wouldn't stand up in court, Ron. The other thing well might, though. So think what it would do to your reputation, Ron, me old pal.
Simon, who did you tell and why?
I told a friend of Mummy's, in case she got really upset. I'm sorry, Ronnie.
So am I, Simon. But there's nothing I can do. They know, Simon. If I'm taken to court on any of these charges, it's the end of my career.
It's only an old job.
How rich you are, Simon. How really tremendously rich. Only an old job. Take her away, Chummy. I'm sure you'll forget the charges if you get her back. And don't bother to say anything at all, Chummy, old chum, because whatever it is, I shall hate you for the rest of my life. Goodbye, Simon. Go back to Mummy.
Sorry. Love you. Frightened. Awful.
Where's Hamer? Keep Ron waiting. What's he want?
Ronnie, well, how are you?
Fine, Bill. I'm fine.
I haven't seen you since that incredible hassle at Broadlawns. That took some nerve, Ron. Do you know, when they found out that the girl had gone, the outside guests were all sent home without any dinner. Do you want to talk about it?
Well, some other time, Bill, if I may. It was rather messy and painful.
I can imagine. God, what a household. That Chummy character's an odd son of a bitch, isn't he? He couldn't not have known what was going on under that aristocratic toffee nose of his. Yes, I gave his lady the most frightful hammering.
Did you? What was she like?
On the job? Fantastic. Rather on the lines of the daughter, from what you were saying to me.
Where is she now, the daughter? Do you know?
With the rest of the shower, in London, staying at Claridge's. The staircase in the penthouse is being painted or something.
Is student loudmouth Mansfield with them, do you know?
Yes, that little arrangement's still on, I gather.
Oh, poor silly Simon. Oh, never mind. What did you want of me, Bill?
My advertised programme tonight on the immigration laws is cancelled. Instead, because some of those taking part are so important that they can't make plans ahead of time, I am doing The Rich Bastards programme. Live, of course. Who are these strange people who own so much more money than you and I have and are so much bigger shits? Taking part will be Kirill Vasilikos, Lady Baldock, Thomas of the Financial Observer, and a last-minute surprise, Ronnie Appleyard. Well, you know the fee as well as I do. What you saying?
That's nice of you, Bill, and I appreciate it, but won't our Juliet refuse to go on as soon as she sees me? She doesn't care for me much, as you know.
That had occurred to me, but, Ron, she's so crazy to be on the box and in my programme that she'd appear with Hitler or anybody. Also, she probably thinks in her innocence that she could obliterate you with no trouble at all if she had to.
Fair enough, but why me? I mean, I'm obviously going to do a king-sized hatchet job on it, aren't I? And that can't do you any good, can it? Or can it?
Let's just say for now that's how I want it. I'll tell you all about it after the show. Nothing startling, actually, but I don't want you bringing it out in the heat of the moment on the air. Should be good television, Ronnie. You'll do it.
Yes, I'll do it, Bill.
Good. See you for level and cues at 9:45.
The usual before live show, futile resignation in all departments. Lights won't work, Mike's gone up to Spad. cameramen all gone home to bed. Audience arriving, dribs and drabs. Here's Hamer, Juliet, Vasilikos, financial chap. She sees me.
Well, Ron, nice and on time.
Hello, Ronnie. Fancy seeing you.
What, here? My natural home, Juliet.
I mean that nobody gave me any idea that you were going to be on the show tonight.
I didn't know myself until the last minute. Now, Juliet, if you'd sit over there.
Nice to see you again, my dear Jap.
How are you, Mr. Vasilikos? You're certainly looking very well.
Oh, well, thank you nothing but well. Business is good. But how are things with you? You seem to be a little down in the mouth, a little sad, no?
Well, I've had rather an exhausting day.
Cheer up, it will pass. Tell me, it's your reputation to be the great television headset man, isn't it?
Well, I suppose so. Among other things, I hope.
Of course, of course. Then who are you headsetting tonight? Not me, I hope, my dear sir.
Good heavens, no. Why should I? Actually,
Carol, would you come over, please?
Good luck, my dear Jap.
Audience filling up. There's Mansfield.
Yeah, right.
No Simon. Sir Cecil and Lady Saxton. The upshots.
Could you all sort of chat about nothing for a moment so we can check the voice levels?
Yeah. Is your daughter going to be in the audience tonight, Juliet?
No, I'm afraid not. She's felt too tired. She and Chummy will be watching together, of course.
Did you know Mona is getting married, Mr. Appleyard?
Yeah, I had heard. Soon, Juliet?
In a few weeks, Ronnie. At St. Paul's will be place. A very small affair, just the family. And friends.
Thank you, chaps. Just relax.
But nice and quiet, studio.
Good luck, everybody.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
LC&M Television brings you Truth and Laughter, Wisdom and Wit. The Bill Hamer Program.
The rich. Our civilization, rightly or wrongly, has grown up on and around the making of money. And where there's money, you presumably have rich people. I think they're a fascinating crowd, the rich, and I suggest we go on talking about them. Now, what about you, Ronnie? You're not rich yourself. None of us in this profession are ever going to get rich, are we? But you've run into the rich, right?
Yes, I have.
Well, I understand you know Lady Baldock, and you've met Mr. Vasilikos. What's the word from you about this peculiar breed of human being?
Well, Bill, I'd say the first thing that strikes me is that the rich are human beings like ourselves, and that's something we must all keep trying to remember in the face of all the evidence.
Well, could you clarify that, Ronnie?
With pleasure. Some rich people have got the strength of character it takes to be rich and remain a human being. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the rich who are not properly human. Different to us. Different and worse. Not because they're worse by nature, but because of their opportunities. Opportunities for power without responsibility.
Mr. Appleyard, I think you are going to attack me.
Juliet, the sap was just putting his view about the rich, that's all. People aren't all the time having you in mind.
Would you like to carry on, Ronnie?
Thanks. I was saying that the rich have more opportunities than most of us for behaving badly. The exercise of power is very enjoyable to a lot of people.
Be more specific. I mean, what have you got in mind? Telling people to go to hell whenever you feel like it? Or do you mean something deeper and more sinister?
Well, there is a lot of telling people to go to hell, but there's more to it than that. Something deeper. You won't, for instance, have people smoke in your drawing room, but you yourself light a cigar or cigarette in that room when you have people there. So somebody else lights up, you tell them to put it out. And if they dare say, but what about you, you're smoking, you order them out of the house. Well, why shouldn't you? If you went on like that at the non-rich level, you'd soon find yourself without any friends. But if you're rich, you can afford to abandon reason and justice and good manners whenever you feel like it. And if you're that sort of rich, you don't feel at home with people who aren't rich. You're afraid they may be after your money. And you're certainly afraid of them if, being non-rich, they have some other claim to fame than the possession of money.
Why are you letting him go on like that? I won't sit here and listen to my best friends being insulted.
Fair enough. Everybody gets his chance to be heard in this program. Incidentally, one thing you said just now puzzles me rather.
Is it what I said? What do you mean?
As I understood him, Ronnie was describing the worst kind of rich person, selfish, unreasonable, domineering, and so on. Do you mean to say that all your best friends are like that? It's hard to believe, isn't it? Perhaps not.
Carol, are you going to stand for this? These two men are insulting me and insulting you too, remember?
Nobody is being insulted, Juliet. Ronnie is telling us some things about the rich people that I'm seeing in an awful lot of the people I know. He's very wise.
But don't be so damn reasonable. Can't you see that that's what they want you to be?
I don't think reasonableness ever hurt anybody.
Mr. Appleyard, you're complaining about these horrible rich people you've met who've been good enough to invite you to their houses and give you their food and drink.
Yeah.
Don't you feel a little bit ashamed of abusing their hospitality?
That's nonsense, I'm afraid. If somebody buys me an expensive bottle of drink and tells me while I'm drinking it that I stink, that rather cancels out the drink.
A little while ago, I invited you to my home. Not only that...
I'm sorry. Let's try to keep personalities out of this. Now, we have an audience in the studio. Let's see what some of them think. I'm sure we can find some fruitful disagreements here.
I say...
would you introduce yourself, sir?
Certainly. Saxon. Cecil Saxon.
Sir Cecil Saxon, isn't it?
Yes, that's it. Yes.
And what do you think, Sir Cecil, of the things Mr. Appleyard has been saying?
Chap's got it to a T. Some of the rich aren't too bad. I mean, take old Tubby Opshop over there. I mean, quite all right, as long as he keeps off the port. Half the people my wife and I know, the rich are like Appleyard says. But take Juliet Baldock herself. Finest example of the lot, chucking her weight about all over the shop the moment she gets the chance.
Pardon me.
Sending people away without their dinner if she feels like it. Inviting them for the weekend. Keeping all the booze under lock and key. Using her butler to spy on our friends. Kicking anybody out on the spot if they dare say boo to her or her chosen few.
Thank you, Sir Cecil. Well, that's a strong view from somebody who seems to know
You people are in a conspiracy against me, and I want to know why.
No, Juliet. Like I said, you are thinking everything is you. Well, the world is you. Everybody's only existing in a way that concerns you.
You mean, Carol, that you think I'm like this little monster here, this Appleyard said about the way we're all supposed to behave?
Yes, Juliet, yes, you are. I'm sorry to be saying you behave like some tyrant whenever it seems you can get away with it. You are not humble. You don't have feelings about our duty in this world to be good persons and do as God has wished for us.
All you people out there and at home or wherever you are, listen to me.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to have my turn if these people here will allow me.
But of course, Lady Baldock.
All right. Now, let me tell you something about this Mr. Ronnie Appleyard, who's been so devastating about me.
You tell him, Julia.
I've been what used to be called very kind to Mr. Appleyard. He's been my house guest more than once. So you may wonder why Mr. Appleyard accepted my hospitality if he disapproved of me as much as he makes out. Let me explain. I have an unmarried daughter who will be very rich one day. Now, I'm not saying that Mr. Appleyard
Oh,
is...
yes, you are. I'm after her money, that's what you're saying. In fact, I'm not, but it's no good trying to explain that to you. I wonder when was the last time you took in a new idea or changed your mind about anything? 40 years ago?
How dare you? How dare you?
I'll tell you how I dare. I dare because for once in your life you're not in an unassailable position.
Ronnie, I'm not sure that this is of much general interest.
I don't care whether it's of general interest or not. And anyway, hell, it's of some general interest that we're talking to one of the most ruthless egoists in England.
You're a cynical little adventurer who thinks of nothing but getting his hands onto money he hasn't earned.
Well, that's good stuff coming from you.
At least I don't tamper with people's affections for the sake of money. Insinuating yourself, yes, making love to somebody purely and simply because they're rich and not caring if you break their hearts.
That's enough. Listen, I don't care if I'm on television or I'm on the stage of the Palladium. You're quite wrong. I want her, not the money. And I wouldn't touch your bloody money with a barge pole if you went down on your knees and begged me. You think I'd condescend to live in your world when I see what money's made of you?
I will not listen to another word.
Time for a short break.
Student, don't just sit there.
Sure, Julia. I'll give that smart bastard something to really complain about.
Get the skirt here. Stop it, Lady Bulldog.
Oh, go to hell!
Julia, jesters will not help. Appleyard, you've been asked to...
My dear chap, what a sorry good pun!
Come in, Ronnie. I thought that punch you threw was going to go right through Mansfield's fat gut.
Yes, he'll probably sue me.
Cheer up, Ron, old boy. I've got some booze here. It was fun. That'll put the ratings up. Here, drink it down.
Oh, thanks.
I took the bottle with me when I left Broadlawns. Cheers.
Cheers. What made you do it? You knew what would happen, roughly, yes?
Indeed I did, old boy. Though it succeeded beyond my wildest dreams. Why did I? A mixture of motives. First, she once told me in the course of some dispute that I was a grubby little upstart. I reckoned I owed her something for that. Second, good old Vasilikos took a fancy to me, thought I was an interesting sap, but couldn't think why such a jolly good chap as me had so much time for a howling bitch like Juliet. Hated her for years. Something to do with something she did against his mother once years ago. And I knew you wouldn't mind the chance to carve her up. But I didn't know how much you felt for her girl.
And the ratings?
Falling off a bit. The word had got round that intellectually Hamer was bloody good, but a bit short on, the gutsy stuff, the knockabout entertainment that jams the switchboard. I think we put paid to that mistaken viewpoint for a few weeks, don't you? And it was fun, you know it was.
Well, at the time I did enjoy it.
Mansfield won't sue you. We may sue him for assault on the wretched floor manager. There you are, Ron. What a night.
What to do? Anticlimax. And however hard you hit Student can't do it, Mansfield is going to walk up the aisle with her. Blast. I feel dead. Oh, who the hell? Press? Probably. Better answer. Might be a lovely bird. Holy cow. Chummy Bulldog. What the devil do you want, may I ask?
I say, have you got a bird in here or anything?
Bird? Yes, 5 without a stitch on. No, why? What the hell do you want, Chummy?
I've got Simon in the car, opposite.
Simon, here?
Now listen, you ought to be gentle with her. She's scared stiff of seeing you after that log cabin business.
Yes. And what does she want? What's she here for?
I'd have thought that was rather up to you. I had to practically carry her here. So, as I say, you've got to be decent to her. I take it you want to marry her?
Yes.
Right. Wait here. I'll tell her.
And where is Juliet? Simon, I didn't expect you.
Ronnie, you're not cross with me?
No. Now, come on in. And you too, Chummy. Are you letting me have her after all?
I'm delivering her to you. Sorry about that business at the log cabin. I was wrong. But at that stage, I still thought you were after her money. I say, have you got a whiskey or something I could do with a drink?
Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry. So, you saw the program and you got away before Juliet got back? Or have you murdered her?
No, not yet. We got out before she arrived. What she realizes...
whiskey. Now, you too, Simon. Drink up and take heart.
Thank you.
You will marry me, won't you, Ronnie? I've been such an idiot.
Yes, I'll marry you, Simon. As soon as possible, I think, Chummy.
Take my advice and drive away from this flat tonight. Find a quiet hotel, vanish. Get a special license and keep away from your usual haunts until you're married. She can't do much before you're spliced, but she can be an irritant, to put it no higher. And Simon's had enough.
Oh, she does hate me, and she stopped me from liking Chummy.
Now, what's she going to do to you, Chummy?
Oh, something, undoubtedly something. Even on her most charitable view, I've been guilty of criminal negligence in not reading Simon's mind and locking her up.
I guess you did more than that.
Yes, you can't prove it. We're pretty sure that you had help, but you can't prove it. And I fixed an alibi at White's.
She'll still give you hell, Chummy.
Yes, I've been getting fed up, really fed up. And now that Simon's settled, there's a pink woolen dinner jacket she wants me to wear. I might kick off with that, eh? You know, when you're doing exactly what she wants you to do, she's the most affectionate, loving person in the world. That's rather like saying how marvellous the tiger looked when he jumped onto the antelope and sank his teeth in. Not worth it. Now I must be off.
Chummy, why have you done this? Brought Simon here, said go and marry. This evening, was it?
I assumed you realised. Yes, that bit about your not taking her money even if she begged you to. That did it. Telling her to stuff her money in front of how many million people means you never see a bean of it until... Did you know that at the time you said it?
No. It took me a minute or two. I was in a bit of a state.
Oh, I thought you were, not like your old self at all. Of course, if you'd told me a few minutes back that I could keep Simon now you'd said goodbye to her money, I should have looked a proper Charlie. Didn't think you would, though. Must be awful. Get going as soon as you can, Simon. Good luck, Appleyard. I'll see myself out.
Well, good luck with the dinner jacket, Chummy.
So long.
I'm sorry for what I said about your job. Because, well, without it, I was such a fool, Ronnie.
This whole thing is very odd. I was a shit when I met you. I still am in lots of ways. But because of you, I've had to give up being a full-time one, fall back into the ranks of the failed shits, and take on responsibility for other people.
You're not like that. Not now, you're not. All my life I've been a fool, Ronnie. Haven't changed, or perhaps a bit.
You've changed a lot. Well, nobody could blame you for what you were.
I could. No sense at all. Silly all the time.
No, not silly all the time. Getting unsillier. And one day I might even get you to start to like making love with me.
It wasn't horrible anymore. Last time in that cabin. Not gossip.
Saturday Night Theatre. We present An Ideal Husband by Oscar Wilde. First produced at the Theatre Royal Haymarket in 1895. In this production, the part of Sir Robert Chiltern is played by Noel Johnson, Lady Chiltern by Jane Wenham, Lord Goring by Ronald Lewis, and Mrs. Chiefley by Rosemary Martin. The play opens in the Octagon Room at Sir Robert Chiltern's house in Grosvenor Square.
Sir Charles and Lady Grendon, Lady Gordon and Miss Gordon, Lord Adamford, Mrs. Lavery and Miss Lavery, Sir John and Lady
Going on to the Hartlocks tonight, Margaret?
I suppose so. Are you?
Yes. Horribly tedious parties they give, don't they?
Horribly tedious. And never know why I go. Never know why I go anywhere.
I come here to be educated.
Oh, I hate being educated.
So do I. It puts one almost on a level with the commercial classes, doesn't it? Dear Gertrude Chiltern is always telling me that I should have some serious purpose in life. So I come here to try to find one.
Mr. and Lady Jane Barford.
I am so glad you could come.
Lord Caversham.
Good evening, Lady Chiltern.
Ah, Lord Caversham.
Has my good-for-nothing young son been here?
I don't think Lord Goring has arrived yet.
Why do you call Lord Goring good for nothing, Lord Caversham?
Because he leads such an idle life, Miss Chiltern.
How can you say such a thing? Why, he rides in the Row at 10 o'clock in the morning, goes to the opera 3 times a week, changes his clothes at least 5 times a day, and dines out every night of the season. You don't call that leading an idle life, do you?
You are a very charming young lady.
How sweet of you to say that, Lord Caversham. Do come to us more often.
Never go anywhere now. Sick of London society. Shouldn't mind being introduced to my own tailor. He always votes on the right side, but objects strongly to being sent down for dinner with my wife's milliner. Never could stand Lady Caversham's bonnets.
Oh, I love London society. I think it is immensely improved. It is entirely composed now of beautiful idiots and brilliant lunatics, just what society should be.
Which is Goring, beautiful idiot or the other thing?
I have been obliged for the present to put Lord Goring into a class quite by himself. But he is developing charmingly.
Into what?
I hope to let you know very soon, Lord Caversham.
Oh!
Lady Markby, Mrs. Cheveley.
Good evening, dear Gertrude. So kind of you to let me bring my friend, Mrs. Cheveley. Two such charming women should know each other.
I'm delighted. I think that Mrs. Cheveley and I have met before. I did not know she had married a second time.
Oh, nowadays people marry as often as they can, don't they? It is most fashionable. Good evening, Lady Markby. Oh, dear Duchess. And how is the Duke? Brain still weak, I suppose?
I'm afraid so.
Well, that is only to be expected, is it not? His good father was just the same. There's nothing like race, is there?
But have we rarely met before, Lady Chiltern? I don't remember where. I have been out of England for so long.
We were at school together, Mrs. Cheveley.
Indeed. I have forgotten all about my school days. I have a vague impression that they were detestable.
I am not surprised.
Do you know, I am quite looking forward to meeting your clever husband, Lady Chiltern. Since he has been at the Foreign Office, he has been so much talked of in Vienna. They actually succeed in spelling his name right in the newspapers. That in itself is fame on the continent.
I hardly think there will be much in common between you and my husband, Mrs. Cheveley.
Good evening, Lady Markby.
Sir Robert.
I hope you've brought Sir John with you.
Oh, I have brought a much more charming person than Sir John. Sir John's temper, since he has taken seriously to politics, has become quite unbearable. Really, now that the House of Commons is trying to become useful, it does a great deal of harm.
I hope not, Lady Markby. But who is the charming person you have been kind enough to bring to us?
Her name is Mrs. Cheveley, one of the Dorsetshire Cheveleys, I suppose, but I really don't know. Families are so mixed nowadays. Indeed, as a rule, everybody turns out to be somebody else.
Mrs. Cheveley. I seem to know the name.
She's just arrived from Vienna, Sir Robert.
Ah, yes, I think I know whom you mean.
Oh, she goes everywhere there and has such pleasant scandals about all her friends. Let me introduce you, my dear. Sir Robert Chiltern is dying to know you.
Everyone is dying to know the brilliant Mrs. Cheveley.
Thank you, Sir Robert. An acquaintance that begins with a compliment is sure to develop into a real friendship. And I find that I know Lady Chiltern already.
Really?
Yes. She has just reminded me that we were at school together. I remember it perfectly now. She always got the Good Conduct Prize.
And what prizes did you get, Mrs. Cheveley?
My prizes came a little later on in life. I don't think any of them were for good conduct.
I'm sure they were for something charming. Tell me, what makes you leave your brilliant Vienna for our gloomy London? Or perhaps the question is indiscreet.
The questions are never indiscreet. Answers sometimes are. I wanted to meet you.
Indeed?
It is quite true. I wanted immensely to meet you. And to ask you to do something for me.
Well, I hope it is not a little thing, Mrs. Cheveley. I find that little things are so very difficult to do.
No, I don't think it is quite a little thing.
I'm so glad. Do tell me what it is.
Later on. And now, may I walk through your beautiful house? I hear your pictures are charming. Poor Baron Arnheim, you remember the Baron, used to tell me you had some wonderful corals.
Did you know Baron Arnheim well?
Intimately. Did you?
At one time.
Wonderful man, wasn't he?
He was very remarkable in many ways.
I often think it's such a pity he never wrote his memoirs. They would have been most interesting.
Lord Goring.
Good evening, my dear Arthur.
Robert, good evening.
Mrs. Cheveley, allow me to introduce you to Lord Goring, the idlest man in London.
I have met Lord Goring before.
I did not think you would remember me, Mrs. Cheveley.
My memory is under admirable control. And are you still a bachelor?
I believe so.
How very romantic.
Oh, I'm not at all romantic. I'm not old enough. I leave romance to my seniors. May I ask, are you staying in London long?
That depends partly on the weather, partly on the cooking, and partly on Sir Robert.
Oh, yes, one of those things. Good evening, Miss Mabel.
You are very late, Lord Goring.
Have you missed me?
Awfully.
Then I'm sorry I did not stay away longer. I like being missed.
How very selfish of you.
I am very selfish.
You are always telling me of your bad qualities, Lord Goring.
I have only told you half of them as yet, Miss Mabel.
Are the others very bad?
Quite dreadful.
When I think of them at night, I go to sleep at once.
Well, I delight in your bad qualities. I wouldn't have you part with one of them. Aren't you coming to the music room?
Not if there is any music going on, Miss Mabel.
The music is in German. You would not understand.
And are you going to any of our country houses before you leave England, Mrs. Cheveley?
Oh, no. I can't stand your English house parties. In England, people actually try to be brilliant at breakfast. And that is so dreadful of them. Only dull people are brilliant at breakfast. My stay in England really depends on you, Sir Robert.
Seriously?
Quite seriously. I want to talk to you about the Argentine Canal Company.
What a tedious practical subject for you to talk about, Mrs. Cheveley.
Oh, I like tedious practical subjects. What I don't like are tedious practical people. There is a wide difference. Besides, you are interested, I know, in international canal schemes. You were Lord Radley's secretary, weren't you, when the government bought the Suez Canal shares?
Yes, but the Suez Canal was a very great and splendid undertaking. This Argentine scheme is a commonplace stock exchange swindle.
A speculation, Sir Robert. A brilliant, daring speculation.
Believe me, Mrs. Cheveley, it is a swindle. Let us call things by their proper names. I hope you have not invested in it. Oh, I'm sure you are far too clever to have done that.
I have invested very largely in it.
Oh, who could have advised you to do such a foolish thing?
Your old friend and mine.
Who?
Baron Arnheim.
Ah, yes, I remember hearing at the time of his death that he had been mixed up in the whole affair.
It was his last romance. His last but one, to do him justice.
But you have not seen my corals yet. They're in the music room. May I show them to you?
I am not in the mood tonight for silver twilights or rose-pink dawns. I want to talk business.
I fear I have no advice to give you, Mrs. Cheveley, except to interest yourself in something less dangerous. The success of the canal depends, of course, on the attitude of England, and I am going to lay the report of the commissioners before the House tomorrow night.
That you must not do. In your own interests, Sir Robert, to say nothing of mine.
In my own interests?
I want you to withdraw the report on the ground that you have reason to believe that the commissioners have been prejudiced or misinformed. Then I want you to say a few words to the effect that the government is going to reconsider the question, and that you have reason to believe that the canal, if completed, will be of great international value.
Mrs. Cheveley, you cannot be serious in making me such a proposition.
I am quite serious. And if you do what I ask you, I will pay you very handsomely.
Pay me?
You are a man of the world, and you have your price, I suppose. Everybody has nowadays. The drawback is that most people are so dreadfully expensive. I know I am. I hope you will be more reasonable in your terms.
If you will allow me, I will call your carriage for you. You have lived so long abroad, Mrs. Cheveley, that you seem to be unable to realize that you are talking to an English gentleman.
I realize that I am talking to a man who laid the foundation of his fortune by selling to a stock exchange speculator a cabinet secret.
What do you mean?
I mean that I know the real origin of your wealth and your career, and I have got your letter, too.
What letter?
The letter you wrote to Baron Arnheim when you were Lord Radley's secretary, telling the Baron to buy Suez Canal shares. A letter written 3 days before the government announced its own purchase.
It's not true.
You thought the letter had been destroyed. How foolish of you. It is in my possession.
The affair to which you allude was no more than a speculation. The House of Commons had not yet passed the bill. It might have been rejected.
It was a swindle, Sir Robert. Let us call things by their proper names. And now I am going to sell you that letter. And the price I ask for it is your public support of the Argentine scheme. You made your fortune out of the one canal. You must help me and my friends to make our fortunes out of another.
It is infamous what you propose. Infamous.
Oh, no. This is the game of life as we all have to play it, Sir Robert, sooner or later.
I cannot do what you ask me.
You mean you cannot help doing it? If you refuse...
What then?
You are ruined, that is all. Sooner or later we all have to pay for what we do. You have to pay now.
What you ask is impossible.
Suppose that when I leave this house, I drive down to some newspaper office and give them this scandal and the proofs of it.
I will give you any sum of money you want.
Even you are not rich enough, Sir Robert, to buy back your past. No man is.
I will not do what you ask me. I will not.
You have to. I will be in the ladies' gallery tomorrow night at 11:30. If by that time you have made an announcement to the house in the terms I wish, I shall hand you back your letter. I intend to play quite fairly with you. One should always play fairly when one has the winning cards.
You must let me have time to consider your proposal.
No. You must settle now. I have got to telegraph Vienna tonight.
Oh, my God, what brought you into my life?
Circumstances.
I consent. The report shall be withdrawn. I will arrange for a question to be put to me on the subject.
Thank you. I knew we should come to an amicable agreement. And now you can get my carriage for me, Sir Robert. I see the people coming up from supper, and Englishmen always get so romantic after a meal, and that bores me dreadfully. What a charming house you have, Lady Chiltern. I have spent a delightful evening. It has been so interesting getting to know your husband.
Why did you wish to meet my husband, Mrs. Chiefley?
I wanted to interest him in this Argentine canal scheme, of which I dare say you have heard, and I found him most susceptible. Susceptible to reason, I mean. A rare thing in a man. I converted him in 10 minutes.
Converted?
He is going to make a speech in the House tomorrow night in favour of the idea.
There must be some mistake. That scheme could never have my husband's support.
Oh, I assure you, it's all settled.
What?
I don't regret my tedious journey from Vienna now. It has been a great success. But, of course, for the next 24 hours, the whole thing is a dead secret.
A secret? Between whom?
Between your husband and myself.
Your carriage is here, Mrs. Cheveley.
Thanks. Good evening, Lady Chiltern. Good night, Lord Goring. I am at Claridge's. Don't you think you might leave a card?
If you wish it, Mrs. Cheveley.
Oh, don't be so solemn about it, or I shall be obliged to leave a card on you. In England, I suppose that would hardly be considered en règle. Abroad, we are more civilized. Will you see me down, Sir Robert? Now that we have both the same interests at heart, we shall be great friends, I hope.
What a horrid woman.
You shall go to bed, Miss Mabel.
Lord Goring.
My father told me to go to bed an hour ago. I don't see why I shouldn't give you the same advice. I always pass on good advice. It's the only thing to do with it. It is never of any use to myself.
Lord Goring, I am not going to bed for hours. You can come and sit down if you like and talk about anything in the world except the Royal Academy, Mrs. Cheveley, or novels in Scotch dialect. They are not improving subjects. What is this? Someone has dropped a diamond brooch.
Huh?
Quite beautiful, isn't it? I wish it was mine.
I wonder who dropped it.
It is a beautiful brooch.
It is a handsome bracelet.
It isn't a bracelet, it's a brooch.
It can be used as a bracelet. May I? Thank you.
What are you doing?
Miss Mabel, I'm going to make a rather strange request to you.
Oh, pray do. I've been waiting for it all the evening.
Don't mention to anybody that I've taken charge of this brooch. Should anyone write and claim it, let me know at once.
That is a strange request.
Well, you see, I gave this brooch to somebody once, years ago.
You did?
Yes.
Oh, then I shall certainly bid you good night. Good night, Gertrude.
Good night, dear. Lord Goring?
Yes.
You saw whom Lady Markby brought here tonight?
Yes. It was an unpleasant surprise. What did she come for?
Apparently to try to lure Robert to uphold some fraudulent scheme in which he is interested.
Oh, she's mistaken her man, hasn't she? It is extraordinary what mistakes clever women make. Good night, Lady Chiltern.
Good night, Lord Goring.
My dear Arthur, you're not going. Do stop a little.
Afraid I can't, thanks. I promised to look in at the Heartlocks. I believe they've got a mauve Hungarian band that plays mauve Hungarian music. See you soon. Goodbye.
Goodbye. How beautiful you look tonight, Gertrude.
Robert, it's not true, is it? You're not going to lend your support to this Argentine speculation, you couldn't.
Who told you I intended to do so?
Mrs. Cheveley, as she now calls herself. She seemed to taunt me with it. Robert, I know this woman, you don't. We were at school together. She was untruthful, dishonest, and an evil influence on everyone whose trust or friendship she could win. She was sent away for being a thief. Why do you let her influence you?
Mrs. Cheveley may have changed since then. No one should be entirely judged by their past.
One's past is what one is. It is the only way by which people should be judged.
Oh, that is a hard saying, Gertrude.
It is a true saying, Robert. And what did she mean by boasting that she had got you to lend your support to a thing I have heard you described as the most dishonest scheme that there has ever been in political life?
I was mistaken in the view I took.
But you told me yesterday that you had received the report from the Commission and that it entirely condemned the whole thing. Robert, are you telling me the whole truth?
Why do you ask me such a question?
Why do you not answer it?
Gertrude, truth is a very complex thing. Sooner or later in political life, one has to compromise. Everyone does.
Compromise? Robert, why do you talk so differently tonight? Why are you so changed?
I am not changed, but circumstances alter things.
Circumstances should never alter principles.
But if I told you...
What?
That it was necessary. Vitally necessary.
It can never be necessary to do what is not honourable.
I have told you it is a question of rational compromise. It is no more than that.
That is all very well for other men, for men who treat life simply as a sordid speculation, but not for you, Robert, not for you. You are different. All your life, you have stood apart from others, to the world. As to myself, you have been an ideal always. Be that ideal still. Don't kill my love for you. Don't kill that.
Oh, Gertrude.
I know that there are men with horrible secrets in their lives, men who have done some shameful thing and who in some critical moment have to pay for it by doing some other act of shame. Don't tell me that you are such as they are. Robert, is there in your life any secret dishonor or disgrace? Well, tell me. Tell me at once, so that...
So that what?
That our lives may drift apart.
Drift apart?
That they may be entirely separate. It would be better for us both.
Gertrude, there is nothing in my past life that you might not know.
Oh, I was sure of it, Robert. I was sure of it. Oh, don't let us ever talk about the subject again. You will write, won't you, to Mrs. Cheveley and tell her that you cannot support this scandalous scheme of hers. If you have given her any promise, you must take it back, that is all.
Must I write and tell her that?
Oh, surely, Robert. Right this moment.
But it is so late. It's close on 12.
Well, she must know at once that she has been mistaken in you. Write that you decline to support this scheme of hers as you hold it to be dishonest. Yes, write that word, dishonest. She knows what that word means.
Very well, my dear.
Robert, I feel tonight that I've saved you from something that might have been a danger to you, from something that might have made men honor you less than they do. I don't think you realize sufficiently, Robert, that you have brought into the political life of our time a nobler atmosphere, a finer attitude towards life. I know it, and for that I love you, Robert.
Oh, love me always, Gertrude. Love me always.
I will love you always, because you will always be worthy of love. We needs must love the highest when we see it.
My dear Robert, it's a very awkward business, very awkward indeed. You should have told your wife the whole thing. Secrets from other people's wives are a necessary luxury in modern life, but no man should have a secret from his own wife. She invariably finds it out.
Arthur, I couldn't tell my wife. I would have lost the love of the one woman in the world I worship. She would have turned from me in horror.
Lady Chiltern is as perfect as all that.
Nothing could make her alter her views.
Robert, how could you have sold yourself for money?
I did not sell myself for money. I bought success at a great price, that is all.
Yes, you certainly paid a great price for it. But what first made you think of doing such a thing?
Baron Arnheim.
Damned scoundrel.
No. He was a man of most subtle and refined intellect. A man of culture, charm, and distinction.
I prefer a gentlemanly fool any day. Personally, I have a great admiration for stupidity. It is a sort of fellow feeling, I suppose. But how did he do it? Tell me the whole thing.
One night, after dinner at Lord Radley's, the Baron, with that wonderfully fascinating quiet voice of his, expounded to us the most terrible of all philosophies, the philosophy of power. Preached to us the most marvelous of all gospels, the gospel of gold. I think he saw the effect he'd produced on me, for some days afterwards he wrote and asked me to come and see him. I remember so well how, with a strange smile, he led me through his wonderful picture galleries, showed me his tapestries, his enamels, his jewels, and his carved ivories, and then told me that luxury was nothing but a background, a painted scene in a play, and that power over other men, power over the world, was the one thing worth having, the one supreme pleasure worth knowing, the one joy one never tired of, and that in our century only the rich possessed it.
A thoroughly shallow creed.
Wealth has given me enormous power. It gave me at the very outset of my life freedom, and freedom is everything. You have never been poor, and never known what ambition is. You cannot understand what a wonderful chance the Baron gave me. When I was going, he said to me that if ever I could give him any private information of real value, he would make me a very rich man. 6 weeks later, certain private documents passed through my hands.
State documents?
Yes.
I had no idea that you, of all men, could have been so weak, Robert, as to yield to such a temptation.
Weak? Weak? Do you really think, Arthur, that it is weakness that yields to temptation? There are terrible temptations that require strength and courage to yield to. To stake all one's life on a single moment, to risk everything on one throw. I had that courage. I sat down the same afternoon and wrote Baron Arnheim the letter this woman now holds. He made £750,000 over the transaction.
And you?
I received from the Baron £110,000.
You were worth more, Robert.
No. That money gave me exactly what I wanted, power over others. I went into the house immediately. Since then, everything that I have touched has turned out a success. Sometimes it has made me almost afraid. Arthur, do you despise me for what I've told you?
I'm very sorry for you, Robert. Very sorry indeed.
I don't say that I suffered any remorse. I didn't. But I have paid conscience money many times. I had a wild hope that I might disarm destiny. The sum Baron Arnheim gave me I have distributed twice over in public charities since then.
Oh, dear me, what a lot of harm you must have done.
Oh, don't say that, Arthur.
Never mind what I say, Robert. I'm always saying things I shouldn't say. Now, as regards this dreadful business, I will help you in whatever way I can. Of course you know that.
Thank you, Arthur, thank you. But what is to be done? What can be done?
In your case, Robert, a confession would not do. If you made a clean breast of the whole affair, you would never be able to talk morality again. And in England, a man who can't talk morality twice a week to a large, popular, immoral audience is quite over as a serious politician. No, a confession would ruin you.
It would ruin me. The only thing for me to do now is to fight the thing out.
I was waiting for you to say that. It is the only thing to do now. And you must begin by telling your wife the whole story.
That I will not do.
Robert, believe me, you are wrong.
It would kill her love for me. And this woman, this Mrs. Cheveley, how can I defend myself against her? You knew her before, Arthur, apparently.
Yes.
Did you know her well?
So little that I got engaged to be married to her once when I was staying at the Tenbys. The affair lasted for 3 days. Nearly.
Why was it broken off?
Oh, I forget. At least it makes no matter.
Well, I shall send a cipher telegram to the embassy at Vienna to inquire if there is anything known against her. There may be some secret scandal she might be afraid of.
Oh, well, she wore far too much rouge last night and not quite enough clothes. That is always a sign of despair in a woman.
I will fight her to the death, as long as my wife knows nothing.
Oh, fight in any case, Though I should not fancy Mrs. Cheveley as a woman who would be easily frightened.
Good afternoon, Lord Goring.
Good afternoon, Lady Chiltern. Have you been in the park?
Oh, no. I have just come from the Woman's Liberal Association, where, by the way, Robert, your name was received with loud applause. And now I have come in to have my tea. You will wait to have some tea, won't you?
I'll wait for a short time, thanks.
You're not going, Robert?
I have some letters to write, dear.
Oh, you work too hard. You seem never to think of yourself, and you're looking so tired.
It is nothing, dear. Nothing.
Do sit down, Lord Goring. I'm so glad you've called. I want to talk to you about...
Mrs. Cheveley?
Yes. After you left last night, I found out that what she had said was really true. Of course, I made Robert write her a letter at once, withdrawing his promises.
So he gave me to understand.
Robert must be above reproach. He is not like other men. He cannot afford to do what other men do. Don't you agree with me? Why are you looking at me so strangely, Lord Goring?
Lady Chiltern, I have sometimes thought that perhaps you are a little hard in some of your views on life. I think that often you don't make sufficient allowances. In every nature there are elements of weakness. Life cannot be lived without much charity. And if you are ever in trouble, Lady Chiltern, trust me absolutely. And I will help you in every way I can. If you ever want me, come to me for my assistance, and you shall have it.
Lord Goring, you are talking quite seriously. I don't think I have ever heard you talk seriously before.
You must excuse me, Lady Chiltern. It won't occur again, if I can help it.
But I like you to be serious.
Dear Gertrude, don't say such a dreadful thing to Lord Goring. Seriousness would be very unbecoming to him. Good afternoon, Lord Goring. Pray be as trivial as you can.
I should like to, Miss Mabel, but I'm afraid I'm a little out of practice today, and besides, I have to be going now.
Just when I have come in. What dreadful manners you have. I'm sure you were very badly brought up.
Oh, I was.
I wish I had brought you up.
I'm so sorry you didn't.
It is too late now, I suppose.
I am not so sure.
Will you ride tomorrow morning?
Yes, at 10.
Don't forget.
Of course I shall. By the way, Lady Chiltern, there is no list of your guests in the Morning Post of today. It has apparently been crowded out by the County Council or the Lambeth Conference or something equally boring. Could you let me have a list? I have a particular reason for asking you.
Oh, I am sure Mr. Trafford will be able to give you one.
Thanks so much.
Tommy Trafford is the most useful person in London.
And who is the most ornamental?
I am.
How clever of you to guess it. Goodbye, Lady Chiltern. You will remember what I said to you, won't you?
Yes. But I don't know why you said it to me.
I hardly know myself. Goodbye, Miss Mabel. 10 tomorrow.
Sharp?
Quite sharp. But don't bring Mr. Trafford.
Of course I shan't bring Tommy Trafford. Tommy Trafford is in great disgrace.
I'm delighted to hear it.
Gertrude, I wish you would speak to Tommy Trafford.
Oh, what has poor Mr. Trafford done this time? Robert says he's the best secretary he's ever had.
Well, Tommy has proposed to me again. Well, Tommy really does nothing but propose to me. He proposed to me last night in the music room, when I was quite unprotected, as there was an elaborate trio going on. I didn't dare to make the smallest repartee, I need hardly tell you. If I had, it would have stopped the music at once. Musical people are so absurdly unreasonable. They always want one to be perfectly dumb at the very moment when one is longing to be absolutely deaf. Then he proposed to me in broad daylight this morning, in front of that dreadful statue of Achilles. Really, the things that go on in front of that work of art are quite appalling. The police should interfere.
Oh, Mabel.
I wish, Gertrude, you would speak to him and tell him that once a week is quite often enough to propose to anyone, and that it should always be done in a manner that attracts attention.
Robert thinks very highly of Mr. Trafford. He believes he has a brilliant future before him.
Oh? Oh, I wouldn't marry a man with a future before him for anything under the sun.
Oh, Mabel.
I know, dear. You married a man with a future, didn't you? But then Robert was a genius, and you have a noble, self-sacrificing character. You can stand geniuses. Oh. I have no character at all, and Robert is the only genius I could ever bear. As a rule, I think they're quite impossible. Geniuses talk so much, don't they? Such a bad habit. And they're always thinking about themselves when I want them to be thinking about me.
Lady Markby, Mrs. Cheveley.
Mrs. Cheveley, it's impossible.
Good afternoon, my dear.
Oh, dear Lady Markby, how nice of you to come and see me. Won't you sit down, Mrs. Cheveley?
Thanks. Isn't this Miss Chiltern? I should so much like to know her.
Mabel, Mrs. Cheveley wishes to know you.
I thought your frock so charming last night, Miss Chiltern. So simple and suitable.
Really? I must tell my dressmaker. It'll be such a surprise to her. Goodbye, Lady Markby.
Going already?
I'm so sorry, but I'm obliged to. I'm just off to rehearsal at Lady Basildon's. I've got to stand on my head in some tableau.
On your head, child? Oh, I hope not. I believe it is most unhealthy.
But it is for an excellent charity in aid of the undeserving, the only people I'm really interested in.
You're remarkably modern, Mabel. A little too modern, perhaps. Nothing is so dangerous as being too modern. One is apt to grow old-fashioned quite suddenly. Oh, I've known many instances of it.
Oh, what a dreadful prospect. Goodbye.
Dear Gertrude, we just called to know if Mrs. Cheveley's diamond brooch has been found.
Here?
Yes, I missed it when I got back to Claridge's, and I thought I might possibly have dropped it here.
I have heard nothing about it, but I will ring for the butler and ask.
Oh, pray don't trouble, Lady Chiltern. I dare say I lost it at the opera before we came on here.
What sort of a brooch was it that you lost, Mrs. Cheveley?
A diamond snake brooch with a ruby, a rather large ruby.
Mason.
Milady?
Has a ruby and diamond brooch been found in any of the rooms this morning?
No, milady.
It really is of no consequence, Lady Chiltern. I'm so sorry to have put you to any inconvenience.
Oh, it has been no inconvenience. That will do, Mason. You can bring tea.
Yes, milady.
Well, I must say it is most annoying to lose anything. I remember once at Bath years ago, losing in the pump room an exceedingly handsome cameo bracelet that Sir John had given me. I don't think he has ever given me anything since, I'm sorry to say. He has sadly degenerated. Oh, really? This horrid House of Commons quite ruins our husbands' force. I think the lower house by far the greatest blow to a happy married life that there's been since that terrible thing called the higher education of women was invented.
Oh, it is heresy to say that in this house, Lady Markby. Robert is a great champion of the higher education of women, and so, I am afraid, am I.
The higher education of men is what I should like to see. Men need it so sadly.
They do, dear, but I'm afraid such a scheme would be quite unpractical. I don't think man has much capacity for development. He's got as far as he can, and that's not far, is it? Well, with regard to women, dear Gertrude, you belong to the younger generation, and I'm sure it's all right if you approve of it. In my time, of course, we were taught not to understand anything. That was the old system, and wonderfully interesting it was. I assure you that the amount of things I and my poor sister were taught not to understand was quite extraordinary. But modern woman understands everything, I'm told.
Except their husbands. That is the one thing the modern woman never understands.
And a very good thing, too, dear, I dare say. It might break up many a happy home if they did. Not yours, I need hardly say, Gertrude. You have married a pattern husband. I wish I could say as much for myself. But since Sir John has taken to attending the debates regularly, which he never used to do in the good old days, his language has become quite impossible.
Oh?
Sir John is a great trial.
Lady Markby.
I trust, Gertrude, that Sir Robert is not like that.
But I am very much interested in politics, Lady Markby. I love to hear Robert talk about them.
Well, I hope he's not as devoted to blue books as Sir John is. I don't think they can be quite improving reading for anyone.
I have never read a blue book. I prefer books in yellow covers.
Yes, yellow is a gayer colour, is it not? I used to wear yellow a good deal in my early days, and would do so now if Sir John were not so painfully personal in his observations. And a man on the question of dress is always ridiculous, is he not?
Oh, no. I think men are the only authorities on dress.
Really, dear? One wouldn't say so from the sort of hats they wear, would one?
Tea, how splendid.
Thank you, Mason. Just here, please.
Thank you, milady.
May I give you some tea, Mrs. Cheveley?
Thanks.
So some tea, Lady Markby?
No, thanks, dear. The fact is, I have promised to go round for 10 minutes to see poor Lady Brancaster, who is in very great trouble.
Oh.
Her daughter, quite a well-brought-up girl, too, has actually become engaged to be married to a curate in Shropshire. It is very sad indeed. I can't understand this modern mania for curates. In my time, we girls saw them, of course, running about the place like rabbits. We never took any notice of them, I need hardly say. But I am told that nowadays country society is quite honeycombed with them. I think it is most irreligious. Yes, and now, Gertrude, if you will allow me, I shall leave Mrs. Cheveley in your charge and call back for her in a quarter of an hour.
Of course. I should like to have a few minutes' conversation with her.
How very kind of you, Lady Chiltern. Believe me, nothing could give me greater pleasure.
No doubt you both have many pleasant reminiscences of your school days to talk over together. Oh, shall I see you at Lady Bonner's tonight, Gertrude? She's discovered a wonderful new genius. He does nothing at all, I believe. That's a great comfort, is it not?
No, Robert and I are dining at home by ourselves tonight, and I don't think I shall go anywhere afterwards. Robert, of course, will have to be in the house.
Dining at home by yourselves? Is that quite prudent? Oh, of course, I forgot. Your husband is an exception. Mine is the general rule, and nothing ages a woman so rapidly as being married to the general rule.
Yes. Wonderful woman, Lady Markby, isn't she? Talks more and says less than anybody I ever met.
Mrs. Cheveley, I think it is right to tell you quite frankly that had I known who you really were, I should not have invited you to my house last night.
Really? I see that after all these years you have not changed a bit, Gertrude.
I never change.
Then life has taught you nothing?
It has taught me that a person who has once been guilty of a dishonest and dishonourable action may be guilty of it a second time, and should be shunned.
Would you apply that rule to everyone?
Oh, yes, to everyone without exception.
Then I am sorry for you, Gertrude. Very sorry for you. I don't mind your talking morality a bit. Morality is simply the attitude we adopt towards people whom we personally dislike. You dislike me. I'm quite aware of that. And I have always detested you. And yet I have come here to do you a service.
Like the service you wished to render my husband last night, I suppose. Thank heaven I saved him from that.
It was you who made him write that insolent letter to me. It was you who made him break his promise.
Oh, yes.
Then you must make him keep it.
What?
I give you till tomorrow morning, no more. If you are wise, you will make him do what I tell him.
You are impertinent. What has my husband to do with you, a woman like you?
Oh, in this world, like meets like.
How dare you class my husband with yourself? How dare you threaten him or me? Leave my house.
Your house. A house bought with the price of dishonour. A house everything in which has been paid for by fraud.
Robert!
Ask him what the origin of his fortune is. Get him to tell you how he sold to a stockbroker a cabinet secret. Learn from him to what you owe your position.
It's not true. Robert, it's not true.
Look at him. Can he deny it? Does he dare to?
Go. Go at once. You have done your worst now.
Oh, my worst. I have not finished with you, either of you. I give you both till tomorrow morning at noon. If by then you don't do what I bid you, the whole world shall know the origin of Robert Chiltern.
You sold a cabinet secret for money. You built your career on dishonour. Oh, tell me it is not true. Lie to me. Lie to me. Tell me it is not true.
What this woman said is quite true.
Robert.
But Gertrude, you don't realize how I was tempted. Let me tell you the whole thing.
Oh, don't come near me. Don't touch me. You sold yourself for money. You lied to the whole world.
Gertrude.
No, don't touch me. Don't touch me. Your voice wakes memories of words that made me love you. And how I worshipped you. The world seemed to me to be a finer place because you were in it. And when I think that I made a man like you my ideal, the ideal of my life...
There was your error. The error all women commit. Why can't you love us, faults and all? Why do you place us on monstrous pedestals? You made a false idol of me, and I hadn't the courage to come down, show you my wounds, tell you my weaknesses. I was afraid that I might lose your love as I have lost it now. And so last night you ruined my life for me.
What?
Yes, ruined it. What that woman asked was nothing compared to what she offered. I could have killed the sin of my youth, destroyed its record. You prevented me.
Robert!
And now what is there before me but public disgrace, ruin, shame, the mockery of the world, a lonely, dishonored life. A lonely, dishonored death it may be someday. Let women make no more ideals of men. Let them not put them on altars and bow before them, or they may ruin other lives as completely as you whom I have so wildly loved, have ruined mine.
Got my second buttonhole for me, Phipps?
Yes, my lord.
Rather distinguished thing, Phipps. I'm the only person of the smallest importance in London at present who wears a buttonhole.
Yes, my lord, I have observed that.
You see, Phipps, fashion is what one wears oneself. What is unfashionable is what other people wear.
Yes, my lord.
Just as vulgarity is simply the conduct of other people.
Yes, my lord.
And falsehood is the truth of other people.
Yes, my lord.
Other people are quite dreadful. The only possible society is oneself.
Yes, my lord.
To love oneself is the beginning of a lifelong romance, Phipps.
Yes, my lord.
I don't think I quite like this buttonhole, Phipps.
My lord?
Makes me look a little too old. Makes me almost in the prime of life, eh, Phipps?
I don't observe any alteration in your lordship's appearance.
You don't, Phipps?
No, my lord.
I'm not quite sure. For the future, a more trivial buttonhole, Phipps, on Thursday evenings.
I will speak to the florist, my lord.
Do.
She's had a loss in her family lately, which perhaps accounts for the lack of triviality your lordship complains of in the buttonhole.
Extraordinary thing about the lower classes in England. They are always losing their relations.
Yes, my lord. They're extremely fortunate in that respect.
Any letters, Phipps?
3, my lord.
I want my cab round in 20 minutes.
Yes, my lord.
Phipps?
My lord.
When did this letter arrive?
It was brought by hand earlier in the evening, just after your lordship went to the club.
That will do. Lady Chiltern's handwriting. That is rather curious. I thought Robert was to write. Wonder what Lady Chiltern has got to say to me. I want you, I trust you, I am coming to you, Gertrude. I want you, I trust you, I'm coming to you. So, she has found out everything. Poor woman.
Lord Caversham.
Oh, why will parents always appear at the wrong time? Some extraordinary mistake in nature, I suppose. Delighted to see you, my dear father.
Take my cloak off.
Is it worthwhile, Father?
Of course it's worthwhile, sir. Which is the most comfortable chair?
This one, Father. It is the chair I use myself when I have visitors.
Thank you. No draught, I hope, in this room?
No, Father.
Glad to hear it. Can't stand draughts. No draughts at home.
A good many breezes, Father.
Eh? Don't understand what you mean. I want to have a serious conversation with you, sir.
Oh, my dear Father, at this hour?
Well, sir, it's only 10 o'clock. I think the hour is an admirable hour.
The fact is, Father, that this is not my day for talking seriously.
What do you mean, sir?
During the season, Father, I only talk seriously on the first Tuesday in every month from 4 to 7.
Well, make it Tuesday, sir. Make it Tuesday.
But it is after 7, Father. And my doctor says I must not have any serious conversation after 7. It makes me talk in my sleep.
Talk in your sleep, sir? What does that matter? You're not married?
No, Father, I am not married.
That is what I've come to talk to you about, sir. You have got to get married, and at once.
Oh, really?
Dabby, sir, it's your duty to get married. You can't be always living for pleasure. Every man of position is married nowadays. Bachelors are not fashionable anymore. They're a damaged lot. Too much is known about them. It's high time for you to get married. You're 34 years of age, sir.
Yes, Father, but I only admit to 32. 31 and a half when I have a really good buttonhole. This buttonhole is not trivial enough.
I tell you, you're 34, sir. And there is a draft in your room besides, which makes your conduct worse. Why did you tell me there was no draft, sir? I feel a draft, sir. I feel it distinctly.
So do I, Father. It is a dreadful draft. I will come and see you tomorrow, Father. We can talk over anything you like. Let me help you on with your cloak, Father.
No, sir. I called this evening for a definite purpose, and I am going to see it through at all costs, to my health or yours. Put down my cloak, sir.
Certainly, Father, but let us go into another room. There is a dreadful draught in here.
A dreadful draught, sir. Phipps, is there a good fire in the smoking room?
Yes, my lord.
Come in there, Father. Your sneezes are quite heartrending.
Well, sir, I suppose I have a right to sneeze when I choose?
Quite so, Father. I was merely expressing sympathy.
Oh, damn sympathy. There's a great deal too much of that sort of thing going on nowadays.
I quite agree with you, Father. If there was less sympathy in the world, there would be less trouble in the world.
That is a paradox, sir. I hate paradoxes.
So do I, Father. Everybody one meets is a paradox nowadays. It is a great bore. It makes society so obvious.
Conceited young puppy.
Phipps.
My lord?
There is a lady coming to see me this evening on particular business. Show her into the drawing room when she arrives, you understand?
Yes, my lord.
It is a matter of the gravest importance, Phipps.
I understand, my lord.
No one else is to be admitted under any circumstances.
I understand, my lord.
Ah, that is probably the lady.
Well, sir, am I to wait attendance on you?
At once, Father. Do forgive me.
Is Lord Goring not here?
His lordship is engaged at present with Lord Caversham, madam.
How very filial.
His lordship told me to ask you, madam, to be kind enough to wait in the drawing room for him. His lordship will come to you there.
Lord Goring expects me?
Yes, madam. His lordship told me that if a lady called, I was to ask her to wait in the drawing room. Through here, madam. His lordship's directions on the subject were very precise.
Oh, how dreary a bachelor's drawing room always looks. I don't care for that lamp there. It is far too glaring. Light some candles.
Certainly, madam.
I hope the candles have very becoming shade.
We've had no complaints about them, madam, as yet.
I wonder what woman he was waiting for tonight. It will be delightful to catch him. Men always look so silly when they are caught. Oh, what a very uninteresting correspondence he has. Bills and cards, debts and dowagers. Who on earth writes to him on pink paper? I know that handwriting. Gertrude Chiltern. The 10 Commandments in every stroke of the pen and the moral law all over the page. How I detest that woman. I trust you. I want you. I am coming to you.
The candles in the drawing room are lit, madam, as you directed.
Thank you.
I trust the shades will be to your liking, madam. They're the most becoming we have. They're the same as his lordship uses himself when he is dressing for dinner.
Then I am sure they will be perfectly right.
Thank you, madam.
My dear Father, if I am to get married, surely you will allow me to choose a time, place, and person. Particularly the person.
That is a matter for me, sir. You would probably make a very poor choice. It is I who should be consulted, not you. There is property at stake. It is not a matter for affection. Affection comes later on in married life.
Yes, in married life, affection comes when people thoroughly dislike each other, Father, doesn't it?
Certainly, sir. I mean certainly not, sir. You're talking very foolishly tonight. What I say is that marriage is a matter for common sense.
But women who have common sense are so curiously plain, Father, aren't they? Of course, I only speak from hearsay.
No woman, plain or pretty, has any common sense at all, sir. Common sense is the privilege of our sex.
Quite so. And we men are so self-sacrificing that we never use it, do we, Father?
I use it, sir. I use nothing else.
So my mother tells me.
It is the secret of your mother's happiness. You are very heartless, sir. Very heartless.
I hope not, Father. Arthur. Robert, my dear fellow.
Ah, Chiltern. I'm just leaving. Good night to you.
Oh, good night, Lord Caversham.
Good night. Good night.
My dear Arthur, what a piece of good luck. Your servant had just told me you were not at home. How extraordinary.
The fact is, I'm horribly busy tonight, Robert, and I gave orders I wasn't at home to anyone. Even my father had a comparatively cold reception. He complained of a draft the whole time.
Ah, you must be at home to me, Arthur. You are my best friend. Perhaps by tomorrow you will be my only friend.
Oh?
My wife has discovered everything.
Who told her?
Mrs. Cheveley herself.
I see. You have heard nothing from Vienna yet in answer to your wire?
Yes, I got a telegram from the first secretary at 8 o'clock tonight.
Well?
Nothing is absolutely known against her. On the contrary, she occupies a rather high position in society. It is a sort of open secret that Baron Arnheim left her the greater portion of his immense fortune. Beyond that, I can learn nothing. Arthur, I am parched with thirst. May I ring for something, some hock and seltzer?
Certainly. Let me.
Thanks. I don't know what to do, Arthur. I don't know what to do. You are my only friend. I can trust you absolutely, can't I?
My dear Robert, of course.
My lord?
Bring some hock and seltzer.
Yes, my lord.
And, Phipps.
Yes, my lord.
Will you excuse me for a moment, Robert? I want to give some directions to my servant.
Certainly.
Phipps.
My lord.
When that lady calls, tell her that I'm not expected home this evening. You understand?
But the lady has arrived, my lord.
What?
The lady is in that room, my lord.
Next door? Good heavens.
So you told me to show her into that room, my lord.
You did perfectly right.
Thank you, my lord.
Arthur, tell me what I should do. My life seems to have crumbled about me.
Robert, you love your wife, don't you?
I love her more than anything in the world. I used to think ambition the great thing. It is not. Love is the great thing in the world. There is nothing but love, and I love her. But there is a wide gulf between us now.
Has she never in her life done some folly, some indiscretion, that she should not forgive you?
My wife? Never. She does not know what weakness or temptation is. She stands apart, as good women do, pitiless in her perfection. But I love her, Arthur.
And she loves you, Robert. Why should she not forgive?
There is something more I have to tell you, Arthur.
Hock and seltzer, sir.
Ah, thank you.
Is your carriage here, Robert?
No, I walked from the club.
Sir Robert will take my cab, Phipps.
Yes, my lord.
Robert, you don't mind my sending you away?
You must let me stay for 5 minutes. I have made up my mind what I am going to do tonight in the house. The debate on the Argentine Canal is to begin at 11. What is that?
Nothing.
I heard a sound in the next room. Someone has been listening.
No, there is no one there.
There is someone. I can see there is a light in the room. Someone has been listening. Arthur, what does this mean?
Robert, you are unnerved. I tell you, there is no one in that room. Sit down.
Do you give me your word that there is no one there?
Yes.
Your word of honor?
Yes.
Let me see for myself.
No.
If there is no one there, why should I not look?
I have told you there is no one in that room. That is enough.
It is not enough. I insist on going into that room.
For God's sake, don't. There is someone there. Someone you must not see.
I thought so. No.
Robert, it was for your sake she came here. It was to try and save you she came.
You are mad. What have I to do with her intrigues with you? Let her remain your mistress.
It is not true, Robert. Before heaven, it is not true.
Let me pass, sir. You have lied enough.
Good evening, Lord Goring.
Mrs. Cheveley. Great heavens. May I ask what you were doing in my drawing room?
Merely listening. I have a perfect passion for listening through keyholes.
I'm glad you have called. I'm going to give you some good advice.
So pray don't. One should never give a woman anything she can't wear in the evening.
You have come here to sell me Robert Chiltern's letter, haven't you?
To offer it to you on conditions.
What is your price for it?
How absurdly English you are. The English think that a checkbook can solve every problem. Why, my dear Arthur, I have much more money than you have, and quite as much as Robert Chiltern. Money is not what I want.
What do you want, then, Mrs. Cheveley?
Why don't you call me Laura?
I don't like the name.
You used to adore it.
Yes, that's why.
Arthur, you loved me once.
Yes.
And you asked me to be your wife.
That was a natural result of my loving you.
And you threw me over because you saw, or said you saw, poor old Lord Mortlake trying to have a violent flirtation with me in the conservatory at Tenby.
I am under the impression that my lawyer settled that matter with you on certain terms, dictated by yourself.
At that time, I was poor. You were very rich.
Quite so. That is why you pretended to love me.
I did love you. And you loved me. I suppose that when a man has once loved a woman, he will do anything for her except continue to love her.
Yes, except that.
I am tired of living abroad. I want to come back to London. I want to have a charming house here. I want to have a salon. When I saw you last night at the Chilterns, I knew you were the only person I had ever cared for, if I ever have cared for anybody, Arthur. And so, on the morning of the day you marry me, I will give you Robert Chiltern's letter.
What?
That is my offer. I will give it to you now, if you promise to marry me.
Now?
Tomorrow.
Are you really serious?
Yes, quite serious.
I should make you a very bad husband.
I don't mind bad husbands. I have had two. They amused me immensely.
You mean that you amused yourself immensely, don't you?
Do you think it is quite charming of you to be so rude to a woman in your own house?
In the case of very fascinating women, sex is a challenge, not a defence.
I suppose that is meant for a compliment. My dear Arthur, women are never disarmed by compliments. Men always are. That is the difference between the two sexes.
Women are never disarmed by anything, as far as I know them.
Then you are going to allow your greatest friend, Robert Chiltern, to be ruined, rather than marry someone who really has considerable attractions left. For the privilege of being your wife, I was ready to surrender a great prize, the climax of my diplomatic career. You decline. Very well. If Sir Robert doesn't uphold my Argentine scheme, I expose him.
You mustn't do that. It would be vile, horrible, infamous.
Oh, don't use big words. They mean so little. I must go. Goodbye. Won't you shake hands?
With you? No. You seem to have forgotten that you, who came here tonight to talk of love, went this afternoon to the house of one of the most noble and gentle women in the world to degrade her husband in her eyes, to put poison in her heart and bitterness in her life. For that there can be no forgiveness.
Arthur, you are unjust to me. I didn't go to taunt Gertrude. I called with Lady Markby simply to ask whether an ornament, a jewel that I had lost somewhere last night, had been found.
A diamond brooch with a ruby?
Yes. How did you know?
Because it is found. In point of fact, I found it myself and stupidly forgot to tell the butler anything about it as I was leaving. This is the brooch, isn't it?
Yes. I'm so glad to get it back. It was a present.
Won't you wear it?
Certainly, if you...
Allow me.
Why do you put it on as a bracelet? I never knew it could be worn as a bracelet.
Really? There.
Ah, but it looks very well on me as a bracelet, doesn't it?
Yes, much better than when I saw it last.
When did you see it last?
Oh, 10 years ago on Lady Berkshire, from whom you stole it.
What do you mean?
I mean that you stole that ornament from my cousin, Mary Berkshire, to whom I gave it when she was married. Suspicion fell on a servant who was sent away in disgrace. I recognized it last night and determined to say nothing about it until I had found the thief. I have found the thief now.
It is not true.
You know it is true.
I will deny the whole affair from beginning to end. I will say that I have never seen this wretched thing, that it was never in my possession.
You can't get that bracelet off unless you know where the spring is, and I see you don't know where the spring is. It is rather difficult to find.
Oh, you brute, you coward.
Oh, don't use big words. They mean so little.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to ring for my servant. He is an admirable servant, always comes in the moment one rings for him. When he comes, I will tell him to fetch the police.
The police? What for?
Tomorrow the Berkshires will prosecute you. That is what the police are for.
No, don't do that. I will do anything you want, anything in the world you want.
Give me Robert Chiltern's letter.
I have not got it with me. I will give it to you tomorrow.
You are lying. Give it to me at once. At once, Mrs. Cheveley.
You... Very well.
This is it?
Yes.
For so well-dressed a woman, Mrs. Cheveley, you have moments of admirable common sense. I congratulate you.
Please get me a glass of water.
Certainly.
Now.
There you are.
Thank you. Will you help me on with my cloak?
With pleasure.
Thanks. I am never going to try to harm Robert Chiltern again.
Fortunately, you have not the chance, Mrs. Cheveley.
Even if I had the chance, I wouldn't. On the contrary, I am going to render him a great service. I can't bear so upright a gentleman, so honourable an English gentleman, to be so shamefully deceived.
I don't follow you.
The letter you have just burnt, although interesting, lacks a certain simple eloquence of style. Would you not agree, Lord Goring?
What do you mean?
I mean that I'm going to send Robert Chiltern the love letter his wife wrote to you tonight.
Love letter?
I want you, I trust you, I am coming to you, Gertrude.
You wretched woman. Give me back that letter. I'll take it from you by force.
No.
Yes, my lord?
Lord Goring merely rang that you should show me out. Good night, Lord Goring.
You say Sir Robert is not home yet, Mason?
Sir Robert is still at the Foreign Office, my lord.
And Lady Chiltern is not yet down?
Her ladyship has not yet left her room. Miss Chiltern has just come in from riding.
Ah, that is something.
Lord Caversham has been waiting some time in the library for Sir Robert.
Oh.
I told him your lordship was here.
Thank you. Would you kindly tell him I've gone?
I shall do so, my lord.
Really, I don't want to meet my father 3 days running. It is a great deal too much excitement for any son. I hope to goodness he won't come up. Father should be neither seen nor heard. That is the only proper basis for family life.
Well, sir, what are you doing here? Wasting your time as usual, I suppose?
My dear father, when one pays a visit, it is for the purpose of wasting other people's time, not one's own.
Have you been thinking over what I spoke to you about last night?
I have been thinking about nothing else.
Ah. Engaged to be married yet?
Not yet. But I hope to be before lunchtime.
You can have till dinner time. It would be very convenient to you.
Thanks awfully, but I think I'd sooner be engaged before lunch.
You never know when you're serious or not.
Neither do I, Father.
I suppose you read the Times this morning?
The Times? Certainly not.
Do you mean to say you have not read the leading article on Robert Chiltern's career?
Good heavens. No, what does it say?
What should it say, sir? Everything complimentary, of course. Chiltern's speech last night on this Argentine canal scheme was one of the finest pieces of oratory ever delivered in the House.
And did Chiltern uphold the scheme?
Uphold it, sir? He denounced it roundly, and the whole system of modern political finance. This speech is the turning point in his career. How I wish you would go into Parliament.
Oh, my dear father, only people who look dull ever get into the House of Commons, and only people who are dull ever succeed there.
Oh, why don't you try to do something useful in life?
I'm far too young.
Oh, I hate this affectation of youth, sir. It is a great deal too prevalent nowadays.
Ah, youth isn't an affectation. Youth is an art.
Why don't you propose to that pretty Miss Chiltern?
I am of a very nervous disposition, especially in the morning.
Well, I don't suppose there's the smallest chance of accepting you. You certainly don't deserve her, sir.
My dear father, if we men married the women we deserve, we should have a very bad time of it.
Oh.
Ah.
How do you do, Lord Caversham? I hope Lady Caversham is quite well.
Oh, Lady Caversham is as usual. As usual.
Good morning, Miss Mabel.
And Lady Caversham's bonnets, are they at all better?
They've had a serious relapse, I'm sorry to say.
Good morning, Miss Mabel.
Oh, are you here, Lord Goring? Of course, you understand that after your breaking your appointment, I am never going to speak to you again.
Oh, please don't say such a thing. You are the one person in London I really like to have to listen to me.
Lord Goring, I never believe a single word that either you or I say to each other.
You're quite right, my dear, quite right. As far as he's concerned, I mean.
Do you think you could possibly make your son behave a little better occasionally, just as a change?
I regret to say, Miss Chiltern, that I have no influence at all over my son. I wish I had, if I had. I know what I would make him do.
I am afraid that he has one of those terribly weak natures that are not susceptible to influence.
He is very heartless. Very heartless.
It seems to me that I am a little in the way here.
It is very good for you to be in the way and to know what people say of you behind your back.
I don't at all like knowing what people say of me behind my back. It makes me far too conceited.
Oh, after that, my dear, I really must bid you good morning.
Oh, I hope you're not going to leave me all alone with Lord Goring, especially at such an early hour in the day.
I'm afraid I can't take him with me to Downing Street. It is not the Prime Minister's day for seeing the unemployed.
People who don't keep their appointments in the park are horrid.
Detestable.
I'm glad you admit it. But I wish you wouldn't look so pleased about it.
I can't help it. I always look pleased when I'm with you.
Then I suppose it is my duty to remain with you.
Of course it is.
Well, my duty is a thing I never do on principle. It always depresses me, so I'm afraid I must leave you.
Oh, please don't, Miss Mabel. I have something very particular to say to you.
Oh, is it a proposal?
Well, yes, it is. I am bound to say it is.
I am so glad. That makes the second today.
But the second today? What conceited ass has been impertinent enough to dare to propose to you before I had proposed to you?
Tommy Trafford, of course.
Tommy?
It is one of Tommy's days for proposing. He always proposes on Tuesdays and Thursdays during the season.
You didn't accept him, I hope.
I make it a rule never to accept Tommy. That is why he goes on proposing. Of course, as you didn't turn up this morning, I very nearly said yes. It would have been an excellent lesson both for him and for you if I had. It would have taught you both better manners.
Oh, bother Tommy Trafford. Tommy is a silly little ass. I love you.
I know. And I think you might have mentioned it before. I'm sure I've given you heaps of opportunities.
Mabel, do please be serious.
Ah, that is the sort of thing a man always says to a girl before he has been married to her. He never says it afterwards.
Mabel, I have always told you that I love you. Can't you love me a little in return?
You silly Arthur. If you knew anything about anything, which you don't, you would know that I adore you. Everyone in London knows it except you. It is a public scandal the way I adore you. I've been going about for the last 6 months telling the whole of society that I adore you. I wonder you consent to have anything to say to me. I have no character left at all.
Do you know, I was awfully afraid of being refused.
But you never have been refused yet by anybody, have you, Arthur?
Of course, I'm not nearly good enough for you, Mabel.
Oh, I am so glad, darling. I was afraid you were.
And I'm a little over 30.
Dear, you look weeks younger than that.
How sweet of you to say so. And it is only fair to tell you frankly that I am fearfully extravagant.
But so am I, Arthur, so we're sure to agree. And now I must go and see Gertrude.
Must you really?
Yes.
Then do tell her I want to talk to her particularly. I've been waiting here all the morning to see either her or Robert.
Do you mean to say you didn't come here expressly to propose to me?
No, that was a flash of genius.
Your first.
My last.
I'm delighted to hear it. Now, don't stir. I'll be back in 5 minutes, and don't fall into any temptations while I'm away.
Dear Mabel, while you are away, there are none. It makes me horribly dependent on you.
I shall be in the conservatory under the second palm tree on the left.
Second on the left?
Yes, the usual palm tree.
Good morning, dear.
Gertrude.
How pretty you're looking.
How pale you are looking. It is most becoming.
Good morning, Lord Goring.
Lady Chiltern, I have a certain amount of very good news to tell you. Mrs. Cheveley gave me Robert's letter last night, and I burned it.
Oh.
Robert is safe.
Oh, I'm so glad. Oh, what a good friend you are to him. To us.
There is only one person now that could be said to be in any danger.
Well, who is that?
Yourself.
I? In danger? Well, what do you mean?
Yesterday evening you wrote me a letter asking me for my help. You wrote to me as one of your oldest friends. Mrs. Cheveley stole that letter from my room. He puts a certain construction on that letter and proposes to send it to your husband.
But what construction could she put on it? Oh, not that.
Yes.
And she proposes to send it to my husband. Oh, tell me what happened.
Mrs. Cheveley was shown into my rooms last night without my knowledge. I thought that the person who was waiting to see me was yourself.
Oh.
Robert came in unexpectedly. A chair or something fell in the room adjoining. He forced his way in and discovered her. We had a terrible scene. I still thought the visitor was you. Robert left me in anger. At the end of everything, Mrs. Cheveley got possession of your letter. She had taken it from my bureau. When or how, I don't know.
When did this happen?
At 10:30. And now I propose that we tell Robert the whole thing at once.
You want me to tell Robert that the woman you expected was not Mrs. Cheveley, but myself? That it was I whom you thought was concealed in the room in your house at 10:30 at night? You want me to tell him that?
I think it is better that he should know the exact truth.
Oh, I couldn't. I couldn't.
May I do it?
No.
You are wrong, Lady Chiltern.
No. The letter must be intercepted. But how can I do it? Letters arrive for him every moment of the day. His secretaries open them and hand them to him. I dare not ask the servants to bring me his letters. It would be impossible. Oh, why don't you tell me what to do?
Pray be calm, Lady Chiltern, and answer the questions I'm going to put to you. You said his secretaries open the letters?
Yes.
Who is with him today? Mr. Trafford, isn't it?
No. Mr. Montford, I think.
Your letter was on pink paper. He could recognize it without reading it, couldn't he, by the colour?
I suppose so.
Is he at home now?
Yes.
Then I will go and see him myself. Robert is coming upstairs with a letter in his hand. It has reached him already.
Oh, you have saved his life. What have you done with mine?
Oh, my love, is this true?
Robert?
I want you, I trust you, I am coming to you, Gertrude. Is this true? Do you indeed trust me and want me? If so, it was for me to come to you. This letter makes me feel that nothing that the world may do can hurt me now. You want me, Gertrude?
Yes.
You trust me, Gertrude?
Yes.
Oh. Why did you not add you loved me?
Because I loved you.
Gertrude, when Montford passed me your letter, he'd opened it by mistake, I suppose, and I read it. Oh, I did not care what disgrace or punishment was in store for me. I only thought you loved me still.
There is no disgrace in store for you. Mrs. Cheveley has handed the letter to Lord Goring and he has destroyed it.
But are you sure of this?
Yes. Lord Goring has just told me.
Then I am safe?
Yes.
Oh, for 2 days I have been in terror. Is Arthur still here?
Why, I think he has just gone to the conservatory.
Oh, Gertrude, I am so glad I made that speech last night in the house. So glad. I made it thinking that public disgrace might be the result.
Public honor has been the result.
I think so. I fear so, almost. For although every proof against me is destroyed, I suppose, Gertrude, I should retire from public life.
Yes. Yes, Robert, you should do that. It is your duty to do that.
Yes. And you would be happy living somewhere alone with me abroad, perhaps, or in the country, away from London, away from public life. You would have no regrets.
None, Robert.
And your ambition for me?
I have none now but that we two may love each other. Oh, let us not talk about ambition.
No. My dear Arthur. Arthur, I have to thank you for what you've done for me. I don't know how I can repay you.
My dear fellow, I'll tell you at once. At the present moment, under the usual palm tree, I mean in the conservatory...
Lord Caversham.
Oh, that admirable father of mine really makes a habit of turning up at the wrong moment. It is very heartless of him, very heartless indeed.
Good morning, Lady Chiltern. Warmest congratulations to you, Chiltern, on your brilliant speech last night. I've just left the Prime Minister, and you are to have the vacant seat in the Cabinet.
A seat in the Cabinet?
Yes. Here is the Prime Minister's letter.
A seat in the Cabinet?
Certainly. And you well deserve it, too. You have got what we want so much in political life nowadays. High character, high moral tone, high principles. Everything that you have not got, sir, and never will have.
I don't like principles, Father. I prefer prejudices.
I cannot accept this offer, Lord Caversham.
Cannot accept it, sir?
My intention is to retire at once from public life.
Decline a seat in the Cabinet and retire from public life? Never heard such damn nonsense in the whole course of my existence. I beg your pardon, Lady Chiltern. Chiltern, I beg your pardon. Don't grin like that, sir.
No, Father.
Lady Chiltern, you're a sensible woman. The most sensible woman in London. Will you kindly prevent your husband from talking such... Will you kindly do that, Lady Chiltern?
I think my husband is right in his determination, Lord Caversham. I approve of it.
You approve of it? Good heavens.
I admire him immensely for it. I have never admired him so much before. You will go and write your letter to the Prime Minister now, won't you? Don't hesitate, Robert.
I suppose I had better write it at once. Such offers are not repeated. I will ask you to excuse us for a moment, Lord Caversham.
What is the matter with this family? Idiocy. Hereditary, I suppose. Wife as well as husband. Very sad indeed. And they're not an old family. Can't understand it. Shan't stay in this house any longer, sir.
No. Well, just go into the conservatory for a moment, Father. Second palm tree to the left, the usual palm tree.
What, sir?
The conservatory. There's someone there I want you to talk to.
What about, sir?
About me, Father.
You? Not a subject on which much eloquence is possible?
No, Father. Perhaps not.
Robert is writing the letter.
Is he?
Yes.
Why are you playing Mrs. Cheveley's cards?
I don't understand you.
Lady Chiltern, you wrote me a letter last night in which you said you trusted me and wanted my help.
Yes.
Now is the moment when you really want my help. Now is the time when you have got to trust me. You love Robert. Do you want to kill his love for you? What sort of existence will he have if you rob him of the fruits of his ambition, if you close the doors of public life against him?
But it is my husband himself who wishes to retire from public life. He feels it is his duty.
Rather than lose your love, Robert would do anything, wreck his whole career, as he's on the brink of doing now. He's making you a terrible sacrifice. Take my advice, Lady Chiltern, and do not accept so great a sacrifice. Robert has been punished enough.
Oh, we have both been punished. I set him up too high.
Do not, for that reason, set him down now too low.
Gertrude, here is the draft of my letter. Shall I read it to you?
Let me see it.
What are you doing?
I will not spoil your life for you, nor see you spoil it as a sacrifice to me. Lord Goring has convinced me.
Gertrude.
You can forget. And I forgive.
Oh, Gertrude.
Oh, Robert.
Arthur, it seems that I am always to be in your debt.
Oh, dear, no, Robert. Your debt is to Lady Chiltern, not to me.
Tell me what you were going to ask me just now as Lord Caversham came in.
Robert, you are your sister's guardian, and I want your consent to my marriage with her. That is all.
Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad.
Thank you, Lady Chiltern.
My sister to be your wife?
Yes.
I'm very sorry, but that is quite out of the question.
What?
I cannot have her sacrificed.
Sacrificed?
You cannot bring Mabel the love that she deserves.
What reason have you for saying that?
Do you really require me to tell you?
Certainly I do.
As you choose. When I called on you yesterday evening, I found Mrs. Cheveley concealed in your rooms. It was between 10 and 11 o'clock at night. I do not wish to say anything more. Your relations with Mrs. Cheveley have, as I said, nothing whatsoever to do with me. I know you were engaged to be married to her once. The fascination she exercised over you then seems to have returned. You spoke to me last night of her as a woman whom you respected and honored. Well, that may be so. But I cannot give my sister's life into your hands.
I have nothing more to say.
Robert, it was not Mrs. Cheveley whom Lord Goring expected last night.
Chesterton.
Not Mrs. Cheveley. Well, who was it then?
It was your own wife, Robert.
What?
Yesterday afternoon, Lord Goring told me that if ever I was in trouble, I would come to him for help, as our oldest and best friend. Later on, I wrote to him, telling him that I trusted him, that I had need of him, and that I was coming to him for help and advice.
This letter?
Yes. Yes, that letter. I didn't go to Lord Goring's after all, but Mrs. Cheveley went. She stole my letter and sent it anonymously to you this morning, that you should think... Oh, Robert, I cannot tell you what she wished you to think.
Arthur, go to Mabel. You have my best wishes.
I hope she hasn't changed her mind. It's nearly 20 minutes since I saw her last.
Lord Goring, I think your father's conversation much more improving than yours. I'm only going to talk to Lord Caversham in future, and always under the usual palm tree.
Darling.
You don't mean to say, sir, that this charming, clever young lady has been so foolish as to accept you?
Certainly, Father. And Chiltern's been wise enough to accept the seat in the cabinet.
I'm very glad to hear that, Chiltern. I congratulate you, sir. If the country doesn't go to the dogs or the radicals, we shall have you Prime Minister someday.
Luncheon is on the table, milady.
Thank you, miss.
You'll stop to luncheon, Lord Caversham, won't you?
With pleasure. Now drive you down to Downing Street afterwards, Chiltern. You have a great future before you. A great future. Wish I could say the same for you, sir. But your career will have to be entirely domestic.
Yes, Father. I prefer it domestic.
And if you don't make this young lady an ideal husband, I'll cut you off with a shilling.
An ideal husband? Oh, I don't think I should like that. It sounds like something in the next world.
What do you want him to be then, my dear?
Oh, he can be what he chooses. All I want is to be, a real wife to him.
Upon my word, there's a good deal of common sense in that.
Aren't you coming in, Robert?
Gertrude,
Yes?
is it love you feel for me? Or is it pity merely?
It is love, Robert. Love and only love. For both of us, a new life is beginning.
In that revival of An Ideal Husband by Oscar Wilde, the part of Sir Robert Chiltern was played by Noel Johnson, and Lady Chiltern by Jane Wenham. Jane Knowles played Mabel Chiltern, Ronald Lewis, Lord Goring, and Rosemary Martin, Mrs. Cheveley. Lord Caversham was played by Ralph Truman, and Lady Markby by Ellen Pollock. Lisa Rain played Mrs. Marchmont, Jill Simcox, Lady Basildon, Richard Griffiths, Mason, and James Thomason, Phipps. An Ideal Husband was produced by David Geary.
I couldn't stand England, so I got to hell out. I like it here in the Persian Gulf. And I want to have a look at some of the islands in the Indian Ocean, the palms along the shore of a lagoon, the sails of dhonis against the blue of the sky. And one day, I'll find what I'm looking for.
What are you looking for?
People.
In the meantime, you're sitting cross-legged on a dhow in native clothes with only your kit bag.
What more do I need? Why are you bothering to talk to me? I'd have thought you'd have kept well away when you found out who I was. When you knew that my name was Strode.
The Strode Venturer, a radio play by Peter Hoare from the novel by Hammond Innes.
Look down there. I'd forgotten how big London was.
You've been too long in Java. It's always a shock when you come back to it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we shall be landing shortly. Please fasten your seatbelts.
The end of the journey. I've been glad of your company, Commander Bailey.
Thank you.
I hope I've not bored you about seismography, but it's my great interest. I seem to have talked about it ever since we left Singapore.
Not a bit. I've always been fascinated by the Indian Ocean.
And the seabed, I assure you, is in the process of change.
Change. It's what's facing both of us.
Yes, we both have new lives to make. Mine was forced on me by conditions in Java. I didn't wish to give up my rubber plantations. You are at least leaving the Navy voluntarily.
Well, that's what worries me. I've landed myself in the mess I'm in. I got a couple of children away at boarding school. Had a letter from my daughter. The fate they have in me. You know, she wrote, I suppose you'll be a director or something. Couldn't we have a house in London as well as a cottage in Sussex? Well, what am I to say to her? That I'm at a turning point in my life, and when my gratuity is gone, well, we may not have a house at all.
Take my advice. Don't just drift into something because it offers you security. Security is never worth a damn. And you've no wife to consider. Forgive me, but your recent bereavement, it has this practical side.
Oh, yes. And, well, anyway, my marriage for some years.
Yes, so you indicated. Myself, I'm looking forward to starting over again.
Well, at least you've got some capital left from your estate.
A little? But you had these shares you told me about, in the shipping company.
Yes, there's something odd going on there. That's one of the reasons I wanted to come back to find out what it is.
You should go there at once.
I shall.
We are about to touch down. Here is my address.
The Oriental Club.
Yes, if you should care for a drink sometime.
Thank you.
You know, apart from your shares, I feel you have some other interest in this shipping line.
Yes, I have. My father started it. The line they now call the Strode Orient.
Bailey. Oh, yes, of course. That was many years ago.
Well, I was a boy at the time, but I remember my father's death only too well, when Strode bought him out. He died at sea on one of the firm's ships.
Well, that's all ancient history. Now, you wrote to Mr. Strode in regard to some employment with us.
Yes.
To Mr. Henry Strode or Mr. George Strode?
Well, I just addressed the letter Mr. Strode. I met him out in the Persian Gulf.
Mr. Henry Strode is chairman, and Mr. George Strode... I don't think either of them has ever been in the Persian Gulf.
Is there another brother?
Well, there's Peter Strode. He's a half-brother. We don't see much of him. Rather a rolling stone, as a matter of fact.
And he's not a director of the firm?
No.
Well, could I see Mr. Henry Strode, then?
I'm afraid he's not in today. He always hunts on Thursdays.
I see. The firm's in a pretty bad way, isn't it?
I wouldn't say that. We didn't have an especially good year in 1962.
And 1963 doesn't look like being any better.
Really, Commander Bailey, I cannot make forecasts to someone who is a stranger to us.
And I suppose Mr. George Strode isn't in either.
No. I believe he's lunching at his club today. A business lunch, of course.
Of course. And you don't know where Mr. Peter Strode is?
I'm afraid I have no idea.
I've had an offer for my shares. Pretty poor one. From an undisclosed purchaser. I want to find out what's going on with Strode Orient, Mr. Wimbrel. But if I can't from you, I know a man in the city, a stockbroker. I'll go and see him. Good day to you.
Just a moment. Perhaps I have been a little unnecessarily reticent. There are certain matters which are common knowledge in the city, which perhaps I might...
Good. Carry on.
In 1955, the year Mr. Henry Strode Sr. died, the price of the shares ranged from 42 shillings to 58 and 6. May I ask what you were offered for yours?
10 shillings.
Huh? That's high with the current state of the market.
High?
Recently they've fallen as low as 2 shillings. How many do you hold?
20,000. What was an inheritance of £50,000 odd dropped to 2, not as much as my gratuity.
Oh, you've left the Navy, then?
Well, I'm in the process of leaving.
You've probably been offered a price above the market value by a group who are anxious to acquire a controlling interest in Strode.
A takeover bid?
Yes. The directors are against it. The annual general meeting of Strode Orient is tomorrow.
Right. I'll come to it.
Do. I'll have a chat with the chairman and try to arrange to take you in to see him afterwards.
Oh, thank you.
How did you get on with Peter Strode when you met him?
Rather well.
That's what I hoped. Yes. I think you may be very helpful to us, Commander Bailey.
Now, what can I get you? Scotch?
Yes, thanks.
Soda?
Not for me, thank you.
Wimble?
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Strode.
Yes, I noticed you were at the meeting. Quite a lively affair this year.
Well, some of the shareholders didn't seem too happy.
That man Felden, you mean?
Yeah.
He's always a nuisance. I can usually make short work of him. There we are.
The great majority of shareholders appreciate that shipping is going through the worst slump in its history.
Cheers.
Yes,
quite so. But as you heard, there is a minority who feel that the board should be strengthened by the addition of Peter Strode.
Well, my impression was that they thought the family wouldn't sell out as long as they were all on the board.
A united front.
Yeah.
Exactly. Now, how well do you know Peter?
Well enough to know that he wouldn't want to work in a city office.
No, we don't expect that.
I think the chairman has in mind a purely nominal appointment.
I suppose you've no idea where he is at present.
None whatever.
I understand you were in the Persian Gulf together.
Yes, that's where I met him.
Well, if your information is correct, it's 5 or 6 years since he was in that area, way back in the 50s, surely. Do you think you could locate him now?
Well, probably, but why didn't you do it yourself?
Oh, my brother and I have never got on very well with Peter. Like you, I think I could find him if I tried, but he'd probably tell me to go to hell.
Whereas if someone else put the proposition to him, he might accept.
Exactly. Now, you're just out of the Navy and shopping round for a job, eh?
Yes.
Well, you find Peter. Persuade him to come back and join the board, and there'll be a job for you in Strode Orient. How's that?
What sort of a job have you got in mind?
Well, we could find you something suitable. As for salary, I suggest the same as you're getting in the Navy. Backdated to today, as soon as Peter's on the board. Would that satisfy you?
There's the question of expenses, Mr. Strode.
Of course, you draw on the company for all necessary expenses.
Could I have the whole offer in writing?
Of course, my dear fellow. I'll send it off to you today, together with a letter confirming Peter's appointment to the board.
Right.
I don't think you'll have any difficulty in persuading him. Just remind him that a seat on the board means $4,000 a year in his pocket, eh?
Well, when you write the letter, perhaps you'd give me the names of possible contacts. There must be someone in England who knows where he is.
Well, there's his bank, of course, and, his sister, Ida. We've tried them both.
Without success, I fear.
His sister?
Yes, Mrs. Roche. Runs an antique shop in, Dartmouth.
It's very kind of you to be giving me lunch.
Well, why shouldn't I? Haven't been in Dartmouth since I was at the Naval College. I'm celebrating.
Sweet, sir.
Oh, then, come along. How about this magnificent array?
Oh, no, I couldn't possibly eat any more.
Well, go on. Have some of that cream pudding. Then we can have a glass of Barsac to go with it.
Oh, no.
All right, well, let's compromise with the fruit salad, then.
Well, all right.
We can still have the Barsac.
I have got to be in my shop this afternoon.
Well, that's all the better. You'll sell that Minton dessert service in a flash. And we'll have half a bottle of Barsac.
Very good, sir.
Thank you.
Do you know Peter well?
That's difficult to say. I knew him for only a short time, but, well, yes, we got on well.
I'm glad, bearing in mind the history.
Well, strangely enough, when I first met him, I felt no hostility. And your brother is a very likable man.
Our father must have seemed like a monster to you.
Perhaps when I was a boy.
His methods of taking over your father's company weren't exactly scrupulous.
No, but one grows up. The hate can't last forever.
The wine, sir.
Ah, thank you.
Madam, thank you.
Yes, I got on well with your brother, and that's all that matters.
Yes, I think it is.
Now, you said you'd expected they want to make him a director. Why?
Because he'll be 30 in a month's time.
What difference does that make?
My father left the shares to him on condition that he couldn't sell them till he was 30.
I see.
117,000 of them. Nearly all his holding in Strode & Company. Oh, that's the parent company. It controls Strode Orient.
Yes, I see. So Peter, or whoever owns his shares, has a big slice in the control of the lot.
Nearly half.
And that's why brothers Henry and George are so anxious to get into the fold in case they lose their comfortable jobs.
Of course. Until now, they've been quite prepared for him to starve. There's been no dividend for years.
Yes, I know. I'm another holder of Strode shares. I inherited them from my mother, all that was left of the crash.
Rather a lot of people seem to be making nothing out of Strode.
Oh, you too?
I've got some shares. Not nearly as many as Peter.
Do you ever hear from your brother?
Oh, yes. We've always been very fond of each other.
Mm-hmm.
Probably because we had an unsettled childhood.
I see.
My mother was half French and much younger than Father.
Yeah.
The marriage didn't last. I think Father hated us after that. He got the 4 children of his first marriage, that's Henry and George and the 2 girls, back to the house in Hampstead. I remember once Peter came home from school. He was 12 at the time. He's 3 years older than I am. And he found his room taken over by his brother George. He had been pushed up into the attic. He walked out of the house in a rage. He was missing for over a week. Eventually the police found him on an East Coast barge.
Will you take your coffee on the terrace, sir?
Yes. We'll be out in a minute.
I'm telling you this because I don't want you to have any false hopes. You're wasting your time going to Peter with a proposition like this. He'd never accept anything from Henry and George. He hates their guts and everything they stand for.
Why doesn't he fight them? What's he running away from?
It's pride, I suppose. There's a lot of his father in Peter. Perhaps you're right. Maybe all his life he's been running away. I don't know. But he'd never sit on a board of directors run by those 2. There's too much bad blood. And it's none of his fault. They behaved abominably, and so did Father.
Well, he gave Peter a huge holding in the business.
To save death duties. At least that's what he told me when he gave me my share.
Well, he could just as easily have given his shares to the sons who were in the business.
That's true. Perhaps he'd got their measure by then. Didn't concern me much at the time. I was just married. Now my husband's dead, I'm much more interested.
Your husband's dead?
Yes. Philip died in a car crash 2 years ago and left nothing but bad debts. He was that sort of a man. He'd have run through my Strode shares if he'd been able to.
Well, I'm glad he couldn't. Do you know, we're both in the same boat. My wife died last year.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Have you any children?
Yes, 2.
You're lucky. I haven't any.
Well, what have you decided? Will you give me Peter's address?
I don't know it.
But I gather he wrote to you pretty regularly.
He never gives an address. I've no idea what he's doing, but I think it's something rather special.
Will you tell me where his last letter came from?
I don't even know that. They're always sent through his solicitor. He's the only person who knows where Peter is.
The solicitor? That's the first I've heard of him.
Oh, his name's Turner. He's rather a sweet old man. His offices are in Holborn. I'll give you his address. Whether he'll tell you where Peter is, I don't know.
Well, I can only hope.
Shall we go and have coffee?
Yes. It's rather pleasant on the terrace. Looks out over the estuary.
You must know it well.
Oh, every inch of it.
There's something eternally fascinating about ships.
Do you think so?
Well, there always has been for me. And the company. I think it must be in my bones. If you can find Peter, give him my love, and tell him I'm not selling my shares.
Neither am I.
It's a deal?
I hope so.
So, you want to go out there and talk to Peter? I wonder why. What's your motive?
Well, if I'm successful, Mr. Turner, I'll get a job in Strode Orient.
The human mind is more complex than that. It's not the job you're after.
I tell you, Lithium.
Oh, you may believe it, but deep down, you wouldn't remember. But it was a bitter struggle. I was a young man then. Young to have a man like Henry Strode for my client.
Did you know my father?
No, I met him twice. They weren't pleasant meetings. Your father was tough. Quite as tough as Henry Strode, but in a different way. How tough are you, Bailey?
I don't know.
No, you probably don't. But it's something I have to consider.
Oh, damn it, I'm only asking for his address.
But that's just what he doesn't want anybody to know.
Can't there be an exception?
Possibly. But I want you to understand. At a time when the smell of decay was in the air, I helped Peter's father to build up a great merchant adventuring business. I've lived to see it virtually destroyed in less than a decade. All I'm left with is a young man whose only thought in life is to travel. But still, he's his father's son.
Isn't this the opportunity you've been waiting for?
Possibly. I think I should tell you that Peter has had an offer for his shares.
Ah, what's his reaction?
I cabled him that, in my opinion, he would be disposing of what remains of his heritage, and that he would regret it all his life. I haven't had a reply.
But can't I help to persuade him?
If I can trust you. But suppose you are working for the other side, these property dealers who have no other interest but a quick profit.
I'm not.
No, I don't think you are. And as a director of the firm, he would be able to influence decisions. Yes. I've been expecting them to make a move like this. I think perhaps Peter has been too. I'll write down his address for you.
You won't regret it.
And I hope not. Here it is. Yeah. 24 Battery Road, Singapore 1.
No.
Why are you surprised?
Well, I've just come from Singapore.
Well. You asked for Charles Legrand. That was his mother's maiden name.
Why isn't he using his own name?
Oh, I've no idea. Strange fellow, Peter, you know. Secretive. But I've great hopes. So, you've just come back from Singapore, Well, you're going back there, Commander Bailey, with my very best wishes. Yes, I have great hope.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes?
I'm looking for a Mr. Charles Legrand.
Yes?
His employers tell me he's just gone on leave.
Yes.
He was going on a sea trip, but they don't know where. As you're the agents for Strode Orient, I thought I'd ask you whether he's booked with you.
Why come to us? There are plenty of other lines.
I've already tried them. Now, he probably joined the ship about a week ago. Did you have a sailing then?
Yes. The Strode Venture.
Where was she bound for?
The Maldives. To Adu Atoll.
And is it a regular service?
Yes. But the Strode Venture is a cargo vessel. She carries no passengers.
I've come from the Strode London office. I have instructions to find Mr. Legrand. He might be on board as a guest of the captain.
Captain Deacon is not the sort of man to encourage guests.
Well, he may have shipped as a member of the crew.
There is nobody of that name among the crew.
May I see the list, please?
I don't know whether
I have direct instructions from Mr. Henry Strode, and I carry his authorization.
If you insist. Would he have shipped as an officer?
Well, I doubt whether he'd have the qualifications.
It is a Chinese crew.
I'd still like to see the list.
There you are.
Thank you.
You find a name you are looking for?
No. But among the Chinese crew, I find the name of Strode, Peter Strode. You knew Mr. Strode was on board?
One of the staff engaged the crew in the presence of a mercantile marine officer.
Yes, of course, but you know very well who he engages. You must have known that this was a member of a family. How long will the voyage take?
About a week.
And exactly when is she due to arrive?
This evening.
And when does she leave?
That depends on the RAF. How quickly they unload her.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. I'll get in touch with the RAF here and see if they'll fly me up to Gann. Good day.
Good day, sir.
Do you know anything about Adu Atoll? Not a thing. It's like a huge RAF aircraft carrier stranded on a coral reef. So that's just the island of Gann, of course, not the whole atoll. It's the finest natural harbor you've ever seen. I believe it was used a lot during the war.
Yes, I realize that. I picked up some charts in Singapore of the whole 500-mile chain of islands. It says that the Aduans are great navigators and traders.
I think the only things they export are dried fish and cowrie shells. They scrape in existence from what they can harvest from the sea. The soil's pitiful. Visibility's bad tonight, but you can see Adu Atoll now.
But there's a cluster of red lights.
Yes. We're just over the lagoon.
I don't see any sign of the ship I have to visit, the Strode Venturer.
It could be a bit further out in the lagoon. There's plenty of it. The Strode Venturer. Have you been on it before?
No.
It is a battered old tramp, 3 Island type. She's an odd vessel.
In what way?
Oh, I don't want to spoil your first vivid impression of her. Do our people know you're coming?
Oh, yes.
Well, the Adge will probably be down to meet you then. We'll be able to fix up for you to be taken out in a launch straight away. But when you've been on board, I think you'll understand it. We're all a bit curious about your visit.
I want to see Captain Deacon.
Sorry, sir. Captain not seen anybody.
Well, he'll see me. That'll be his cabin there. I know these ships well. Captain's cabin's always below the wheelhouse.
Sir, Captain not to be disturbed. He gave orders.
Don't worry. I'll tell him I insisted.
But he's lying down, sir.
Captain Deacon?
What? Who are you?
Come Commander Bailey from the London office.
Well, what do you want?
I want to see one of your crew, name of Strode.
Strode, is he?
Yes. Peter Strode. He's on board, and
What do you want with him?
Well, just a word, that's all.
A word with him? And you say you're from the London office? It's got nothing to do with London if I ship his crew.
A member of the Strode family, you must have realized.
If a man wants to live his own life, he's entitled to, isn't he? Yeah. I'd have given him my own cabin if he'd wanted it. I did it once before when he came on board half dead with fever. What the hell's he got to do with London if he insists on shipping his crew?
Nothing. They don't even know he's here.
So why are you here, then? What's your position with the company?
I'm acting for the chairman of the board. I've full authority.
Oh, I don't doubt that. But it's my memory. Plays me tricks. I met so many men, all types. Seeing you, time passes.
I'm waiting to see Strode.
Well, up to him, I suppose. Mr. Fields! Mr. Fields is my first officer. Ah, Mr. Fields, is Strode still on board?
I don't know. I think so.
We'll find out. What did you say your name was?
Bailey.
Well, tell him there's a Commander Bailey from the London office wants a word with him.
You want to know what it's all about, won't he?
Just tell him I'd like to see him for a moment in private.
Well, get on. Get moving. Your name's Bailey.
Yes.
Sure. Have a drink.
No, thanks.
I think I'll have one. Yes. Time passes. I was over the job of third officer in one of the cracked PO boats once. Turned it down. Some idea of loyalty to Strode. I was their youngest first officer then. I had some trouble once when I was working for another line, court of inquiry, endangering my ship. Had the wrong owners then. Nobody backed me up.
Have you been at sea all your life?
37 years. And I ended up working with a bunch of Chinamen. Early in the war, I was torpedoed in the Malacca Strait. I beached my ship in Sumatra and spent 4 years in a Jap prison camp. Afterwards, everything was different. New ships, new men. Trade all gone to hell. And suddenly, I was too old. And this ship, she's too old. I'll tell you something. One of these days, this old bitch is going to lie down and die on me. She's patched in a dozen different places. And in the sea, I have to keep the pumps going. Tell that to the directors in London. If we ever hit a real storm...
Strode says he won't see you.
Did you give him my name?
Oh, yes.
Where is he?
I don't know whether...
All right, Mr. Fields. Take the commander to him. Let Strode... Tell him to his face.
I said I didn't want to see you. How did you know where to find me?
Hello, Strode. Do you remember me?
Oh, yes, I remember you. You better have this letter. It's no use to me. You can tell my brothers I'll consider their proposition when I get back to Singapore.
I've seen your sister. She wanted me to tell you that...
Look here, Bailey. I know who you are. I know the company's history as well as you do. What are you after?
I'm not after anything. I'm just doing a job for the chairman.
They're worried, aren't they? About the future.
Well, they'd rather have you on the board than run the risk of being taken over.
Did you know someone's after my shares?
Yes.
And if I sell, they'll liquidate.
Very probably.
Yes. Where do you come into it? I'd have thought you'd want to smash the company.
Don't be absurd.
What are you getting out of this?
A job.
Sir Reginald Bailey's son working in Chesterton House.
If I wanted to smash the company, I'd be selling my shares. I'm not.
Why aren't you?
Your sister's not selling hers either. You've got a choice now. Sell your shares or stop running away and join the board.
I don't have to do either.
No, but it's time you made up your mind.
So, I'm running away, am I?
I think you've been running away all your life.
My father said that to me once. I'm sorry, Bailey. I should have remembered the sort of person you are. I'll talk anyway. The situation isn't quite so straightforward as you think. You see... this boat's coming for me. Do you want to come with me?
Where?
Oh, one of the islands.
Well, there's an RAF launch picking me up.
Let it wait. Once you're on Gan, you'll be stuck there. The islands are out of bounds to service personnel. There's no need for you to know that yet, and... Well, there's something I want to show you.
Very well.
This is one of the islander's big inshore boats, a Bondo Doni. With a good sailing breeze, like there is tonight, we'll be there in under an hour. Yes, there's something I'd like you to see.
So this is Maydew.
Yes. What did you think of the trip?
Oh, perfect. These people know how to handle a sailing boat.
Oh, they're splendid navigators. Just before I take you in to see Don Mansour, I want you to look at something. Under all that thatch over there.
Uh-huh.
Do you know anything about the political situation here?
No.
Of course you don't. The people on Adu Atoll have always been different from the rest of the inhabitants of the Maldives. The Aduans are the great boat builders and traders. But the little they've been able to export has always had to be sold through Male. That's the Sultan's capital, 300 miles north of here. The Mali government doesn't give a damn for the welfare of the Aduans. They're exploited, they've no proper diet, the rate of TB's much too high.
Well, hasn't the RAF being here helped?
Oh, a little. They employ 700 of them. Yes, the RAF have done a good job. They give them medical supplies and so on. But these people need trade, something permanent they can rely on. What happens when the RAF go?
Well, there's no question of that.
Not yet. Some transport aircraft are already overflying Gan. 2 years ago, the Aduans set up as an independent People's Republic. A couple of gunboats were sent down from Male, and if it hadn't been for the RAF, there'd have been a bloody massacre. The Aduans are still free, but they've had to pay a high price for their freedom. Now, have a look in here.
What is it? Looks like some sort of a longhouse.
No. The thatch covers a boat. They have these boats laid up all over the island.
It's like a small dhow. What is it, 200-300 tons?
Something like that. They use a variation of the calabash with its water horizon as a sextant. They've no engines in these boats, just sail. Put your hand on the sternpost. What do you think?
Well, the surface is very rough and tired, exhausted with the heat of the sun.
They've all been laid up for 2 years. Another few years and they'll never go to sea again. As a sailor, doesn't it make your heart bleed?
But why?
Come along to Don Mansour's house. I want you to see the way they live. The sort of people they are. You'll see why I want to help them. They've the skill to build these boats and the techniques to sail them. I want to find them something to trade in, give them new spheres of influence. The Aduans are the greatest people in the Maldives. They ought to be the most successful. Let's go. And you ask Don Mansour why these boats are laid up.
It is piracy, Commander Bailey. All Aduan people fear piracy from the Maldivian government. The Sultan's men have motor launches and machine guns. Our ships have sails and no guns. So we can do nothing, only lay up our ships and pray to Allah.
And Don Mansour is probably the greatest navigator in Adu.
I have sailed many times to Ceylon.
And other places?
That is right, Peter. Some other places also. Allow me the pleasure of asking my wife to bring you another drink, Commander Bailey.
Oh, thank you. No, I must get back. The RAF will be wondering what's happened to me.
I thought it best to bring him here first before they stopped him coming to Medu at all.
I would like to stay, Don Mansour. And I like this drink.
We make it from fan, from the palm trees.
Well, it's delicious.
And I am most honored to have you visit my house.
It's been very interesting.
Though I fear our entertainment must of necessity be poor.
It may not always be so.
No. We hope. And you see, Commander Bailey, we have great faith in Peter and what he may do for us, which is why we are so delighted he brings such an honored guest from the British Navy. Now, please allow me to get you another glass before you leave.
Well, yes, Don Mansour, thank you, I will.
A great pleasure, Commander.
As soon as you've had your drink, you'd better get back to the boat.
Well, aren't you coming?
I don't think so. I have a meeting now. If I get their agreement, I shall stay.
What answer do I take back to your brothers?
What? Oh, are you flying back to England?
Yes.
When?
Well, I don't know yet. In a few days.
Well, tell them I'll discuss it when I get back to London.
When will that be?
A month. Maybe 2.
The Strode Venture is bound for Aden next. Now, from Aden, you could fly to London and be there in a week.
No.
Well, what is there here on this atoll that's more important than the thing you've been working towards for 3 years?
People. I've spent my whole life looking for somewhere to put down roots.
And you found it here?
There's an opportunity here. Chance to build something for the future. And if George and Henry don't take it, well, I'll face that when it comes.
Your glass, Commander.
Oh, thank you.
What do you think, Don Mansour? Shall we tell him?
I am willing.
Right. Don Mansour isn't only a brilliant navigator, he's a very brave man. Last year he had a crack at running the blockade the Malay government have put around his people. Down here on the equator, storms aren't very common. Not really bad ones, anyway. But he hit one. Well, go on, you tell him.
I was carried into an area where I had never been before. Perhaps no one has. It is off the track of all shipping and of any routes aircraft take, even the aircraft of the Royal Air Force.
Yeah, an undiscovered island.
Perhaps. Do you know anything about minerals?
Very little.
Look at these.
Oh, they're look like lumps of ore.
Yes. Strange, isn't it? Here's a people desperate for independence, and these little fragments could be the answer. For them, and for me. For you too, perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
I brought specimens, you see, back from this island. And at first I kept them to show only as something strange.
Something strange?
Yes, you've heard there's been evidence recently of submarine volcanic activity in the Indian Ocean.
Yes, isn't there a seismological survey of the Indian Ocean being done this year? If you waited...
Wait.
You could...
I'm not waiting a day longer than I have to. This international survey includes the Russians as well as us. If I wait for them, I shall have missed the chance of a lifetime.
It was Peter who understood the value to us. He has had the ore analyzed. It is high-grade manganese.
About 45%.
For which there's a ready market?
Yes, in Britain, Germany, and in any half a dozen European countries. But I must have confirmation, and I must have that before the international survey finds it. Now, Bailey, I got Don Mansour to agree to our telling you all this because, well, God knows why, I trust you.
Well?
I'll make my decision now. It's in your interest that I agree to become the director of Strode so that you can get a foot in the door of the firm, right?
Yes.
Yes. Then my offer is this. Say nothing of what we've told you, and especially keep dead mum to the RAF types on Gan. Get back to Singapore as soon as you can, and then cable London.
All right. I agree.
There's no need to hurry booking your flight back to London.
Right. And when will you be back?
Don't keep asking me that. How can I tell? What do you say, Don Mansour?
From what I know of Peter, Commander Bailey, I think he will return to London when it is in the interest of the Adwan people for him to do so.
In all my years of shipping, I never heard of such monstrous behavior. I wish you'd come back to London sooner, Bailey. You might at least have been some help to us. The Strode Venturer was due in Aden on the 3rd of April. It's now the 10th. She's still not arrived. You know where she is?
No.
You saw Peter, you talked to him, you must have some idea.
None whatever. Surely you've had some sort of radio contact with her.
Well, of course we have. We've asked Cable and Wireless to contact her, inquiring the reason for delay. Here's the reply. Date of arrival Aden uncertain. Charterers have agreed sub-charter Strode Venturer to us for maximum period 1 month. Have engaged vital exploration, little-known area Indian Ocean. Will explain on arrival London. And you see who signed it?
Yes. Peter Strode.
Alexander says he agreed to the sub-charter because you told him that Peter was now a director. Did you tell him that?
Yes.
Why?
There was nothing confidential about it. You'd announced at the meeting that he was being offered a directorship.
No, that's true, I suppose. But what in God's name is Peter doing signing cables from the Strode Venturer? I've ordered Deacon to turn his ship round, make for Aden at once. If he doesn't, he'll be fired. And if I thought you'd encourage Peter...
May I suggest, sir, that my instructions were to find your brother and persuade him to join the board. I've done that.
Oh, yes, indeed. You've found him. You've done what we asked. Well, now we must find you an office and give you something to do. Would you like to start straight away?
Well, I have a private appointment this afternoon, but otherwise I can start at once.
Right. Tomorrow morning, then. You seem to be ushering in a rather unsettling era for us, but, oh well, things may settle down soon.
Very interesting, Commander Bailey. How lucky you got my message so promptly at Strode's. You had no awkward inquiries about why I should want to see you, I trust?
No, I told them that I'd found Peter through you. There's no reason why we shouldn't be in touch.
No, of course not. You know, it was never money that interested Peter. What you have told me merely confirms my assessment of him. Now that I have reached the end of my life, I am better able to appreciate the real values. Money must always be the servant, the means to something that you really believe in. This business of the Strode Venturer. Now, you met Deacon, did you?
Yes.
Deacon would never have agreed to do this for money. You can't buy men like that. Did you know that Deacon was one of your father's officers?
I had a feeling he might have been.
He took to drink, I believe. Well, you can't blame him. Had a rough deal? Well, I don't pretend to know what Peter is up to, but when do you expect him back?
A month, perhaps longer.
A month. Even that may be too late. My doctor says the body, it's only a mechanism. I've worked mine pretty hard. It tires eventually.
Well, I must go.
No. I was not ringing for you to be shown out, but for someone to be shown in.
Ida.
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, my dear, but I wanted to have a word with this young man first. You know each other, I think?
I certainly do, yes.
Have you told her about your meeting with Peter?
Yes.
Oh, he telephoned me as soon as he got back.
Good. Then I needn't go over that. Now, I don't get about much these days, but I still have my contacts in the city. I've kept in touch with Strode affairs, on account of Peter, you understand, my dear?
Well, of course. You've always been wonderful in looking after our interests.
Thank you, Ida. Well, I've tried. Now, you both know the present situation. Strode and Company control Strode Orient, so it is the shares of the parent company which are vital. A group of people have been buying shares in a bid to take over the company.
The same group who offered for Peter's and mine?
That is so. They will not now succeed.
How do you know?
Because over the last year, I too have been buying heavily. Between us, Ida, Peter, you and I now virtually control Strode and Company.
I see. So, the future policy...
Well, the future, yes. That is the point. I have just been indicating to Commander Bailey how limited my own future is. Now, really, I have seen you only once before, and my contacts with your father were in trying circumstances. And since you were here a few weeks ago, I have instituted inquiries about you. You've been bred to the sea, and though there is nothing in your record to suggest that you have more than average initiative, you seem to be a very reliable man. I have therefore added a codicil to my will. The shares I own in Strode and Company will pass to you at my death.
But I'm
giving you what I hope amounts to the final control of Strode and Company in the event of a showdown between Peter and the others. It seems to me that you're the right man for this particular job, and I thought there was a certain justice in it being taken by the son of the founder of the original company.
Yes, but why don't you leave the shares to Peter? I don't understand, sir.
I do. I think it's wise.
Now, I must ask you both to leave. I've had a busy day. I'm glad you understand, Ida.
Is there anything we can do for you?
No, my dear, nothing. Just remember me once in a while when I'm gone. I'm not certain, not yet. But I think perhaps it helps to be remembered sometimes.
He knows he's dying. He's been in our lives always, a sort of rock. Something solid to cling to when we were in trouble. I shall miss him.
Yes, of course you will.
Thank you for suggesting a drink. I needed this.
Well, I was feeling a bit stunned myself. Cheers.
Cheers. Where's Peter now, do you think?
Well, God knows.
All these plans, and Peter may be lost in that dreadful old ship, stuck on some uncharted island in the middle of the Indian Ocean.
I think Peter's too live a person. He won't get sunk without trace before he's even started.
I hope he doesn't make a fool of himself.
Why should he?
And that's where you come in. Mr. Turner knows Peter's weakness. He's like me. He can be terribly impulsive. He once told me all his travelling was done like that. Somebody in a bar, a ship in harbour, the signpost beckoning. He doesn't plan, he acts. That's why he's left you all those shares. You're my brother's keeper now, you realise that?
I don't see he needs one.
Everything he does has always fascinated me. But there's a sort of crazy streak in Peter.
Well, there was nothing unstable in the way he was organizing those islanders on Maydu.
It's not so much that he's unstable, but there's something theatrical in his makeup. He's flamboyant. He gets carried away by his enthusiasm. What do you do now?
Well, find somewhere to live, get stuck into an office at Strode's, go and see my children.
I must go back to Dartmouth. But I've an idea that when Peter gets back, he'll need all the help he can get. I think I'll come up to London for a time. The sparks will start to fly with the brothers, you know. Whatever it is he's planning, which you won't exactly tell me.
I'd rather Peter did that.
I know. Well, whatever it is, he's not going to find it easy with them.
I'll telephone you in Dartmouth then as soon as we hear he's hitting London.
I wish you would. I look forward to that.
I'll be ringing anyway, letting you know how things are going.
Good.
You know, we've been drawn together.
By a web of circumstance?
That and something else.
I couldn't stand that office a moment longer. I'm glad you got a flat, Bailey.
Well, best I could get in a hurry, and it's central.
And I do as well, to get us a cup of coffee.
Is that all you think about?
What? Oh, no, of course not. Wonderful to see you. But
Is
anyway.
that duffel bag your entire luggage, Peter?
Yes.
Your clothes are dreadful. You can't go about London like that.
Oh, I'll buy something. You can come and help me.
That's a promise. I shall keep you to it.
But look what I've got in my duffel bag. Manganese. The first consignment.
From your island?
Well, if you can call it that. It was the bed of the Indian Ocean, really. Never seen anything like it. All grey slime and weed in the empty cases of shellfish, and stinking like a dirty harbour at low water.
How big is it?
Oh, about 3 miles by 2. It's just a dead, decaying mass brought up from the ocean bed 1,000 miles from anywhere.
Volcanic?
Well, I suppose so, originally.
Have you a photograph of it?
No, I didn't have a camera. Neither did any of the crew. Just as well, we don't want anyone else out there searching for it.
Well, the crew must have known what you were up to, bringing off samples.
They were scared stiff, most of them. A strange atmosphere about a hunk of land that's just emerged from the sea. Something primeval. And the crew wouldn't have known about geology. They thought I was crazy.
Anyway, they know where it is, and they'll talk.
They'll talk, yes, but they don't know where it is.
How come?
There were only 2 sextants on board, and I got hold of them before we sailed. I had Don Mansour with me, and his reckoning of the position was pretty vague. I started a square search. I saw that nobody but myself kept a track chart.
So only you know where it is?
Well, that's how I want it. There's millions of tons of this stuff there for the taking. The surplus of shipping and the eastern countries taking over our traditional cargoes, it'd make a difference to have our own freight source, wouldn't it?
Well, of course. This is just what Strodes have needed for years.
Yeah. And I didn't just bring back this bag of ore. I had number 4 hold half filled with the stuff. I'm getting samples away to a long list of industrial firms.
Even the brothers must see that this is a godsend for the company.
Oh, they don't.
What?
I've talked to Henry already. He won't touch it. The stupid fool can't see further than the nose in front of his face.
We must do something at once. But I think Peter should go and see Mr. Turner.
The shares?
Let Mr. Turner explain all that, if he wants to. He's a wily old bird. He may think of a better plan. But whatever he advises, I have an idea that Peter will go back to Brother Henry with something to shake him rigid.
Nice office you've got, Henry. Fitted carpets from ear to ear, eh? Merchant adventurers operate in comfort these days. Did our father, do you think?
You haven't been making things very comfortable for us these past few days, Peter.
Oh, haven't I? I thought I'd rather splendidly kept clear of the office.
The company you've been keeping is most unsuitable for a director of Stroke.
Oh, my lunch with Slattery, you mean? You got wind of that, did you?
Well, you seem to us to be making every effort to make it known. You know, of course, that Slattery has been at the centre of the attempted takeover bid.
Oh, yes. He made the original offer for my shares.
And now that you're a director, you can't sell them without our agreement. I imagine you'd forgotten that. So you see, you were wasting your time. And it didn't look well. George was most distressed.
I bet he was. It's his turn to retire from the board of Strode & Company in a few weeks, isn't it? He expects to be re-elected, of course.
Oh, George's re-election, like my own, has always been a matter of routine.
Ah, but if I use the voting rights my shares carry, and 1 or 2 other people agree with me, we could elect, Slattery. Now I've got into the way of these little city lunches, I thought I might make
before you say anything, Peter, and this was the reason I asked you to come into the office today, I have to tell you that George and I have reconsidered the matter and decided that Strode Orient should accept responsibility for a pilot operation in the Indian Ocean. We could offer you the Strode Trader, now laying up in Bombay. And financially, I asked you to come into the office today. I have to tell you that George and I have reconsidered the matter and decided that Strode Orient should accept responsibility for a pilot operation in the Indian Ocean. We could offer you the Strode Trader, now laying up in Bombay, and financial support up to £10,000.
Thank you very much. Just exactly what I asked for originally. God, nobody cares a damn till you frighten them. What a place. I can't wait to get back among people I understand. But the Strode Trader... Can I have Deacon again?
No, we're sending a younger man, Reese, a very good record.
I'd rather have Deacon.
I'm sorry, Reese is already appointed. He's young, very keen. We'll have no trouble with him at command.
All right. I'll get off to Bombay at once. I assume Bailey will be available?
Oh, yes.
Well, he can follow. There'll be a good deal to organize here.
How's it been today?
Oh, not too bad. As it was my last day in the office before I leave, Strode's were slightly less lethargic than usual.
They've been disgraceful.
Yes.
They agreed to back the Indian Ocean venture, as they call it, and they've given you no encouragement at all.
Do you know, I don't know what I would have done these last weeks if it hadn't been for you.
I've got some pouille fumée to go with the salmon tonight.
That sounds great.
Did you manage to fix the bulldozer firm?
Oh, yes, their Bombay agents are delivering to Peter tomorrow. And I don't just mean you coming round to the flat each evening to get us supper. I've never known anyone like you, as interested in the enterprise as getting the right wine to go with the salmon.
I love the business. I was brought up with it. All these difficulties would never have happened if there'd been anybody at Strode House to succeed my father. A man with real drive.
Well, I agree that Henry doesn't quite fit that bill.
Geoffrey?
Yes?
Why shouldn't I come too on this trip?
To Bombay, you mean?
And on the Strode Trader.
My dear girl, a ship plying around the Indian Ocean looking for a volcanic island is no place for a woman, certainly not.
I could telephone Peter.
He would say the same. I was talking to him today. I fixed the contract with the Dutch agent in Rotterdam for monthly deliveries of the ore starting on the 1st of August.
Fine. Did they insist on the penalty clause?
Yes, that's why I rang Peter.
And he agreed?
Of course.
Right. That's the real merchant venturer spirit. To gamble and then make sure you win. Did Peter say anything else?
Yes, I asked him how Reese was making out.
What did he say?
Well, apparently he's very efficient, but...
What?
Well, Peter said he couldn't quite put his finger on it, but in some way he thought he was too efficient.
Well, in 48 hours you'll be seeing for yourself. Damn you, why shouldn't I come too?
You know what's happening to us, Ida?
Yes.
It's something we've both been through before, but, well, for me it's happening all right.
Me too. Have you quite made up your mind about my not coming with you on the trip?
Quite.
If you don't let me, I shan't go back to my hotel tonight. I shall stay here.
Well, that won't make me change my mind.
Dear 120.
120, sir.
That do you? Yes. Have you worked out an ETA? Not yet. When can I have it? Shortly. I am not sailing my ship into an uncharted area, not for you or anybody else. I'll let you have it tomorrow. Tomorrow? Tomorrow by noon, then, or else. Otherwise, I stop engines. You've got the chart of this area locked away in your cabin, and the sextants, the chronometer, the navigation tables. Now, after 6 days at sea, I don't know where we are within 100 miles. I've had very nearly enough. You're not a qualified navigator. And steaming through the night... Experience is more important than qualifications. You've been in wireless touch with head office, and they've cleared you to agree with me. Yes. I've navigated boats all over the world, and in and out of more islands than you've ever set eyes on. And I've more at stake than just this ship. You needn't be afraid I'll put her aground. Tomorrow, then, by noon.
He's getting scared, sailing blind. And this atmosphere. 1 minute we're in a sort of a fog, and the next it's pitch black. And it's just as hot as ever.
No, Reese isn't nearly so ignorant of our position as he pretends. The wireless operator picked up the aircraft beacon again on his DF. It gave him a position line.
Well, what's the point of all this secrecy?
That island belongs to Don Mansour and the Adwans. It's their one hope of survival. I'll do anything to keep its position secret until they've established a settlement there and claimed it for their own. Mr. Strode, this atmosphere, was it like this before when you came here with the Venturer? No. It was hot and humid, but not like this. There's a lot of electricity in the air tonight. Well, I don't like it. There's no moon. We can't see a thing. I think there's going to be a storm. Storms are very rare in this area. If you check the Met charts... hell with the Met charts. They're generalizations. They're not specific to this area. I think we should heave to till dawn. Oh, whatever for. You've empty sea for miles around. How do you know? You've found one new island. There may be others. Breakers ahead! Breakers? Breakers ahead! Breakers? How can there be breakers? There, man, there! Can't you see them? Straight over the bow! Slow stern! Slow on stern! Starboard helm! Starboard helm! Hard over, man! Hard over, sir!
But there's no sound. What are they breaking against? Coral reefs?
There's no coral reefs there. We're nearly on them! Full astern! Full astern, sir! I think it's the Whitewater. What's that? What do you say? Whitewater. They call it Ranamari. It's an optical illusion. I've never seen it, but I've heard about it. Don Mansour's seen it twice. Each time his crew were frightened to death. You mean I'm frightened? Not now. I think we all were for a minute. I shall leave too. Stop engines! Stop engines! Look, if you'll let me take over and steam through the night, I'll give you your ETA now.
We'll be lying off the island by noon tomorrow.
I shall stay on the bridge.
All right. Now, shall we get back on course?
Slow ahead.
Go ahead.
Steer 120.
120, sir. I think I ought to call the captain, Mr. Strode.
It's up to you. When does the officer of the watch call the captain? I don't know.
What's this?
Why wasn't I called?
Oh, I was thinking about it, sir.
Well, you should have thought quicker, Lenny. What the hell is it? It looks as though the sea's become suddenly diseased, like some fungus growth.
It's pumice.
There must have been a disturbance of some kind.
It's everywhere, spreads for miles. How much longer do you expect me to drive my ship into an area that's clearly volcanic?
Not long. We're only a few hours sailing time from the island.
Yeah, well, all I hope is that we aren't anchored off the island when the old flipping log goes up.
Look, over here, Peter. There are bigger pieces. They're like plates, aren't they? There must be millions of them.
We shall be out of it soon. It's clear ahead. Something's been going on. Some sort of submarine activity. Suppose the island's disappeared. I'd look bloody stupid, wouldn't I?
Starboard bow, Captain Reed, sir. Fine on starboard bow. Here, the cloud's lifting ahead.
Yes. It's land all right. And black. Nothing growing at all. Have the glasses, Mr. Strode. It's bleak enough. Like the back of a whale at this distance.
Yes. Yes, that's it. It must be.
What's the matter?
It's bigger. I can't tell till we're nearer, but I think it's at least twice the size it was.
Oh, gold, and I'm on the first landing party.
I'd like us to run in with the island bearing 034. On that course, it's all clear. No obstructions. We should be ashore before noon. Earlier than I thought.
No birds. Not a sign of a living thing.
Not here. That beach we landed on was useful. But we need to find some sort of natural quay where we can bring the barge alongside for loading.
And for getting the gear on shore?
Yes. We're on the old part of the island now, of course.
What happens if it sinks below the surface of the sea again?
Oh, no. I talked to several experts in London. They were all agreed that if an island emerged in this area, it would continue to grow. Or at least that it would stay above the surface of the sea. The movement here's a slow one. It's nothing dramatic.
But can your Adwans survive in this desolation?
Look, they're not helpless. They're an intelligent and highly civilized people. And they're tough.
Well, they'll need to be. Isn't only that it's bleak. The island's got an atmosphere, a sense of deadness.
Not to them. Now, just over the top here, I'll show you something. There's a hollow about 50 feet across. Oh, there. See, it's a natural rain trap.
3 palm seedlings.
Yeah. They've grown since I was here last. They must be 5 feet high now.
Oh, it's incredible what water can do.
The most barren place on Earth can be transformed by a single rainstorm.
Yes.
See, here on the equator, there can be as much as 90 inches of rainfall in a year. There are half a dozen pockets of vegetation like this. As the surface weathers and the roots of the trees get a grip in it, the pockets will spread. A few years and there'll be tropical growth over quite a lot of the island. With the right seeds introduced now, it'll be like Adu Atoll, capable of supporting life.
You've got a vision of what it might be. I accept that. But will the Adwans see it?
You wouldn't ask that if you'd been with us before. Don Mansour stood in this little oasis, gazing around in wonder like a child. No, more like Cortes. The Adwans don't need any encouragement.
When are they coming?
Oh, God knows. Depends on a lot of things. Their president, their ships, and the wind. But when they do, they'll find a camp, stores, and equipment. And I reckon it'll take 3 days to get the stuff ashore. Mm-hmm. While they're doing that, we'll make a series of test boreholes with the portable drill. On the 4th day, we should be getting the first load of ore out to the ship.
Oh, this'll water the palm trees.
Well, they'll just have got the last load into number 3 hole before the storm started. The barge will stay out there now.
Oh, it doesn't matter. We can go back in the runabout.
It may not last long. I'll stay on the island with my team. I'm glad we got the bunkhouse up for them.
It'll be bad tonight. The Lascars hate it.
Well, they're all huddled in the canteen now. Some of them are praying.
Well, time you two got back to the ship.
Or why didn't you come as well?
Yeah, you could come back at first light.
No, I'm staying here on the island.
Oh, okay. I'll go and get the engine started. Yeah, the rain's not quite so bad.
It'll be worse tonight. Wouldn't it be better if I stayed ashore with you?
Oh, no, I'd rather you were on the ship. I like to feel my line of retreat is quite secured.
Now, you don't trust Reese, do you?
Not really. When he said we ought to work a night shift, I could have hit him. Whatever that man suggests, I start wondering what's behind it.
Well, that one was easy. He wants to get away as soon as he can.
Come on, Commander!
All right, I must go. It's getting dark fast. Cheers.
Well, don't be seasick on the way back.
Right.
Oh, that was a big one. Thinking about your evening meal.
And a shower and some dry clothes.
Never known this little trip take so long. Nearly there, though, now.
Right.
Now, why did he have to anchor out so far?
He thought it was safer. I don't blame him.
Reese has got the jitters, you know. So have I. Did you see?
What?
In that flash of lightning. The men at the bows, they're fetching her anchor.
My God, yes. That's why it's taken so long to reach her. She's broadside to the wind and drifting with it.
So they've got the anchor up. He's pulling out to sea.
Well, we can't go back now. The wind's against us. Can we make her?
The wind's taking us right onto the barge.
My God.
Look, we're going to crash against the side. We'll have to jump it. Catch the edge of her side. Now! Right! Here! Get on to that cable. Yes. It's all right. I'll give you a pull.
Okay.
We made it. Hey, look out, Bailey!
Oh, my God. What's the time?
About midnight, I should think. Thank the Lord you've come round.
How long have I been out?
3 or 4 hours.
I see. What happened?
You fell into the hold of the barge. We lashed alongside the ship.
What's that?
The trader's engine room telegraph.
What's she doing?
Beaming out to sea.
Why are we still on the barge?
Because I can't bloody well make contact with them.
Oh.
We're stuck here.
How long for?
Till dawn, I'd say. Till they can see us.
Oh, my God. Have I broken any bones?
Oh, I don't think so. Just bashed your head on a bit of that flaming manganese ore when you fell.
Why doesn't that thunder stop?
Sorry, mate. Anything about that?
The engines sound different. What are we doing?
Slowing, I think.
What the hell happened?
Hello? Think we did? Come on, now.
Right over.
It's been it. The bridge has been struck. She's burning. She's burning.
God, what can we do?
Nothing. Well, there's plenty of light, but no one's going to have time for us now.
Pull him up, quickly there.
Have you got Bailey up okay?
Yes, he's all right.
Oh, came the dawn. You've had a night, skipper.
We've got the fires out anyway.
What happened? Why are we aground?
We are lucky the old ship didn't go up.
What's the damage?
3 dead, including Cummings. 4 injured.
Oh, God.
The whole electrical installation has been burnt out, but a day's work may get the main engines going. With jury rigs steering from the tiller flat, we've got a chance.
Was there any arrangement for regular radio reports to head office?
No, could be a week before they think of instituting any sort of search. Then there's the question of our position. My estimate could be 200 miles out. I should never have agreed to navigate in blind like that, with only one man knowing our position.
Well, you did. It's no good bellyaching about it now.
It's Strode's fault. I knew this secrecy was a mistake. And now it may cost us our lives.
It's not only us, it's Strode and the men with him. You made no attempt to get them off.
There wasn't time, man. We were dragging.
The wind was from the east, and it was blowing off the island.
That doesn't mean a thing. Intense storms like that down here on the equator, they're circular. Once you're through the eye of it, the wind comes in from the opposite direction.
You could have sent in a landing craft to get them off.
What? Why should I risk men's lives? They were perfectly safe where they were. It wasn't they who were in danger, it was us.
You were in a hell of a hurry to get right out of the area, weren't you?
If I'd hove to a few miles off, we might have drifted anywhere. I thought it best to steer a set course. So many hours out, so many hours back.
Well, I suppose that sounds reasonable.
Yeah, excuse me, skipper. But do you notice the smell?
Yes, sulphur. Is something burning still?
Oh, no, not on the ship. But look, out there, about 3 miles off.
What? It looks like bubbles of hot gas. It's the water were being lifted under pressure.
Pressure from the seabed.
Reese, what course did you steer from the island?
We steamed south, 129 degrees.
You mean you were backtracking the course you went in by?
I thought it safer.
Well, how long for? Did you change course?
No, the same course for 4 hours.
4 hours on the same track, and when we went in, it was deep water.
Yes, and now we're aground, and there's evidence of volcanic action all around us.
I don't know about you, but I think the sooner we get out of here, the better.
I agree. If the tide's right, we should be able to float her off in 24 hours.
Well, we're clear, thank God.
All ahead!
All ahead! All ahead!
Is this your course?
Yes.
You're not on the reciprocal of 129?
Nope.
I'm heading for Gan.
For Gan? But the islands! You can't head for Gan, not yet. Not till you got Peter and the men off. You can't just leave them there.
My concern is for the safety of the ship. Anyway, I'm not abandoning them. They're ashore and they've got food for a month. Some rivets have gone on the starboard side. We're taking in water. Did you know that?
Are the pumps holding it?
At present, yes.
Look, Reese, I'm an executive of Strode Orient, and I'm ordering you now to head the ship back to the island and get those men off.
You've no power to give me orders on my own ship.
I suppose you're right. But then there's always the question of fitness to command.
What?
What would it look like at an inquiry?
Will you give me your instructions in writing?
Certainly, if you want it.
Very well, I'll alter course. It's your responsibility, remember? I'm glad you gave me those instructions in writing.
There must be something wrong.
Altogether, we've covered 500 square miles with visual sightings right in the area where the island should be. We've allowed more than amply for any possible variations through current or winds. There's not a trace of the island. It's gone.
It can't have gone.
Can't it? We're in an area of volcanic change, and you know it.
I don't know what we're in, but I do know there's something wrong.
Bearing in mind that we are shipping water and that I've a half-burnt-out ship, are you prepared now for me to set course for Gan?
Yes. I've no option.
Thank you. We may make it in 3 days. You'll fly straight back to London from Gan, I suppose?
London. Oh, my God.
I don't believe it. If Peter were dead, I'd know.
But, Ida, the RAF have searched 250,000 square miles of the Indian Ocean. There's nothing there but sea. What more can anyone do?
I don't know. But I can tell you that Peter's alive. I'm certain of it. And we need him desperately. You know the annual general meeting's the day after tomorrow?
Is it?
When the news of the discovery broke, there was tremendous press coverage, of course. Strode shares started to rise. With the other directors pushing them, Henry and George jumped on the bandwagon. But now, have you seen the papers today?
No, not yet.
The Air Ministry have announced that they've abandoned their search. They say there's no hope for the men on the island. Do you realize what'll happen now?
Yes, the shares will drop again, I suppose.
They're thinking of getting Slattery and one of his friends on the board.
Henry and George are ready for a takeover, you mean?
Of course.
Well, does it matter now?
Of course it matters. It's Peter's birthright I'm fighting for. And I know Peter's alive. When he first went to the island, it was in the Strode Venturer, Deacon in command. I think it would be worth talking to him. Could we get him to London?
But what's the point? Peter was as secretive then about the position of the island as he was with Reese.
But Deacon's a more experienced man than Reese.
Yes, he's also an alcoholic.
I know, but drunk or sober, a man who's been at sea as long as he has ought to have some idea where his ship was.
No, we've got to have some new evidence, something to throw at Henry before he'll agree to going on with what everybody thinks is a hopeless search.
Unless we do, it's the end of Peter, the end of Strode, and you ought to mind about this, the end of the last remnants of your father's company.
Wait a minute. Straker.
Who?
Hans Straker.
Who's he?
He's a man I met on the plane when I first came back to England. He's a seismographer. He knows about volcanic disturbances. I'll telephone him now.
And after you've seen this man, we'll go down to Strode House. I'm ready for Henry.
Yes. Now, here's the number.
Oh, I haven't told you. I've seen old Mr. Turner again. He's very ill, in a nursing home.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He asked me whether I was going to marry you.
What did you say?
That we talked about it. He seemed pleased.
Did he?
And he's made over those shares to you now. I told him you might be needing them sooner than he thought.
Did you? Why?
Don't you see?
Oh, just a minute. Hello? Yes. Is that the Oriental Club?
This island of yours, I recorded a pronounced tremor in the Indian Ocean somewhere south of Adu Atoll in April last year. That would have been when the island first appeared.
Do your instruments give you exact locations?
No. For that you need recordings from a number of stations.
But the pumice and the water around us boiling like that.
An indication of volcanic eruption, but not severe. Now, if we turn to the charts of the last few weeks...
You mean you've been recording recently?
Oh, yes.
Can you record at this distance?
Oh, certainly. My instruments are very good. You have to remember that the Earth's crust is only about 50 miles thick. It's like a thin skin. It's only when the tension breaks that you get a major earthquake or eruption.
And you don't think that could have happened in this case?
Definitely not. For an island to disappear in a matter of days would constitute a major disturbance. Your island is certainly still there. And there is no reason why it should not remain permanent.
Well, thank you. I think I've got an interesting meeting ahead of me at Strode House.
I'm sorry I can't give you an exact location. Have you considered that the island may contain other minerals besides manganese which might affect a ship's compass? Even aircraft, I believe, can be thrown off course by large iron deposits when flying low.
No, there was no iron in the ore samples, and Shackletons are fitted with gyro compasses.
It's odd, but there is a mistake somewhere.
A mistake? How can there have been a mistake?
We don't know,
Surely,
but we've reason
Henry, you don't mean that Reese had instructions to leave Peter on the island?
Oh, you must be overwrought.
I think it would have suited your plans.
What plans?
To bring Slattery and Wolfe onto the board.
My meetings with Slattery were merely preliminary feelers, contingency plans in the event of
what?
Of the failure of the expedition.
Which you expected.
No, I hoped, of course, as we all did. But no one could pretend that the venture was certain to succeed.
And now it appears to have failed. You're ready to sell out.
You don't understand the position of the firm.
I do. That's why I'm determined that Peter shall be found.
I'm as grieved as anyone about Peter, but whatever this friend of Bailey's may say...
He has evidence that the island must still be there.
The RAF tell us that it is not.
I'm not satisfied. I want to make another trip with Deacon in the Strode Venturer.
Deacon is no longer employed by us.
What?
I dismissed him. He disobeyed orders from head office during Peter's first trip.
An old man who's been nearly his whole life with the firm? Where is he now?
Still in Aden, as far as I know.
The last place for him to find another ship.
And the Strode Venturer?
In Aden. We sent another man out.
He could be recalled.
And Deacon could be reinstated?
Really, I am prepared to concede, Ida, that you are distraught over the loss of Peter. But you, Bailey, you must remember that you are merely an employee of the firm, and
I'm not. After Peter, I'm the largest shareholder in Strode & Company.
What?
Lawrence Turner has been buying shares heavily, and he's made them over to him.
I heard rumours that Turner was buying, but anyway, with Peter presumed dead...
I don't presume him dead. And Mr. Turner says it will take time for you to have that legally accepted. And I hold the proxy for the votes his shares carry. If it comes to a showdown at your precious annual general meeting, we can outvote him.
So you can stop flirting with Slattery and his friends about a takeover. It's too late. The control of Strode & Company is now with Peter, Ida, and me. I suggest that you get in touch with Aden at once, and that I fly out there in the morning.
Mr. Fields, is Captain Deacon aboard?
You've caused enough trouble, you and that Peter Strode.
Would you mind taking me to his cabin, please?
Why should I? They sack him and throw him on the beach, then come along and say he's to be reinstated. What are you trying to do? Crucify him? A man needs warning after that sort of treatment. He needs an hour or two to get used to the idea that he's taking command again.
Do you mean he's drunk?
He's had a lot of worry, you see. Don't you understand what he's been through? Lying in a doss house thinking his life's over? What's it all about, anyway?
I arranged that he should be reinstated so that he can help to find the island.
Why?
Don't you listen to the radio? Strode and a dozen men are stranded on it.
Oh, so that's it. He's wandered again now. They've never given him a chance, the Strodes. He worked for your father, too. Did you know that?
Yes, I knew that. Why are you telling me this?
I just wanted you to know. You owe something to Harry Deacon. He hasn't had much of a life.
Mr. Fields, I want the Strode Venturer to leave as soon as possible for Gam. I've arranged with the agents to finish loading during the day. We could leave tonight. Can you take her out of Aden?
Very well, as long as Deacon says it's all right. We needn't tell the agents about him, need we?
No. And if you tell me where the island is, I won't have to wait for Deacon to surface.
I don't know where it is. Strode hid the sextants. He directed the courses and wouldn't let anyone near him when he was plotting them.
Well, where was Deacon? In the cabin?
No. He came up to the bridge every now and then, same as he always did. No reason why he should change his habits just because one of the Strodes was on board.
Do you mean he was drunk?
He's never drunk. Not when we're at sea. But the captain doesn't have to be on the bridge all the time. He'll help you all he can, I know he will, but leave him a day or two, will you? Give him a chance, that's all I ask for him. That he should have a chance.
Seems a long time ago, too damn long. My mind's not clear. You don't mind me lying on me bunk, do you? I still don't feel too good. Must have picked up a bit of fever in that damn place in Aden.
No, of course not. You stay where you are.
You've had pretty well all I can remember. What's you that up to?
Well, it's the course back that gives us the best picture.
Yeah.
I've got it all plotted on the chart now.
First southerly, then westerly the first day, and the final approach to Ado Atoll from the south. The intermediate variations on the course always being between 180 and 360.
What position does that give us?
Roughly 600 miles east-southeast of Gan, and nearly 250 miles northeast of the line the Shackletons flew on their way to and from the search area.
Well, where's the position Reese gave?
Well, that's there. The distance between the two is just over 500 miles.
Reese's position is 500 miles out?
Yes. As soon as I got this worked out, I radioed Gan. I've just had this signal from Group Captain Canning. Now, he says little likelihood of resuming search unless we can give them clearer justification. He says we can discuss it when we arrive at Gan, but that Reese is satisfied the areas already searched covered the island's last known position.
And Reese is still at Gan, sucking up to the Group Captain, I suppose.
Oh, yes, he's still there. And Canning's final shot is a volcanic action, still most likely explanation of failure to locate island.
Volcanic action, submarine pressures, yes, but that island wasn't a bloody volcano. It was a bit of the seabed, nothing more than that. Can I have a look at that signal again?
Yes, certainly, yes.
Reese. I never did trust Welshmen. Justification, Canning says. What does he mean by that? The opinion of an Adwin wouldn't count, I suppose. Not with a man like Canning. The serving officer who's never had anything to do with them.
You're thinking of Don Mansour?
Yeah, well, he's been there twice, once on his own, once with me. But he knows about the stars. In his own way, he's a good navigator.
Well, I'll try and get hold of him when we reach Gan. But we must talk the RAF into another search.
Well, I'll leave that to you. Group captains aren't quite in my line. Well, that Reese.
It's very good of you to visit us so soon, Group Captain.
Not at all. I thought it best to come at once and bring Captain Reese with me.
Yes, of course. Captain Deacon will be joining us shortly.
I doubt whether he'll be much help. I hope you didn't encourage them. I've done my best to stop the Adwins sailing their boats off into the blue.
Well, I've no chance. Don Mansour had already left, and the others are hell-bent on following him.
I'm very concerned that they're risking their lives unnecessarily.
Well, you can't stop them. You're faced with something as inevitable as the migration of a bunch of lemmings. That island is important to them. So is Peter Strode. Now then, here is the chart I've been making. It's made from my investigations over the last few days, conversations with the officer and crew, random observations, of course, but they all support the views of Captain Deacon.
Deacon? My God, man, are you serious? Deacon wouldn't have had a clue where he was, nor would the crew. I kept a note of all the courses steered. Compass courses, you understand.
I'm not suggesting that the position of the island I plotted here is accurate. But I must remind you that what we're discussing may mean the difference between life and death to the men on that island.
They're dead and the island's gone.
And why has Don Mansour sailed?
Natives, they know nothing about navigation.
My information is that he is a skilled navigator.
But this position you've given us is 500 miles away from mine. Do you think I could make an error of navigation like that? If these natives want to kill themselves, that's their affair. It proves nothing. The shallows we grounded on were volcanic. You know that as well as I do. So was the island, in my opinion, all part of volcanic instability.
Then why didn't you make an attempt to get the shore party off?
I've explained all that in my report. My first consideration was for the safety of the ship.
Yes, I've read your report. It's very convincing. But if you thought that the island
You're trying to blame me for what happened. It's not my fault, it's Strode's. Taking the ship into an area like that, anchoring it off a submarine volcano, he must have been crazy. If it hadn't been for me, the ship would have...
I've been looking for you, you dirty little Welsh bastard. You left them there to rot. Why did you leave them there, if you were so bloody sure the place was going to erupt in your face?
I didn't think there was any immediate danger. It was the storm that concerned me then. I had to think of the ship.
Now look at the chart. You went aground somewhere there. That's where you claim, isn't it?
Yes.
On the northern tip of a big area of shallows. Well, are you telling me those shallows wouldn't be visible from the air?
It's quite possible. The light out here can be very difficult, especially in the afternoon heat.
Oh, they missed the shallows because of the midday heat. But there's no excuse for missing an island, not with radar.
I don't think they did miss it.
It's disappeared. That's your point, is it?
Yes.
Very convenient. Since your air crews have failed to sight it, you say it isn't there anymore. Why can't you admit you've been searching in the wrong area?
Because I don't think we have been.
Look here, Reese. Who told you to fix it so they were left to fend for themselves?
Nobody.
You're lying. I know when a man's lying. Somebody's got at you. Or it doesn't matter. It's not important at the moment. What worries Bailey and myself is those men out there in the middle of the Indian Ocean with nobody bothering to look for them anymore. Group Captain Canning, you've searched one area and found nothing. What's the objection to searching where I think the island is? Don't forget I've been to it too. And I say it's there. Somewhere in that area. Well, what do you say?
There's nothing I can say.
A resumption of the search requires Air Ministry authority. Of course, if Captain Reese were in any doubt about his
I
position...
have no doubt whatever. Captain Deacon, are you accusing me of deliberately falsifying my position?
No, I can't do that.
The position I've given, gentlemen, is not exact, but it's reasonably accurate, I'll swear to that.
And you've made up your mind, good Captain. You won't fly a search in that area. Right. Mr. Fields?
I'm afraid it's out of my hands now. If you can put up a convincing case, then I'll be happy to pass it on to the Air Ministry.
Mr. Fields? Yes, sir. Clear the ship. Prepare for sea.
Aye, sir. If you're thinking of taking your ship into that area, I must warn you, Captain.
You can't stop me.
No, but you do it at your own risk.
What risk? I'm going 500 miles from where Reese said he was.
Yes, I see. At the same time, air-sea rescue in the Indian Ocean is my responsibility, and I don't want any more trouble. You don't seem to understand what Captain Reese has been telling you. The volcanic activity may extend over a wide area.
What's that got to do with it, if his position is the wrong one? You're lying, Reese, about something, but I don't know what it is.
Watch it, Deacon.
Now, are you coming with us? And we'll see who's right, you or me?
No, let him stay here. You'll find out the truth whether he's with you or not.
Perhaps. But truth is not absolute. And the events that lead to a man's death can be very devious. Mr. Fields?
Yes, sir.
Man the helm.
Aye, sir.
Are you coming? And I'll notify Air Ministry, of course. I'm sorry, lady. It's the best I can do under the circumstances.
Yes, I understand.
I wish you could persuade Deacon to hold off till morning.
Well, I can't. And I don't intend to try.
Why have you left the bridge? It's so... I can't. Think of something. It's Harry. He's in his cabin. I can't wake him. He's always on the bridge in a storm. But this time, he should never have had that last drink. You must stay there. If Deacon can't, that's all the more reason why the crew mustn't see you off the bridge. It's no good. I can't take any more. Come on, get up. All right, if you won't go of your own accord, I'll drag you up this ladder. This bloody island has made nothing but trouble. Suppose we run aground, we won't be anywhere near the shallows till dawn tomorrow. The trader was lucky. She had cargo she could jettison. We're empty except for number 2 hold. Now pull yourself together. Don't let the helmsman see you like this. Now come on inside. Thank God he's here. Is everything all right?
Told you are there. Squall, that's all. Very sudden. Nothing to worry about. I've reduced speed, see that all the pumps are working, will you?
Yeah.
Then check the hull, see how much water she's making.
Very well.
Where do you find him?
Beside number 1 boat.
It's his nerves. You can't blame him. Be a bad sea when the wind eases, I shouldn't wonder. It was in conditions like this, a sudden storm, that Sir Reginald went.
My father, you mean?
In Biscay, just after we passed the Amen buoy about midnight. Came up very fast. It often does round Ushant. There was a full moon, but the clouds had covered it. There was a weird half-light.
And my father?
I just come down from the bridge. He was alone in the saloon. I said I'd see him to his cabin. He'd been drinking a bit heavy, you know, and he'd got a bottle of whiskey under his arm. Kind of you, he said, standing very straight. But I'm on my own now. And Harry, he says, don't stop. Not for anything. Understand? That's the last I saw of him.
What happened?
I never knew for certain. One of the crew said he saw him leaning on the stern rail, staring down into the wake. My guess is that he just drank the bottle and let himself go over. This storm won't last. Tomorrow we'll be sitting here in our chairs, hardly able to keep awake.
I stood by the stern rail last night. I had a feeling of extraordinary confidence.
You're lucky.
The Shackleton's been in the area for half an hour now.
Has it? You see the echo sounder now?
Yes, 200 fathoms. We're in the shallows, all right.
Engine slow.
Engine slow. What's up?
We found bottom. Whatever it is, shoal or island, we're all right.
The lookout sighted what he thought was a whale.
Oh, yes?
If it wasn't a whale, it could have been a gas vent.
Don't worry, Arthur.
A message from the Shackletons.
Ah, thanks. Give it to me.
Sir?
Why is the Shackleton here?
It's on its way to Singapore. Canning diverted it on his own responsibility. It can't stay too long, or it's going to have fuel problems.
Well, we can manage.
Ah, now the Shackletons had a blip on its screen, quite a big one, almost due east of us.
Yeah?
Bearing from us is 110 degrees, 30 miles.
Well, if that's the island, the shoal bears about 230. Not 192, which was the course Reese steered.
The compass. And when we steered north again after the fire, we'd nothing to steer by, only the star.
Well, that's what I mean. His compass must have been out, badly out.
Right.
It must have been fixed, and we know who fixed it.
Yes, I'm afraid we do.
When he was alone on the bridge, he always was a wild one. What a thing to have done to you. And I accuse Reese of lying.
Well, you want to know. And anyway, if he wasn't lying, he was concealing something. Some sort of tacit understanding that if he had an opportunity to leave us there for a month, it didn't matter. Peter's half-brothers needed time.
I see. Reese, though, poor chap. Oh, I know what it's like to be under pressure from the owners.
No, this is from the Shackletons.
Ah, thank you. Ah, they've sighted the island. It's ours, all right. There are men waving to them.
Thank God.
And they've seen the area of shallows where the Strode crater grounded.
What's it bear from the island?
227 degrees.
A compass error as big as that doesn't happen by chance. He's like his father. No consideration for anybody once he's made up his mind to a thing. And he'll get more and more like him.
Yes, perhaps. Unless someone takes him in hand.
Anyway, he's got what he wanted. An island, the people of his own. He'll finish up with more power than his father ever had. New men, new ships. There was a time when I'd have enjoyed a fight. Not now. Not anymore. Mr. Field?
Yes, sir?
Keep her on course. Steam it slow through the night. He'll be off the island by dawn. Make straight for the anchorage, then put Commander Bailey off in the launch. You're not to delay, not under any circumstances.
Where the hell have you been, Bailey? What does Reese think he's playing at? Did you monkey about with the ship's compass?
Compass? Well, what's the compass got to do with it? We're half-starved. Fuel's almost exhausted. You've been gone damn near a month now.
Did you fix the compass?
Oh, well...
You stupid fool. You nearly killed the lot of us. You've only yourself to blame.
Never mind about that. Where's the Strode trader been all this time?
That's not the Strode trader out there. It's the Strode venturer. When he took the trader out to sea, Reese thought he was backtracking on the course he came in by. Now, because of your work on the compass, he wasn't. He ran aground and damn near lost his ship. I mean, to fool about with the magnetic field of a ship's compass, it was crazy.
Yes, it was. I'm sorry, but it seemed the only thing to do at the time. I didn't trust Reese, and to have the position of the island known. Well, everyone knows where it is now, I suppose. At Shackleton. Did you see Don Manso? Did he tell you when he was sailing?
He left by the time I got back to Maydew. But the last message we had from the Shackleton before she headed for Singapore was that they'd sighted 2 native crafts 20 miles to the west of the shoal area. Now, I imagine they were Don Mansour's boats.
With a good breeze, they may get here in time, but they haven't long.
Well, what's the hurry?
International law. They must get here first and plant their flag. Establish effective and continuing occupation.
As an Englishman, shouldn't you notify the Foreign Office?
If I asked them to take formal possession, it would have the status of a British colony.
And you want it for the Adwans?
Oh, yes. Don Mansour discovered it. It's their island. Besides, if this place were annexed by Britain, it would be for strategic purposes. They wouldn't be allowed to exploit the manganese, and no Adwans would be permitted to land. That's why I had to make sure that Reese couldn't report its real position. Oh, all these months it's been like sitting on a time bomb. Any moment, a stray ship, navy, or aircraft like that Shackleton, was still a rushing forward.
Bailey! Commander Bailey!
Yes.
It's Harry Deacon. He's gone. He wasn't in his cabin this morning. Everything left neat and tidy. A letter for me. He's gone. The end of the road. That's what he says. You don't understand.
don't seem surprised. He couldn't go on, that's all. Like my father.
I'm sorry.
It's your ship now, Mr. Fields.
My ship.
Bailey? Do you see? On the horizon? Sails.
I annex this island on behalf of the Adwan People's Republic and raise our flag here. I thank Commander Bailey for being a witness. Our friend, Mr. Peter Strode, will send messages to all the world. I name this island Ranamari because it was born of white water, of the struggle of an imprisoned land against the power of a great ocean. Good has emerged out of evil.
Well, that's it. Now you can get back to London. There'll be plenty to do there.
And here?
Don Mansour's brought plants and seeds of everything they grow on may do. He reckons he'll have the whole island green in 2 years. Perhaps less.
And you?
Oh, I'll get going on the mining. The first shipment's due in Rotterdam in August. And look after the Adwan's interests with the rest of the world.
How long will that take?
A lifetime, I hope.
And Peter's staying there?
Oh, yes. He's not interested in Strode House. He says we're to use his votes for him as we think. He wants to look after Strode interests in the Indian Ocean.
Which are going to be big. We'll need new ships.
Well, with the shares going up the way they are, we shan't lack money for them.
Do you think we'll ever know what Henry and George really planned?
I shouldn't think so.
What does Peter want done about them?
He didn't seem to care. Give them golden handshakes or keep them as figureheads. They probably know a lot of people in the city. They'd be useful.
We've both been elected to the board, by the way.
That's good. I may be able to buy that house in London Mary wanted me to. I must go and see the children. Will you come?
I'd love to. What's happened to the Strode venturer?
She just managed to limp back to Gam, but she's done her time. She'll have to be broken up.
We mustn't lose the name. There's too much history involved. The first of the new ships must have it.
And you must launch her.
Oh, no. Mary. She'd love to do it. And a small girl launching a ship, that'd be fine. There are going to be new horizons for us all. I like the idea of Mary saying, I named this ship Strode Venturer.
That was The Strode Venturer by Hammond Innes, adapted for radio by Peter Hall. Peter Strode was played by Martin Jarvis, Commander Bailey by John Shrapnel, and Captain Deacon by Colin Douglas. Ida was played by Heather Bell, Fields by David Brierley, Straker and Canning, Vernon Joyner, Henry Strode and the radio operator, Alan Rowe, Reese and the steward, Peter Pacey, Wimble and Alexander, Geoffrey Matthews, Turner, Timothy Bateson, Don Mansour, Sam Dastor, Lenny and RAF officer, John Bull. The stewardess and waitress were played by Emily Richard. The production was by Dickon Reed.
We present the BBC Drama Repertory Company in The U-Boat That Lost Its Nerve, a play for radio by James Follett, with Nigel Lambert as Bernard Bent. The U-Boat That Lost Its Nerve.
U-boat First Officer, Lieutenant Bernard Barrett, you will please stand. This Council of Honour has been convened under powers delegated to us by the Naval High Command with the approval of the Führer. We have been instructed to hear all evidence and to recommend sentence should you be found guilty. Have you appointed an officer to conduct your defense?
Yes, sir. Major Shulker.
Have you agreed to this, Major Shulker?
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant Bent, the charge against you is that you displayed cowardice in the face of the enemy. And as a consequence of your treacherous behavior, the submarine U-570, entrusted to you by our Führer and the German people, was allowed to pass intact into the enemy's hands. How do you plead? How do you plead? Guilty or not guilty?
The accused wishes to enter a plea.
I want to hear him say it.
Not guilty.
Should the charges against you be proved, this council will have no alternative but to recommend that you be sentenced to death by hanging. I say this because I want everyone here to realize that our present circumstances in no way detract from the authority of this council or the seriousness of the crimes for which you stand accused. Captain Lehman, will you please proceed?
Thank you, Mr. President. On the 27th of August, 1941, the submarine U-570, under the command of the accused...
Mr. President, it has not been established that Lieutenant Bent was in command of the U-boat at the time of her surrender.
He was in command at the time of its capture. It amounts to the same thing. Please continue, Captain Lehman.
On the 27th of August, 1941, U-570 was some 200 kilometers south of Iceland and proceeding on the surface to a rendezvous in the North Atlantic where she was to join other boats in her flotilla in night actions against enemy convoys. You will hear how she failed to maintain a proper lookout, but at this point we should consider the attitude of the accused to his responsibilities and to the war in general. Now, this list details certain unauthorized stores which the accused had placed aboard 570 before she sailed. 40 kilos of Dutch Edam cheese, 20 kilos of camembert, several hundred kilos of ham, 100 kilos of Normandy butter, Riesling, brandy, whiskey sherry, and an unspecified quantity of beer. Lieutenant Bernard Bent saw no reason to change his way of life merely because of his responsibilities as an officer. The war for him was going to be one glorious non-stop party.
Gentlemen, I give a toast, the U-570. May this patrol be the most successful of any U-boat. Bent has made a stencil of a sinking ship.
Oh, yes.
As we have 15 torpedoes, let's hope we sail into Lorient with 15 sinking ships painted on our bridge.
Here we are, sir.
Show them, Bent.
There.
Only one thing wrong.
What's that, Chief?
Well, that stencil looks like a 2,000-tonner. If we want to beat Kretschmer's best patrol, every ship we sink will have to be at least 4,000 tons.
It's only meant to be a symbol.
Make a bigger one, Bent. We must be precise.
This one took me 2 hours, sir.
Maybe for every 4,000-tonner we sink, we could put up 2 of Lieutenant Bent's 2,000 tons.
Well, that wouldn't be honest.
The trouble with you, Bent, is that you take everything too seriously.
Someone has to.
I aim to sink 100,000 tons, Bent. Is that serious enough for you?
If you say so, sir.
I say we have another drink. Back to business. This is superb brandy you scrounge, Bent. We'll drink to you, to Lieutenant Bent. May he have the strength to bear the Knight's Cross Admiral Dönitz will be hanging around his neck.
Lieutenant Bent.
Hey, where's our torpedo officer? I specifically asked him to be present.
Well, Lieutenant Stein is examining the torpedo, sir. He's been at it since we left port.
Oh, has he? Doesn't he know that messing about with the torpedoes is forbidden? Pass the word for him. Yes, sir. Who do we drink to now?
The Führer.
Ah, yes. The Führer?
The Führer.
What's the matter, Bent?
I'm sorry, but I've already had rather a lot to drink, sir.
Oh, give him some coffee, someone. There you are, Stein, you wretched fella. I hear you've been messing about with our torpedoes. If you can make them go off with a bigger bang, I won't enter it into the log.
Can I have a word with you, please, sir?
Have as many as you like, but first a drink.
No, I must speak to you first, please, sir. In private.
Oh, weren't you warned about those French girls? Torpedoing enemy personnel should only be done at sea. I won't be any use to you. You need the sick berth attendant. You know, you're getting as bad as Bent. No sense of humour. Oh, all right. We'll go up on the bridge and relieve the lookouts. Excuse us, gentlemen. There's nothing like the sea for clearing one's head. Now, what's all this about?
I've been looking at the torpedoes.
You've dismantled them?
Yep, and I've also dismantled the depth control chambers.
You know that's forbidden. How can we sink ships if you've taken the torpedoes to bits?
We won't be sinking any ships, not with those torpedoes.
Of course we won't if you've taken the things apart.
I'll reassemble them, and in any case, I've only looked at 8.
Why look at them in the first place? What do you mean about us not sinking ships? Of course we'll sink ships. This first patrol of U-570 is going to make naval history.
Not after this patrol. All our torpedoes are useless.
Don't be absurd.
They're old G7As. There was a whole batch of them which have been sorted out for sending back to the torpedo research establishment at Kiel. They've been kicking around some time waiting for shipment, and somehow or other, we've ended up with them.
You're responsible for striking down torpedoes. You should have supervised their loading.
It's no good blaming me. I was only transferred to this boat at the last minute. Yesterday was the first chance I've had to examine.
What do you know about torpedoes? All you have to do is load and fire them.
Now come below and look at them if you don't believe me.
You'll have to repair them.
They need new firing pistols.
I don't want your excuses, Stein. You fix those torpedoes.
They have to go back to Kiel. And we might as well return to base.
We can't go back. Not without... My family have moved to Lorient. I've promised them so much.
Well, you'll never achieve great successes in this boat.
You will go below and repair those torpedoes. After that, you can consider yourself under arrest.
But why can't you face up to reality? Those torpedoes are useless. Might as well radio base and request permission to return.
I'll be damned if I'm going to let a miserable, jumped-up, working-class tyke with a chip on his shoulder dictate to me.
Aircraft! It went into that cloud!
This far out, it must be a Fokker Wolf 200.
Diving stations, aircraft!
How dare you give orders? You're under arrest. Bernd, cancel that order. It's an FW 200.
Oh, for God's sake, dive, Bernd! It had 2 engines!
What the hell am I supposed to do?
It's coming in for a bomb run! Get down, get down!
No! They'll kill us. Stop engines.
But we must die.
Bernd, what damage?
None. We still got control. I'm sending up a gun.
No, Bernd, no. Look, help me open my jacket. Come on, hurry.
You're mad.
Look, before it turns back. Please. Now my shirt. Pull.
I'm coming up.
Stay there, Bernd. Pull. That's it. Help me hold it out so they can see it.
No, you're not going to... You can't. Stop it.
Thank God. Thank God.
You bastard! You traitorous bastard!
What's happening? I thought there was...
Ramlo surrendered.
I had to. I have to think of my crew.
Gun crew standing by, sir.
Tell them to stand down.
You're not taking orders from him,
Get
are
below,
you?
Stein. Bernd, help me turn the shirt. Sir, you hold the sleeves up so they can see it. That's it. They'll destroy us.
I think they got your message, sir.
I ordered you below.
Thank you, sir. I have no wish to be involved.
It's an RAF Hudson. The Coastal Command.
They nearly killed us. The bomb came within 10 meters.
What do we do now?
It's up to them, isn't it?
May I use your glasses, sir?
Yeah.
Must be a reconnaissance aircraft. It's a machine in the ocean rubble in the turret. Probably Brownings.
And bombs.
Was it a bomb or a depth charge?
I don't know. What does it matter?
I don't think the RAF have an airborne depth charge yet. They're signalling. It's in English. Have you surrendered?
Tell them yes.
Have you considered that you might still have a chance of shooting it down, sir? Our anti-aircraft
They could be on
guns...
top of us with another bomb before we could bring the guns to bear. What's she saying now?
Aircraft to U-boat remain on surface, or we will bomb you. Do you understand?
Tell them we do, Bernd.
Control room bridge. I'm ordering the destruction of all charts, code books, identification books, and the law.
Stein, they may not like it.
You'll be ejected through a tube.
But if they see the capture open...
We're flooding the forward tanks to put the valves down slightly. They won't see anything.
Bernd, go below and place Stein under arrest.
He's right about getting rid of the boat's
Go
papers,
below
sir.
and arrest him. If anything goes wrong, the whole crew will be lost.
I'm resisting arrest, Bernd, and there's nothing you can do about it. The entire company's with me. Also, as first officer, it's your duty to arrest Ramlo and countermand the surrender.
I can't do that.
You'd have the full support of the crew.
Yes, but it would amount to, well, mutiny.
So?
But I don't have the authority.
You do, if he's no longer fit to command.
Why isn't he? He's only thinking of the crew. There's an aircraft circling, threatening to drop another bomb.
Another bomb? Were you in the Narvik campaign?
No.
I was. Shall I tell you the armament of that Hudson? 1 anti-submarine bomb. 1. And even that's useless unless it stores a direct hit, as we've just seen.
Narvik was over a year ago. The RAF may have improved their armament since then. But Ramlow may know more than us.
He doesn't.
But you don't know. You're only going on your experiences of over a year ago.
Even if it has got another bomb, we could still shoot it down before it has a chance to drop it.
But how?
Haven't you got any imagination? We could string up some washing or something and load a belt into the 20-centimetre while the Hudson is unsighted. We could even crowd men around the gun. We could load it, bring it to bear and open fire before the Hudson realised that anything was wrong.
If I was in that aircraft, I'd be watching us like hawks for the first sign of anything suspicious.
Oh, you're worse than Ramlow.
I don't suppose it's occurred to you that he might be acting in the interests of us all.
Our interests are irrelevant. All that matters is that this U-boat must not be cravenly handed over to the enemy without a shot being fired.
I shouldn't have thought you'd be worried about honour.
I'm not talking about honour. I'm talking about the cowardly behaviour of this submarine in allowing itself to fall into enemy hands who could then use it against our fellow sailors. And if you can't see the difference between that and your blasted sacred honour, then you're as bad as Ramlow. Chief?
Yes, sir?
Everyone signed?
Everyone, sir, without exception. Here.
Thanks. Here's my Luger, then. Take it. Take it. That's it. It's loaded. Now, Chief, read that paper.
We, the undersigned crew members of U-570, deplore the action of Lieutenant Commander Ramlow in surrendering our U-boat, and we fully support Lieutenant Bernard Bent in doing whatever is necessary to relieve Lieutenant Commander Ramlow of command. We also swear to obey Lieutenant Bent and pledge him our complete loyalty. And it's followed by the signatures of every member of the company.
Thank you. You have a choice, Bert. You can either go up on the bridge, arrest Ramlow, and take over command, or you can side with Ramlow by placing me under arrest. But if you do, I shall see to it that after the war, you and Ramlow hang. Bernd.
Sir?
Have you arrested Stein? Well?
No, sir.
Suppose he talked you out of it. Eh? Odd sort of fella. Got a chip on his shoulder about his background. Bit of the red in his makeup.
I don't know, sir.
I'm going to break one of the first rules in duelling. Real duelling, I mean. Not all this modern stuff with face masks.
What's that, sir?
Never turn your back on an armed man. Wonder how much longer his fuel will hold out. Can't be much left. 200 kilometres south of Iceland. He'll need some to get back. Do you agree with Stein? Do you think I'm a coward?
I don't know.
I always thought cowardice was something so definite, like murder, that there would be no doubt in my mind when I was actually committing it. And yet when I waved my shirt at that Hudson, it never occurred to me that it was a cowardly act. Wherever we're in harbour and the crew are lined up on deck, it always frightens me to see how many men's lives depend on me. The horrible thing is, I don't know if I surrendered to save my own skin or the lives of the crew. I suppose if I said I wanted to save their lives, it would sound very grand and noble, but the truth is, I don't know. What would you have done? No, don't answer. You don't know. Nobody knows how they will react to a given situation, but it's always possible to guess how others might behave. People like Stein are predictable. They're the ones who die and get covered in glory. There are a lot of Steins in Germany. They never die alone and always take a lot of poor bastards with them as insurance, so they'll be remembered. What are you going to do?
I don't know.
That's all you've been able to say, I don't know. It's about time you started making a few decisions for yourself instead of letting other people push you around all the time.
I was sent up to arrest you, sir.
You were sent up here to do your duty according to what you think is right. Stein is not your senior officer. If you think I should be arrested, go ahead, but don't try to cover up your conscience by pretending that you're acting out of duty instilled into you by Stein. I don't even care if you shoot me, but I do care if you shoot me out of a sense of fear. I'd rather die as a victim of your principles than Stein's.
Sir, I don't understand.
I'll do it myself. Give me the gun. I'll shoot myself so you can say you did it. They'll listen to you then. Here, give it to me.
No.
Come. No! Set up your fool, sir! You bloody fool. You could have been killed.
The destroyer's arrived. Look, look.
And tell him you've done it. Don't speak to me with a voice, Captain.
Yes?
You've killed him? Say yes.
Yes.
Good. I'm coming up. Tell him to stay.
Stay where you are, Stein.
My dear Bernd, I have a gun crew ready for action.
You can come up when I give the order and not before.
Good for you, Bernd.
Light signals from the destroyer, sir. In English. Stand by to receive armed boarding party.
They'll be lucky in this weather. There goes the Hudson. Wonder how they feel having to hand their prize over to the Navy.
Sir, now the aircraft is gone. If we were to set up torpedo to run at the shallowest setting, maybe we
We'd
could...
never sink a destroyer, Bernd. Not with their shallow draft. You should know that.
Well, it would be worth a try, sir.
Well, what are we going to do now?
Wait for the boarding party, I suppose.
They won't try that in this sea.
Would take us in tow?
Not with us on board. Here, what are they saying now?
Do you have a dinghy? Captain, to join me immediately. Allow no one else on bridge. Do you understand?
Why should they risk their necks with a boarding party when they can get me to risk mine? Signal message understood.
Why won't they allow anyone else on the bridge?
So you won't be tempted to scuttle.
Do you want help with the dinghy, sir?
No, I'll manage. Bernd, I saw the Hudson leave on the sky periscope. I insist you allow me on the bridge.
What can you see on the attack periscope?
Down.
Now we have company. A destroyer and an armed trawler. Our orders are no one else on the bridge.
We have to allow everyone up if we're to scuttle.
We are not scuttling, Stein, and that's an order.
We are not handing this boat over to the enemy.
Chief?
Sir?
Will you ask Lieutenant Stein to stay away from the voice pipe?
Sir?
Are you managing, sir?
Blasted thing. The wind keeps catching it. Here, you'd better have this back. Stein's gun, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
I'm ready now.
Look, I'm sorry, sir.
Just be sorry there's a war and thankful you're now out. Will you scuttle?
I don't see how I can.
No. Well, goodbye, Bent. Look after the crew.
Goodbye, sir. And good luck.
See you in prison.
Oh, God. Oh, thank you.
I'm Schulke, Conrad Schulke, Major, Army Reconnaissance. U-boat?
Yes.
Never catch me going down in one of those things. Death traps. I'm sorry, just trying to make conversation. You can tell me to shut up if you wish.
No, I'm sorry. Lieutenant Bernard Bent.
What happened to you? Oh, it's all right. These guerrillas don't speak German.
Oh, we were bombed by an aircraft.
Bad luck. Any casualties?
Every member of the crew was saved.
How long were you interrogated for?
2 days.
Oh, I had a week.
In London?
Yes, Kensington Palace Gardens. I used to work in London in the 20s. Didn't tell them, of course, but they soon found out. I didn't even tell them I could speak English. I gave myself away when this officer walked in and said, "We've decided to shoot you, Major." And he laughed at my expression.
Where are they taking us?
Euston Station? Well, must be somewhere in the north. Euston's being moved at night.
Why?
Plenty of useful information to be picked up just by looking out of the window. The state the crops are in, how many people working on the land. It's all very useful when you're trying to build up an overall picture. Still, of course, you have to escape first.
Well, is it worth the risk with the war supposed to last only a few more months?
It's always worth the risk. It's your duty to do so.
Major Schulke, wake up. It's daylight.
I'm stiff. Still on the move. Taking us further north than I thought. Did the train keep going all through the night?
Apart from 2 stations.
How long did we stop for?
About 15 minutes at the first one and 10 minutes at the other.
What was it called?
Bovril, I think. What's so funny?
You'll learn that. You'll learn.
Beautiful countryside. We keep crossing rivers and streams. Do you suppose we're in Scotland?
It's now 8 hours. Average speed, what, about 70 kilometres an hour? No, not in Scotland. I'd say we're in Cumberland, somewhere near the Lake District. Now, that's either another station coming up, or Journey's End. Uh-oh. Journey's End. Let's hope they feed us soon. I'm starving.
Welcome to Grisdale Hall, gentlemen. Right in the heart of the British Lake District. I'm afraid the British won't allow us to go sailing. My name is Lieutenant Commander Otto Kruger. My job is to make you feel at home. I'm the senior officer.
It's a great honour to meet you, sir.
It's good to have another U-boat officer. Or perhaps I should say not good. I was beginning to think this camp was being taken over by the Luftwaffe. How is the Admiral?
I'm afraid I've never met him.
And you're Major Conrad Scholker?
Yes, sir. Number 1 Reconnaissance Unit, Bremen.
I hope you didn't tell the British that.
No, sir. They told me.
I take it the British CO has already interviewed you?
Yes, sir.
You will find Major Veach firm but fair. All matters for his attention are channeled through this office. He and I have an understanding, and most difficulties can usually be smoothed out between us.
Is there an escape organization?
I was coming to that. As you must have seen from the truck which brought you from the station, the surrounding countryside is wild and desolate. It looks very beautiful now, but in the winter it is deadly. That is why we have an escape committee under my chairmanship, which carefully vets all escape proposals. We don't wish to deter initiative or daring. Our job is to prevent officers getting themselves killed because of some harebrained scheme that has no hope in hell of succeeding.
Has anyone ever escaped?
Several times, but no one has ever got home. The first to try was Baron von Vera.
The fighter pilot?
Yes. He remained free for several days, but only because he knew the district from camping trips before the war and could speak English without a trace of accent.
This place looks as if it was once a country mansion.
It was, but you won't find any suits of armour now. What you will find is plenty of barbed wire around the grounds and watchtowers. Now, that's all for now. I'll expect it will take you a couple of days to find your feet and get used to the routine. If you report to Paul Falk, third door on the left down the corridor, he'll arrange for you to have a medical and tell you what dormitory you're in.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
sir. Lieutenant Bent.
Sir?
I'd like a word with you before you go. Third door on the left, Schalker.
Thank you, sir.
Take seat.
Thank you, sir.
Lieutenant Bernard Bent, First Officer U-570. Bombed by RAF Coastal Command, 27th of August, 90 miles south of Iceland. No casualties. The British don't tell us more than they can help. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
No casualties?
Yes.
You were extremely lucky. What became of your commanding officer? Ramlow, wasn't it?
He was taken on board a different ship. I don't know what happened to him.
I knew him slightly at Lorient. Is he a party member?
I don't know.
Well, he won't come here if he is. This is what the British call a white camp, for non-national socialists. The borderline cases go to the grey camps, and the dedicated ones are sent to the black camps. That's why none of our guards are Poles. They're all at the black camps knocking hell out of the inmates. So they're not supposed to know that.
I see. I read about your capture in the papers. They said you were sunk by overwhelming forces after you'd fired all your torpedoes.
Propaganda. I was rammed at night by a destroyer. I've been here since March, 5 months.
The loss of your boat was a sad blow.
Do you know the latest tonnage sunk figures?
Well, May and June was around 600,000 tons. July was very low, only 100,000 tons.
What about your boat? Well?
Nothing.
Nothing?
It was our first patrol.
We'll never win the war at this rate.
The papers were saying that the British won't be able to hold out for more than 6 or 7 months at the most.
Maybe. Here's your form. You better report to Lieutenant Falk.
There is one thing, sir.
Yes?
Is there a Lieutenant Richard Stein here?
Stein. Richard. Several Steins, but no Richard. Friend of yours?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Well, that's all I've been able to pick up from the guards.
With luck, they might come with us. Otto, over here.
Good evening, you two.
Good evening. Do you suppose the British are celebrating something? This stew actually looks and smells edible.
At least 3 extra grams of meat. We've decided that your U-boat comrades aren't sinking so many ships these days.
According to Bernd, one of the new arrivals, they're not. Did you give them a medical?
Well, Schulke's okay. Bernd seems to be suffering from depression. He's also got a weak heart. You know, it beats me why you let these cripples into the Navy. In the Luftwaffe,
which this place is crawling with,
they have to be A1.
Anything for tonight's bulletin?
Well, it looks as if we'll have to reopen the escape program.
Aren't we going to Canada?
It's still only a rumour. But if we are being sent there, it doesn't look as if we'll be able to rely on American neutrality for much longer. An American destroyer has deliberately attacked a U-boat.
One incident doesn't necessarily lead to war.
It did in 1914. Oh, God, if only we could get hold of some British newspapers. When does Parsons come back from leave?
Saturday.
Was there any mention of U-570?
No.
So what do? Do we reopen the escape program, or do we continue squashing every scheme put forth?
I think we'd better carry on vetoing all plans for the time being and review the situation when we've had a chance to look at the papers.
Schulke.
What's the matter?
I can't sleep.
What? Well, I can if I'm left alone. 4 hours.
Conrad. May I call you Conrad?
Did you wake me up just to ask me that?
Do you suppose the others will find out about how you were shot down?
What are you talking about? What others?
Well, Kruger, Falk, the whole camp.
I don't understand. I've told them everything.
No, I mean the exact details. Your position, the time, that sort of thing. Do you think they could ever find out?
Well, I suppose so. Does it matter? Is something wrong? Bernard?
Yes?
Do you want to tell me?
No, it's all right. Sorry I woke you. Good night.
Good night.
Come in. Good morning, Paul.
Papers.
Excellent.
Express, Times, Sketch, the lot. Even John Bullen picked a post. Poor bastard's terrified about that copper wire.
Don't put any more pressure on him for a bit. He's the sort to suddenly decide the confession might be good for his soul.
Anything about that Greer business?
Last night, in a broadcast to the American people, President Roosevelt, referring to U.S. attacks on German U-boats, said, "When you see a rattlesnake poised, you don't wait until it strikes before you crush it." The man's a warmonger of the worst.
Listen to this. Squadron leader J.H. Thompson of 269 Squadron, the pilot of the Hudson which captured U-570, said the white surrender flag waving from the conning tower was the biggest surprise of his life.
What? An Admiralty spokesman refused to comment on U-570's future, but said the capture of an intact what? U-boat was of major importance, and the possibility of it being commissioned as one of His Majesty's submarines could not be ruled out. Get him in here. What was the exact damage caused by the bomb?
I don't know.
How close did it fall?
Well, I wasn't on the bridge.
You don't have to be on the bridge to know how close a bomb was.
I'm sorry, I don't know. It wasn't me who surrendered, it was Lieutenant Commander Ramlow.
Where were you when it fell?
In the control room. Look, I didn't surrender.
Did you make any water after the explosion?
I don't know.
Why didn't you dive?
Well, the hydroplane wheels were jammed.
All of them?
No, just one.
Which one? Come on.
Look, I don't know. The stern, I think.
If the bomb exploded forward, how come the stern wheel was jammed?
I'm not sure where it exploded.
First you say forward, now you're not certain.
I wasn't certain at the time.
Can you read English?
A little.
Read that. Go on. Read it.
An Admiralty spokesman refused to comment on U-570's future, but said the capture of an
intact U-boat. Do you know what the word means?
Yes.
The Telegraph, the Times, the Mirror, they all refer to an intact U-boat. And it's probably in every American newspaper. You sniveling little coward. You know what you've done? You've made the German U-boat on the laughing stock of the entire world.
It was damaged. There was nothing I could do. We were helpless. Well, I wanted to scuttle. I pleaded with the captain to scuttle. But it wasn't my fault. I said we must destroy the boat, but we refused. It was damaged. I know it was damaged.
He could be right, Otto. I wouldn't put it past the British to issue a false statement deliberately. It's up to you. I'd rather take the word of a German officer than the British press.
It was damaged. I know it was damaged.
We'll take the word of this. I suppose so. Bernd,
Sir?
pull yourself together.
Yes, sir.
We're giving you the benefit of the doubt.
Thank you, sir.
We'll tell the camp that the British salvaged your boat. I dare say that'll be nearer the truth than these papers.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
We'll say no more about it. All right, you may go. Just one thing. If these newspaper reports do turn out to be telling the truth, you will most likely be hanged for cowardice. Where on earth is Paul? We're missing it all.
You know, Bernd fits my theory about people who have mastered a social musical instrument.
What the hell is a social musical instrument?
Harmonicas, concertinas, flutes, anything portable like that. Have you heard my theory?
No, but I have a feeling I'm going to. Is it anything like that theory you advanced 3 months ago, which explained why the war couldn't last another 2 months?
Bernd interests me. He's had a lonely childhood, comes from a well-off family, and was sent to a boarding school from the age of 7. Consequently, he's been starved of affection. He's emotionally insecure, finds it difficult to make friends, and yet he needs friendship. That's why he's mastered the harmonica. It ensures he's always in demand for parties and so forth. That way, his introvert personality is no barrier to his popularity.
Is he married?
Yes, it was arranged by his parents.
Have you been talking to him?
Schulke has. The army major who arrived with him. Apparently he's worried about Bernd. Says he's been sleeping badly, having nightmares.
Maybe you should have a look at him.
After what Schulke said, I did. On the pretext it was a routine check after 4 weeks in prison. He's lost weight.
So have we all.
Not as much as him. He was 77 kilos when he came. Now he's down to 61. That's a lot to lose in 4 weeks.
Oh, whatever his problems are, he's a useful addition to the camp.
That's what's so odd about him. He enjoys being popular, and yet...
People are too complex to fit your simple theories. Ah, here's Paul.
Ah.
Come on, you're late.
We've got a new arrival.
Huh?
Oh, the British do choose sometimes to wheel them in. Who is it? Not another Luftwaffe type. I don't think I could stand anymore.
One of your lot, U-boats. Made himself unpopular at his last camp and nearly got himself lynched. Stein. Lieutenant Richard Stein.
Right, Paul, let's have him in.
There? Stein.
Hello, Bernd. I'm surprised you're not in British uniform.
I
didn't expect to see me so soon, of course not. Well, I didn't expect to see you so soon either. I've been busy making a nuisance of myself at every camp so they'd keep transferring me. Third time lucky.
You better shut the door, Paul. Lieutenant Stein has made some serious allegations, Ben, regarding your part in the loss of U-570.
She wasn't lost. She was handed over by this traitorous coward.
We're not interested in personal comments at the moment. We just want to find out if what you say is true.
Oh, it's true, all right. Look at him. He's terrified.
I was not U-570's commanding officer and therefore not responsible for her surrender.
According to Lieutenant Stein, you were a party to it.
I wasn't even on the bridge when the Hudson dropped its bomb, but Stein was.
Is that true?
I left the bridge because I wanted to have nothing to do with the surrender. I went below and circulated a petition in which every member of the crew pledged support for Bernd if he were to arrest Ramlow and countermand the surrender.
It was a license for mutiny.
It was a license to prevent a U-boat falling into enemy hands. It was our opinion that Ramlow was no longer fit to command.
Our opinion?
My opinion. It's quite clearly stated in battle orders that if a commander...
Yes, I know what's in the battle orders. After you shot Ramlow, did you...
I never shot Ramlow.
He's lying.
He paddled across to the destroyer in the inflatable dinghy. Well, you know that. I told you at the time.
So Ramlow left you in command?
No, sir. No. Ramlow transferred command to the captain of the destroyer, and I carried out the orders the destroyer signalled to me.
He's twisting the facts to save his own miserable skin. Bernd was a senior officer. When Ramlow was shot, he would automatically...
Ramlow was not shot.
All right. Bernd, after Ramlow left the U-boat, did Lieutenant Stein request permission to scuttle the boat?
Yes, but it was not up to me to grant such permission.
You refused?
Yes.
Because you no longer had the authority?
Yes.
If you felt that you did not have the authority to allow Stein to scuttle the boat, how is it you felt you had the authority to order him not to?
Well, I don't know. But it wasn't me that surrendered. It wasn't me.
All right, you two. You may go.
Thank you, sir.
Looks as if Stein was telling the truth.
And the British newspapers. It puts me in a difficult position. From what I've seen of Stein, the story will be all over the camp in a matter of hours. If I do nothing, the Luftwaffe and army types will accuse me of favoritism to a fellow U-boat officer.
Yeah.
They might even take the law into their own hands.
Requests Bern's transfer to another camp.
Then they'd say I was trying to protect him from justice. Besides, what do you suppose would happen to him if he ended up at a grey or black camp when the prisoners learned about his part in U-570's surrender?
I don't see that they would. Bern's hardly likely to tell them.
A U-boat has a crew of 48. After screening, they'd be sufficiently scattered for there to be a good chance of one or two being in any camp that Bernd was sent to.
Suppose we get rid of him when they do find out. It won't be our problem, will it?
You do realize what would happen to him?
I've got a pretty good idea. It'll be no more than he deserves.
He deserves a fair trial. If we were to get rid of Bernd, we'd be shirking our responsibilities, just as Bernd did on the U-boat. More so, in fact. At least Bernd was probably trying to save lives.
His own skin, more like.
Possibly. But as long as I'm senior officer here, it's up to me to see that civilized standards are maintained. Under these conditions, it's all too easy for men to forget them.
Do you think that won't happen? We saw how bitter Stein is. He'll be shooting his mouth off to everyone and urging them on to deal with Bernd in their own way. If he were to team up with people like Schumann and Kirk and a few of the others...
I know that. We'll have to forestall them until I think of something.
How? Why not ask Beach to put Bernd in solitary?
Well, what reason do we give?
Tell him Bernd's in danger.
And admit I can't control the man under me? Anyway, you know what a highly developed sense of justice Beach has. It's one of the more worthwhile British traits. I believe the British may have the answer. An old custom of theirs. It's rather nasty, but it might suit our purpose.
What's that, then?
Tell Kurt that before he reads the after-dinner news bulletin, I wish to make a statement to the entire camp. Gentlemen, before Kurt reads the evening news, I have a brief statement to make. Bernd, will you stand up, please? As you know, Lieutenant Bernd is here because his submarine was captured by the RAF after it had been bombed. We have just learned that the newspaper reports about the capture, which we disregarded at the time, are in fact true. In view of this, it has been decided that from now until further notice, no prisoner will speak to, communicate, or attempt to communicate with Lieutenant Bernd in any way whatsoever. A serious view will be taken if anyone breaks this rule. The British have an expression for Bernd's punishment. He is being sent to Coventry.
Oh, hello, Paul.
Order. Bernd seems to have disappeared.
Really? I saw him at roll call.
Well, he turns up for morning and evening roll call and lights out, but vanishes for the rest of the day.
I never did pretend it was anything but an interim solution. The idea was for us to act before anyone else did.
Yes, it seems he sent us to Coventry. We'll have to think of something else.
I already have. I want to send a message to U-boat command. Can you arrange it?
But I thought you U-boat types already had a system.
It may have been revealed by Ramlow by now. He handed over a U-boat, so I don't suppose he had any qualms about our letter code.
Who's it to be sent to?
Dieter Frank. He's a staff officer, cipher expert.
Mm-hmm.
That's his private address, and that's the message.
Dear Dieter, British press reports about U-570 are correct. First officer is now... You're not serious.
I'm perfectly serious. But don't you think it's better than what we're doing now?
It violates the Geneva Convention. We can't...
We can if we call it something else. Think you can bury that message in a letter?
I think so. I'll try a date code. It may work. It won't have to be anything elaborate to slip past Jenkins. A date code will do.
I want it to go today.
Right. I'll get to work on a draft letter for you to copy out.
Oh. Someone tell that worm to shut up. I'm going to get some sleep.
You say one more word, Stein, and I'll smash your oily face down your throat.
Ooh, brave words, Major. Not the sort that Burnt would understand.
Just leave him alone. You've done enough damage.
That is a matter of opinion, Major. Stop, Lehman, before we kill him.
Look, I'm as worried as you, Major, but what can I do? Kruger won't take any notice of me.
Well, you could at least examine Bernd.
If he is ill, I'd have to say it's because he refuses to eat, not because he's been sent to Coventry.
If you do nothing, I'll place the matter in the hands of the British by reporting the whole affair to Major Veitch.
Where is he?
In the attic above the laundry. He spends every day alone there, reading and playing the harmonica.
I'll tell you what I'll do. Give Bernd another 2 days. If he hasn't come down and had some food by Sunday, then I'll examine him. If his condition is serious, I'll urge Kruger to call off this Coventry business.
Hello? Is someone there? Oh. Who's that? Oh, hello. I didn't know it was... What do you want? No, no, please, no, 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 stop, stop it, stop it, stop it, no, no,
I want you to come and look at Bernd now.
We agreed this morning that I wait until
Evening
Sunday.
roll calls in 5 minutes. Now, he's usually down 10 minutes before it starts so that he can have his name cleared by the guards and disappear before the others arrive.
Well, maybe he's decided to...
I want you to come now, please.
Very well.
Bernard, roll call in 3 minutes. Bernard? Bernard? Good God!
Help me turn him over.
What's the matter with... Oh, look at his face.
No, please, no more.
It's all right, Bernard.
No more.
It's all right, old man. Who did it?
Bernd, can you hear me?
Don't hit me anymore.
Listen, Bernd, it's only a few minutes to roll call. We've got to get you down to the laundry to clean you up.
What the hell does it matter about roll call? I'm going to tell Veitch.
No. No, we'll keep the British out of this. If you want to help Bernd, you'll keep quiet.
I haven't kept quiet before. This wouldn't have happened.
Help me up with him. That's it. We'll have to hold him between us during roll call.
Dear Otto, your recent letter was eagerly read by everyone. Jan has at long last proposed to Alice. Our youngest has seen a great deal of action in our new swimming pool this summer. She has even learned to swim underwater. Paul can't swim yet, but enjoys playing with a toy boat we managed to buy. Only 570 marks. You think goes on about people I've never heard of. Here, you better decode it.
It's so simple it hardly deserves to be called a code. First word is your, 3, 4, 5, 6, propose, 7, 8, 9, action. All the other words are obvious, underwater boat, 570. The last sentence doesn't seem to fit. Your old friend in UB 68 Sends his regards.
UB-68 was the Admiral's boat when he was a commander during the last war.
Ah, yes. Well, the complete message reads, Dear Otto, your proposed action of U-570 is approved.
You will hear all the evidence while it is still fresh in everyone's mind and recommend suitable sentence to be carried out after war. Preserve transcript if possible, Admiral Dönitz.
May I see it, please?
That's the original letter, and that's the transcribed message. The date and time on the letter indicate...
Yes, I know how the date code works. Thank you. Well, I presume there'll also be an inquiry to find out who assaulted Bent.
That was a most unfortunate incident which we all deplore.
With respect, Lieutenant Commander, that was not the answer to my question.
If Bernd cares to reveal who it was, then we shall see that whoever it was is punished.
You know damn well he's too scared to say anything.
It's not our fault if he chooses to remain silent, Major. It could have been any one of several men.
We all know who it was.
No, we do not know. If you have evidence, then we'll be glad to hear it. Now, on the question of this Council of Honor, Falk, you will be the Council's president.
I know nothing about court procedure.
Captain Lehman does. He'll brief us.
My experience is limited to giving evidence on medical matters for the police.
Nevertheless, you know more about it than any of us.
I wondered why you were asking me all those questions last week.
I've written out 4 copies of the charges against Bent. One for me, one for you, Paul, as Council President.
Thanks.
Captain Lehman, you will be prosecuting.
Thank you.
And a copy for you, Schalke. You will be defending.
And where shall we hold this charade?
We'll use the stage in the main hall and organize a proper lookout system. If the British walk in, we're merely rehearsing a reenactment of a famous German trial for the concert. I shall want a large German flag to go on the wall behind the President's chair.
And what will you be doing?
I shall be an expert witness for the prosecution.
Lieutenant Stein, you said that the RAF do not possess an airborne depth charge, but their coastal command aircraft are fitted with one anti-submarine bomb, which, and I quote from your evidence, is useless unless it scores a direct hit.
Yes. If Romlow had died, there would have been little danger.
Did you see this bomb fall?
No.
Really? Why not?
I ducked. It's customary when a bomb falls. It helps you live longer.
Did Romlow duck?
No.
So you don't know if the Hudson dropped a small bomb or a more lethal depth charge?
I've already told you. The RAF do not have an airborne depth charge.
Well, I shall be producing a witness who will testify that they do. A new arrival. His U-boat was depth charged by a Sunderland. So, you ducked while Romlow bravely watched the Hudson all the time?
He did not watch it out of bravery. He was hypnotized with fear.
How did he surrender?
He waved his shirt.
Did he have a jacket on?
Yes.
Which he had to remove first before he could take his shirt off?
Yes.
Now, did he wave the shirt after the Hudson released the depth charge?
Yes.
Immediately after? Before the Hudson had time to turn?
Yes.
Oh, he was quick.
He tore his jacket and shirt off in panic.
But just now you said he was hypnotized with fear. Did you help him off with his jacket? Well?
You must answer the question.
Yes. Well, he asked me to. But I didn't know why he wanted it off at the time.
Did you also help him remove his shirt?
Yes. But I didn't know why he wanted it off.
No, of course not. It was late summer, and I suppose the Hudson was making it rather hot for you.
Major Schulke is including a great deal of unnecessary comment, Mr. President.
No more than we've had from Captain Lehman.
That is not for you to
I
decide
have
with.
no more questions.
Do you wish to re-examine Captain Lehman?
Sir. When you went below after the surrender, Lieutenant Stein, you said you posted a signalman on the sky periscope to watch the Hudson.
Yes.
Can you remember the exact wording of the Hudson signals?
Yes. The first one said, "Have you surrendered?" And the second one was, "Remain on surface or we will bomb you."
It definitely said bomb, not depth charge.
Yes. It was bluffing, of course. It only carried the one bomb.
There is no doubt about the action I would have taken. As soon as the aircraft appeared, I would have given the order to dive, and continued diving despite the air attack. My chance of escaping would be very good if there were no anti-submarine ships less than 12 hours steaming away. If the bomb had damaged me, I would have surfaced and fought it out with the aircraft. My anti-aircraft gun crews were well trained, and there would be a good chance of destroying the Hudson.
Were you ever attacked by aircraft when you were in command of a U-boat?
Mr. President, I fail to see what Lieutenant Commander Kruger's experiences have got to do with this case.
I merely wish to establish that his experience qualifies him to speak with authority on the correct course of action U-570 should have taken when it was attacked. Would the first officer of a U-boat be justified in assuming command if his commanding officer had surrendered when still capable of fighting and possibly escaping?
Yes.
Excuse my ignorance of court procedure, but is the prosecution allowed to put leading questions to his own witness?
That is true,
Major Schulke is quite correct, unless the questions deal with a complex matter. I'm sure he would be the first to agree that this is indeed a complex matter.
Continue, Captain Lehman.
And if the commander is faced with overwhelming odds...
Then he must scuttle his boat.
Thank you, Lieutenant Commander.
Major Schulke.
Commander Kruger, before you would scuttle your boat, you would give the order to abandon ship.
Of course.
Now, supposing you were under the guns of an armed trawler and a destroyer which had ordered you to allow no one from below, would you still scuttle your boat?
I would never allow myself to get into such a situation in the first place.
You've never been unfortunate enough to find yourself in such a situation.
It's not a question of being unfortunate. It's a question of skill and courage.
But you've never been in such a situation.
No, when I was...
Mr. President, Lieutenant Commander Kruger has been allowed to give evidence for the prosecution because of his experience in U-boat matters. We now learn, on his own admission, that he has no experience of the circumstances under examination. Therefore, it is my submission that his evidence is invalid.
Are you familiar with Lieutenant Commander Kruger's record? 260,000 tons of enemy shipping sunk. He holds numerous decorations, including the Knight's Cross with oak leaves. I suggest you apologize.
Why should I apologize for making what I consider to be a valid point?
In that case, the Council will apologize on your behalf. You should remember, Major Schulke, that none of us has experience of surrendering to the enemy without a fight. Only Bernard Berndt can speak with authority on that subject.
Why didn't you relieve Ramlow of command?
It would be mutiny.
You went to training college?
Yes.
Weren't you taught the difference between mutiny and the justified relieving of command?
Yes.
Tell the council those differences.
I don't remember the exact wording. Mutiny is the refusal by an individual or group to obey the lawful commands of their senior officers.
Justified relieving of command is when the senior officer has demonstrated, either by his action or inaction, that he is no longer mentally or physically capable of issuing lawful orders. Is that right?
Yes.
Immediately after the attack by the Hudson, you joined Ramlow on the bridge. You said in your statement, and I quote, Ramlow appeared to be in a state of shock. He said, they'll kill us, they'll kill us. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your own words, a state of shock. Why didn't you take command there and then?
I don't know.
Didn't Lieutenant Stein suggest you take command?
Yes, but I didn't trust him.
Didn't he promise you his full support and that of the crew if you did?
Yes.
Didn't he assure you of his complete loyalty to you?
Yes.
And still you refused to act. Why didn't you do so after Ramlow abandoned the U-boat? Surely you realized there was no question of mutiny then.
Well, I thought the commanding officer of the British destroyer was technically in command of the U-boat, as we had already surrendered.
You worried about legal niceties when there was a danger of your boat falling into enemy hands?
Yes.
Why didn't you tell the crew to abandon ship so you could follow battle orders?
Well, I was concerned for their safety. And the destroyer had threatened to open fire if anybody appeared from below.
Did it occur to you that the British wanted to stop you scuttling?
Well, I thought perhaps they were worried in case we tried to use the gun. In the heat of the moment, I felt that the lives of the crew were more important than the capture of the boat.
Surely you realized that the secrets revealed to the enemy through the capture of your boat could well lead to the deaths of countless sailors in the future?
I didn't think...
You didn't think? You didn't think that the presenting the enemy with a complete U-boat, with its equipment and weapons intact, could endanger the entire U-boat offensive? You valued your life and the lives of your crew above the lives of crews yet to sail? Yes. Speak up!
Yes.
Thomas, quiet everyone. Yes, that's fine, Willie. But I want you to put more pressure on. Remember, this is the bit where you reach the main part of your cross-examination. You must be much harder. Surely you realize, do you admit? Bernard, you're just right. You're looking frightened because you know you're guilty. We'll just do that bit again. Take it from... All right, Willie, carry on.
Lieutenant Bent, do you understand what your last reply means?
Yes.
Would you like to reconsider your answer?
I don't care what happens to me. I just want all this finished.
Do you admit to being a coward?
Yes, yes. It's always been the same. At school I was frightened of the wall bars. I can't help myself. Everybody said it didn't matter if you were scared, it would all disappear, they said. You'd be too busy to be scared, and I believed them. I believed my father. Fight for the fatherland, he said. Well, I had nothing to go on. I had no means of judging myself. I was scared the first time I was on a boat when it dived, and I've been scared ever since. I didn't want to die. Now I don't want to live.
My own definition of a coward is someone who has the courage to show he's not a hero.
Lieutenant Bernard Berndt, you will please stand. You have been found guilty of failing to scuttle your U-boat to prevent its falling into enemy hands, and guilty of displaying cowardice in the face of the enemy. Lieutenant Stein, who through no fault of his own will have to live with the stigma of being associated with the most cowardly act in the history of the German Navy, has expressed a desire to read out the recommended sentence of this council. Lieutenant Stein.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bernard Berndt, the recommended sentence of the council is that you be executed.
Supposing he wants to appeal?
That's a matter for the Naval High Command. Our instructions were to hear the evidence and recommend sentence.
Do you think we went too far?
No.
Do you think our sentence will be upheld?
I don't see why not. Look, is something worrying you?
I can't help thinking that what we did was wrong. I mean, to sit in judgment on a man is bad enough, but to destroy him as well in front of him...
Listen, I'm a submariner. Just one of thousands. It's a filthy, dirty job. You're stuck in a tiny, almost defenseless craft for days, weeks, months at a time. You learn to live with a permanent smell of urine and vomit. You sleep in soaking wet clothes, not just when the weather's bad, but all the time, because everything you touch is dripping with condensation. When you're on the surface, you can't allow more than a few men at a time into the fresh air, because you've less than 3 minutes to dive if an aircraft is spotted. I had nearly 50 submariners under me, and not one of them ever complained. They're the men, and the hundreds of youngsters training in the Baltic, whose lives have been threatened by one cowardly officer who cared so much for his own skin he preferred to hand the British an intact U-boat. Baird may have forgotten them, but I never shall.
We know how you feel, Otto, but what will the British learn from U-570? Its exact length, how quickly it can dive, how long it can remain submerged. Will it tell them anything they don't know already?
The Type 7C is the most advanced U-boat in the world. It can dive to over 200 meters.
Yes, that's what you told the council, but is it?
Yes, of course.
I've learnt one or two surprising things about British submarines from some of your fellow U-boat officers here. What is the maximum surface speed of the 7C?
18 knots, but I don't see...
In the last war, the British K-class submarines could do 24 knots.
Well, they were steam-driven freaks.
But nearly all the evidence you gave to the council was based on the superiority of the German U-boat.
Do you think I would list its faults in front of the Army and the Luftwaffe? In any case, Schulke could have found out what you found out.
He made the mistake of attacking you. Berndt defense was a shambles.
Maybe it was, but that makes no difference to what Berndt did.
It might make a difference when the High Command review the evidence. They might decide that Berndt's case was mishandled. I think we should reconsider the sentence.
Are you siding with Berndt?
Of course not. I don't want to see him get away with what he did. I'm just saying we should reconsider...
Yes?
May I?
Well, come in, Layman.
Do you believe in Providence?
Not since I've been here. Why?
The guard, Parsons, has been boasting again. On his last 24-hour leave, he took his girlfriend to Barrow for the day. They went on a boat trip to view the captured German submarine.
U-570?
The same. She's just been brought back from Iceland by Lieutenant George Colwyn. She's been renamed Graf. Now, I've managed to scrounge a map. She's lying at the submarine works in this narrow channel here. She's to be refitted.
How far is Barrow from here?
Less than 30 kilometers. Now do you see why I asked if you believed in Providence?
Gentlemen, I think it's time we reconvene the escape committee. The plan is for someone to break out and sabotage U-570 at her moorings. The exact details have yet to be worked out. But are we all agreed in principle that it should be done?
Yes.
Indeed. Good. I've considered the various methods which could be used to destroy a submarine. The easiest would be to open the main vents and sea valves.
How much damage would a hand grenade do if it exploded inside a U-boat?
One hand grenade wouldn't do much structural harm.
How about 4 exploding simultaneously?
If the watertight doors were shut, they could possibly blow it in half.
Good.
You, have an idea?
Oh, yes. And I have some hand grenades. 5 of them. Unfortunately, I don't have an alarm clock.
Layman, what are you talking about?
Hand grenades. These things. They're British, of course. No throwing handle, which means they'd make a smaller packet, but just as big a bang.
Where on earth did you get these?
From the armory. A prisoner the British trust has been stealing from it regularly. Another prisoner they don't trust then returns whatever has been taken in exchange for tobacco. They keep replacing the locks, but he's sawn through the hinge pins. All he has to do is lift the door, and it drops off. Doesn't matter how many locks they fit.
How long has he been doing this?
Some weeks now. He's kept quiet about it because he thought he was onto a good thing. I didn't know about it until he came to me with these. He feels he's bitten off a little too much. He wasn't sure whether to return them or use them as a lever.
Well, you're responsible for the men in your section. It's up to you to know what they're doing.
You must admit it does have its funny side.
All we need is an alarm clock.
Why?
As you can see, they're nothing like our stick grenades. They don't have a friction igniter. This lever is spring-loaded and it's held against the grenade body by this pin. Now, to use the grenade, the pin is pulled out and the lever is held in place by the hand. Once the grenade is thrown, the lever flies up and starts an 8-second fuse. So, we take 4 of the grenades, remove the pins and pack them into a small box crammed with plenty of clay to hold the levers in place. Now, the 5th grenade is also packed into the box, but with its pin in place, which is attached by a piece of string to the alarm key on the back of the clock. When the alarm goes off, the key turns, winds the string around its spindle, and pulls the pin out of the 5th grenade. It explodes, shatters the clay around the other grenades, which all explode together 8 seconds later.
Well, it seems we have a bomb. All we need is a volunteer to plant it and a method of getting him out.
There is one person who ought to be given the chance to volunteer first.
You've got to do it. Kruger hasn't made any promises, but I'm certain he'll allow an appeal if you agree.
I couldn't do it, Conrad. I'd do something wrong, I know I would.
Are you scared?
No. Yes. I'd be terrified.
Do you want to be hanged for cowardice?
No, but supposing something went wrong. Well, supposing I was caught. The British would shoot me anyway.
Listen, I'm reaching the point where I don't care what happens to you. I've done my best for you, and I'm damned if I'll do any more. I never did think of you as a coward, but I will if you refuse to do this.
I'm sorry, Conrad. I've caused you a lot of trouble.
It's nothing to the trouble I'll cause you if you don't agree to this. Well?
Yes. I'll do it.
Looks as though Shulker is having trouble with Bent.
Would you consider an appeal if he agrees?
We'll have to see if he agrees first. The immediate problem is how we're going to get whoever does it out of here.
Hoffman's made some excellent wire cutters out of 2 leaf springs.
Something seems to be interesting Layman.
Where?
Over there, by that watchtower. Layman! If we do reopen the official escape program, I'm taking Layman's name off the list. He's much too useful to us in here. That bomb is a brilliant piece of improvisation.
I think I have it.
Have what?
The answer to the escape problem. I'll show you. Let's stroll casually over to the West Tower. Of course, it will only work on a fine afternoon like this.
Of course.
Now watch the guards in the east tower as we near the west tower. No, don't do it too obviously. Watch them out of the corner of your eye.
Yes, one of them is shading his eyes with his hand. Now the other one's doing the same.
Now, if we stand in the shadow of this tower, like this, you see?
I believe you've got something.
The men in the tower above can't see us because we're virtually underneath them. And the guards over there can't see us because they're looking straight into the sun. They know we are here, but only because they saw us walk over.
Yes, but you're not suggesting a daylight break, surely. The escaper would be seen long before he reached the trees.
Of course not. What's always been against cutting the wire at night? That 30-second interval between each searchlight sweep is too short to cut the wire and make for the trees. But if the wire is already cut...
Yes, of course. 30 seconds should be plenty of time.
How long will it be before all the papers are ready?
Another 2 weeks.
Well then, if we have choir practice out here every fine afternoon to get the British used to the idea, we'd be able to cut the wire on the first sunny afternoon when everything is ready, and the escaper could make his break that night.
Yeah.
The British are not likely to notice a few cut strands of barbed wire right under the watchtower, especially as there'll only be a few hours of daylight between cutting the wire and the breakout.
It's a 30-kilometre walk to Barrow, which you should do easily in 6 hours. The first few kilometres across country will be the worst, but if you stick to the compass route, you'll reach the road after 1 hour. Your papers are nearly ready. You're a Dutch seaman returning to Barrow after some shore leave. You'll have a pay book, identity card, travel warrants, used Liverpool bus tickets, and some letters from an English girlfriend. And this is the bomb. We'll be sealing it in a piece of inner tube, but before we do, I want you to go over the priming procedure.
Once aboard the U-boat, I cut open the rubber and remove the box. I open the lid and wind up the mainspring. This key here.
That's it. The one without the string attached. 5 turns should be sufficient. The alarm key, which will pull the pin out of the hand grenade, is already wound, but it won't operate until the main spring is wound.
Yes.
The clock hands are set at 3 minutes to 4, and it will go off at 4 o'clock. We've removed the bell. If you jump into the water immediately you've placed the bomb in position, you should be all right.
I make sure the clock is ticking, and then I replace the lid and position the box in the forward battery compartment against the pressure hull.
Excellent.
Supposing someone's aboard the boat.
Then you place the box under a grating on the outside. It won't do so much damage, so try and place it below if possible. You'd better have this just in case of trouble. It looks quite realistic at a glance. Don't pull the trigger. It's liable to break off.
Right.
Unfortunately, we know nothing about the security and layout of the submarine works. All we've got is this rough sketch map. The boat is moored in this narrow channel here. We suggest you enter the water at this quay here alongside the road. That means you'll have a 400-metre swim. Think you can manage that?
Yes.
We're making your kit bag fairly buoyant, so you'll be able to rest now and then. These are the wire cutters. You'll be cutting the wire in daylight, so...
In daylight?
Don't worry. We've worked everything out. Try a practice cut on this piece of wire.
Right.
Good. Any questions?
Will there be a moon on the night?
We're not even certain what night it will be. We hope it will be early next week, in which case there won't. You'll be cutting the wire on the first sunny afternoon and breaking out the same evening.
Okay, Bernd. Now.
It must be Parsons on that searchlight. It always sweeps slower than anyone else.
Yeah, rub this boot polish on your face, Bernard. It smells a bit, but you can wipe it off once you're through the wire.
Thank you.
Last foot patrol just finishing their circuit round the wire.
Remember, when you reach the ground, hold on to the sheets until you feel 2 hard pulls.
Yes.
You then run behind the searchlight beam, keeping it a few meters in front of you. Don't get too close in case it stops.
I understand.
Got everything?
Yes.
All right, onto the windowsill. Hold it.
Yes.
Right. Down you go. Oh, it
Might as well turn in now. He's had 2 hours, so he should be well clear of the camp by now. I forgot to wish him good luck.
Yes, we all forgot.
You know, there's something I wanted to ask, but Bernard stopped me. What happens to him after he blows up the U-boat?
He's got £25 and a merchant seaman's paybook. If he can get to Liverpool, he should be able to make it to Ireland.
He'll be missed at morning roll call. Do you really think he stands a chance?
No, but he does stand a chance of blowing up the U-boat, and that's all that matters.
What the hell's going on?
Major Veach is calling one of his snap searches tonight, all night.
What are they doing, a bed count?
The works. The guards are turning out every dormitory.
You'll have to get someone into Ben's room to double up.
Not a chance. They're sealing all corridors.
What the?
Well, it was the best I could do. I ordered the men to fight among themselves if there should be a check. It may delay them a bit.
Oh, well, there's nothing we can do. We'd better go to bed.
That's all we need. Roll call in this weather, too.
You're not taking orders from him, are you? Help me tie the shirt to the periscope.
I would never allow myself to get into such a position in the first place.
Why didn't you relieve Ramlow of command?
He's twisting the facts to save his own miserable skin.
You value the lives of your crew above the lives of crews yet to sail?
Yes.
No!
Do you admit to being a coward?
No!
The recommended sentence of the council is that you be executed.
Captain, stop a minute.
What's the matter, lad?
Look, down there in that field, old Jim's sheep. Whenever there's bad weather, they always crowd round that old shepherd's shelter. Well, look at them. It's as if they're keeping clear of it. Oh, someone's frightened them, I reckon.
Thunder scared them, stupid creatures, sheep.
Oh, no, they aren't. It's only people that thinks them stupid.
Better take a look, then.
Okay.
Getting soaked just to look at sheep. You'd best bring that rifle.
Hey, supposing it's the Nazi in there.
He wouldn't come this way. He'd head out to Windermere to get the train. Especially on a night like this. It's a tramp, more like.
Well, what do we do?
I'll go round the back and you go in through the door. I'll catch him if he tries to escape.
Oh, but Captain...
Cover him with the rifle.
Well, you know about their eyes. My uncle says they can hypnotise you.
Rubbish. All right. We know you're in there. Come on out with your hands up.
Maybe you don't understand English.
Well, fire a shot in the air. He'll understand that.
It'll frighten the sheep.
I'll frighten you in a minute. Do as I say.
Yes, there, Captain. Shall I go and get help?
Come out with your hands above your head. Don't try anything.
Please, don't shoot.
Come on, out you come. Well. What have we here?
Hey, he doesn't look like a Nazi.
That's near enough. Turn round. Shoot him if he tries anything, Corporal.
I'm not armed.
Oh, just making sure. Now, who are you?
I'm a Dutch seaman. I was on my way to Barrow when the storm started, so I hid in the hut.
Hid?
I hid from the storm. My English is not good.
Have you got any papers?
Yes. Here, my pay book and my identity card. There.
Okay. They look all right. Hey, we can't be too careful. You better put them away before they get soaked.
Thank you.
I thought you merchant seamen always carried a kit bag.
It's in the hut. I did not want to get it wet.
It's a filthy night to be out.
Would you like a lift?
No. No, thank you. You are very kind, but I must get to Barrow.
Got the ship waiting for you?
Yes.
You won't make it tonight. Last bus is gone. Why don't you come with us? We've got to report to Grisdale Hall. You could telephone from there. They'd probably fix you up for the night.
No, thank you. I'll be all right here. I'm used to being out in rough weather.
Don't be silly. You come along with us. Nobody's going to say we didn't look after a seaman. Besides, you hear those dogs? They're out looking for an escaped prisoner. It could be dangerous.
I'll be all right.
Well, our truck's just over here. Hey, come back! It must be that Jerry after all. Halt! Always shoot! Put one over his head, Corporal.
He's not stopping, Captain.
One in the legs. Wing him.
He's dead.
It could be someone poaching.
No, it was a rifle, not a shotgun. That means Home Guard.
Well, you know what they are.
No. No, I don't know what they are. Why don't you tell me, Perhaps they're like Lehman here. Now, he's a medical man. Did you take the oath, Lehman? Did it allow you to sit back and say nothing while a man was being destroyed? And Stein, with all his fine talk of courage and duty. How much courage did he need to burst in on a lonely man and to beat him senseless? And you, they all listen to you because you hold the Knight's Cross and oak leaves. When it comes to defining courage or the authority, you and your comrades in the U-boat service, brave men, all of them. Not a bit like Bernd. After all, it wasn't Bernd who crept up on the Athenia and all those children.
All right, Schulke, you've said enough. We know how you feel about Bernd, but we don't know if he's come to any harm, and there's nothing any of us can do now. We'll know what's happened in the morning.
Where is Otto? He'll be too late for breakfast. It's most inconsiderate of him to disappear like this when the whole camp's buzzing with rumours.
All I know is that the Commandant sent for him at 7 this morning.
Any news of Bernd? Oh, it's no good asking me. I know as much as you. Someone even asked me if it was true that Bernd had blown up the Queen Mary.
I don't think he's come to any harm. Bernd's not the type to resist.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see.
Good morning.
About time.
As you must all know by now, one of our comrades escaped last night. What you may not know is that he escaped so that he could destroy our submarine U-570, which has fallen into enemy hands. I have a statement issued to me this morning by Major Veach. It is with deep regret that I have to inform you that your comrade and fellow officer, Lieutenant Bernard Bernd, was killed last night whilst evading arrest. Lieutenant Bernd broke away after being detained by a Home Guard unit. He was ordered to halt several times, but took no notice. A shot was fired over his head, but he kept running. The Home Guard were forced to shoot with the intention of wounding him. Unfortunately, the shot went high and hit Bernd between the shoulders. He died before the doctor arrived. The Commandant said the escape was a gallant attempt by a brave officer. He deeply regrets that it should end so tragically, and he has agreed that Bernd should have a funeral with full military honors. He has also agreed that we may provide a guard of honor and pallbearers. The funeral will take place at the village of Hawkshead. Those of you who wish to attend will be placed on parole and issued with British Navy greatcoats. It is most important that the villagers do not suspect that the funeral is that of a German naval officer. For that reason, the coffin will be covered with the British flag, but under that will be the German Navy battle ensign.
O God, through whose mercy the souls of the faithful find rest, bless your servant Bernard Bernd, and place this grave under the care of thy holy angels, and loose from the bonds of sin the souls.
What are you going to say?
I don't know.
that united with thy
Surely
saints,
you've prepared
we may
something.
rejoice forever
Look,
in thee.
Beach is pulling the Union Jack off the copy.
Amen.
Of the captured German submarine made by the BBC during the war. The reconvening of the Council of Honour never in fact took place because British intelligence informed the authorities of what was afoot, and all the German officers concerned were transferred to Canada, where they were split up until the end of the war.
Radio 4, it's 8:30. Saturday Night Theatre. The Best Baby, a play for radio by William Andrew, with Gwyneth Guthrie, Diana Olson and Finlay Welsh. The Best Baby.
You've been busy, Mrs. Dunn.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Browning. Yes, well, nappies do have to be washed even on holiday, don't they? We haven't got the facilities for it here that we have in London. At least it's a fine drying day.
He's such a good baby, isn't he?
Oh, he is the best baby. Who is my best baby, then? He loves the sea air, too, don't you, love?
I'm going to the village shop after lunch. Is there anything I can get for you?
Oh, that's very kind of you, but I'll be going into Fort William this afternoon.
You seem to do most of your shopping in Fort William.
What I can't get from the vans I buy there, yes. The shop here is always so crowded and gossipy.
20 miles each way. Still, I suppose, with a car. Will you be taking the cottage again next year? Barry was asking me.
Oh, yes. Well, my husband and I love this place. And Emma certainly wouldn't forgive us if she didn't meet up with all her friends each summer. Will you be taking the caravan?
I suppose so. It's an inexpensive holiday for us, and that's important, since my husband died. Barry loves it here, too.
Yes, well, let's hope the hedge between the cottage and the caravan's grown again by next summer. I don't know what possessed my husband to cut it so far back.
Why? Do you feel you've lost your privacy?
No, of course not. It's you with those huge caravan windows I'm worried about.
We have curtains. I hope you don't think I asked Mr. Dunn to cut the hedge.
Of course not. Why would you?
It's such a pity he had to go back to London for the end of his holiday.
Oh, it is, isn't it? Oh, some problem with shop stewards or something.
Will he be able to come back before the end of your holiday?
Only to take us all home, I'm afraid.
What a shame. You know, I don't think I've ever told you, but I admire your courage.
Courage? Why?
Having another baby so long after the first.
That, yeah. I suppose 11 years is a long time, but it's worked out very well. Emma enjoys playing the little nurse.
Does she?
As Barry said, she doesn't.
No, he wouldn't. I just wondered if occasionally she doesn't resent the new arrival.
Quite the contrary.
No, Barry wouldn't express any criticism of Emma. They're all so loyal to her.
Don't you like their little gang? I think it's sweet.
I don't like the word gang.
Well, that's what they call it, isn't it? The alphabet gang. The 5 who meet here each summer. Archie, Barry, Colin, Dorothy and Emma. It's a lovely coincidence.
Yes. Well, I would be very pleased if 1 or 2 of the names were missing if we come back next year. Oh, not Emma, of course, but Archie.
Oh, poor Archie. No mother, and a drunk for a father.
I can't understand Mr. Teviot employing an alcoholic as a barman. A really nasty piece of work.
Well, that's not Archie's fault.
But Archie's older than the others and a bit simple.
Oh, I don't think so.
I won't tell you what Mrs. Morrison saw that boy doing behind the cemetery wall.
He's only a child. People will talk about anything, won't they?
No, only when there's something to talk about. Dorothy, such a sweet little girl. And Colin Teviot. Well, Teviots are a splendid family. Don't you think so?
They certainly run a very good hotel.
I think Moira Teviot does most of the work, though. She's a saint, that woman. But I still think Balna Craig would be a nicer place without Archie and his father.
Mrs. Browning, we none of us can wish away the people we don't like, no matter how hard we try. In any case, I think it's good for Archie to be a member of the Alphabet Gang.
But is it good for the others? Well, I wish you wouldn't call it a gang. It has connotations.
Not to me. Well, I must go indoors and give Emma her lunch. Good morning to you, Mrs. Browning. She's still at her window. Oh, I know Mrs. Browning's the mummy of one of your best friends, love, but the woman is poisonous.
Why? What did she say to you?
Oh, nothing very much. It's the way she says it.
Oh, maybe she still misses her husband.
All the years she's been coming here, she's been the same, even when her poor husband was around. Oh, eat up that blancmange for me, love. There's not enough for tomorrow.
I can't, Mummy. I'm full. And I'm in a hurry.
Finish the blancmange for me, Emma.
All right. We're going to the island this afternoon.
Oh.
Mr. Teviot doesn't need the boat today, so Colin is taking us to the island. Isn't that smashing?
I don't know. Is the wind right? Oh, I don't like your going out there without an adult.
You know Colin's as good in the boat as his father. You know that?
I'd still rather you didn't go.
Oh, please, Mummy, it's all organised, please.
Well, in any case, I want you to take care of the best baby this afternoon.
Oh.
I'm going into Fort William.
Oh, no. I looked after him yesterday afternoon. I can't do anything interesting if I have to take the pram along.
I'm sorry, Emma, but I saw a beautiful length of tweed I want to buy for your gran. It's reduced. If I don't go today, I may miss it.
Why didn't you get it yesterday?
I didn't have enough money. That's it, finished, Emma. I'm going, and I want you to look after Julian.
Take him with you, please.
Oh, the car gets too warm in this weather. Finish, Emma, and don't sulk.
Wish he'd never been born.
What did you say?
Nothing.
That is a terrible thing to say.
Sorry.
Oh, I know it's a nuisance, Emma. Perhaps you can go to the island tomorrow.
Colin's daddy says the weather may break tomorrow.
Colin's daddy? He seems to know it all, doesn't he?
Oh, he certainly knows all about the weather and things like that. And boats and fishing.
Oh, I know. Colin must be very proud to have a daddy like that.
Is their hotel very expensive to stay in?
Not too expensive, why?
That prune Dorothy stays there with her mother and father every year.
Why'd you call her that?
That's what she is. Terrible killjoy. Mummy this and mummy that.
Mrs. Browning likes her.
She would.
So, there are different grades in the Alphabet Gang.
Oh, yes. Colin's the hero and Barry's my best friend.
And Archie?
He's such a baby, isn't he? He's nice.
Oh, Emma, I'm really sorry about this afternoon. I'll make it up to you. I promise.
That's all right. We're going soon.
I'll go and get ready in a moment. Let's just check that the baby's dry and happy before I go. I'm very lucky to have a daughter old enough to help me with him. I'd hate you to think I take advantage of you.
I don't really, Mummy.
Oh, that's good. Oh, that awful woman's at the caravan window again. No, don't look.
I wonder if Barry's finished his lunch yet.
Here's my best baby. Oh, he's lovely and clean. And his cheeks are so pink. Keep him out of the sun as much as possible today, Emma.
Yes, Mummy.
And talk to him. Don't leave him lonely while you play.
Yes, Mummy.
And you won't go to the island, will you?
No, Mummy.
That's my good girl.
She's getting ready to go into Fort William again.
Oh,
I suppose that means Emma will have to look after the baby.
Of course. I'm almost sorry for the girl.
It's a nuisance. We were going to the island. Colin was getting the boat.
Well, it will have to be cancelled because her ladyship is going out. If you're not going to the island, perhaps you'd like to stay here and keep your mother company for a change.
Oh, I don't know yet that we're not going to the island.
Since I lost your father, there are days when I get very lonely, Barry.
Yes, I know.
I only hope she appreciates her husband. He's such a quiet, gentlemanly man. It was very strange the way he went back to London like that. Oh, here's Emma coming with the pram.
Oh, we'll see what she says about this afternoon.
Will you all let her order you about?
Well, she thinks up the best games.
Are they nice games?
They're very good games.
You know what I mean, don't you?
Yes, Mother.
She's a precocious child. Barry, don't ever do anything you might be ashamed of. Always imagine that I'm there beside you, and that will keep you right. She can't be blamed, of course. It's her mother's fault, having a second child when Emma's that age. Some people don't think.
Can I go then, Mother?
Didn't you say you would stay and keep me company?
If you like.
No. Go on and play with your friends. I must get used to being alone. But remember what I told you.
Yes, Mother.
And don't be late for your tea. I'm making something special.
I won't be late.
And remember that it's people like Dorothy and Colin you'll want for friends when you're older. You're judged by your friends, you know.
Yes, Mother. Goodbye, Mother.
So, I have the best baby again.
So we can't go to the island.
I suppose we couldn't lift the pram into the boat.
Well, you wouldn't do that, would you?
No, I suppose not.
We're waiting on the jetty.
I know. I see them.
Oh, you'll just have to think of another plan.
Oh, it'll be all right. We'll do something. Oh, there's an adventure I've thought up. We could play it up in the glen behind the hotel.
Would I be in it?
Of course.
The hero?
No, I think Colin had better be hero. The hero will have to climb the crag behind the waterfall to rescue me.
Well, I can climb it.
No, you can't. Got stuck last time and Colin had to help you down. You can be the heroine's brother.
And Archie?
The heroine's horse.
And Dorothy?
The heroine's old grandmother who can't speak because of a stroke.
She won't do it.
She'll have to, or she'll have to leave the gang.
Oh, what about the best baby?
Oh, he's been a real blight this summer. It could be worse next year, too. Now, Barry, you must help me with the others if they get on to me about the best baby.
They won't dare.
Dorothy will. And Colin looks furious. Quite right, too, when he managed to get the boat. Oh, I hate my little brother. Oh, Dorothy's got that awful sunbonnet thing on again. What does she think she looks like? Mummy says I've got such a fair skin. Stupid kid.
Archie's got his braces on again.
They'll do for reins when he's a horse. No, shut up. I've had quite enough of you. Remember, Barry, you're on my side.
Emma, I'm home.
Here I am.
Look at your clothes. They're filthy.
We went up the glen.
Oh, I'm tired. I've had a horrible, depressing afternoon. Did Julian behave himself?
Cried a little. That was all.
So, he wasn't such a nuisance after all.
Not really. Did you get that cloth for Gran?
Nope. No, I didn't. I was too late. Oh, that way, too. I got her brooch instead. I'll let you see it later. What would you like for your dinner? Salad?
No, scrambled eggs.
We've got salad makings to finish.
Why did you ask me then?
Emma. Have you changed the baby?
No.
Oh, well, bring him in from the pram, love, and I'll do it.
Righty-ho.
Oh, God, I need a drink. It's clammy enough for thunder, you know. Daddy got the best of the weather before he left. What a shame. It's been such a lovely spell.
Mummy,
Julian's not in his pram.
Where is he then?
I don't know. I left him in the pram when I came in. He was sleeping.
He can't have got out of the pram on his own, Emma. So where is he?
I don't know, Mummy. Something must have happened to him.
What do you mean something must have happened? What has happened, Emma?
I don't know.
Perhaps that woman's taken him. Mrs. Browning, she probably has him.
I'll go and find out.
No, I'll go.
Mrs. Dunn, what can I do for you?
Have you got our baby?
What?
Julian, have you got him here?
No. Why should I?
I hoped perhaps you'd heard him crying and knowing I was away.
He's missing?
I think so. I don't know. Emma left him in the pram. Did you see anyone near the pram?
I was giving Barry his tea.
Oh, then where is he?
Perhaps someone's playing a joke.
What kind of joke would that be? Excuse me.
Do you want me to come with you?
No, thank you. Oh, God, I wish I'd never.
Perhaps you wish you'd stayed at home.
I left him there, Mummy. I left him in the pram. He was sleeping.
You can't have him. Take him.
I don't know.
You playing a trick, Emma?
No.
You getting some kind of revenge on me?
No, I'm
if you're at the bottom of this, Emma, I'll never forgive you.
I don't know where he is, Mummy. I don't.
Now listen, I want you to go through to the village and... Oh, calm down, Emma. Now, I want you to go along to the village and ask if anyone's seen him. A child, perhaps, playing with him. There may be quite a simple explanation.
No one would have taken him.
Someone has. Emma, go to the hotel and ask Mr. Teviot to come here.
Oh, I wish Daddy were here.
Well, someone else's daddy will have to do. Go on now, girl.
But what will Daddy say?
Oh, don't, Emma. Oh, go and get some help, quickly. Oh, what a day it's been. Hurry, Emma. Oh, no. Please, God, no.
Emma?
Mother, what have you been doing all evening? Did you go out?
No, I stayed in the writing room. You've seen it. Gives a beautiful view of the castle and Princess Street Gardens. Come and see.
Oh, I'm a little tired.
Oh, no, come, please. I want a word with you. Where's Peter?
In the bar, having the first of his many nightcaps.
And how was the concert?
Oh, brilliant. The Mahler was superb. Oh, you should have come. I'm sure we could have got a third ticket.
No. You and Peter planned this holiday on your own. It was kind of you to ask me along.
Kind? As if we could leave you at home on your own so soon after Dad's death.
Still, I like to leave you and Peter alone as much as possible. I don't think he's too happy to have me along.
I sometimes wonder if he's happy to have me along.
No, dear. Can be very disagreeable. Now, isn't this a lovely room? You know, there was a bagpipe band playing in the gardens earlier. What with that and the castle floodlit. Oh, most atmospheric.
What was it you wanted to speak to me about?
Someone left the evening paper in here.
Oh, I see.
Is it who I think it is?
Yes, it's Barry. The caption says Barry Browning, and it looks like him. Let me see it again. Imagine little Barry having become an actor.
Not a very distinguished one by the look of it.
Oh, you never know. Perhaps he's well known here in Scotland.
I wondered if you'd seen it.
You wondered what I was going to do about it.
And?
Yes, I'd like to see him again. Talk over old times.
They weren't very happy times.
They were for me, until the baby died. The Alphabet Gang and their adventures. I wonder what's happened to the others.
It's all in the past, though.
One nasty episode doesn't wipe it all out.
Emma, does Peter know the truth about what happened to the baby?
None of us knows the truth about that, surely.
Oh, you know what I mean. You remember after the baby's funeral we had a family conference?
Yes, I remember. We decided we would never talk about that day again. You and Dad sorted out your problems.
We were very happy in the last few years, he and I.
I know. But that promise not to tell anybody how the baby died doesn't matter much now.
You haven't told Peter, though, have you?
Oh, I haven't, as a matter of fact. When we were first married, I was tempted to, but... Oh, no. Mind you, it might be interesting to tell him now.
Emma, why?
It might get some reaction out of him. It's either rouse or silence nowadays.
Please don't tell him, Emma.
Why not? There's no shame in it, not now.
I forbid you to tell Peter.
I don't think you can, you know. So little to tell. You've built it up to be more than it is.
It's a matter that's still too painful to me, even now, for me to want you to use it as a weapon in your war with your husband.
I feel that just for a moment I might see some interest in his eyes again. He's so self-contained and mocking.
Why did you marry him?
Because about 10 years ago he was like no man I'd ever met. His eyes were alight with challenge all the time. Starting his business was a challenge, and getting and holding on to me was a challenge. And for me, well, he was someone who fought back. But now...
Why not finish with him, then?
In time, no doubt. Quite soon, the way things are going.
All the more reason not to tell him about the best baby. I don't want him to go away from us knowing about that.
Oh, Mother, there's nothing precious about it. The three of us made more of it than it was.
A child kidnapped and abandoned on a hillside.
I know, Mother. Now, I'm going up to my room, and with any luck I'll be asleep before he comes up, and your secret will be safe for another few hours. You coming up?
In a moment. In my own time.
All right, as you wish. Good night, then. Come in. Oh, it's you.
It's me, shoes in hand.
Why the knock?
Well, I thought you might still be in a trance after the music. I was being reverent.
Well, it was a magnificent concert.
Yeah, but you have this funny expression when you listen to music. You look as if you're
I
about...
know, you've told me. I see you've drowned your boredom with the whole evening by drinking the par dry.
Who says I was bored? It was a good concert.
Anyway, I stayed awake because I wanted to tell you something I thought might interest you.
You're pregnant.
What? Now, how could that be?
Well, in old movies, when a wife sits up in bed and says she's something important to say, she's usually pregnant, and he, for some reason, is usually astonished.
You would certainly be astonished, wouldn't you?
I'd reach for my gun.
Oh, you're a lawyer.
Now, we have a truce about mentioning lawyers. We decided they weren't funny anymore.
Anyway, this is about the best baby.
Baby, you see, I was close. So, this is about little Julian, is it? You don't mind if I contain my eager interest by getting ready for bed, do you?
I told you when we first met that he died of pneumonia that last year at Balmacraig.
And you've discovered that he's alive and well and come back to claim his inheritance.
No, listen. What I've never told you is that he was kidnapped before he died.
Kidnapped?
That's right, dear. Kidnapped. I'd taken him out for the afternoon with a gang while my mother was away on an errand, and when I came back and put him in the pram at the back of the cottage and we went to bring him in, he'd gone. People searched and searched for hours. It was an awful night, gale and pouring with rain, and then Mr. Teviot, the hotel keeper, found him in a clump of bracken near where we'd all been playing. He was soaked through and unconscious. He died before he reached hospital.
Is that true?
Why would I tell you if it wasn't?
Well, why didn't you tell me all this 10 years ago?
It was a family secret.
Of course, your family and its secrets and its code names for things and its coziness, all middle-class and suburban and soaked in honey to repel any intruder, and lies and deception under the surface. This confirmed.
Whereas your family was squalid and quarrelsome and soaked in whiskey to repel reality, and so honest.
Oh, quite good, yeah. Well, you've used it before. Why keep it secret just because the child was taken from his pram and died of exposure? There's nothing so shameful in that.
Well, there's a sort of shadow of guilt over the whole episode.
Guilt?
My mother felt guilty about leaving the baby with me. My parents were going through a sticky time then anyway. Best baby's death sort of welded us all together. Keeping the secret was a part of the bond. I understand it.
You would. Brought up and all that sweetness and blinding light, rumpling through the pages of Enid Blyton with your alphabet gang, with Mummy and Daddy simpering in the background.
May I point out that you have now joined the dreaded middle classes yourself?
By my own efforts, and without a penny of your parents' money.
Applause! Applause for the man who beat the odds.
Why did you tell me about this now?
I don't know. Despite my mother, perhaps, to wake you up.
I'm awake. I'm very interested.
Oh, good.
You never found out who it was took the kid?
The police asked a lot of questions of a lot of people. They held one of the tinkers from a camp along the shore for a time, but no. We never did find out who did it.
Weren't you burned up with curiosity? Aren't you still?
You are, I see. It must have been someone with a spite against the family.
You know who I would have liked it to have been, don't you?
I can guess. My mother. If you'd seen her that night, you wouldn't say that.
Here? It might have been one of your jolly alphabet gang. Great, eh? Bloody marvellous. All these years you've waxed sentimental about the japes you all get up to. And all the time you knew this. A for Archie, B for Barry, C for Colin, D for Dorothy, and E for Emma. You see how I used to listen to you?
I think we'll drop the subject. Are you going to read, or can I put out the light?
No, this is good.
You're gloating.
Too true. Well, was it one of the gang that did it?
How do I know? It's nice I can at least rouse you to a kind of malice, if nothing else. If you want to see a picture of one of the gang, have a look in that evening paper on the bedside table. Page 4. A photograph of the cast of a play that's being presented on the fringe of the festival. There, near the bottom of the page. 3 young people. Well, Barry's my age, but seems to have kept young. A happy life, perhaps.
Oh, that's Barry, is it?
An actor, no less.
Are you going to see him?
I might.
We could go and see his play tomorrow night.
If you like. Are you ready? I'm turning the light out now.
That used to mean more than it does now.
I can vaguely remember what you're referring to.
Barry? Barry, we're over here. Hello, Barry. Oh, it's lovely to see you again.
Hello, Emma. How are you?
Haven't you grown up handsome and talented?
Not really. Well, it's wonderful to see you again, Emma. You haven't changed much.
20 years. Oh, Barry. This is my husband, Peter Forrest. Peter, this is Barry Browning.
Hello, B for Barry.
How'd you do?
Peter has been regaled with stories of the alphabet gang over the years.
Oh, I see.
What would you like to drink, B for Barry?
Stop it, Peter.
Whiskey, please.
Same again for you, Emma.
Yes, thank you, darling. Now, Barry, let me congratulate you on your performance in the play.
Oh, thanks. What did you think of the play?
Now...
It's about identity, you see.
Yes, I guessed that quite early on.
Oh, I've tried to like it. But I'm glad it stops at the end of the week. At least there was a chance to appear at the festival.
And after the end of the week?
I have a job in an Italian restaurant till the end of the festival. As a waiter.
No more stage work lined up?
Not meanwhile. Voiceover in a couple of commercials, that's in a week or 2. It's not a glittering career I have.
Well, not at the moment, but it will be, I'm convinced.
That's kind of you.
Are you married, Barry?
No, I'm not.
Have you been?
No. No, I live with my mother most of the time. She's an invalid now.
Oh, dear, is she? We're here with my mother, actually. I don't think they got on too well, so we won't bring them together.
No, we'd better not. I'll tell her I saw you, though.
Oh, Barry, how wonderful to see you. Can we meet tomorrow and talk and talk and talk?
Yes, let's.
When were you last in Balnacraig?
Oh, not since Mother was confined to a wheelchair about 5 years ago. I think the last time we were there was for Colin's wedding.
Colin's married? Oh, why should I be surprised?
He married Dorothy.
What? Our Dorothy?
The very same.
Now I am surprised.
They have a little girl.
Peter, would you believe this?
What's that?
Colin and Dorothy are married.
Well, C&D teamed up, did they? Interesting. One large whiskey, Barry.
Thanks, Peter.
Isn't that sad? Colin was such a glamorous little boy, so good-looking and calm. He was the real leader of the gang.
Oh, no. No, you were the boss. You got all the ideas.
Well, cheers all.
Cheers.
How did this calamity occur? Dorothy set her cap at him, I expect.
Well, she and her family kept going to the hotel, and then they both studied at university here. And that's when they started to get serious.
What did he study?
Oh, something to do with farming and land reclamation. He was going to go abroad, but his father died, and he had to go back and take over the running of the hotel. It's doing very well.
Mr. Teviot dead too?
Yeah, drowned in a sailing accident.
Of course. Well, it's 20 years. Lots happened to all of us, I suppose. What did Dorothy study?
She became a history teacher.
Oh, I can just imagine her as a school teacher. And she turned out to be fertile too, didn't she? Fertile and determined.
She's still pretty pushy.
A pushy prune. But I used to be pushier. God, how I hated her.
I think it was mutual.
I'm sure it was. Oh, and what about Archie? Big, stupid, loyal Archie.
Another sad story, I'm afraid.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he's in and out of prison all the time. Well, Colin and Dorothy are very good. They employ him about the hotel whenever he's free.
Just like his father.
What does he do, thieving?
Mostly. Sometimes assault when he's drunk.
His father was an awful man. Drunk and lecherous.
When you last saw any of these people, Barry, did they talk about Emma's baby brother?
Peter.
The subject does crop up at times.
And what was the general theory among the alphabet gang as to who killed him?
Killed him?
Peter, don't be silly.
Caused him to die, then.
Who can tell?
If it was one of the gang, I mean.
Who says it was?
None of you's ever suggested that it might have been?
Yes. Colin, Dorothy and I discussed it once, half in fun.
And was anyone named as prime suspect?
Everyone had their opinion, of course.
And what's yours?
Colin once said Archie might have done it.
And Dorothy?
She... Oh, I don't know.
She says I did it, I suppose.
Half in fun. She still doesn't like him much.
And how does she think I did it?
She once said... I shouldn't tell you this.
Go on, Barry.
Well, she thinks Emma didn't bring the baby down from the glen in the first place. Whatever was wrapped in his clothes in the pram on the way down from the waterfall, it wasn't the baby.
Oh, delightful. What a beautiful wife and mother she must be.
I suppose she bases it on what you said to us all that day in the glen. Though I know now it was a joke.
What was that? A piece of evidence you've withheld?
I forgot about it. I'll tell you later.
Sorry, Emma.
It's all right, Barry. Now, let's talk about something brighter.
Wait a minute.
I said I would tell you later.
No, I want to ask Barry if he has a theory.
I don't want to believe any of us did it.
Oh, not the tinker, surely.
Perhaps. Well, it surely doesn't matter.
Oh, please, can we talk about something more pleasant? Barry, are you free for lunch tomorrow?
Oh, is that all right, Peter?
Be my guest?
No, Emma will be my guest, as long as she likes Italian food.
Oh, I see. You will be sitting at the table with me.
Yes, I don't start the job till next week, but meanwhile, I get the food cheap.
Oh, wonderful. A table for two, so we can talk.
Right. I'll pick you up at your hotel at about 12:30.
Fine. And Peter can see how he gets on having lunch with my mother. See if she answers his questions about the baby.
Am I allowed to use thumb screws?
Very funny, darling.
Is that you, Barry?
Who else would it be? Sorry I'm late.
How was the show tonight?
All right.
A better audience?
Not much. A few more.
Poor Barry.
Oh, do you want any supper?
Just a cup of tea. Perhaps a tomato sandwich.
I'll sit for a minute first.
Of course.
Oh, you'll never guess who was in the audience tonight.
Oh, no doubt someone who offered you fame and fortune.
Someone you know, from Balna Craig days.
Not Moira Teviot. Or was it Colin? Oh, why didn't you bring them home with you?
Further back than that.
Oh?
Emma Dunn.
Oh, yes.
Well, Emma Forrest. She's married.
Poor man.
He's not, as a matter of fact. He looks very prosperous. And Emma's a real beauty now, and they seem very happy.
Did she mention her mother?
And she's here in Edinburgh with them. Yeah, I thought you might like to see her again.
No. Oh, Barry, you haven't arranged for her to come here, have you?
No, of course not.
An impossible woman. I despised everything about her.
Mr. Dunn is dead.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. He was a kind man.
I'm having lunch with Emma tomorrow.
Where's her husband going to be?
I don't know.
Why are you seeing her?
To talk about old times.
Who suggested it?
She did.
Always the boss. I shouldn't think she'd want to talk about that last summer, anyway.
No. But her husband seems to be...
Seems to be what?
He seems to be interested in that summer. Well, it seems they only recently found out what happened. That's the impression I got.
They kept that from him, did they? Typical. I'm sure there's a lot he still hasn't been told.
I may be wrong. I thought he was treating it as a kind of joke. The case of the missing baby.
A joke? I don't think much of Mr... What's he called again?
Peter Forrest.
We know better than that, don't we? I would like a cup of tea now, Barry. If you're rested.
Right. I'm on my way.
Still sulking, Emma?
I'm not sulking, just thoughtful. Why, what do you feel guilty about?
Nothing.
What a large nightcap you're going to wear tonight.
I thought you might like a drink tonight.
Why?
To be companionable.
No, thank you. Now, I'd like you one day to examine the reasons why you feel you have to get drunk before you go to bed.
Well, what's your explanation? You know me so well.
Whatever it is, it's not flattering to me or to you.
Oh, not this again.
Anything again, Peter? I don't want a row. I enjoyed seeing Barry again. The three of us were the leaders. Colin, Barry and me. Barry's a sad sort of person, sort of resigned. Colin is tied down to the village he grew up in, and
the true gang leader, our Emma, is also trapped in an unsatisfactory life. Made a bad marriage, you see.
I didn't say that.
Poor little Emma done. Poor little Julian done.
Go to bed, Peter.
What did you say to them that day in the glen? Barry felt he shouldn't have mentioned it.
Don't remember.
Oh, yes, you do.
Oh, well, I was angry that I had to look after him again, and he kept crying and spoiling the game. And I said...
Yes?
I said, will no one rid me of the pesky pest?
What?
It's just a silly version of what King Henry said about Thomas Becket. Will no one rid me of the pesky pest? Yes, it's funny. So no one would be silly enough to act on it.
Oh, I can just hear you declaiming it.
I felt so awful about it at the time, but now it's quite obvious that no one in their right mind would take me at my word.
Oh, no, you're wrong. A child might. A worshipping child might. Or a spiteful child might.
Thank you.
But one of them did. 1 vote for you, 2 votes for Archie at the last count. I have my vote hovering between Colin and Barry.
You know nothing about either of them. I've spent 20 years trying to persuade myself that I wasn't responsible for what happened. My much-maligned parents helped me. My husband, to score his cheap, drunken, late-night point, undoes all that.
Sorry.
You don't think, Peter, you just blunder on.
No, I'm not sorry. I'm not going to bloody retreat from the castle gates again.
What does that mean?
I want to destroy it.
Are you going to go to bed? Or are you going to drink until you fall into bed?
I'm going to find out who took your baby brother.
And I'm going to find out what's happened to Barry and Colin in those 20 years.
Another coffee, Emma?
Oh, thanks, Barry. That was a delicious meal. I congratulate you on your future employers. Tell me, will you have to wear that gondolier outfit the other waiters are wearing?
I'm afraid so.
No, it's splendid. I look forward to seeing you.
How long do you plan to be in Edinburgh?
Well, we're due to go back at the weekend, but I don't know. You'll have gathered that Peter and I are at a crisis of apathy.
No, you seemed very happy last night.
Well, we're good at that. At least I am.
He seems a very strong personality. I couldn't imagine him as a member of the alphabet gang.
Oh, no, he wouldn't have agreed to play my games. He never really has. Well, that bossy little girl seems a long way away.
Oh, I think she's still there.
Yes. Thank you, Barry. You're right. She is. Slightly demoralised, but she's still there.
I can't imagine you being down for long.
And you?
Neither down nor up. A long, flat expanse. A struggling actor. An invalid mother. That's it.
Really all? All that you're going to tell me? Oh, but you have talent, Barry. That was obvious even in that sad little play. You're good-looking. You have a good build. I mean, any reputation has been built on less.
And perhaps I haven't the drive.
Why not?
You're to blame, you know.
Me?
Mm-hmm. You're the one who spoiled me by giving me all those good parts when I was so young.
I see. Oh, surely with actors and writers and people like that, the drive often comes from somebody else, an agent, perhaps.
Oh, he does his best, but I'm only one name in his books.
Your mother?
She'd like nothing better than my giving it up altogether.
Really? I'd have thought she'd be proud of you. A lover, perhaps.
Not at the moment. Why should I expect someone else to be ambitious for me?
Barry, life is odd. These moments of self-assessment.
Yeah, they're not usually very encouraging.
Yes, they are. There's the past, the alphabet gang, and the future. Dismiss what's happened in between them.
Could you do that?
Of course. There has to be a point at which one says, this is unbearable.
But is it? I mean, Peter seems to be very...
Yes, it is. Oh, what time is it, Barry?
About 2:30.
Oh, I have to meet my mother. Oh, come with us to a sculpture exhibition. She'd love to see you again.
No, thanks. I'd better go home.
Then have lunch with me tomorrow.
If you like.
But at my hotel and at my expense.
Is that wise?
Of course. Why shouldn't the wife of a minor tycoon take a struggling actor out to lunch? Especially an actor who was her best friend 20 years ago.
All right. I accept.
Oh, you've been so good for me, Barry. Thank you.
Barry! Hey, Barry!
Oh, it's you. Emma's just taken a taxi back to the hotel.
I know. It's you I want to talk to.
Oh?
Was it a nice lunch?
Yes, thank you.
Lots of nostalgia and a little bit of weeping about a sad life. Have you got time for a drink?
The pubs are shut.
There was a question I wanted to ask you about Emma's little brother.
Why? That was a long time ago.
When you all came down from the glen and you'd all heard Emma's King Henry speech, was the baby definitely in the pram?
As far as I know.
Well, did you hear it cry out or see it move?
Well, how could I possibly remember that?
Did you go back to the cottage with Emma?
I had to. Our caravan was just behind the cottage. Well, I always assumed that the baby was in the pram until Dorothy cast doubt on it. But perhaps... Oh, I don't know. Do you want to believe Emma did it?
Not necessarily. The alternative is that it was taken from outside the cottage.
Well, that is the alternative, yes.
You know, it's amazing that you and your mother saw nothing.
The kitchen and dining area of the caravan was at the end, away from the cottage.
Does your mother ever talk about it?
Not often.
She has no theory to put forward?
No. Look, I think it would be fairer to Emma if you dropped all this, you know.
Oh, she's been bending your ear, has she? Our marriage been analysed, her ogre of a husband?
If you don't mind, I'd like to go home.
To your mother?
To my mother. Goodbye.
Quite an interesting exhibition, Mother.
Yeah, do you think so? Is it just me, or are some of the shapes rather indecent?
They are a little anatomical, yes.
I had the dubious pleasure of your husband's company at lunch. Of course he took the opportunity to mention the baby. Did you know he plans to go to Balnacraig to do some research at the scene of the crime?
I didn't. It seems quite a good idea. I'd like to take a day or two there.
I don't think he expects you to go along.
Well, he's wrong. We'll all go.
No, Emma, no. I don't think I could.
Rather stay on here, alone.
What has happened to you, Emma?
I've made a decision.
Mm-hmm.
I've decided to make decisions.
I see. Is one of them about your husband?
Perhaps. We'll all go to Balnacraig tomorrow. As long as we're back in time for the opera on Friday. I'll leave a message for Barry, cancelling tomorrow's lunch.
You're seeing him again tomorrow?
Yes, Barry's going to be important. Peter can take his magnifying glass and his fingerprint kit. I don't care what he finds out.
Perhaps I care.
Can he find out?
You don't know, Emma. There's so much vengefulness in the man. And there are others who dislike us.
You will come, then?
Oh, I suppose so.
What are
you laughing at?
This next sculpture is called Weapon of Youth, Mother, and you'd better not see it from this angle.
Signpost, Emma.
Sorry, missed it.
I must say as a navigator you're a zero. Check the map.
I don't need the map. Take the road to the left. In a moment, we will have a magnificent view of the bay. Perhaps I should wake Mother.
Now let her sleep. She's not happy about this, you know. It was a mistake to subject her to this.
I wish that rang true.
You, on the other hand, are strange.
I'm returning to my country. Oh, look! There's the bay, and the hotel, and the magic island. Oh, stop the car. A moment, Peter, please.
I can't. There's someone right behind me.
Signal and pull in, then.
Oh, hang on. There we are. An enemy for life.
Look, there's the cottage we stayed in.
Where?
Between the church and the hotel, with a caravan in the field behind it.
Oh, with the pine trees.
That's it. I wonder if it's the same caravan. And the hotel's a sweetie pink now. Just think, down there, all unsuspecting, are Colin and Dorothy.
I wish you didn't sound like Geronimo looking down on a wagon train.
We used to play Geronimo in the wagon train.
Well, did you play Geronimo?
No, I was the half-breed girl who loved Geronimo. Colin was Geronimo, and Barry was the leading scout with the wagon train. Oh, no one died more beautifully than Barry. Archie, of course, was...
The horse. And Dorothy?
She was a girl in one of the wagons, I think. I know she screamed a lot, which was what she specialised in. I expect she got scouts, so they were quite real screams.
And what have you in mind for her now?
You play detectives, and I'll play my own game.
Nothing dangerous, Emma.
Assuming that what you're doing isn't dangerous?
I meant not dangerous to you and me.
Oh, you're putting a value on us now, are you?
I've never stopped doing that. I never will.
Ring again, Peter.
We've come at lunchtime.
There still ought to be someone at reception.
Well, there must be someone in the bar.
And you're volunteering to find out, I expect. Do you remember this place, Mother?
Oh, of course I do. It always was a quaint old inn.
How are you feeling?
Oh, still a slight headache, that's all. Oh, there's someone coming now.
Remember, Peter, you do the talking. We'll stand back here.
Yes, I'm sorry to have kept you.
Good afternoon. We were wondering if you've 2 rooms for tonight and perhaps tomorrow night. 1 single and 1 double.
I'm afraid that may be rather difficult. It is still the high season. But perhaps in the middle of the week. I'll look in the book.
Try, Dorothy.
I'm sorry?
Try for an old friend. Barry tells me I haven't changed in 20 years, which hardly seems flattering.
Emma? Emma Dunn.
Emma Forrest. This is my husband, Peter Forrest. Peter, this is D for Dorothy, the second last piece of your jigsaw.
Hello.
And you remember my mother, don't you, Dorothy?
Of course I do. How are you, Mrs. Dunn?
Hello, Dorothy.
I'd have recognised you immediately, Dorothy. You still have that hockey captain look.
I never was hockey captain, Emma. Do you really want rooms, Mr. Forrest?
Oh, yes, we're staying.
If you can manage.
I'm sure we can. But the single room will have to be in a house in the village.
Not our old cottage.
Oh, no, of course not. In the schoolhouse, actually. You'll be very comfortable.
I'm sure I shall.
And where is Colin?
He takes charge of the bar. His mother runs the kitchen and I look after the bookings and the accounts.
A neat arrangement.
Yes, it is.
And Archie's in the bar too, is he?
Bar Linny, yes.
Oh, dear. What's he in for?
Breaking and entering, carrying a firearm. Colin is very loyal to the past. I expect he'll want to employ him again when he comes out.
Good for Colin. Let's go and have a drink and surprise him.
I'll take you through to the bar.
Oh, no, don't announce us. Let's see if he recognises me.
This way, Mrs. Dunn.
Control yourself, Emma.
Colin, look who's here. Emma Dunn.
She's still a spoil sport.
Oh.
What's wrong, Mother?
That photograph.
Which? Oh, yes. Mr. Teviot. Mr. Teviot on board his beloved boat.
Oh, I can see him now. Running down the hill, carrying the baby. He was so kind that day in spite of everything.
Emma? How amazing.
Colin, hello. Oh, it's lovely to see you again. We've come to reform the alphabet gang. Oh, you look the perfect picture of health and prosperity.
And you look like something out of the fashion pages of a magazine.
Thank you. You remember my mother?
Yes, I do. Hello, Mrs. Dunn.
Hello, Colin. Oh, my goodness, you're so like your father.
Nice of you to say so. I just hope I'm making as good a job of the hotel as he did.
It certainly looks as if you are.
I tried to keep it as much like it was in his time as possible.
Except you've painted it pink.
That was Dorothy's idea.
Very striking, Dorothy. You can see it for miles and miles.
Well, I'd better get back to the dining room. One of our waitresses is ill, so I'm having to help out.
And our rooms are all right?
Yes. I'll take you along to see your room, Mrs. Dunn, when I'm finished with lunch.
Thank you.
Do you want lunch, by the way? I think...
No, thank you. We'll have a liquid lunch with Colin.
As you wish. Colin, remember to come through for the wine orders.
Right. Now, this calls for a celebration. I have a special malt for just such an occasion. Back in a moment.
Well, Mother, hasn't he matured nicely?
Rather ostentatiously rugged, I think.
Do you?
That was your father's reaction to Colin's father. The white sweater and the deeply tanned face. Perhaps a little too much.
Oh, I think my brave lieutenant is very glamorous.
I thought Barry was your lieutenant.
Barry was a good friend, loyal, but no magic. Colin was always much more interesting.
It looks as if you'll have to keep an eye on your wife, Peter.
It does, doesn't it?
Here we are. The nectar of the Celtic gods.
Oh, this is a special whiskey, is it? Oh, what a beautiful colour.
Mrs. Dunn.
Thank you.
Don't grab Peter.
That's a tired joke now, surely.
I enjoy it.
Here's to happy returns.
Happy returns.
Happy returns.
Well, I'd better get back to my duties, but we'll talk later. I brought this photo for you to see. A bit of history. Back soon.
Oh, look. It's a picture of the alphabet gang.
Oh, let me see.
Yep.
Why haven't you got one of those?
We haven't got any photographs of Balna-Craig holidays.
Poor big Archie in his braces and baggy shorts. And Barry, wasn't he a pretty boy? And Colin carving away, pretending he doesn't know he's being photographed. And Dorothy looking quite imbecilic.
Emma, she must have been blinking when it was taken.
And look at you, standing there smugly like the teacher in charge.
Which I was.
What's that in the background? On the hillock behind you all? Under the trees?
Where?
It's a pram, Peter. Why not say it? That picture must have been taken that last summer.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you very much. I'm ready now.
Aren't you a little overdressed for dinner in a country inn?
I don't think so. Do you think Dorothy will be serving at table tonight? What fun.
Aren't you a nice girl?
Do we leave her a tip? Oh, no, I don't mean it. I'm sorry for her. She's so plain. She always was. It's not the plainness of a woman who's really interesting when you get to know her. She's plain and dull.
You don't know that.
Oh, they're a very ill-matched couple, aren't they? Someone like Colin must find her painful company.
Just what did Barry say to you yesterday?
Nothing, really. It was just that talking to him and watching the way he listened to me, I suddenly remembered me as I was when I knew him and those two down there.
Only a child can be in charge like that.
Living with a situation you believe you can't change demoralizes you. I suddenly realized that I could change it.
Meaning?
I go on skirmishing pointlessly when, with an effort...
We can finish it?
Yes.
Surely not for Barry.
There doesn't need to be anyone, in fact. It's nice that there isn't. I'm free. Staying with you is now just one of several options.
Is Teviot another?
Don't know.
He might have killed your brother.
Ah, that's the line your investigations are going to take now, is it?
A practical first lieutenant sounds logical.
You'll never get proof now, you know, and I don't care now if hurting me is the reason for doing it.
I'll drop it now, if you like.
It's no longer a bargaining point, Peter. Are we going down to dinner?
Been walking off our dinner, Mrs. Dunn.
It was a very good dinner. My congratulations to your mother.
Oh, thanks. I'll tell her. If you'd like to speak to Dorothy, she's doing a stint in the bar.
With my son-in-law in attendance, no doubt.
He is, as a matter of fact.
Is Emma with him?
No, she just went out.
Oh, I didn't see her. Is there a chance I might talk to your mother?
I'm afraid not. She goes to bed early during the season. She has to get up so early.
I'd like to see her before I go. Do you think you could arrange that?
Yes, yes, of course.
I've just had a stroll past our old cottage. It was all there, all the detail of another life, but my husband's gone, and your father too. You're the generation now. Your mother and I were just survivors.
I don't think you should have come back, you know.
No, I'm glad I did. My poor baby boy. My best baby. One glosses over so much of the guilt after a death.
Are you all right?
My husband died only 6 months ago.
Emma told me. I'm sorry.
After a long, cruel illness. Tell me about your father's death. I know he drowned.
He went out to fix the boat's moorings at the start of a gale a couple of autumns ago. They found his body a few days later out near Balna Point.
Oh.
It was a terrible waste.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked you to tell me about it. Oh, I am depressed tonight. I think there are a few ghosts about. I'd better go to bed.
Good night, Mrs. Dunn.
Another whiskey, please.
That's the special malt, isn't it?
Peter, could I have a word with you?
Right. Excuse me a moment, Mrs. Teviot. Sylvia, what's wrong? Are you feeling all right?
Oh, a bit of a headache, that's all.
Place getting to you?
You're surprised. Peter, Emma's gone out for a walk. Why aren't you with her?
I wasn't invited.
I've called you many things in my time, but I've never thought of you as a fool. You need to be invited, your husband and wife. Don't you think she'd like to talk to you about the place? Share the feeling of being back here? Do you know what I'm trying to say?
I think I do.
Emma needs you to be interested enough in her to take charge of her, prevent her making mistakes.
That's not how we work things out.
Oh, you're quite pleased with how you've worked things out. Your obsession with my child's death has given her a glimpse of freedom. You could lose her, man.
I would have thought you would be glad to see us break up.
No. The ghosts tell me no.
You ought to get to bed.
Yes, I will, but...
It'll be all right. She wants to be free to make choices. Interfering now would only make things worse.
Yes. I'm afraid you may be right. Good night, Peter.
Good night. Thanks, Mrs. Teviot. Have one with me?
No, thank you. I don't drink. Is that funny?
No, something's just happened.
Something Mrs. Dunn said.
It doesn't matter. What were we talking about?
You were talking about the Dunn's baby. You seem very curious about him.
I'd like to have met Archie.
If I have anything to do with it, Archie will never work here again. Colin's too kind to him. Archie's a fool to himself, always has been.
A big enough fool to rid Emma of this pesky pest.
What? Oh, she told you about that. I'd have thought she would have kept quiet.
She tells me everything.
Does she?
What about Archie?
Yes, he could have done it. I think Colin thinks he did.
But you think Emma did?
I couldn't have left a child to die on the hills.
But Emma could.
At that age, yes. When the baby was taken, if he was ever brought down from the glen, I was being scrubbed in the bath by my mother. Emma's games always left me scarred and grubby. Then we went down to dinner and heard that the baby was missing. Then later Mr. Teviot came in to ask the men to join search parties. My father went. Then in the morning we heard what had happened. I must say my first thought was that Emma had done it.
And where was Colin all this time?
He was preparing some lobster creels. For a time Archie was helping him, but then Archie went away to see if he could find his father.
So, Colin's got no alibi.
That seems to please you.
How do you know he was preparing creels?
He told me. Have the others alibis?
Well, Archie obviously hasn't. Barry was having tea with his mother, so he says.
And Emma was all alone in the cottage. Really, it doesn't matter now. You wouldn't go to the police if you knew, would you? So why bother?
Someone took a child up the way you were playing and then came down again.
That's
How long would that take?
About half an hour there and 20 minutes down again.
An hour at least.
I suppose if I were being fair, I would say it was probably Archie.
Yes. Yes, he could have done it. Colin probably had the time, too. Barry, well, I'd have to ask his mother when they had tea that night. I'd have to ask your mother if you really had a bath that night.
You'll never find out things like that. Stories will contradict each other, and it all happened so long ago. Why is it so important, Mr. Forrest?
I don't know. I suppose I'm intrigued to know why they kept it a secret from me. Not just because I'm an intruder.
She only told you about the baby quite recently, then. Why should she keep it a secret?
I think I'll take another malt, Mrs. Teviot. Best make it a large one. I'll take it upstairs.
Sorry I kept you waiting. Your mother came in.
That's all right. I was enjoying the moon and the sea. I was remembering some of the games we played here. How are you, Colin?
I'm very well, and so are you, by the looks of you. I'm glad you came here again.
Oh, you're very impressive now. All weather-beaten and glamorous.
Glamorous?
The efficient mine host, a loving husband and father. I expect you know all the tides, and you know the weather, and all the questions about fish and birds and seals that the children ask, you'll be able to answer.
I know a little, yes. Are you making fun of
Your
me?
father all over again.
I hope so.
Barry tells me you took a degree in agricultural studies. Do you make much use of it here?
No. I use the skills I learned from my father. Sailing boats, pulling pints, winning the loyalty of regular patrons.
Oh, Barry said it was a good degree. You were going to go abroad.
I'm happy as I am.
I'm not.
Do you want to tell me about it?
Really? You're a little bit too good to be true, you know. Than you were as a child.
What do you mean?
Yet I don't think I misunderstood the signals you were sending in the bar before and after dinner.
You sent a few of your own.
Then there's Dorothy and your daughter.
You never had children?
No. I even tried particularly. What about Dorothy, Colin?
What about her?
I'd never have dreamed.
But you never liked her when we were kids. She was a rival, but she's all right, old Dorothy.
She was never a rival. And she isn't now, is she?
She's a good wife.
Then why are you here?
You asked me to meet you.
But why did you come?
That has nothing to do with Dorothy. This has nothing to do with Dorothy.
And this has nothing to do with Peter. What now, Colin?
There's the cabin behind the hotel where Archie usually sleeps when he's here.
Echoes. It's very exciting.
Good morning, Peter. This a beautiful morning?
Lovely. Sun glares off the water slightly, though.
That's how you're feeling, is it?
The fumes of a malt seem to last till morning. How are you feeling?
Oh, not too great. I didn't sleep very well, and I've still got a trace of headache. Perhaps I'm allergic to sea air. Emma seems to have been up betimes. I can see her down by the waves, enjoying what you call the glare.
She was up early this morning and came late to bed.
Did you speak to her?
No, not yet.
Oh, I've been thinking a lot about you both this morning.
I'm sorry this visit's making you unhappy. I mean it.
Well, you see, the past is still happening every time I look at the cottage, the hills, that glen. It was a terrible experience. Poor baby. We hadn't meant to have a second child, you see, and then when Emma was about 8, we almost separated.
I didn't know that.
We were reconciled. The baby was part of our second start, and then this happened. I had to phone Morris and tell him.
Does Emma know about this?
Oh, I've never told her. She may have guessed. We all became very close after the baby died. That's why we developed this coziness you object to so much. I had to, because I thought I'd been punished for...
For?
Oh, so nearly shattering my marriage. Morris was a very good man. I needed to grow old with him to know what I nearly threw away.
I know. I liked him.
You're not continuing your investigations about the baby, are you? They are ridiculous, you know.
I suppose they are. Everyone accuses everyone else.
Accuses?
But there are facts being held back. I know there are.
Who's accused?
Archie's top of the list at the moment. And then there's Barry and Emma herself.
Who says Emma?
Dorothy.
That's disgraceful. It's libelous.
I know who I want it to be.
Oh. Oh, Colin, yes. She's in the mood to be caught up in romantic visions of the past. Or future.
Yes. Yes, I know.
Where are you going?
For a walk.
Hello.
Hello, Emma. Was Peter asleep when you got in?
No, but fuddled enough for it not to matter. Dorothy?
All right. I have to go out to the boat and get it ready for a cruise.
Oh, take me with you.
That would look very good, wouldn't it?
We have to talk.
What about?
Can you come to Edinburgh?
When?
As soon as possible. Or would you rather I stayed on here?
No, I don't think you should do that.
What then? We have to make plans. We didn't last night.
No plans, Emma.
What?
Last night was great, but it was, last night.
That wasn't the impression you gave.
We got caught up in what we were 20 years ago. I'm sorry if you think it was more.
But what you said last night, your degree, escaping.
What you said, I don't want to escape.
You're content with your life here, landlord of the inn, playing in your boat?
It was you that talked of plans and going away. No, I don't want to move.
What was it about last night, then? A one-night stand?
I thought that was what it was for you.
I've never been unfaithful to Peter before.
That has nothing to do with me.
Do you want to stay here for the rest of your life, dressed up as your father?
Be careful.
Putting up with your painful wife playing the big fish in the tiny pond, then go on. It's sad at 30, but what a figure of fun you'll be at 40.
I'd be a bigger figure of fun if I agree to go away and play whatever game Emma Dunn has thought up this time. I have grown out of that at least, you know.
Well, good for you. Oh, it's you, not Barry, that should have become the professional actor, judging by your performance last night.
There's not much more point in our talking, Emma. I have to get out to the boat and make it ready for the trip this afternoon.
Oh, yes, you'd better go. Watch that one day you don't emulate your father to the point of falling overboard.
Goodbye, Emma.
God, that was a mistake, Emma. Damn.
Emma, something extraordinary's happened. What's the matter?
The sun blew up into my eyes.
I see.
I'm just going to my room. Excuse me, Mother.
Wait. You're going to have to get your things out of your room.
What's that?
Dorothy tells me she needs your room tonight, after all, a booking she'd overlooked.
Oh, indeed. I'd intended to suggest we go today anyway, but I will not be evicted.
What's happened, Emma?
Nothing. It's just that I find the place rather depressing.
I do too.
And its inhabitants are sad too. I'll have a word with Dorothy. Where's Peter?
He went for a walk, towards the cottage. Wait for him, Emma. It'll give you time to calm down.
Who wants to calm down?
Oh, be careful what you say, Emma.
No, I'm sorry. I don't intend to be at all careful. Good morning, Mrs. Teviot. I believe you have something to say to me.
Yes, I'm afraid there's been a mistake in the bookings.
Bullshit.
I'm afraid your room is booked for tonight after all.
Show me the booking.
I'm not obliged to.
You're obliged to keep your promise.
I want you to go.
Ah, that's better. Why?
I don't want to talk about it.
It's to do with Colin, isn't it?
It's to do with the fact that I had forgotten how much I disliked you 20 years ago.
I slept with Colin last night.
I think that's rather a fancy phrase for it.
You knew about it?
You spent half an hour in Archie's filthy hut.
How do you know about that?
You're not special. It's one of his hobbies, taking available guests to that cabin. I saw all the signs last night. The looks, the nods, the smiles. And then afterwards, when he came to our room, I knew...
Aren't you ashamed to tell me that?
No, it's well worth it. To show you that you're ordinary run-of-the-mill holiday fodder for Colin. But he's married to me.
Ah, I wish you well of him.
You expected him to come away with you, didn't you?
Did he tell you that?
Of course.
How awful.
I don't think my situation is much worse than yours. I'm not reduced to inciting husbands to desert their families.
Don't, Dorothy. I'm embarrassed for you.
I'm embarrassed for myself when I remember what a docile member of your gang I was. Always playing the victim, always watching the heroine.
I suppose you think you're having your revenge now.
I think I am.
You must have hated me enough to take the baby.
Yes, I did. Hate you, I mean. But it was you who took the child. It's no wonder you're the unhappy creature you are.
We'll go, Dorothy. We'll go now.
If you would, I'd like to prepare the room.
Oh, go to hell!
Fortunately, there's not much to pack.
What's happened, Emma?
What do you mean?
Why are we getting bootied out? Truthfully.
We're not being booted out. We're leaving because I had a row with her ladyship.
About her husband. How far did that go, Emma?
We talked. That was all. But I suppose we looked as if we were enjoying each other's company, and that would be enough for her.
That's the truth.
Yes, Peter.
I gave you time last night.
To do what? Why would you do that?
It may have been Colin who
Oh,
took
stop it. You'd like it to have been Colin. I favour Dorothy, and she accuses me. Oh, poor little Julian is being used as a weapon to beat our enemies with. God, I've had an awful insight into life in this hotel. I've been humiliated by that poisonous woman, watching jealous scoring points. I hate this place. I hate it.
All right, love, all right. We're going now. The episode's over. Shall I pack?
No. No, I'll do it. You'll abandon your investigations, won't you?
As you say, there are no trails to follow. Only ancient grudges.
Shall we take one of their towels?
We'll take nothing with us. Not even a solution.
So that's how it is, Barry. Finish. I think the best thing would be if I stayed here in Edinburgh when Peter goes home.
I see.
Could you help me find a place to stay?
I suppose I could.
Such enthusiasm.
Well, I just wonder if it's a good idea, that's all.
Of course it is. The break has to be made sometime. At least I could rely on the company of an old friend through it all, couldn't I?
Of course. You have more friends in London, though.
Oh, not such good friends. And in return, I could put a bit of life into your career. I'm not sure how, but I'll think of something.
It's not quite as easy as
I'll
that.
make it easy. I'm sure there's some contact that I could make that you haven't thought of.
How did you get on with Colin?
He's sad, caught up in being his father. And Dorothy...
Colin, not a suitable case for treatment.
How do you mean?
Did he make a play for you?
Of course not.
He makes a hobby of one-night stands with summer visitors. But, of course, you're different, a part of the past. Did he show you a photograph he has of the Alphabet Gang?
Oh, yes, he did.
Yes, we're all there, I think. Not just as we were, but what we became. I think we're all caught and immovable.
I'm not.
A, B, C, D, and E. Even the solution to the problem that fascinates Peter so much is there.
Oh, what you're saying is ridiculous, that we're all stuck in one place and we can never change things. I'm doing it, and you could too. Now, Barry, I'm sure you're a good actor, given a decent play. If you could just get your name known, sell yourself.
It's not that easy.
We'll work on it, and you'll try to persuade Colin to come and see us now and then, and that might give him some idea of the things he could do if he escaped from Balnacraig. And then...
I think you'd better leave him where he is. He's all right.
No. We must make an open situation which will rescue us all.
The Alphabet Gang lives.
Yes, you'd better believe it. Let's drink to that. How are you feeling this morning, Mother?
A little better, thank you, dear. I didn't take much of the breakfast, I'm afraid.
Oh, that's all right. I'll take the tray down in a moment. Do you want me to ask them to call a doctor?
Doctor? Oh, no. I think I just caught a chill. Be all right tomorrow. If I do need anything, I'll see Dr. Brown when I get home.
You hated going to Balnacraig, didn't you? I blame myself for asking you to go.
Oh. In many ways it was easier than I thought it would be, but it exhausted me.
I know. I felt launched into the past, too.
Emma, why were we asked to leave the hotel?
A bit of meanness on the part of Dorothy, I'm afraid. She never liked me.
No, I think I know the real reason. Sit down, Emma.
Yes, Mother?
It was Mrs. Teviot who wanted us to go, wasn't it?
Yes, Dorothy, out of spite.
No, Colin's mother.
Colin's mother?
Oh, Emma.
What is it, Mother?
Well, that last summer, your father and I went through a very bad spell for a year or two. The baby was meant to help things, but he didn't. I was silly. I had an affair.
An affair? Not with Colin's father.
Oh, he was very, very exciting and extrovert and very attentive. You see, Morris and I hadn't been... It was between being one kind of marriage and another. I think the baby's death helped in a macabre sort of way. We were happy, Emma.
You and Colin's father, oh dear me.
Oh, a sexual adventure.
Did my father find out?
Yes, that's why he left us on our own. He was very angry.
All those visits to Fort William?
That's right.
You went into Fort William the day the baby was taken?
Yes, that was to have been the last time, but everything went wrong. I always felt I was punished for it. You see why I wasn't keen to go to Balna Craig, but... Oh, he's dead, and his widow wouldn't speak to me. I even thought you were attracted to Colin, were you? Oh, Emma, I want to go home.
No. Colin and I talked. I didn't find he lived up to what he'd been as a child, not a hero.
His father was.
My father was, too. Why did you never tell me about this?
We sealed it all off, remember? We all agreed. But I watched you and Peter and Colin, and the weight just seemed to bear down on me. Oh. I nursed your father at the end. I was glad to do it, and I miss him.
I know, love. I know.
Be careful, Emma.
I'll take your tray down and bring up the newspapers.
You and I are not easy to live with, you know.
Now, what does that mean?
Oh, just that when we find someone prepared to accept
You've
us...
changed your tune slightly, haven't you?
Hello, Peter. You must have really moved to get here so soon.
It was a very dramatic phone message.
How's Emma this morning?
Slightly distant. Maybe she's concentrating on planning your acting career.
I hope not.
I bet you do.
She's a very intense, impulsive lady.
That's right. Think you'll be able to keep her in check?
I don't think I'll have to. My mother's waiting to see you.
Your mother? Why, something about the best baby?
All about the best baby, or so she thinks.
Is she right?
I have a piece of the jigsaw, too.
You're very good at this. You ought to write your own material for the stage, you know.
I thought of it. My mother would be better at it. Come on. She can't shake hands, by the way. It's too painful.
Right.
Here we are, Mother. This is Peter Forrest, my mother.
How do you do, Mrs. Browning?
So you're the brave man who married Emma Dunn.
I didn't have to be particularly brave.
Well, you'll have to be quick-witted to keep her. Barry says that she means to stay here and guide his career.
You have something to tell me, Mrs. Browning. The caravan window, I think.
That's right, Mr. Forrest. I'll call you Peter, shall I, since Barry does.
Christ, Mother.
Don't blaspheme, please, Barry. Won't you sit down, Peter? Would you like a cup of tea?
No, thank you.
Have you seen Barry's play?
Yes, yes, I have. It was very good.
But the play wasn't very good, was it? I tell him he should choose his parts with more care.
Choose?
Emma's right. You should have more ambition, more get up and go.
What would you do if I got up and went?
The best baby, Mrs. Browning.
What? Oh, yes, that silly nickname. Typical of that family. Archie has always been the one that people accuse, hasn't he?
But you know better.
Yes, I do. Tell me, how did Sylvia Dunn behave in Balnacraig?
Behave? She behaved splendidly. She wasn't very well, though.
I'm sure she wasn't. Did she speak to the Teviots?
The father is dead.
Did she speak to Moira Teviot?
Well, she was going to, but we were only there for a day and a night.
Was there any trouble?
Mother, I know you're enjoying this, but I think you're drawing it out a little too much.
Enjoying it? What a thing to say. It was a disgraceful business and brings no credit to anyone remotely connected with it. That summer, Peter, Sylvia Dunn was having a disgusting affair with Ian Teviot. As a matter of fact, I suspected that she was carrying on with Archie's father the year before.
Steady, Mother, you don't know that.
Anyway, she and Ian Teviot had quite a summer of it. And then his wife found out. Sylvia Dunn was warned off, but she still chased after him, like a bitch on heat.
I see.
Her marriage wasn't a happy one, in spite of all the darlings and blown kisses and pretending. Poor Morris Dunn was not at all a happy man.
It was probably all the blown kisses and pretending in codes that kept it going at all. I'm beginning to see some value in it.
It's a recognisable formula.
But that day, Mrs. Browning...
She said she was in Fort William, but she wasn't. She was with Ian Teviot up in the hills near the reservoir, and Moira Teviot found them, and there was a terrible scene.
How do you find out about this, Mrs. Browning?
From Moira Teviot, of course. She had to talk to someone about it, poor soul.
When did she tell you this?
A few days after the baby died.
Did you look out of...
Don't spoil my mother's story, Peter. She's waited 20 years to tell it.
Barry, really?
Did you look out of the caravan window that afternoon?
Yes, I did. As Morris Dunn meant me to. He cut back the hedge specially. I saw Colin Teviot come round the back of the cottage. I thought nothing of it at the time. I just went back to the kitchen.
You didn't see him lift the baby?
No. I thought he'd just come to see Emma.
And you told no one that you'd seen him there?
By the time I realized it was important, the baby was dead. And I thought it would just bring more trouble to a nice family if I told the authorities.
Were you asked by anyone before the baby was found?
No.
But you didn't actually see him take the child?
She didn't. But he did take him. He told me he did.
Told you?
I already knew what my mother had seen. Then, one night when we were both students, Colin and I got drunk. And he was being pretty arrogant with me about this and that. So, I thought I would score a couple of points by telling him I knew something about him, too. And he told me what happened that afternoon.
And you were going to tell me?
Naturally. It seems that while the Alphabet Gang were playing Emma's games in the glen, Colin was surprised to see his mother on the path to the reservoir further up the hill. He ran after her and got there just after she'd interrupted things between her husband and Mrs. Dunn.
A disgusting woman.
He heard the row that followed.
That poor boy. Can you imagine the effect it had?
It had a pretty disastrous effect. He brooded about it for an hour or so. Then he took the kid.
Wait a minute. Was this before or after Emma had asked the gang to get rid of the baby?
After. Well, the way his mind was, it probably helped to decide him. Balance of mind disturbed.
So, when the search parties were out that night, quite a few people had information that would have helped. People with grudges.
I didn't actually see him take the child.
And you didn't like Sylvia Dunn much. Did you know, too?
No. My mother didn't tell me about it for a year or two. Archie has since worked it out, though.
Well, hence the reason that Colin accuses him.
Yeah. And hence the reason that Archie's employed at the hotel each year, in spite of his record.
Does Dorothy know the truth?
That I don't know. She has enough in her mind with his hobby of collecting summer ladies. So, there's your solution, Peter.
Ballinacraig is a nice, healthy little seaside resort, isn't it?
Something in the air, no doubt.
And you knew about all this before I went there?
Yes. I thought it would prejudice your visit if I told you about it all before you met Colin.
Why tell me now?
I thought you might find the information useful.
Well, I better be going.
Tomorrow will be your last day at Edinburgh.
We leave tomorrow, yes. Goodbye, Mrs. Browning. Thank you for telling me what happened. It was pretty illuminating.
I hope we have strengthened your position somewhat. Goodbye, Peter.
I'll come to the door with you. I gather you don't approve of as much.
I think it's a pity that a child lay out on a hillside in a storm while someone who could have saved him kept quiet.
And you don't mean Colin. My mother was embittered by my father's leaving her.
Leaving her? I thought Emma said...
That was our secret. Anyway, for some reason, Sylvia Dunn was the chosen enemy.
I think the reason's fairly obvious. And I'm to tell Emma all this.
You're to use the information as you see fit?
As long as Emma doesn't stay on here and interfere.
It's not often that my mother and I are of one mind, you know.
And quite a mind it is.
Emma wouldn't be able to help me, and I wouldn't be able to help her.
Goodbye, Barry.
Perhaps when you're in Edinburgh again? Well, perhaps not. Goodbye, Peter.
Where have you been all day?
Walking about.
Not getting drunk?
I thought of it, but I postponed it till later.
Not at the opera, I hope. What's wrong? You're staring.
Sorry. How's your mother?
Oh, she's a little better. I stayed with her most of the morning. She's getting up for dinner and she's going to try to come to the theatre with us.
Oh, that's good.
What's wrong with you?
Have you decided what you're going to do? Are you going to stay on here and save Barry's career?
I haven't made up my mind yet.
You haven't got long.
Do you know something about...
I know nothing. Except that I want to keep my marriage.
Do you? What about the best baby?
Dead. Trail's cold. What about the alphabet gang?
What about it?
Is it now disbanded?
Yes, I suppose it must be.
And Ballinacraig is out of bounds?
Like Brigadoon, it has disappeared for 100 years.
That seems a fairly generous sentence for it.
You know what you're doing, don't you? You're wiping out an episode just the same way as my parents did.
Are you willing?
I don't think I could let my mother leave without me not feeling the way she is.
I agree. She would be very hot if you did.
Can I keep the childhood legends of the alphabet gang? I mean, I couldn't obliterate them altogether.
What are they again? The hero, the heroine's best friend, the amiable horse, the girl who screamed obediently, the girl who organised them all.
What are you saying?
We have some legends of our own, you know.
Have we?
Meeting at the college dance. Instant thunder and lightning, remember?
Not quite like that.
It'll do for a legend to build others on. And then there was fighting your parents' opposition to marry before you were 21.
Oh, yes, we did that.
And how we were very happy.
And fought like cat and dog.
Legendary battles.
And in the future, if we have one?
More battles?
Promise. Real ones, no holds barred.
Real as you like, but a few holds barred.
Are you sure you haven't been drinking?
No, but I'm going to.
No doubt.
Now, we are going to the opera this evening, so I'd better get ready. I thought we could have a slap-up supper afterwards.
I don't think my mother will be up to that.
I thought that too.
Oh, it'll be nice to get home, in some ways.
In a lot of ways, my girl.
Peter, what are you doing?
Laying out my clothes for the evening.
That tie with that suit?
Why not?
Just it's wrong, that's all I know about colour.
Do I get picking out your dress and jewellery?
I don't think so. There's the tie for that shirt and suit. Quietly distinguished. Do you think you could have a try at being quietly distinguished?
Did anyone ever tell you you are a bossy little bitch?
Almost everyone I have ever known.
Well, your bossiness is a legend.
But my bitchiness is selective.
That was The Best Baby by William Andrew. Emma was played by Gwyneth Guthrie, Peter by Finlay Welsh, Sylvia, Diana Olson, Pauline Browning, Sheila Donald, Barry Browning, Robert Trotter, Barry as a child, Mary Riggins, Colin Teviot, Tom Kocher, and Dorothy, Isabel Gardner. The play was produced by Gordon Emsley. Our play next Saturday is A Study in Scarlet by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, dramatised by Michael Hardwick. with Robert Powell as Sherlock Holmes and Dinsdale Landon as Dr. Watson. A Study in Scarlet in Saturday Night Theatre next Saturday at 8:30. And now the weather forecast for tomorrow. Scotland and Northern Ireland will be mostly cloudy, although there will be some bright intervals in eastern Scotland after some patchy fog. Outbreaks of rain will spread from the west with fog on hills. In northwest Scotland it will become clearer later, although showery. England and Wales will be rather cloudy with patchy fog slowly clearing. Some bright intervals are likely, more especially in northeast England, whilst southern counties of England may have drizzle here and there. The outlook for Monday and Tuesday, becoming generally changeable with showers or longer spells of rain. Some sleet or snow is likely, chiefly in the north, becoming colder with frost. And that's the weather forecast. And now, after Big Ben, the news, read by Harriet Cass.
BBC Radio News at 10 o'clock. President Sadat has sharply attacked the Israeli response to his Middle East initiative. He says he doesn't believe there will be any statement on the principles of peace. Mr. Begin reacted quickly to these comments. Regrettable, he said. The two sides should stop making public declarations. Scottish and Welsh Liberals have overwhelmingly endorsed the continuation of the Lib-Lab Pact. Mr. David Steele got an ovation from his party delegates in Glasgow. Local councils in various places are offering the firemen interest-free loans to help them with their money problems after being on strike for 8 weeks. In the World Cup finals draw in Buenos Aires, Scotland will play in Group 4. Their opponents will be Holland, Peru and Iran. At home, Nottingham Forest drew at Derby, while their 4 closest rivals in the league all won.
We present Rosemary Miller as Molly Regan, Edward Bishop as Stanton Laird, and David Spencer as David Cope in Beyond the Black Stump, the novel by Neville Shute, adapted by Stephen Grenfell. Beyond the Black Stump.
Mrs. Regan, Spinifex Joe.
Driving as though the deal himself was behind him, as usual.
And there indeed, Mrs. Regan, he may well be.
As long as he's got my kerosene, he can have all the deals in hell chasing him.
As you say, ma'am.
You got my kerosene, Joe?
2 kilos. Secret deal for petrol, that all right?
Aye, that's right. Let's have the meal.
Okay.
Then you can have a cup of tea. Pat and the boys will be down in a minute to unload.
Here's the mail. I'll sort my letters, shall I?
Aye, David, you do that. And you, Molly, pour a cup of tea for Joe.
Plenty of sugar.
Right.
Letter for you, Judge. And your usual English newspaper.
Thank you indeed. My sister's a very regular correspondent, is she not?
Aye, she's that. Oh, here's Pat and the boys, Joe. They'll unload the drums.
Radio.
Get the bottle, Molly, and the cold water and glasses. Right, Ma.
Morning, Mr. Regan.
Morning, David.
What's that you got there, a baby kangaroo?
A long-legged mouse like this. What else should it be? The kindest hopper this side of the Black Stump.
Here are your letters, Pat.
Thanks. Hey, in the name of God, what would this one be?
The man's too proud to admit he needs glasses.
And what would a man of my age be needing glasses for?
To read, of course. On the envelope it says Bureau of Mineral Resources.
Bureau of what?
Oh, I know. It'll be from those people who were here a while back, fussing about after the oil.
God mend them. They'll not be after coming back here again.
It may say in the letter.
I'll open it then, woman. Let's have some grog in the meantime.
Right, Dad. It's from that man, Bruce, who was here before. Here you are, Dad.
Thanks. Well, woman, what does he say?
He says he's coming here in about 6 or 7 weeks' time, and he's bringing half a dozen Americans with him from the Topeka Exploration Company.
What for, in the name of God?
To make a seismic survey.
Huh?
He says there'll be a party of 7 with 3 trucks, and they'll be working on our land about 14 miles west of the homestead.
Oh, did you ever hear the like of that?
Oh, that's what he's written here, Pat. And he says at the end that the survey will decide whether they drill a test well here or not.
Well, you can damn well write straight back, woman, and say that they're not wanted here. I'll have no part of them, no part at all.
I doubt if we have any right to refuse them, Mr. Regan.
Is that so now?
We hold this land on a pastoral lease. There's a clause in the agreement that reserves the mineral rights to the state of West Australia. That binds us to give reasonable access to the land for the exploitation of the mineral resources.
And would you call it reasonable that they should send Americans to Lara Station?
Some Americans are very pleasant people. I met a bishop once, an Episcopalian, who was quite charming. A bit mundane, I'm afraid. Very, very mundane.
They'll be working much nearer my fence than yours, Pat. I think it might be rather fun, having some Americans around.
Fun, is it? Would you be after calling it fun the way they carried on in Alice Springs all through the war? Glory be to God. No young girl living in that town that wasn't raped. And no old woman safe. Safe in the house itself, and the door locked and bars on all the windows, and Father O'Connor praying with her on her bended knees, with the damn Yankee soldiers bellowing round the house like raging stallions. Is it fun, you call it?
It wasn't like that at all, Pat, and well you know it. If there's any raping done here on Lara, it'll no be done by Americans.
I hope you don't mean me, Mrs. Regan.
Oh, no, David, I don't mean you. Anyway, there's going to be no raping on Lara Station. Heaven knows the judge here's got enough kids in the school already.
Indeed, that is very true. I shall have 6 more children in the school next month than we have desks for. The Vogue twins, and Mrs. Stockton's Elsie, and little Johnny Six, Palm Olive's little girl, and the Yardley boy. I think we ought to order 8 more desks, Mr. Regan. After all, how can I rebuke these little ones for bad writing when they had to balance their slates on their knees?
Hey, another tatterum, girl.
What, Dad?
Damned Americans, always turning a man's life upside down.
Indeed, Mr. Regan. They belong to a race which possesses the capacity to do that. Mundane, yes, but vital.
7 of them, 3 trucks. Well, we can't have that many in the house.
Where will you put them?
Isn't there the shearers' quarters empty for them to sleep in? With wire beds for their bedding and a stove for them to cook on.
Aye, they might go there.
Oh, you can't put Americans in the shearers' quarters, Ma.
In the name of God, why not, girl?
Oh, because they live differently to their dad. I've seen how they live on the pictures down in Perth.
But did you ever hear the like of that? It's a queer thing I'm thinking that the shearers' quarters are good enough for an Australian shearer and not good enough for an American, with all the lechery and evil in the world in his black heart.
Look, Pat, I can put a couple of them up at my place, if they can cope with the gin's cooking.
They'd be better doing their own cooking in the shearers' quarters. No, leave it, David. Mr. Bruce knows the way things are with us. We can't accommodate that many people. Anyway, they'll have everything they need for camping by their trucks, or they can sleep in the shearer's place. When it comes to that, I might even make shift to feed them myself.
You like the convertible your mother and I got for you, son?
Oh, yeah, you bet, Dad.
She'll pass anything on the highway, except maybe a gas station.
Sure, Dad. I already tested her out, remember?
You want to take it easy with that kind of automobile.
Sure.
Your mother was very touched, son, to notice just now you still have that Bible she gave you 3 years ago before you went out to Arabia. You read it a lot?
Well, now and then. Funny, isn't it, Dad? Whenever you look in the Bible, you seem to find a sentence or a phrase that applies to your own life.
I know.
Take this bit I came across just now. Here it is. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. That means Arabia, I guess. And here, the Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore.
He did that, son.
I guess he did. The motor that failed in that plane bringing me back from Arabia might have failed way out over the Atlantic instead of only 30 minutes before we were due to land at Lisbon.
This is my rest forever. Here will I dwell, for I have desired it.
That's true, too, Dad. I'm home again.
Among your own folk, your own friends.
It's really a great feeling. Really great. Say, talking of friends, you don't happen to know when Chuck's due back from Texas, do you, Dad?
Chuck Sheridan? Not for another month, I'd say.
Chuck and Ruthie, how are they making out these days?
Fine, I guess.
Except what?
Well, son, you know Chuck. He's still a lieutenant in the Air Force and likely to remain just that, I'd say.
But Chuck had a swell combat record when he flew jets in Korea.
Sure, but Chuck's kind of allergic to discipline. You know that.
Yeah, I guess maybe you're right.
He's stationed down at some big air base near Houston as an instructor.
Ah.
Last time he wrote, he said he, Ruthie, and their 4 kids would be coming home to Hazel on vacation in September.
I can't wait to see old Chuck again.
Trouble with Chuck is that every time he rises a mite in the estimation of the Air Force, he gets out of line and they slam him down again.
Yeah, that figures.
One of Chuck's brother officers came here in the early summer to do a little fishing. Seems your friend Chuck is now instructing fighter pilots, and he's developed a particular technique which apparently gives him a great deal of pleasure. A technique that can't be found in the Air Force manual.
What is it this time, Dad?
Well, around that part of Texas, the railroads are mostly single track.
Uh-huh.
When Chuck goes night flying, he cruises around till he finds a train rolling along, the single headlight of the locomotive lighting up the track ahead.
Mm-hmm. I think I can guess the rest.
Correct. Young Chuck retires about 15 miles ahead of the train. Then he brings his aircraft down practically to track level and flies dead straight along the track at the locomotive with only one landing light switched on.
Oh, boy.
So far, apparently, no engineers actually died of fright, but several have come mighty near it.
Yeah. Well, I can understand the way the United States Air Force might feel about antisocial habits like that one.
Oh, sorry I took so long to make the coffee.
Oh, that's all right, Mom. Dad and I were just shooting the breeze.
And you men have the gall to say women gossip. Now take your coffee while it's hot.
Thanks, Mom.
Your mother thinks coffee should be drunk at 90 degrees centigrade.
Yes, I know.
Oh, come now. Junior, you just don't know how much you've changed.
Not as much as all that, surely.
Oh, yes. Those 3 years have made you so brown.
Is that all?
No. You're a deal more adult and self-reliant.
Well, that's something.
Junior, you think maybe it's time you got to tell us about that letter you got from the Topeka Exploration Company in New York?
Oh, yes, I was going to.
Did they say where they want to send you after your vacation?
Oh, they've given me a choice. Paraguay or Australia.
There wouldn't be the chance of a job here in the United States.
Not unless I get myself married. My company gives domestic assignments to married men with families.
Paraguay, Australia. You'll want to think it over a bit.
Well, I guess I've done all the thinking I need to, Dad. I'll go to Australia this time.
But it's so much further away if you want to come back home on vacation.
I like the sound of Australia better, Mom. In a way, as I see it, that part of the country I'd be going to would be something like Arabia. Maybe not quite so bad. You couldn't run sheep at Abu Qaya.
I don't like the thought of you going back to a place like that.
Oh, it's healthy enough. I'd be more scared of getting sick in a place like Paraguay. Marshes and flies and fevers and all that.
Sure. Dry place is better.
And there's the language, too. By the time you've learned a new language well enough to talk to the inhabitants, it's time to come home again.
Well, I guess you're right. Your mother and I were talking about you today when you were downtown. We were wondering whether your work is always going to take you to countries such a long distance away.
Well, I guess that depends on how I get on, Dad. Maybe the head office in New York one day, if I make the grade.
You'd like a city life if it meant a lot of money?
Oh, I don't know, Dad. I certainly wouldn't like living in New York.
A small town's best for small town people. Your mother and I, we've been mighty happy here in Hazel.
Sure, I know that. But there's nothing I could do in a town like this. I don't know if there's any place in the whole world I'd rather live in. But you've got to be practical. There isn't a single oil rig in 500 miles.
As you say, a man earning his living has to be practical.
You know something?
Huh?
When I go, I'd kind of like to see the Hazel Advertiser now and then. Well, not every week, maybe, just now and then. See what's playing at the movies, things like that.
Sure, I'll have it mailed you from the office. You want a Portland paper, say the Sunday Oregonian as well?
Oh, well, Dad, I don't know that I'd read it. I guess if I have the Saturday Evening Post and Life and the Hazel Advertiser, that's all I want to read.
And your Bible?
Sure, Mom. That'll make my mobile library complete.
That you, Stan?
Chuck?
Who else you expect, man? The president? You have any luck, Stan?
Oh, I hit one, a bit low, one of the bucks. The arrow went right through him.
Good. You bring him down?
No, Chuck. I shot again, but I guess I missed.
Hey, that's the guy I shot at. I saw he'd been wounded. I got him just behind the shoulder.
You and I make a swell pair of hunters. Well, I say we rest up a bit. I'm not used to this kind of terrain.
Okay with me.
Well, I guess this is where we start to take the fat off, if we're going to get that fellow.
Sure. When I get my breath back. I'm a fighter pilot, remember? I don't do this kind of thing every day of the week either.
If some of those kids you teach to fly jets saw you crawling around the woods like this with a bow and arrow, they'd think you were nuts.
They think I'm nuts anyway.
Oh, you blame them? But Chuck, you, Ruthie, and the kids, you like it down in Texas?
We make out okay.
4 kids. Boy, Chuck Sheridan, the perfect coordinated family man.
Cut it out. Stan.
Huh?
What'd you think of young Tony when you saw him yesterday?
You really want to know?
Yeah.
Well, it seems to me that young Tony doesn't look much like his pa or his ma. That kid's getting to look one hell of a lot like me.
Yeah. Ruth and me, we don't say nothing about that.
I guess you're the only people in Hazel that don't.
Ah, so what? There's nothing anybody can do about it now. I reckon we were all a mite hasty when we were youngsters.
Yeah, maybe we were. Anyway, it's all come out okay.
You figuring on getting married, Stan?
Oh, one day, maybe. There aren't too many girls around the places I work.
Ruth and me, well, we get kind of worried sometimes.
About me?
Sure.
Well, what about?
Well, it seems like you got the tough end of that deal of ours.
Oh, I made out okay. Reckon I got a long ways further than I'd done if I got married in high school.
Yeah, maybe so. Yeah, you got the book learning and turned into somebody, Stan. Me? I got Ruth and turned into a bum. I can't figure which of us got the better deal.
Okay, you big bum. On your feet. We'll get moving after that buck and shift some of this fat I spoke about.
Roger.
What a big beaut, David, having Americans here at Lara.
Your father doesn't seem to think so.
Oh, you know what Dad is. His back's worse than his bite.
The sheep are going to find the water situation pretty tough soon.
I know. How are you off for water at Lucinda?
Not too good, Molly. We've got a little left in the big dam.
How much?
Oh, enough to last about a month. The bores are running well, though.
Are you going to put down any more bores?
Oh, I'm not sure it's worth it. I just don't think there's any water there. We've got the 2 along the line of Blackman's Creek, and there's no sign of water anywhere else.
Oh, that's bad, David.
I know. We might put one down between them to spread the feed, but it would probably reduce the flow of the ones we've got.
Yes. You've done well, David, for a man of only 22. Dad was saying only the other day how well you've done since you came out from England.
Well, my last wool check was 9,000 pounds.
Dad respects you. We all do. But 4 other graziers tried their luck at Lucinda and had to give it up.
Oh, it's always got to be a first time.
If we get a good long drought, a real drought, it'll dry up your bores and finish you completely, I'm afraid.
Well, let's hope we don't get a real drought, then. Why do they call him the judge?
Oh, the judge. We don't know his real name. He's called the judge because he was one. In England somewhere ages ago, before I was born. He got the sack.
I didn't know a judge could get the sack.
Yeah, well, here's one that did.
Why was he fired?
Well, I'm not supposed to know, but I think it was for taking a more than professional interest in delinquent girls.
He's a strange old chap.
He's a wonderful teacher. I do know that. He taught me history. And my sister Bridget, he taught her to speak French and German before she was 10.
Molly, now that you're back from Perth, are you going to stay here for long?
Oh, I don't know, David. I want to be a teacher, but Ma's not getting any younger. I think I'll stay here for a year until my sister Elspeth leaves college, and then let her come home and take a turn. Ma wants me to go to Scotland then, and afterwards to France and Italy. I'd like to do that before I settle down and get a job.
Oh, that'll be a grand trip. You could come back via America.
I never thought of that. Hey, when these Americans come here, David, do you think they'll be like the Americans we see on the movies?
I shouldn't think so for a moment. They don't all live in penthouses or mansions in the deep south, you know.
I'll bet they don't live in places like our shearers' quarters either. When do they arrive, anyway?
Oh, they're here.
What?
Came this morning, didn't you know?
Well, nobody told us.
Oh, talking of the movies, are you going to Clem Rogerson's show at Manor Hill on Saturday?
Are you?
Well, I usually do. Makes a change.
I likes to go sometimes.
Tell me on the air tomorrow night in the natter session. I'll call in here and pick you up, if no one else wants to go.
Oh, all right, David. Thanks.
Hello there, Molly.
Oh, hello, Mr. Bruce.
Enjoyed the show?
Yes, it was beautiful.
You, David?
Yes, I did too.
Your mother and father here, Molly?
No, they didn't come. David brought me over to Manor Hill.
Oh.
Ma said they'd better stay at home in case you come over with the Americans.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. We got held up on the road. Look, let me introduce you to Stanton Laird. He's the one who'll be in charge of the party on your father's land.
Oh.
Hey, Stan! Stan, come over here a minute, will you? Okay. I want to introduce you to some friends of mine. Oh, swell, Mr. Bruce. Stan, I want you to meet Miss Molly Regan from Lara. Hi, hello, Miss Regan.
Hello.
Certainly glad to know you. I hoped we'd get onto your property today, but Don will have told you we're running kind of late.
Yes, I know. What happened?
Guess we just naturally got lost.
What, between here and Malvern Down?
That's right.
Didn't you follow the tracks the mail truck make?
Miss Regan, one wheel rut's just like another wheel rut to me.
Oh, Molly's the name, Mr. Laird. We use Christian names in this country unless you're trying to be very formal.
Oh, fine. I'm Stanton.
Oh, and this is David Cope.
Oh, glad to meet you, David.
How'd you do?
Oh, you're not Australian?
No, I'm English. They call us Pommies out here. I've got Lucinda Station next to Lara.
Oh, that's to the west of Lara, as I recall it. I guess we'll be operating pretty near to your boundary.
Yeah, so if I can help you in any way, I hope you'll come over and tell me.
Oh, that's mighty nice of you.
And I'll start right away by getting you a drink. What's your poison?
Oh, thanks, but I don't believe I'll take anything right now.
Oh, nothing at all. But everybody's groggy enough like fishes round the corner.
Groggy enough?
Aussie for drinking.
Well, maybe something soft.
Oh, what would you like?
Coke, is that okay?
Sorry, we haven't got anything like that. Lime juice, lemon squash?
Lime juice, please. A long one.
Right, won't be a take.
Don't you drink, Stanton?
Not alcohol. Not many people do where I come from.
Oh, I thought all Americans drank terrifically. I suppose I'm going by the movies I've seen in Perth.
Miss Molly, I'd say that the movies aren't a very safe guide to America. Of course, some Americans do live that way, or they wouldn't make movies about them, I guess. They'll do anything in Hollywood. But I come from the West, where we don't live that way at all. It's still kind of frontier where I come from. Ranching and riding horseback over the trails.
You still use horses in America?
Why, certainly. In my part. Where I live, there's nearly 300 square miles right close into town, where you can only go on a horse. No roads at all. It's frontier still. Oregon, in back of the state, close to Idaho.
Do you know how many horses we've got at Lara, Stan?
I'd only be guessing.
About 300, but I'm not really sure.
Heaven's sake.
Lara's just under 1 million acres, you know. It's not big as properties go up in the north. We feel it's just a comfortable size.
Oh, my face is sure red. You know what? I'm going to keep my big mouth shut about America till I learn something about this country.
Oh, no, don't do that. You don't know how much we've all been looking forward to hearing how you live and everything. We seldom get a visitor at Lara, and I don't ever remember anybody coming from abroad, except David. Hey, that reminds me, it's time we went to look for him, if we're ever going to get a drink, that is. He seems to have forgotten all about it.
Should be around about here, shouldn't it, boss? Sure, Hank. Just about. Over there, see? That's the big limestone outcrop I showed you on the air photograph. I get it. Okay, down this spur, towards the flat country over there seamed by that dry riverbed. Beneath that big limestone spur. Yes, I'd say a camp down there would be as good as anywhere.
There's not much life around, is there, boss?
No, Hank, just us. And a few Australian sheep.
It's going to be kind of lonesome.
Sure is. Well, I guess this is it. This is what we've come for.
You run a line of shots across the valley, boss? See where that limestone goes?
Maybe. We'll make our camp down there by the dry riverbed for a start.
Okay.
Let's go then.
I got the gin to make some tea, Stan. As you say, the folk at Lara haven't broken you into rum yet.
No, not yet. Say, do they always drink it that way in this country, Mr. Coke?
David's the name, Stan. They drink their rum like that in the outback. And not down in Perth. It's just like England there.
I can't figure out why they're not all nuts, the way they drink this stuff.
Oh, don't make any mistakes. The Regans are good graziers, you know.
Yeah, I know. That's just another thing I can't figure out. Your own place now. There must be a lot to do in a place like this.
Well, there's a lot to do, all right. I'm at it all the time, from dawn till dusk. It's a bad property, of course.
Bad?
If it was a good one, I wouldn't be running it at my age.
Oh, I get you.
Oh, here's your tea.
Oh, thanks.
320,000 acres, but very little water. There's over 100,000 acres up your end we can't use at all.
Can't use?
There's not a single puddle in it. Any rain that falls sinks straight into the ground.
Would that be the area towards our camp?
Yeah, that's right, Stan. Can't run any stock at all between this homestead and your camp.
Oh, maybe you won't be so mad at what I'm going to ask then.
What's that?
Well, the strata on the Lara side are falling to the west as far as I can see. And now I'm working close up to your fence.
Mm-hmm.
The department haven't asked for us to prospect on your property, have they?
Well, not as far as I know. You're quite welcome, though.
Okay, and thanks. So what about some lines of shot holes for a few seismic readings? That would only mean a couple of trucks on the land and a few small explosions.
I can't stop you, Stan, and not that I want to. We've got no sheep there because there's not a drop of water for them. And most of it I've never seen myself. If you go on it, I'd be glad to know what's there.
Well, I'll certainly tell you everything we find, Dave. Well, time I was getting back to work. The boys will be wondering if I managed to get myself lost again.
Is that you, Stan?
It sure is. Where are you?
I'm in the office tent.
Okay.
Hello there.
I just drove over to collect your laundry, and as you weren't here, I thought I'd look through some of your magazines.
Oh, fine. See anything that interests you, Molly?
Oh, yes, Stan. You really do have lovely things in America. Tell me, are these pictures real?
Real?
Yes, you know, I mean... Well, do you really have motor cars like this wonderful convertible?
Yeah, I guess so. Sure, I'd say that was about right.
Oh, you do have the loveliest magazines.
Oh, would you like to borrow some of them?
Well, if you really can spare them.
Oh, it's good propaganda, a real two-way stretch. While I'm learning about your country, you can learn a bit about mine, in case you ever visit there.
Oh, I'd love to.
Oh, that's settled then.
Stan, is it very cold where you live?
Well, most winters we have, say, a foot of snow for around 3 months. In a bad winter, or a blizzard, well, it might run to a couple of feet.
Do you know, Stan, I've never seen snow.
Is that right?
When you have snow, do you really use sleighs with horses and bells on the harness?
Only on the farms, I guess.
Lara on the air, boss.
Okay, Hank. Well, it won't take me long, Molly. And when I get back, we'll have dinner. A cookie-made maple ice cream, special for you.
What a lovely night it is, Stan.
Yeah, it sure is.
Let's stop for a while.
Swell. Do you mind if I ask you something, Molly?
No, of course not.
The judge, is he a bit nuts?
Oh, good heavens, no. The judge has got a very clear mind. Mind you, he gets a bit confused sometimes, but that's only the rum.
Well, that's exactly what I can't figure out. Now, back home, if anybody drank like the characters out here drink, he'd be right on the skids.
Oh, the judge doesn't really drink a great deal. Dad drinks twice as much.
It just doesn't seem to make sense to me.
Oh, Ma cuts it down when she thinks they'd have enough. She knows about grog. Ma was a barmaid before she married Uncle Tom.
I always thought Mr. Pat Regan was your father.
Oh, yes, Stan, really. Yeah, I suppose we're rather a difficult family for strangers to understand. You see, after Mike and Charlie and Bridget were born, Ma and Uncle Tom didn't get on very well together. So Ma left Uncle Tom and married Dad. Well, Father Ryan says Ma and Dad aren't really married. We're all mixed here, you know, Catholics.
Didn't they get married?
Well, they couldn't, because they couldn't get a divorce.
Not even a civil marriage?
I don't think so. I'll ask Ma sometime.
Sure must make things kind of complicated.
I don't know, Stan. Not here in this part of the outback we call the lunatic.
I'm glad you told me all this, Molly.
Well, it'll help you to understand us. I suppose you think we're a lot of savages.
Why should I? People are much the same all the world over. You know that. We've all got a skeleton of some kind in our cupboards.
Oh, not you, Stan.
Oh, you're dead wrong there. I think maybe I ought to tell you about mine.
Well, only if you really want to, Stanton.
I do. Here goes. You remember that guy I told you about, Chuck Sheridan?
Your friend who's an Air Force pilot?
Yes. Well, about 12 or 13 years ago, a few months after Pearl Harbor, Chuck and I and a couple of girls, we got in a scrape.
Oh, what kind of a scrape?
Oh, a real humdinger. It would have rocked our hometown of Hazel a mighty sight more than it did if it hadn't been for Pearl Harbor. But I guess the honest citizens had more important things in their minds than the misbehavior of its teenage population.
How old were you?
Oh, you're all about 16, I guess. There was Chuck and me, Diana Fawcett, and Ruth Eberhardt.
Your friend Chuck, isn't he married to someone called Ruth?
Oh, that's right. The same one.
Oh, so Diana Fawcett was your girl, eh?
Well, not exactly. You see, it's kind of difficult.
What happened?
Well, Chuck and I were real friends, and you know how it is with kids at that age. We shared all our belongings.
Including your girls?
Yeah, I guess so.
I'd never have believed it of you, Stan.
I know. That's just what Mom and Dad said after the inquest.
The inquest?
Both Chuck and I owned jalopies, and one night we were playing a rather complicated game of touch in and around the streets of Hazel. Diana was driving with Chuck. Ruth was with me.
And you crashed?
That's what happened. I was coming down 4th Street at 70 to cross Roosevelt Avenue. I hit Chuck's Plymouth broadside on.
At 70? Oh, you must have been crazy.
No, not crazy, Molly. Drunk. I guess we all were. Chuck ended up with a concussion and a fractured shoulder. I was lucky, I guess. Only 3 smashed ribs. Ruth went through the windscreen, and she's got a mess of scars on her face to prove it that'll last her a lifetime.
And Diana Fawcett?
Diana was killed instantly.
What a terrible thing.
Indeed it was. When they had the post-mortem, they found Diana was pregnant.
Oh, the poor kid.
And, well, Ruth was pregnant, too.
What did the police do?
Judge Hadley figured it this way. Diana was dead. Nothing could bring her back to life again. Though Chuck and I had killed her, we were all culpable in some way. I guess it seemed profitless to the old judge to start Chuck and me on the road to the penitentiary. He sentenced both of us to a year in reform school and suspended the sentences indefinitely, subject to the chief of police putting in regular good reports about us.
You were lucky, Stan.
Nobody realizes that better than me, Molly.
You said that Ruth was pregnant, too. So she and Chuck had to get married, eh?
Well, not exactly. Ruth had been my girl, and if she was pregnant, I had a pretty good idea of which out of Chuck and me was probably responsible. The Eberhardts were playing the hell with Ruthie, trying to pressurize her to say which of us it was. Well, I guess she finally decided Chuck was more fun than me. Anyhow, she said it was Chuck, and they were married as soon as she came out of the hospital.
Stan?
Yes?
You were telling me the other day about this job your father's offered you on his own firm.
Oh, yes, I guess I'll be joining him next year.
Well, why not now if he needs your help?
We got to make a hole first.
What, here?
Uh-huh. It's just a question now of fixing the exact location. Say, talking about fathers, I guess I'm not anxious to start anything with yours right now.
Oh, it is getting late.
Okay, let's go then.
Your sheep don't look too bad.
Not too bad, David. How's the rain been on Lucinda?
Could have been a lot better. We only got about 9/10 of an inch at the homestead.
Oh, Uncle Tom says we got about 3 inches.
But then, Molly, you always get more than I do.
Oh, it doesn't do us any good. Goes straight into the ground. All the water we've got comes from bores.
I suppose that in America it falls straight into the mouths of the sheep.
Whatever made you say that, David? So far as I can make out, they run their ranches very much the same way we do. Only they seem to have a lot more water than we do and smaller stations.
Better land, in fact. Everything's better in America, isn't it?
Well, if it is, it's because they've worked damned hard to make it so.
And I just sit on my backside and smoke my pipe all day, of course.
Oh, I didn't mean it personally, David. You work harder than anybody here in the lunatic.
Just that I get a bit tired of these supermen.
Well, what have you got against them, David?
I think it's because they're so ignorant.
Oh, I'm going back. You're always on the lookout for any excuse to run them down. They've brought a bit of America into the lunatic, and I think it's done us all good.
Look, perhaps we better change the subject.
Too right.
All right. Will you marry me?
That's a very poor joke, David.
I'm serious.
But you can't be.
I'd have asked you months ago if it weren't for the fact I'm probably going broke this year. I've been in love with you for a long time, you know that.
Yes, I know. Oh, what made you ask me now?
Oh, just to remind you I'm still around.
Because I've been going round with the Americans.
I suppose so, yes.
Look, I suppose someday I'll want to get married and settle down. But not for a while. I'm sorry you asked me now, David, because the answer's got to be no.
I thought you'd say that. Oh, well, let's forget it.
When Elspeth gets through college in a year from now, I want to go to England.
I suppose you'd rather we didn't go on meeting.
Well, David, if that happened, I'd be sorry, but it's up to you, of course. Look, so long as you realise I'm not marrying you or anybody else for the time being, I don't see any reason why we shouldn't keep on meeting. After all, there aren't so many people our age here in the lunatic, but if you think it's not going to work out, we'll have to give it up.
Okay. We'll leave it like that.
Good night, David. I'm terribly sorry.
My dearest Stanton, I'm afraid what I have to write to you in this air letter
will be very bad news indeed. Your friend Chuck Sheraton was killed flying last week. Amy Eberhardt came round last night and told us the news. It has been a terrible shock to them, and indeed to everyone in Hazel. Chuck was stationed at a base called Harrisburg in Texas, and it appears he was instructing the cadets there in night flying. It must have been low test flying, or whatever they call it, because Chuck collided with a train. Amy was all broken up, of course. She never did like flying, so they've gone down by the Limited to arrive Thursday morning. She said it was a terrible accident, because one wing of Chuck's airplane hit the smokestack of the locomotive, and the airplane rolled up in a ball and burned alongside the track, in front of all the people in the coaches looking on. Ruthie, of course, is all broken up. So is everyone in Hazel. I mean, Chuck did so well in Korea, and then to get killed just on a silly training flight. You can't explain it. But God knows best. I am so sorry this news comes to you when you're so far away from us all. But now that you have decided when your work in Australia is done to come home to help your father in the family business, it won't be for long. I am so glad you've decided to come home, because it is at times like this that all Chuck's friends
should be together. All our love, son, and come home soon, Mother. For I am persuaded that neither death, nor life, nor angels, nor principalities, nor powers, nor things present, nor things to come, nor height, nor depth, nor any other creature shall be able to separate us from the love of God, which is in Christ Jesus our Lord.
This Anzac Day, boss, must be quite something then.
Sure is, Spencer. It'd be a heap of trouble if we didn't stop work.
Well, we never stopped to drill for our own Independence Day.
Well, I guess Anzac Day is a sort of holy day, too. You know, Independence Day, Thanksgiving, and Easter all tied up together.
Well, what do you know?
You got the cablegram ready?
Oh, yeah, sure, right here, boss. The operator at Hastings, Jerry Lee, he's been taking down a number of telegrams from various stations. Should be just about our turn.
Okay, let's try it then.
Okay, I'll switch her on.
I'll tell you, he's cut his bloody throat.
What in hell was that?
The Lord only knows. Turn the volume up.
All stations off the air, please. Some station seems to be passing a medical message. Will that station please come in again and give station identification?
Hello? Hello? The bloody thing ain't working.
Give it him again, Bert. Hey, you've got to turn that switch to hear. Rec means receive.
This is 6 Easy Dog. Hastings Flying Doctor Service. When you want to speak, turn the little switch low down on the left-hand side to trans. Directly you've done speaking, turn the same switch back to rec. Don't touch anything else on your set. It's going fine. Right. Now turn your switch to trans and tell us what station you are. Over.
Hello? This is Bert Hancock at Manor Hill. We got a bloke here who's cut his throat. He's bleeding pretty bad. And young Jim Copeland's gone and marched off into the bush. Hello? Did you get that?
Flying Doctor here. I got your message. In a moment, I'm going to switch you over to the doctor in the hospital. First of all, though, who was it went off into the bush? Now turn your switch to tram. Now. Over.
Jim Copeland, that was. Went off in the middle of the night. Left a note on the cookhouse table. Said he was going back to London. I'll turn the switch now.
Flying Doctor here. Was this man Copeland walking or riding?
Walking. All the trucks are here. He's a young Pommy just out from home, Jackarooey. He got a bit full of the grog last night. Well, we all got a bit full. Over.
Right, Manor Hill. Hang on, will you, while I switch the radio over to the doctor in the hospital. Won't take a tick. Dr. Gordon of the Hastings Hospital. How did this man cut his throat?
With a razor, Doc. We got him out in the veranda, sitting up. It didn't seem right to move him.
Tell me how long the cut is, whether it's still bleeding.
I'd say it's about 4 inches, Doc. It's bleeding pretty fast still. Real nasty.
Right. Now look, Mr. Hancock. I'll come out just as soon as I can get an aeroplane. But first of all, you've got to get that bleeding stopped. Have you got any suits?
Turn it down a bit,
Over.
Spencer.
Okay.
I don't know what they be, Doc.
Maybe some of us should go over with the first aid kit.
Take quite a while. The airplane with the doctor would make it first.
I guess I'll go over and take Tex with me. We're not so far away, and it might look bad if we didn't show up to help.
Okay, I'll turn it up again. See what's happening.
Well, I'll try it if you say so, Doc. I told you, though, I can't stand blood. Makes me sick in the stomach. I've chummed it once today already. This is Lara Station, 6CO. We heard the whole of that. Mr. Pat Regan and Miss Molly Regan are leaving at once for Manor Hill with medical supplies. The journey should take them about an hour and a half in the jeep. I'm afraid those poor boys must have been terribly intoxicated. Over.
Thank you, 6CO. I'll tell Manor Hill when they come on again. Listening out.
Flying Doctor, this is 6QT, Topeka Exploration. We heard all of that. Mr. Laird and one other are leaving right now for Manor Hill. I guess they'll be over there in 2 hours. Over.
Thank you, Topex. I'll tell Manor Hill. Listening out.
I'll say they were terribly intoxicated. I guess that's what happens in this country when the manager goes off to Perth for Anzac Day and takes his family along.
Except at Lara, boss.
Lara's different. I'd say they're kind of pickled. It just doesn't do them any harm anymore. Besides, they've got a Scotch ex-barmaid in the driver's seat. Maybe that's what you want to run a ranch in this kind of country.
Oh, Stan, I'm so glad you've come. They're in a hell of a mess here at Manor Hill.
I know, we heard it on the radio. What goes on with the horses?
Oh, it's this boy Copeland, the jackaroo.
Jackaroo?
Oh, jackarooing is working on a sheep station as an apprentice to learn the work.
Oh, I see.
We've got to find this boy. He's out in the bush somewhere. Dad says he'd probably be dead by sunset. 6 or 7 miles in the heat of the day, and then you're finished.
What can we do to help, Molly?
Oh, the country's too rough for your jeep. Can either of you ride a horse?
Well, certainly I can.
No, I mean really ride, Stan. Well enough to keep up with us all day.
Oh, you forget I was raised on a ranch back home in Oregon.
Good-o. Well, that makes one more man.
What about you, Tex?
I guess you'll have to count me out, boss. I never got around to riding no horse.
Oh, well, that makes 5 of us with the 2 colored boys. Oh, we'll want a lot more people, though. I think, Tex, you'll have to sit on the radio.
Okay, Miss Molly.
Oh, what happened to the guy who cut his throat?
Well, I'm afraid he's dead.
And the character who had to do the sewing up?
Flat out in his bed, dead to the world.
Glory be to God, I'm glad to see you, Mr. Laird. Hell, you'll not see the like of this between Dublin and the County Kerry. Or in the whole of the United States of America either, for that matter.
Stan can ride, Dad, and ride well. And Tex is going to stay with the radio.
Yeah, isn't that a great mercy now? We'll go up to the homestead now and see if we can talk to anyone on the wireless. It's 10 more men we'll be after needing with their saddles.
You were watching me just now when we were cantering.
I'm sorry, Stan. I had to see whether you really could ride, by Australian standards.
And?
You can ride all right.
Where do you suppose we ought to look for this guy?
Well, Dad said he'd probably tuck to the road at first, even though he was blind drunk. But that as soon as he got crazed by the heat, he'd leave it.
Well, if he used the road, we'd see his footmarks in the dust.
Oh, for his sake, I hope so.
You know, I think Chuck would have liked this country.
Well, whatever put that into your head?
I don't know, Molly. I guess the kind of things happen around here that Chuck would have been able to handle.
For your sake, Stan. I wish he was here.
Thanks.
Oh, I don't see we can do any better than go on as we're going, Stan.
You're the boss.
We must be 7 or 8 miles out, I suppose.
About that, I guess.
Well, you could have walked as far as this by night quite easily. Although we haven't seen any traces.
Yeah, this guy's good at covering his tracks, the nut.
I'd like to keep it going for another couple of hours, if that's all right by you. Say till 5 o'clock.
Fine. I just hate to think of anybody wandering about on foot in this kind of country.
Oh, I know. They come out from home and they just don't understand. It takes a long, long time before they do understand.
Hey.
What is it, Stan?
I was just wondering, that might be over there on the road. It looks like a stone.
Oh, I don't see anything.
See that first kind of wiggle?
Yeah?
Well, on past that. The tree on the left, just a mite past that.
Oh, it's a stone.
I guess maybe it is, but it's kind of rounded for a stone in these parts, and they're mostly red anyway. I guess I'll just take a look.
What is it?
A service water bottle, and it's still wet inside.
Well, then he must have come this way. Well, now we've got to find him. Look, Stan, hang it on that branch of that tree so that we'll know this place again. Now, let's see. We must be about 12 miles out and just past the second creek.
I guess this must be his trail.
I'm certain he can't be far away.
He isn't.
What?
See that clump of spinifex down there?
Where? Oh, yes, I've got it. My goodness, what wonderful eyesight you've got. Come on. Give me a hand.
Okay.
Well, he's alive.
Only just.
Yeah. He's burrowed right into the spinifex like an animal. Well, we'll have to cut it away from on top of him. Have you got a knife?
Sure. My hunting knife from back home.
Oh, he's scratched and torn by the spinifex grass.
And it looks as though he's bitten half through his tongue.
Oh, he's still alive. That's the main thing.
Okay. Let's fix the grass.
Oh, he needs water pretty quick.
Then we better get him up into a sitting position.
Righty. Here we go.
Here, steady now. Okay. Now pour some of that water through his teeth.
Right. Oh, blast.
Oh, you just have to try and force him.
Oh, he's wasting a lot of water.
Hey, what about water? We're both pretty low, Molly.
We can get more from the river.
It's as dry as a rock.
Oh, it just looks dry, Stan, but there's water there, all right.
You're kidding.
Didn't you see those little holes in the sandy riverbed where the kangaroos had been digging?
You mean there's water down there in that riverbed?
Oh, yeah, where the kangaroos dug for it. Poor kitty, he didn't know that.
That makes two of us.
Look, Stan, it's only about 1/4 of a mile to the river. Do you think we could get him there?
Oh, why, sure. I could carry him that far, or we could put him on a horse.
Oh, it's better to carry him if you can manage it. There. He swallowed a little bit then.
Yeah, things are looking up.
Now, the best idea is to make a camp down by the river.
Yeah, sounds good sense.
If we make a fire, somebody's bound to come out looking for us during the night.
This kid, Molly, he's very near to death. You know that?
Yes. It's the skin. He's so terribly burnt.
Oh, let's hope somebody sees our fire soon.
I'll throw another bush on it, will you, and give it a stir?
Okay. Well, all we can do now is wait.
And pray.
Sure. And pray.
Stan?
Uh-huh.
When do you think you'll be back in Hazel?
Depends on the well. Right now, it doesn't look so good.
Oh, you mean you're not going to strike oil?
Oh, I wouldn't say that. But all we got so far is traces in the shale.
And if there isn't oil here, what'll you do?
Oh, I guess I'll resign my job with Top-X, go home, and help my father with his automobile business.
Yeah. Yes, I see.
That way, I'll be home around July. I'd kind of like to go home and live in Hazel. I guess I've had my fill of hot countries in the oil business.
Do you know what that means, Stan?
Me going back home?
No. not finding oil. Some of us were beginning to, well, dream dreams.
Dreams?
You know. You'll all go away and only a few concrete blocks and platforms will remain to show that you've been here.
Yes, sir. I guess so.
But no more ice cream or Coca-Cola in the lunatic. No more American magazines. No more stories about how you live in America. There'll be no chance of a town growing up here in the lunatic with hairdressers and shops and cafes and theatres and churches.
Well, if we don't make a strike, I guess that'll be true.
We'll all be terribly sorry to see you go.
I guess I'll be sorry to go, too, in some ways.
Why do you say that? Surely you can't like living in a place like this. Not after Oregon.
Well, you get kind of used to a place. Besides, folk here have been mighty nice to us.
Oh, it's made a tremendous difference to us in the lunatic having you all here. But in your shoes, I'd do the same. I'll be itching to get back to Hazel.
Sure, that's the way I feel, Molly. Yet in some ways, I just can't bear to leave.
Why ever not? What's so attractive about this place?
You.
You can't be serious.
I didn't mean to talk this way. I'm all of 8 years older than you, Molly, and that doesn't seem right. But ever since you let me tell you about Chuck, I've thought about nothing else.
Oh, Stan.
So if that oil isn't down there, I just can't bear the thought that I'll be going away soon and never see you again. I guess there's one thing above everything else a man like me wants in his wife. That she be a kind person. And that's what you've been to me, Molly. Real kind. What your dad would say, the kindest hopper this side of the black stump.
Oh, I never knew you thought of me as a hopper.
Oh, I don't really, honey. That's sort of allegorical, like the black stump itself. But if I were to tell you that you were the kindest person I'd ever met this side of the black stump, I guess that would be true.
Oh, Stan, you're such a sweet person.
I'm in love with you, Molly. I guess I'm older than I'd have liked to be, and a mite too serious for you, maybe. But I do love you very dearly.
Oh, Stan.
So, will you marry me?
Yes, of course I will.
Molly.
Oh, Stan.
What about your folks? Your dad, I mean. Do you think he's likely to be mad?
Not anymore. He didn't like Americans before you arrived, but he does now.
Well, I must say that sure does take my breath away.
A truck! What did I tell you? Here, stir up the fire.
Sure thing.
I knew they'd find us.
Hello there.
Dad, it's Molly and Stan. We got the boy here, Dad.
And how is the poor fella?
He's terribly hurt, Dad, and he can't speak, but he's taken a good bit of water, though.
What time was it that you found him?
Just before sunset, Dad. It was dark by the time we got fixed up, so we camped here till someone came to find us.
You got water from beneath?
Yes, Stan dug for it.
That's a good girl. There's many a man died of the thirst beside a river the like of this, and cool, clear water beneath the dry sand. You and his mother should be burning candles to the miracles of God, the way you found the lad.
Stan found him, Dad.
And may the holy saints reward you, Mr. Laird. Oh, the doctor will be needed for this fella. We'll have to get the stretcher fixed up.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Regan.
Good afternoon, Mr. Laird. Come and sit down on the veranda.
Thank you. Molly says she told you about us.
Aye, she did that. I told the lassie you were too good a man for her, but it all flowed off her like water off a duck's back. And now, tell me, lad, what made you go and do such a daft thing?
Well, I guess everyone goes a bit daft when he's in love. But I'd say, Mrs. Regan, that this is just about the most sensible thing I've ever done in my life.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's hope you won't live to regret the day. Now, Mr. Laird, we'd best talk practical politics.
Right.
There's one or two things to be settled before this goes any further.
I guess there might be.
When were you two thinking of getting married?
Well, I haven't talked this over with Molly yet, but I'd say the right time to get married would be before I leave here to go home.
Molly tells me you're a Presbyterian.
Yes, that's correct, Mrs. Regan.
My daughter's a Catholic. Were you thinking of having a Catholic wedding?
Well, perhaps a civil wedding would be better.
Aye, if the both of you are willing to give up your religious principles, which she's not, and I don't suppose you are. However, leave that be, and let's suppose we get Father Ryan to come here and marry you, for all the ill he thinks of Lara Station. Would your father or mother be coming to the wedding?
Oh, no, I wouldn't say so. It's quite a way to come.
What it means then, Mr. Laird, is this. You and Molly would be married here, and then she'd go off with you to a country she's only read about, married to a foreigner, to settle down alongside relations she's never seen at all. It's a big jump you're asking of the lassie, Mr. Laird.
I guess I hadn't thought about it that way.
Many a girl's taken a big chance like that and come out of it well, but there's some that haven't.
Do you think, then, she ought to visit with us first, in Hazel? My folks would like that.
Aye, I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking perhaps if she went back with you and stayed 3 months or so, and then for you to be married in Hazel. And maybe I'd come over for the wedding and see America for myself.
Well, Mrs. Regan, I'd like to talk it over with Molly first. I mean, she'll be traveling halfway around the world with me and staying in hotels and all kinds of places. Some folks might think that kind of strange behavior.
If you're thinking of her reputation, Mr. Laird, you can put your mind at rest. My daughter comes from Lara Station, so she's none to lose.
Say, Mrs. Regan...
But while we're on the subject, laddie, I tell you there's to be no funny business, or I'll see to it she never marries you at all. You needn't think you'll put a chain on her that way. We're well acquainted with bastards on Lara Station. We can always use another.
Say, you've got me all wrong, Mrs. Regan. I would never do a thing like that.
You would never do a thing like what, Stan?
Oh, never you mind.
I think I can guess.
Then you've no right to.
Glory be to God. You should have heard Clem Rogerson tearing into them at Manahill when he got back. God saves. He might have been the Lord Bishop himself, and him preaching fearful again the drink.
What happened to the jackaroo, Dad? Is he going to be all right?
Oh, by the grace of God, yes. But he's doing fine. Oh, he sends a message to the two of you to thank you for saving him. The doctor's taking him to hospital in the aeroplane.
Will he be coming back to Manahill, Mr. Regan?
Oh, he will not. Oh, it's back home to England for that buckaroo.
Aye, there's some that's fit for working in the lunatic and many more that's not.
That's a true saying, my dear.
Pat, Mr. Laird here has been asking for our Molly.
May the saints preserve us. To wed the girl, you mean?
I guess that's the way it is, Mr. Regan.
Well, now, isn't that a great wonder? That the like of you would want to wed a girl like her. Was it in the dark night you asked her now? And the two of you sitting by the wood fire under the bright stars, waiting there by the poor jackaroo while I come to find you in the truck.
Yeah, that's right, Dad. That's when it happened.
Yeah, so of course I had me suspicions, and you with the starlight in your eyes. Here, go and get the bottle, girl.
Right.
This is one time you'll take a drink, Mr. Laird, even if it lays you flat on your back as all the boys at Manahill.
Well, maybe just a small one, Mr. Regan.
No, just a quarter of a bottle, eh? No more.
Hi there.
Hello, Ted.
I thought I'd stop by.
Oh, come on in.
Thanks. Any sign of it letting up here at Lucinda?
Not a hope. 9 weeks at least before we can expect any rain.
How's the stock holding out?
I lost about 300 last week.
Jeez. Guess you won't have many left in 9 weeks.
I think I'll probably get by with about 2,000.
Out of the 4,000 you started out with. That's quite a loss.
Well, come on in and have a drink, Ted.
No, I guess I won't stay. The guys back at the rig will be wanting their chow. You Heard the news?
What news?
Well, back at the rig, they're saying Miss Molly and Stan Laird aim to get themselves married.
Well, I dare say it's true. Do you know when it's going to be?
Well, he's going back to stateside in June, so I guess it'll be then.
He's leaving, whether there's oil or not?
Oh, there's no oil here, brother. Oh, this is a dry hole. A busted flush.
Well, Stan Laird's a good sort of chap.
They don't come any better. Too good for me, I guess. Oh, well, so long for now. I gotta beat it, or those guys will tear me apart.
Dad, may I speak to you?
Why not? Aren't you me daughter?
It's about David Cope, Dad. Could we do anything to help him, do you think?
Glory be to God, Gil. And why would we be after helping one like that against a normal summer drought, Gil? Sure, if we help him this time, he'd be coming to us and expecting help every third year when the rain's short.
Yes, I know, Dad, but I would like to help him this time, though. You see, I had to be rather unkind to him, Dad. It's not the time to be unkind to anyone when his sheep are dying off like flies.
Was the lad wanting to wed you?
Yeah, that's right, Dad. And I had to tell him I was going to marry Stan Laird.
The blessed saints themselves preserve us. But is that a reason why we'd take 4,000 sheep upon the property, and them so starved that ate as much as bullocks?
Yes, it is, Dad, if we can do it. If somebody here was, kind to him now, it'd even things up a bit. How many sheep would we be running now?
Oh, hard to say, Gil. 33, 34,000.
Dad, could we take his sheep and not get into trouble ourselves?
Are you still thinking of him, Gil?
No, of course not. I'm going to marry Stan. Could we help David, Dad?
Listen now, Gil. I'll drive up and have a look round number 10 bore tomorrow and see how much feed we've got up there.
Oh, thank you, Dad.
You'll be bringing bankrupt ruin on the Reagans, me girl. Sure, we could all live the life of Riley himself if we had no sheep.
There it is, honey.
But it's so large. You always told me Hazel was a small town.
That isn't Hazel down there. That's Portland.
Oh, Stan, that river, it's enormous.
Yeah, it's quite a river.
I've never seen so much water.
Well, as we Americans are supposed to say, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Will they like me, do you think?
Mom and Dad? Well, they'd better.
I'm scared.
Oh, honey, you got no cause to be. They're just ordinary folk, like the folk in the lunatic.
Oh, darling, you're wrong there. In the whole wide world, I don't think there are any people like the people in the lunatic.
Well, maybe not quite so nuts. Anyway, there's no cause to worry. So relax, honey. They're going to love you, as I do.
Mom and I had quite an argument about that jacket, Miss Regan.
Mr. Laird, couldn't you call me Molly? It'd be much nicer.
Okay, Molly it is. Junior wrote us in a letter you had bronze hair, so I figured a two-tone suede jacket and a kind of brown would suit you best, but Mom here said green.
I was right, too.
Sure, honey, then you always are. Anyway, Miss Molly, you look mighty nice in it.
Oh, it's beaut. Oh, you're being so kind to me. I don't know what to say.
Ah, shucks, why shouldn't we be? It isn't every day we have a prospective daughter-in-law to visit.
I think it's very brave of you, my dear, to come such a long way to meet us. Junior wrote to tell us about you not being engaged yet, and Dad and I think that's real sensible.
Well, I think it's a bit of nonsense, Mrs. Laird. Stan and I wanted to get married, but Ma said we weren't to be engaged until I'd stayed with you for a bit. The only difference is that I haven't got a ring.
Your Ma's right, dear. Oh, by the way, if you want to, you can call me Helen.
I shall call you Mom.
No, my dear, don't do that. Your own mother mightn't like it. Just call me Helen.
All right, Helen.
Junior, I just hated to have to write you about poor Chuck. It was dreadful.
Yeah, just one of those things, I guess. Is Ruthie back yet?
Not yet, son.
Amy and Dan Eberhardt, they haven't really got room for Ruthie and the children, so they're fixing a bungalow for her.
When's it going to be finished, Dad?
I'd say in about a month. Dan told me Ruthie'd be back here in Hazel in the fall.
Has she, got any money?
Not a lot. I guess Dan's kind of worried about that, too.
Poor Ruthie. All those kids, too. I guess he sure got the rough end of the stick after all.
Lucinda Station, near Malvern Downs, Western Australia. 26th August, 1955. Dear Molly, as far as I can make out, nobody here in the lunatic seems to be writing too much, so here goes. The last of the Yanks have gone now, and there's nothing left of them except a few slabs of concrete on the ground, and the 4 3,000-gallon water tanks I bought off them with some piping and brought over to Lucinda. We had a really good wet after you left, and all the creeks are running, which sort of makes up for the rain we didn't get in the summer. The sheep are doing well, what's left of them. Thanks a lot for getting your old man to give me a hand. You've got some marvelous feed on your place out past your number 10 bore. You saved my bacon, and I'll never forget it. Thought I'd send you a wedding present with this letter. It comes to you with my love, you know that. It's a book of poems. A Shropshire Lad by A. Houseman. It may not be your first wedding present, but I hope you like it. I've marked my favourite poem in the volume with a faint cross in pencil. Oh, when I was in love with you, then I was clean and brave, and miles around the wonder grew how well did I behave. And now the fancy passes by and nothing will remain, and miles around they'll say that I am quite myself again. I've been going over to Lara quite a bit since you went away. They love getting your letters and hearing all about America. It must be quite a place. It's been pretty dull here since you went away. But your old man says he's going to find me a yellow girl or a good-looking gin, if you can imagine such a thing. So I'll be all right, I suppose. All the best, David.
Hello, Helen.
Hello, honey.
Oh, Helen, you look absolutely done in. Come in and sit down. I'll make you a cup of tea.
Oh, I'd sooner you make it coffee, dear. I'm not exactly acclimatized to the Australian version of English tea yet.
Right. Coffee it is. Now, you just sit down and relax.
Oh, dear.
They're back, then?
Yes, Amy, Ruthie, the 4 children. All of them. Claudia and I have been there all afternoon helping them to get into the new Eberhardt bungalow. Sakes, my dear, if ever there were 2 worn, haggard women and 4 weary, fretful small fry, they're just plumb tired out, all of them.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Well, Ruthie brought back a whole sack of dirty diapers.
Oh, good.
I know Ruthie would appreciate it if someone would have put them through a washing machine and hang them out.
Right, I'll go round and get them right away.
And if you wait 5 minutes, there's a kettle of potato soup that it won't take me a moment to warm up.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name's Molly Regan. I'm stopping with the Lairds.
Oh, hello there. I'm Ruth Sheridan.
Yes, I know. I brought some potato soup.
Oh, thanks.
And Helen said there was some diapers that needed washing.
Oh, have you come to do the diapers?
That's right. I'll do them in our machine and bring them back in the morning.
Oh, thanks. They're all yours, sister. Wait till Pa comes back with a car and he can drop them off at the Laird house for you.
Oh, I can carry them. They're no weight.
What? You don't mind walking down the street with a sack of diapers?
Why should I?
Say, you wouldn't be the girl who came back with Stanton from Australia?
Yes, that's right.
Well, what do you know? Oh, I'm real glad to meet you. Chuck and Stan were mighty good friends.
I know. It was a terrible blow to Stanton when he heard the news.
Yeah, it would have been. Ah, these things just happen, I guess. Chuck always had lots of fun, whatever he was doing, but I guess when a person gets to having fun in airplanes, things are liable to happen.
Or in motor cars.
Stan told you what happened to us when we were kids?
Yes, he did, Ruth. I hope you don't mind.
No, of course not.
When I was coming over here from the Laird house, I saw your boy Tony in the street. He's an awfully nice kid, he really is.
Did you notice anything about him?
Well, of course I did. He's just like Stanton, isn't he?
And you don't mind?
Well, Ruth, why ever should I?
Well, it's got to be a lot more noticeable these last few years. Oh, I guess we were real wicked in those days. Wicked and crazy.
Now listen, Ruth. You really mustn't think that I'm upset about it. I really do mean that. I come from a place that's very different to Hazel. More irregular, I suppose. Where I come from in the lunatic.
The lunatic?
Yeah, that's what it's called, honest. Anyway, there are a good few illegitimacies there, both black and white. Well, I'm one myself, for that matter.
You are?
Yes, I am.
Boy. Hey, does Helen know that?
Well, not unless Stanton's told her. Ruth, Tony is Stanton's son, isn't he?
Yes, honey, I guess he is. Oh, I kind of hoped he might be Chuck's, but... Oh, well, maybe I did wrong when I told everybody the baby was Chuck's, but I'll never be sorry I did it.
Of course you won't. Nobody's any the worse for what you did.
Maybe not. Oh, I don't know.
Ruth, I'd better take the diapers now. Anyway, the lads will be expecting me back for supper. Hazel, near Portland, Oregon, United States of America, 3rd October, 1955. My dear David, I have already written you one letter today. Well, 3/4 of a letter anyway. But I'm beginning it all over again. When I came into my room just now and read what I'd written, I realized it wasn't the sort of letter I wanted to write. So I tore it up and started again. All day I've been thinking about this letter. I don't suppose you'll understand, but I will try and explain. Hazel really is a lovely little town. And all the people here have been terribly kind to me, especially the lairds. But a number of things, small things, it's true, have begun to get me down. That's why I just felt I wanted to be alone in the privacy of my room to pour out all I wanted to say to somebody who really knows me. But it really is just marvellous here. The country's so pretty and the people are so nice and the shop's so full of everything anyone could want. The road's so good, the motor car's so lovely. Oh, it's exactly like those advertisements we used to look at in the American magazines. Do you remember when you got so angry and said that I thought the American supermen were better than anybody else at everything? Oh, it's all the opposite to Lara and the lunatic. So that it's crazy to be always thinking of home. David, I wish you'd write again sometime when you aren't too busy and tell me more of what you and everyone else is doing. I hope that now the wet has come, things are better for you and Lucinda. If only you had water there, it'd be a marvellous property. You'd be able to marry a beautiful girl from Perth and be rich and have hundreds of thousands of sheep and lots of children. But of course, Lucinda is one of the driest properties in West Australia, I'm afraid, and there just isn't anything anyone can do about it. So the beautiful girl in Perth, whoever she is, will just have to remain single. I know I'm going to be terribly happy in this lovely place, but it's going to take a little time to settle down. My love to the yellow girl, or is it girls? Yours, Molly.
Hiya, Mrs. Laird.
Hello there.
Mum sent me over to get the diapers.
Ah, you must be Tony.
That's right. You're the Australian girl that came back with Stan?
How did you guess? Oh, I've got the diapers right here.
Gee, you look just like an American. Say, what are you laughing about?
Did you think I'd be like a coloured girl?
I seen pictures of Australians in school, and they were all coloured. Long spears, and they threw things called boomerangs that come back.
Yes, that's right. But there are a lot more whites than coloureds in Australia, just like there are here.
I guess I didn't know that.
There are a lot of things you don't know, young man.
I guess so, Mrs. Ladd. Mom said to say thanks for the diapers. Bye now, see you later.
He's an awfully nice kid, isn't he, Helen?
Why, yes, I guess he is.
It's all right, Mom. Stanton told me all about him.
Oh, he did?
I'm sorry, Helen, but I can't help laughing. Stanton said he wasn't sure if Tony was his or Chuck's, and he meant it, too. As if you couldn't tell just by looking at the boy.
Tony is Chuck's son, Molly.
But, Helen, he can't possibly be. Stan must have been exactly like that at his age.
You never knew Chuck, Molly. I guess he and my son were pretty much alike.
Oh, it's all right, Mom. You mustn't cry. It's not going to make any trouble whoever his father was. Now, Stan told me all about it a long, long time ago. Not long before he heard Chuck had been killed. And I don't mind a bit. Honestly, I don't. Now, you come and sit down and I'll get you a nice cup of coffee.
He is Chuck's son. Ruthie always said so, and she ought to know.
Well, it doesn't matter whose son he is, Mom. He's a nice kid, and that's all that matters.
You wouldn't want him around the place if he was Stan's child, Molly. But he's not Stan's. Stan was never wild like poor Chuck.
Mom, Stan was only 16 when it happened, and he told me all about it.
I just don't understand how you young folk look at things these days. I mean, what would your own folks say if they knew?
Oh, don't you worry, Mum. We're quite used to this sort of thing at home. We live a long way out in the bush, you know, on Lara Station. And things happen there that wouldn't happen here. Why, I've got a whole family of half-caste half-brothers and sisters living with us on the property that we don't talk about too much. I don't mind about Tony. And it just wouldn't mean a thing to Dad or Ma either. They'd just laugh.
What did you say about half-caste brothers?
I've got 3 of them. And 2 half-sisters, yellow girls. You see, there weren't any white women in the district when Dad and Uncle Tom first went to Lara after the 1418 war. And they lived with gins, the black women, you know. Of course, they gave that up when Ma came along. I suppose we're really a lot worse than you are here. Honestly, you needn't worry about this any more, Mum. You just forget all about it.
Molly, let me get this straight. You don't really mean you've got colored people in your family?
Well, Dad and Ma are pure white, of course, and I'm pure white. But I've got half brothers and sisters living on the property, and they're colored.
You mean real colored? Like the colored folks here?
That's right.
Stan never told us that.
Does it make any difference?
I just don't know. It's all been so sudden. Guess a boy's folks kind of like to know before he marries into a colored family.
Helen, we don't call ourselves a colored family. Not that I'd mind very much if we did. Now, I think perhaps you ought to have a talk with Stanton, Helen. He'll be able to explain things better than I can, because he'd see them more the way you do. And he's seen the way we live.
Maybe that's right, dear. I guess I'll have to have a talk with Stan.
Come in.
Am I disturbing you, Stan?
No, of course not, honey. Come in.
Oh, you're not still working on that report of yours?
Oh, come and sit down. Afraid I am, honey. It's quite a report, you know. What is it, Molly? You look kind of worried.
Stan, tomorrow morning I want you to see about airline reservations for me.
Airline reservations? Is this some kind of a joke?
No, Stan, it's not a joke.
But you can't be serious. Oh, you're not worrying about all this talk that's going round town about you?
Oh, what are they saying?
Oh, nothing very much. But, honey, maybe you want to be a bit more careful what you say in front of folks.
What about?
Well, you know, about your colored half-brothers and things like that. You know how folks talk in a small town like this?
Yes, I know.
I'm only mentioning it because, well, I don't want you to be unhappy.
Well, it doesn't matter any longer.
You're not serious about the reservations?
Yes, Stan, I really am serious.
I just don't understand.
Stan, I think I must have said what I did about my half-brothers and all that on purpose.
On purpose?
I'm not ashamed of it. It's just one of those things you can't do anything about it. So it's no good worrying.
Why couldn't you just leave things be, Molly?
It would have been deceiving your parents, and that's not the right thing to do, not when they've been so kind to me.
But
besides, it would all have to come out one day.
I don't get that. A person has some private things. He doesn't tell everyone.
If we were to get married, Stan, and my father came over here to see us, what would you do? Get in a couple of cases of overproof rum and entertain him at home? Or would you take him down to Skid Row? Stan, I've been thinking about an awful lot of things since I talked to Ruth. Before you and I could think of marrying, Stan, your people, Aunt Claudia and the Eberhards and your friends and all the people in Hazel, they'd have to know all about me.
What do you mean, all about you?
Oh, about me being illegitimate for a start, and lots of things. For instance, about Dad and Uncle Tom swapping Ma for a Mauser rifle, things like that. It's all part of it.
Well, you couldn't tell them that.
Well, why not? It all happened and it's all a part of me. And I'm not going to marry you, Stan.
But why? Why? I just don't understand.
Darling, it wouldn't work. I see that now. And you will too one day. You do now, if you're honest with yourself. There's too much between us. I like you terribly, but if I married you, we'd both be unhappy. Oh, it's no good going on and kidding yourself that it'll all come out good when it's like that.
I don't see it that way at all, Molly. Honest, I don't. Sure, there'd have to be adjustments,
Oh,
but...
it's more than that. It's much more. Look, Stan, I don't think I could stand it here, for one thing.
Oh, honey, I thought you
said...
said...
it's not I don't like Hazel. It's a lovely little town, but I think it would just kill me to live here. Forever, I mean.
Tell me why. Please. I want to understand.
Well, everything's been done here, for one thing. Where I come from, everything's still to do. Oh, there's so very much to be done and built and made in the lunatic. Oh, I'd like to go back and have a hand in doing it.
Oh, sometimes, honey, I kind of feel that way myself. But you only live once. There's no call to live your life in a place like the lunatic.
Well, there's one other thing I'd like to say while we're talking like this.
Go ahead.
Stan, I think you ought to marry Ruth one day, after I've gone away and all this has died down. I think that's the right thing for you to do, and I believe you know it yourself.
Well, I guess when a guy's girl starts cracking up another woman, then it's kind of final.
I guess it is, Stan.
Maybe you'll feel better about everything in the morning, honey.
No, Stan, this is it.
All right. Now, I want to ask you something, Molly.
Well, I'll answer if I can.
You're going back to marry that English boy, David Cope?
Well, I can't answer that one. I just don't know. I shouldn't think he'd asked me.
He asked you once, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Well, I've got a wedding present for you and David. Or perhaps it'd be better to say a kind of dowry.
Wedding present? For David and me?
Sure. Here it is.
What is it?
Here.
It's a piece of paper.
The last page of my report. Go on, read it.
On Plan 1, surface spot levels below minus 150 feet. are indicated by the area hatched in brown. Within this area, bores sunk through the anhydrite rock can confidently be expected to yield an artesian flow. But I don't understand.
That's my wedding present to the two of you, Molly. Water. Scads and scads of it, right under Lucinda Station. Clear, cool water. The clearest, coolest water this side of the Black Stump.
That was Rosemary Miller as Molly Regan, Edward Bishop as Stanton Laird, and David Spencer as David Cope in Beyond the Black Stump, a novel by Neville Shute, adapted for radio by Stephen Grenfell. The rest of the cast was as follows: Jane Regan, Dorothy Smith; Pat Regan, J.G. Devlin; the Judge, Walter Fitzgerald; Mr. Laird, Patrick Barr; Helen Laird, Brenda Dunrich; Chuck Sheraton, Jerry Stovin; Spencer, Stephen Thorne; Jerry, Bruce Beebe; Gordon, Frederick Treves; Ted, Alan Haynes; Ruth Sheraton, Mary Wimbush; Tony, Peter Bartlett. Other parts played by members of the BBC Drama Repertory Company. The play, which was recorded, was produced by Betty Davies.
Of Marshwood, Bill Fraser as Crestwell, and Gwen Cherrill as Moxie, in Relative Values by Noel Coward, with John Rye as Nigel, the Earl of Marshwood, and Joanna Wake as Miranda Frail. It's 2:30 on a Saturday afternoon in July 1951. Relative Values.
Just at the very end of the film, he realises that she is the one he's loved all along. And they walk uphill together, hand in hand, and the music gets louder and louder.
Thank you, Alice. I shan't have to see her now, shall I?
Oh, she's lovely, Mr. Crestwell. Really she is. Well, you must have seen her in something.
I've got better things to do with my spare time than to sit in the Odeon sucking sweets and gaping at a lot of nonsense. Now, come on, pass me that tray.
Love Is My Religion is on in deal all this week. It's one of her early ones, but it's gorgeous. She's this nun, you see.
Which nun?
The one that gets captured by the Japanese.
Get on with emptying these ashtrays, or we shall all be captured by the Japanese.
And they do the most terrible things to her, but she won't tell where he is.
Well, who is?
Don Lucas.
Get on with your work, Alice. They'll be in a minute.
They're in love with one another in real life, her and Don Lucas. I read about it in one of the...
Never mind who she's in love with and who she isn't. It's no business of yours. And don't believe what you read in these movie magazines either. It's all a pack of lies, cooked up from press, silly girls like you. Hello, Dora. What's me lady lost now?
The list for the church fete. She wants to show it to Lady Hayling. I put it in her bag myself this morning.
Can Maureen come up and help with the tea tomorrow afternoon, Mr. Crestwell?
Help with the tea? What on earth for?
Well, I could lend her a cap and apron. No one would notice.
2 years ago, Alice, your sister Maureen was offered the job you've got now, wasn't she?
Yes, Mr. Crestwell.
And she turned up her nose at it because she said domestic service was common, isn't that so?
Yes, Mr. Crestwell.
Why then should this fastidious girl suddenly wish to don the garb of slavery?
Well, I always...
Has she said to herself, I know that they are short-handed at Marshwood on account of Amy having to visit her granny in Canterbury and May being in bed with
Oh,
shingles.
stop talking nonsense. You're keeping Alice from her work.
Oh, has she said to herself, for the sake of Mr. Crestwell, who is rapidly going balmy, I will sacrifice my naughty pride and spring gladly into the breach?
I'm sure I don't know, Mr. Crestwell.
The answer, Alice, is no. The answer, Alice, is that your sister, like so many of her contemporaries, is a film-struck, good-for-nothing little fathead. And all that she wants to help with the T4 is to get a close-up view of Miss Miranda Frail and probably ask her for her autograph. And I tell you solemnly here and now that if she gets it, it will be over my dead body.
Run along now, Alice. You've been standing about quite long enough.
Oh, yes, Mrs.
And
Moxton.
take these glasses with you.
Yes, Mr. Crestwell.
Now, what is the sense of talking to the girl like that? She doesn't understand half you say.
That is a cross I've learned to bear with fortitude, Dora. No one understands half of what I say.
Then save your breath and say less.
What's the matter with you? You've been snapping everybody's head off for the last 3 days.
Oh, here it is.
What's up?
Nothing's up. Oh, I must take this in. Her ladyship's waiting for it.
Ever since the news came, you've been behaving like a tragedy queen. I mean, it can't matter to you all that much.
It does matter to me. It matters to us all.
Oh, you can't believe these movie magazines, you know.
I don't read movie magazines.
Oh, yes, you do. I saw 3 of them in your room only last week.
What were you doing in my room?
But you asked me to fetch your work basket, and with my inherent chivalry, which all the disruptive forces of social revolution have been powerless to destroy, I nipped up 3 flights and got it for you.
I didn't ask you to go poking and prying about.
Your work basket, Dora, was on the table by your bed. Beside it was 3 magazines. On the cover of one of them was a full-page photograph, in colour, of the future Countess of Marshwood in a 2-piece bathing suit, being warmly embraced by a gentleman in a 1-piece bathing suit.
Alice must have left them there when she was doing the room.
I accept your unconvincing explanation.
Well, I suppose it's only natural that I should want to see what the new mistress of the house looked like.
This unwitting bit of espionage on my part took place last week, Dora, before any of us had the slightest idea that his lordship intended to marry again.
I'm surprised at you, I really am. You've been with this family longer than I have, and you don't seem to mind this terrible thing one bit. All you do is make jokes about it. Oh, why couldn't he pick someone of his own class?
Class? Dear, I'd forgotten what that word means.
Well, you may have forgotten what it means. I haven't.
That, Dora, is an admission of defeat. It proves that you have willfully deafened yourself to the clarion call of progress. What happened to your early dreams and ambitions? What happened to your divine discontent?
I wish you'd stop trying to be funny for one moment.
Oh, don't take it so hard. It may not be as bad as you think. I mean, look at it philosophically and hope for the best. That's what her ladyship's trying to do. She's had Lady Hayling nagging at her all through lunch. She kept on trying to change the subject, but it was no use.
Her ladyship is just as upset as we are.
Well, has she
inside.
said so?
No, she has not, but I can tell.
All right. All right. Miss Miranda Frail may not be all that common. I mean, she's English-born anyhow. It says so in Alice's magazines.
I do not care if she was born in Timbuktu. I only know that when she walks into this house, I walk out.
Well, you better start packing. They'll be here at about 6.
I mean it.
Seems to me that you're taking it all a bit too seriously. What's happened to your laissez-faire?
I expect I lost it, along with my divine discontent.
Couldn't you find the list, Moxie dear?
Oh, yes, my lady. Here it is.
Ah, now don't go, for heaven's sake. I shall need your help. Yours too, Cresswell. And Mr. Peter, the Admiral, Lady Hayling, everybody. Now, there's a full-blooded crisis on about the church fete. Everything's got to be changed round. Now, where's that horrid little map of the ground, Moxie?
Oh, I think it's in the blotter, my lady.
I may require you to go and murder Major Petherick, Cresswell.
Very good, my lady.
Oh, he's absolutely dug his feet in about the roundabouts. I've just been talking to him on the telephone. He was quite insufferable.
Here's the map, my lady.
What's that space there?
Oh, that's Mrs. Burridge's clock golf and the tea tent, Peter. We can't possibly move that. It would drive everybody mad.
What about there, then, right at the other end, where all those little squiggles are?
Those little squiggles are graves. We can't have a roundabout grinding out candy kisses all over the cemetery.
There, then.
Oh, do get your mind away from that corner, Peter. It's still a church property. We know the fate is annual hell, but it isn't the day of judgment.
The only alternative, milady, is to move the band.
Well, that's out of the question. I mean, the Brigadier wouldn't hear of it. You can't hustle the Royal Marines about from pillar to post at the last minute.
I always thought, Admiral, that was what Marines were for.
Now, read out that list, Moxie. There might be something else that's movable.
Tombola, Mrs. Edgecombe. Guessing the weight of the cake, Mrs. Bryce. Miss Hodmarsh's lucky dip.
I should never have suspected her of having one.
Do be quiet, Peter. Go on, Moxie.
Jumble stall, Mrs. Pollitt and Mrs. Dint. Cooling drinks with the stars, Miss Miranda Frail.
Oh, that's not official yet, because we haven't asked her. But I don't see how she can refuse, do you?
Oh, I should think it'd be the least she could do.
What's the matter, Moxie?
Nothing, milady, nothing. I've got a slight headache, that's all.
Then give me that tiresome list and go and lie down for a little. There's some aspirin in my bathroom, if you haven't got any.
Yes, thank you, milady. Excuse me.
Oh, has anything particular happened to upset Moxie, Crestwell?
I think she has been feeling a bit under the weather for the last 3 days, milady. I believe that the unexpected news of his lordship's betrothal came as a great shock to her.
Yes, it came as a great shock to all of us.
Has she discussed it with you, Crestwell?
Hardly at all, milady. Until just now, before you came in.
Well, without asking you to betray her confidence in any way, has she explained why she feels so very strongly about it?
As far as I could gather, milady, I believe it is the social aspect of the situation that is upsetting her more than anything else.
You mean she considers my son to be marrying beneath him?
That is so, milady. I tried to reason with her, to coax her into a more tolerant frame of mind, but like Major Petherick in the roundabout, she just dug her feet in.
Oh, thank you, Crestwell.
Will that be all, milady?
Except for the roundabouts, yes. You'd better take the lists and the map to Mr. Durham and see if he has any ideas.
Very good, milady.
I have to see him after tea anyhow, but he might be able to think up something in the meantime. Well, I don't know what I should do without Crestwell. Do you remember how all through the war he and Moxie and I ran this house and dealt with all those brisk waifs, and he never turned a hair? Oh, I shall miss him horribly.
But why should you do without him?
Oh, Cynthia, I can't take him away from Nigel. He belongs here.
Are you so certain that Nigel will want you to go?
Well, he won't say he wants me to go, but I don't approve of resident mothers-in-law. I had quite enough of that with Joan.
I shouldn't think that this one would be very like Joan.
Well, she couldn't be duller at any rate. Nobody could.
Joan may have been dull, but she was at least a lady.
Oh, really? Cynthia.
Well, you know perfectly well what I mean.
Yes, I know what you mean. Anyhow, Miranda Frail is a good actress, and she has excellent legs, which means that she'll probably move well at any rate. Joan used to walk across a ballroom as though she were trudging through deep snow. Happily, dear Bogey Whittaker caught her on the hop before she had time to think. Otherwise, she'd be here now instead of in Kenya.
I cannot understand your attitude, Felicity. The fact that Nigel's first marriage was such a disaster should make you all the more anxious that his second should be a success.
Nigel's first marriage was not a disaster. It was a triumph. To begin with, it lasted only 2 years. It produced a son and heir, and disintegrated painlessly in the nick of time.
The nick of time?
Well, certainly. I was on the verge of strangling Joan with my bare hands when she went away. I'm not a deeply religious woman, but I've always regarded Bogey Whittaker as a concrete proof of the efficacy of prayer.
I am perfectly aware that nowadays all social barriers are being swept away and that everybody is as good as everybody else. But if Nigel is allowed to marry this synthetic, trumped-up creature, it will be just one more nail in all our coffins.
Oh, dear Cynthia, you really must not let righteous indignation play such hell with your syntax. Oh, do take her away, John. Right. She's getting quite hoarse from barking up wrong trees.
Well, I'm merely saying what I think.
Well, dear, it's so exhausting.
Well, John agrees with me at any rate, don't you, John?
Well, oh, yes, I agree. It's fairly obvious to me that Nigel must have been tricked into this in some way. I mean, after all, he's no fool.
But, John, dear, he is. He's my own son, and I ought to know.
Oh, come along, John. See you at dinner.
You know you can rely on us to back you up, Felicity, in whatever line you choose to take.
Yes, of course I do. But I think in this instance that masterly inactivity is the best strategy. In fact, my dear Admiral, we must study the chart and take our bearings before. We set our course.
Anchors away.
Come along, George.
Very well, we'll be over at about 8:30, eh? Keep in good heart, my dear.
Oh, dear. I'm afraid I was beastly to poor Cynthia. She really maddens me at times.
Personally, I think the Admiral and his good lady are both cracking balls.
Perhaps they are, but you see, they're such old friends. What is it, Moxie? I haven't forgotten anything important, have I?
No, milady. I just wanted to speak to you, that's all. But I'll come back later.
It's all right, Moxie, dear. I'm going to the village. You can have a clear field.
No, it doesn't matter, Mr. Peter. I'd rather come back later.
Oh, dear.
She's obviously in a state.
Oh, I wish she wouldn't be. I really do. It's so catching. Why do you suppose she's taking it so dreadfully to heart?
Have you talked to her about it much?
No. Whenever I mention it, she changes the subject. She's very deeply angry, I think.
With Nigel?
Yes. You see, she adores him. She always has, ever since she first came here. You know, he was only 15 then, and they used to go to matinees together and have tea afterwards at Gunter's. I think she feels that he's letting down the side.
Maybe she's right.
There's still just a hope that she's wrong.
I think it's a pretty slim one.
I don't see why. After all, it isn't the first time an English peer has married an actress. In the old days, they never stopped. Oh, answer it, Peter, there's a dear. It's probably the press again. They've been ringing up all day. You can evade them with more authority than I can.
There, I think you underrate yourself. Hello? Hello, yes? Yes, this is. Yes. Hold the line for a moment, will you? It's for you, dear. A personal call from London.
Ask who it is.
Who wishes to speak to her? Oh, all right. Hold on. It's the prodigal son himself.
Oh, Nigel? Oh, dear. Hello? Yes, speaking. Oh, the line's terrible. It sounds as though someone was snoring. Hello? Nigel? Yes, dear. Yes, of course it is. What? Oh, do speak louder. I can't hear a word. He can't hear me either. Well, where are you? I said, where are you? Oh, I see. You're just leaving now. Oh, oh, lovely, darling. Yes. How are you? Both. No, dear. I said, how are you both? Yes, but I'm doing my best. I'm screaming like a banshee. Banshee, darling. Oh, B for bottle, A for Andalusia, N for Nebuchadnezzar. No, Nebuchadnezzar. N for nobody, S... Oh, it doesn't matter. No, it's not in the least important. I was only trying to explain what I was screaming like. I'm going mad.
Jiggle the thing.
Well, if I jiggle the thing, I should be cut off.
No.
Yeah, that's better. That's better. The snoring has stopped anyway. That's better, yes. I can hear you now. Yes. Can you hear me? Good. Oh, what a shame. Oh, I expect it was because she was in a strange bed. I know I shouldn't have said that. You think I was being critical. Very well, darling. No, nobody but Peter and the Halings. Yes, well, I thought you'd like to be quiet on your first evening. Mm-hmm. Yes, we'll expect you between 6 and 7. Yes, well, of course I am. Oh, I'm sure she's charming. I shouldn't have said that either. It sounded patronizing. No. Oh, no, it wasn't in the least important. It sounded like Nebuchadnezzar because it was Nebuchadnezzar. Oh, I really can't explain now. It's all so complicated. Yes. Oh, all right, darling. Oh, my goodness. That was one of the most idiotic conversations I've ever had in my life.
Did he sound cheerful?
Well, a little irritable, I thought, but that might have been the telephone.
I expect he was nervous.
I wasn't beastly to him, was I? I mean, I didn't sound cross or anything.
No, dear aunt. You were very, very good. I know it's horrid for you, and I do sympathize, really I do.
Please don't, Peter. Even a kindly look would undermine me at the moment. Now, be a dear and go and find Moxie. I'd better get that over. She's probably hovering.
All right, I will.
Milady.
It's all right, Moxie. The coast is clear.
Yes, milady.
Oh, you look dreadfully grim, Moxie. Now, what is it that's worrying you?
The thought of what I have to say to you, milady, that's what's worrying me. I'm afraid I have to leave you, milady.
Leave me? Why, Moxie, what on earth?
At once, milady. Today, I've had some bad news.
Oh, my dear. Oh, I'm so awfully sorry. Now, what is it?
It's my aunt, milady, my mother's sister. She's very seriously ill, and she's all alone.
Where?
Southsea.
But why is she all alone? I mean, she must have someone to look after her.
Well, her husband looked after her, milady, but he died. Yes, he died, suddenly. 2 days ago. I've just had a telegram from one of the neighbours.
And you have to leave at once?
Yes, milady.
Oh, my poor Moxie, how horrid for you. Well, when do you think you'll be able to come back?
Well, that's just it, milady. I shan't be able to come back.
What?
You see, she's all alone, and she may just sort of linger. Well, for years.
Do you mean to say that you want to leave me for good now? This minute?
Oh, no, it isn't that I want to, milady. Please believe that. It's just that I must.
But this aunt of yours, I mean, what's the matter with her? What's she suffering from?
Well, I don't rightly know, milady. The doctors don't seem to be able to make up their minds.
Well, couldn't she go to a hospital?
Oh, no. No, she can't be moved.
And her husband, who looked after her? I mean, what did he die of so very suddenly?
He was run over, milady, by an army lorry.
Where?
Just opposite the South Parade Pier.
How do you know all this?
It was in the telegram.
Your aunt must have very extravagant neighbours.
Yes, milady.
Moxie, how long have you been with me?
Well, I came to Marshwood as housemaid 20 years ago.
And you became my personal maid a year later?
Yes.
And you've been my personal maid and my personal friend and part of the family ever since?
Yes, milady.
So we have lived together, travelled together, laughed together, and gossiped together for approximately 19 years.
Yes, milady.
Can it be that during all that long time, Moxie, you have looked upon me as a drivelling idiot?
Oh. I'm sorry, milady. I knew it was no use. I knew you wouldn't believe it.
You're a terribly bad liar. I noticed it on the telephone. Yes. You're upset about his lordship's marriage. Now, that's the trouble, isn't it?
Yes. Oh, yes, that's the trouble.
And you seriously wish to leave me because of it?
Yes, please, milady.
But why, Moxie, dear? Why should it matter to you so desperately?
Please, let me go, milady. Don't ask me to explain. I can't stay here. I must leave at once.
But why?
I have my reasons.
Well, in that case, there isn't anything more to be said, is there?
Oh, milady.
Obviously, I can't force you to stay with me if you don't want to. Come and say goodbye to me when you're packed.
Very well, milady.
Oh, Moxie. Moxie, dear, this is too utterly fantastic. I can't possibly just let it happen. Now, please tell me why you feel that you have to leave me.
No.
I promise you I will try to understand whatever it is. Please, Moxie, dear.
I can't. It's too humiliating. I'm so ashamed.
Oh, it isn't Nigel, is it? I mean, it isn't that he's ever...
Oh, no. Oh, no. No, of course it isn't.
Is it perhaps that you love him more than you can help?
No, milady. No, it's nothing like that. I swear it isn't. Of course, I love his lordship. I've loved him ever since he was a boy, but not like that.
We're all worried about this sudden engagement, but we really must all make an effort to face the situation calmly and sensibly. For all we know, Miranda Frail might be simple and kind and absolutely charming. And the only really important thing is that she should make him happy, isn't it?
She won't.
But we can't prove that, can we?
If you searched the whole wide world with a tooth comb, you couldn't find anybody less fitted to be his lordship's wife and the mistress of this house.
Why are you so sure? How do you know?
Because, milady, Miss Miranda Frail happens to be my young sister.
I do wish you'd sit down, Peter. Nothing can be achieved by you charging about the room like a sort of dodgem.
What on earth's a dodgem?
One of those little motor cars you go on in Margate and bang into everybody.
I haven't banged into anybody yet.
We must concentrate. This is a serious crisis.
If we concentrate until we're blue in the face, we shan't get any further. There's only one possible solution, and you know it. Send Moxie away somewhere. Send her abroad.
I've told you once and for all that I am not going to be parted from Moxie. I couldn't live without her, and I don't intend to try.
But it may not be for long. We may be able to dissuade Nigel from marrying this tiresome woman, and then she could go back to Hollywood and no one need ever know.
And how do you propose to go about dissuading him?
Surely when he knows that his prospective sister-in-law is his mother's maid, it'll shake him a bit. What was their name? Their family name, I mean.
Birch. It seems they had a grocer's shop in Nightingale Lane, somewhere between Brixton and Clapham. Frida, that's my future daughter-in-law, was the flighty one. Moxie's real name is Dora, you know. She married Moxton, Edith Harrington's chauffeur. They had a child, but it died, and then Moxton died too. So she went back to the shop and her mother.
And Frida?
Oh, Frida had upped and left long before then. Apparently she started making a beast of herself quite early.
In what way?
Oh, the usual way. She kept on almost having babies, but not quite.
A lack of concentration?
And then there was apparently a terrible scene. And the mother had a stroke, and Frida beetled off to America with a theatrical agent called Greenberg. Well, that was the last Moxie saw of her.
Did the mother die?
Yes, and the shop failed. And Moxie came here as housemaid shortly afterwards.
20 years is a long time, though. Perhaps Frida, Miranda, whatever her name is, wouldn't recognize her now.
Well, of course she would. Moxie's hardly changed at all.
She could change, though, couldn't she?
How do you mean?
I've got an idea.
Oh, disguise her, I suppose.
No, promote her.
Promote Moxie? And what do you propose to do? Pop a tiara on her head and pretend she's the Duchess of Devonshire?
Look, as I see it, the crux of this whole situation is that Moxie is a domestic servant, a lady's maid. In fact, a social inferior.
There's nothing inferior about her, social or otherwise.
All right. I couldn't agree with you more, but that's beside the point.
Yes, but what did you mean about promoting her?
Well, step her up. Make her your secretary.
But she can't do shorthand or type. She can't even spell very well.
Neither can you.
But everybody knows her as my maid. They'd all think I was dotty if I suddenly said she was my secretary.
Well, companion, then. Secretary companion. She must be entirely redressed.
Oh, Peter. She'd never agree to it in 1,000 years.
I don't see why.
She's a woman of considerable pride. She'll bitterly resent the idea of stepping out of her own milieu in order to be sociably acceptable to her own sister.
Well, let's ask her, anyhow.
Well, I think before we say anything to her, I should like Crestwell's opinion. Ring the bell.
Oh, all right. There you are. You rang, my lady.
Oh, yes, Cresswell. I have been thinking for some time of making a change in the household.
Change, my lady.
And I wanted to ask your opinion before I decided definitely. You see, it concerns Moxie.
Oh, yes, my lady.
I wish to promote her, to alter her status. And I was wondering what you would think of the idea of her ceasing to be part of the domestic staff and becoming my secretary.
Secretary, my lady?
Companion secretary.
To what degree would such a metamorphosis affect the status quo, my lady?
Well, I don't know, really. You see, but that would all have to be gone into very carefully.
Meals, for instance.
Oh, dear. Oh, that is a problem, isn't it?
Problem, certainly, my lady, but not an insoluble one. I presume that you could eat in the dining room when you were en famille, as it were?
Oh, yes, I suppose so. Yes. Well, of course she could, but what do you think of the idea, Crestwell?
May I ask if you've discussed it with Mrs. Moxton herself?
Oh, not yet. We wanted to get your reactions first.
Why, you think she won't agree?
I think, taking into consideration the very special circumstances, she might.
How much do you know, Crestwell?
In common with most of the human race, I know very little, but imagine I know a great deal.
Dear Crestwell, don't be evasive, please. This is a crisis. Miss Miranda Frail, his lordship's intended bride, happens to be Mrs. Moxton's sister.
Thank you, my lady. You may rely on my discretion.
You already guessed it.
By simple deduction and putting two and two together, I had arrived at the conclusion there was something a bit dodgy going on.
Well, you were quite right, Crestwell. Nothing indeed could be dodgier. Now, will you help us?
In what way, milady?
Oh, in any way you can. You are a wise man and an exceedingly persuasive one.
Thank you, my lady.
Oh, I shall never forget how you managed that dreadful waif who took to the bottle and kept on disappearing on her bicycle in the middle of the night.
That was more moral blackmail than persuasion, my lady.
Well, will you go now and ask Moxie to come down?
Very good, my lady.
Try not to enjoy the situation so wholeheartedly, Peter.
I can't imagine why you don't marry Crestwell, Felicity. It'd simplify everything.
Oh, it's terribly upsetting, really.
Well, it needn't be if it's properly handled.
Oh, it's Moxie that I'm worrying about. You know, I've suddenly realized something. Something curiously humiliating.
What?
I don't really know her at all.
What on earth do you mean?
Oh, she knows me all right. She knows all my problems and all my relations. She has nursed me through illnesses. She's seen me in tears. She's seen me dressed and undressed, with my face plastered with grease or made up to the eyes. And only once, in 19 years, have I ever seen her in her dressing gown, and that was in the station hotel at Genoa, when I had to main poisoning from eating bad fish.
Surely true knowledge of character doesn't necessarily depend on constantly seeing people in their dressing gowns.
She has done her job faithfully and well. She has comforted me and cosseted me and received all my confidences for all those long years. And until today, I didn't even know that she had a sister.
But if she were ashamed of her, if she'd cut her out of her life, it was quite natural that she wouldn't discuss her or even mention her.
I've told Moxie many things that I was ashamed of.
Crestwell says you wish to speak to me, milady.
Oh, yes, Moxie, I do. Most urgently. Will you sit down? Both of you.
Very well, milady.
Now then, Moxie, dear. I have explained the situation confidentially to Mr. Peter.
Oh,
no, I had to discuss it with somebody. As well as being my nephew, he is an old friend whose discretion can be completely relied on.
I quite understand, milady.
Crestwell also.
Crestwell?
But as a matter of fact, he had already guessed.
Oh, had he indeed, milady?
A process of natural deduction, Dora. Cause and effect, you know.
I don't know any such thing. But I do know about people nosing about and not minding their own
Now,
business.
you mustn't be cross with Crestwell, Moxie. He's eager to help us in any way he can.
It's very kind of him, I'm sure.
The thought of you leaving Marshwood and me for any reason except that you are unhappy here fills me with dismay.
But that is the reason, milady. I shall be unhappy here. I couldn't very well be anything else in the circumstances.
I fully appreciate that, Moxie. And that is why I have decided, after careful deliberation, to alter the circumstances.
May I ask how, milady?
I wish you from now onwards to cease being my personal maid and become my companion secretary.
I'm afraid I couldn't possibly do that.
Well, why not?
I should feel so silly, milady. Besides, wouldn't be right.
But why not?
Now then, Dora, don't be stubborn.
Look, I can't type, for one thing, and my writing's terrible.
The question is one of status rather than actual achievement.
That's the whole point.
Oh. You mean it would embarrass my sister less to find me in a false position than in a real one?
Touché.
We are trying to help you, Dora.
Well, how would this change if it took place? Well, how would it really help matters?
Well, it would put you on a different footing in the house, Moxie. For instance, you would take your meals with us when we were alone.
And when there were visitors?
Well, I suppose that would really depend on how many there were. We could make the old Japanese room into a sort of private sitting room for you. And you could occasionally have a tray up there in peace and quiet.
Oh, I could even invite my sister up there every now and then for a little snack, couldn't I, milady?
Now, don't be angry, Moxie. Please, don't be angry.
I'm not angry, milady. Really, I'm not. And I do understand what you're trying to do, but it's no good. Wouldn't work. Play acting and pretending to be what I'm not. That won't settle anything.
Dora, may I make a suggestion, milady?
Of course you may. Now, keep calm, Moxie.
Well, to begin with, the secretary-companion idea won't wash for one very good reason.
What reason?
It isn't good enough, all right? When Dora's sister arrives in this house, she will naturally be received as one of the family, won't she?
Well, of course she will.
Then Dora will have to be two.
I must say, I see Crestwell's point.
Oh, so do I. But what I don't see is how it can possibly be arranged.
His lordship has been away for over 4 months, hasn't he?
Yes.
Suppose that during that time, an uncle of Dora's died in Australia and left her a large sum of money, enough to give her an income for life.
Yes. I'm beginning to see. Go on.
Being sentimentally attached to the family, as you might say, she wouldn't want to leave Marshwood, however financially independent she was, would she?
Well, I don't know. Would you, Moxie?
Of course I wouldn't, milady.
Therefore, she would be staying on here, at least for the time being, as a personal friend, and meet her sister on equal terms rather than as one of the staff.
Yes, I see that. But what I don't see is how this could possibly be explained convincingly.
But there isn't anyone to explain it to apart from Nigel. And you can get him alone soon after he arrives and tell him about Moxie's uncle. You can add that she's very sensitive about having been a lady's maid and that he's not to say a word.
Yes, but what about the Halings?
Oh, I'll deal with Cynthia and the Admiral. I'll pop over before dinner and swear them to secrecy.
Do you think you can do it, Moxie?
Oh,
Do you think your sister will recognize you?
Well, I don't know. She hasn't laid eyes on me for 20 years. I've been saving a few things to say to that one, whether she recognises me or not.
Do you hate her, Moxie?
If ever a girl needed her bottom smacking, she did.
We might arrange that after dinner.
Oh, shush, Peter. Now, you'd better wear my Molyneux this evening.
Oh, I don't like this. Milady, it doesn't feel right somehow. I don't like it at all.
And we'll discuss other clothes in the morning. I think Mr. Peter has some ideas about your hair. Oh, you'd better listen to him. He's quite good at that sort of thing.
Very well, milady, but...
Good. I think Moxie had better have the chintz room, Crestwell. You might see that her things are moved, will
Very
you?
good, milady. I gather, to kind of phrase it, we're off.
We certainly are. Go along, Moxie. Good heavens! They're arriving! Fly, Moxie, quickly!
Oh, milady. Milady, I don't think I can. I really don't...
Courage, Moxie, courage!
Oh. Crestwell? Crestwell, tell Alice to run a bath for me, will you, please?
Very good, Mrs. Moxton.
And you wipe that grin off your face while you're at it.
But I still don't quite understand, Mother.
Well, I should have thought it was quite simple enough.
Well, I'm fond of Moxie, as you know. I always have been. But I can't help feeling that this sudden transformation is a little drastic. Is it absolutely necessary for you to go wherever she goes, to be clamped to her side for the rest of your days?
Absolutely. I'm devoted to her, and she's devoted to me.
Yes, but surely if she's financially independent and no longer your maid, you can't expect her to fetch and carry for you and look after you.
Moxie would continue to look after me if she were a millionaireess.
Well, if you ask me, I think the whole thing's absurd.
And I don't see why you're making such a dreadful fuss. Why shouldn't she have meals with us and call us by our Christian names?
Why shouldn't she? Oh, really, Mother, I don't approve of it, and I never shall.
But you promise me that you won't tell anyone. Even Miranda?
Oh, how can you be so silly, Mother? Everybody's bound to know sooner or later.
But will you promise?
Oh, all right, I promise. Do you like Miranda, Mother? Really?
Well, I only had a few words with her, and then she said she wanted to go to sleep.
Oh, she was exhausted after the drive down. She always sleeps in the afternoon, anyhow.
Oh, how sensible.
Do you think you're going to like her?
Oh, I hope so, darling. She seemed very charming. Of course she has no eyebrows.
Mother, must you harp on anatomical defects?
I didn't say it was a defect. I merely said that she hasn't got any.
She's awfully simple and sweet, really, you know. Quite unlike what you'd think she'd be from seeing her on the screen.
I've only seen her as a hospital nurse, a gangster's moll, a nun, and Catherine the Great. So it's a little difficult to form any definite opinion.
You're prejudiced against her.
Oh, don't talk nonsense, Nigel. I know nothing whatever about her beyond the fact that she sleeps every afternoon and can swim.
She's a remarkable character. She's honest and unaffected, and she's never allowed her success to spoil her. She loves the ordinary, simple things of life, like living in the country and sewing and reading. She also adores children.
Oh, has she ever had any?
No, she hasn't. But that's beside the point.
But she's been married before, hasn't she?
Yes, to a man called Greenberg. He was foul to her.
Oh, in what way?
In every way. He was cruel and used to go away and leave her alone for weeks at a time.
Well, that at least gave her an opportunity to catch up on her sewing and reading.
It's quite clear that you've hardened your heart against her, so I won't say any more.
I saw in the paper that Mr. Don Lucas had arrived in England.
What are you getting at now, Mother?
Well, mightn't that be a little awkward for Miranda?
She's never attempted to conceal anything from me. I know all about her love affair with Don Lucas. It was finished and done with ages ago. 3/4 of it was studio publicity, anyway.
Oh, I'm so glad, darling.
Studio publicity agents are absolutely unscrupulous. Their job is to get the stars talked about at all costs. Miranda and Don Lucas were teamed together in 3 pictures. That was quite enough to start the whole business.
Oh, I remember him in the one about the nun. Oh, yes, he was very good.
He's a terrible drunk, you know.
Oh, how horrid for her. When do you intend to get married?
As soon as possible.
Ah, I see.
Why hasn't Cresswell brought in the cocktail things?
I'll ring. There. Oh, hello, Peter.
There are 2 girl guides in the shrubbery.
What are they doing there?
They weren't doing anything. They were just there.
If they're autograph hunters, they must be sent away. Miranda is driven mad by autograph hunters.
Oh, poor dear.
Cocktails, my lady.
Ah, Cresswell. There are apparently some girl guides in the shrubbery.
I know, my lady. They've been hanging about all the afternoon. I think one of them is the little Mumby girl.
Have them sent away, whoever they are.
If it's Elsie Mumby, we can't possibly send her away. The whole village will be up in arms.
Why?
She pulled her little brother out of a well. Oh, she's a local heroine.
Put the ice bucket down, Alice, and go and see what they want.
They want Miss Frail's autograph, Mr. Crestwell. So does Miss Luton at the post office. She sent Billy down for it on his bike.
Collect the books from them, Alice, and tell them to call for them in the morning.
Yes, Mr. Crestwell.
And don't stand about giggling with them, either.
No, Mr. Crestwell.
Thank you, Cresswell. I expect we shall have a lot of this sort of thing to deal with.
There's the question of press reporters also, my lady.
Get rid of them.
Young Willis of the Kentish Times has been particularly persistent, my lord. He's rung up 7 times and called twice.
Tell him to go to hell.
Oh, don't be silly, Nigel. We can't possibly tell old Mrs. Willis's son to go to hell. She's one of the staunchest supporters of the Cottage Hospital Committee, and she's made us all those wool mats for the sale of work. Tell young Willis to come and see me tomorrow morning, Cresswell.
Very good, my lady.
Really, Mother, I do think it's very inconsiderate of
Oh,
you.
nonsense, dear. Miranda has decided to come and live in a small English village. She must be prepared for publicity. Will you make the cocktails, or shall I?
You, please, Nigel. Felicity never puts enough gin in.
Oh, all right. Martini for everybody.
Yes, please, dear.
It's quite a festive occasion, after all, isn't it? What with one thing and another.
Ah, there you are, Miranda. I do hope you had a good rest.
I went to sleep in one world, and I woke up in another.
How confusing.
I was tired and edgy after the drive down, and nervous, too, about meeting you and Nigel's friends and wondering what you'd all think of me. But when I woke up, everything was different. I felt smooth and peaceful for the first time in weeks.
Come and sit down, my dear.
Martini, darling.
No, thank you, dear. I'd like a soft drink, if there is one.
Lemon juice with a little soda.
Perfect.
Peter, come and help.
Right you are.
I didn't think you'd want to meet many strangers on your first evening here. So apart from us, there will only be Admiral and Lady Hailing at dinner. Oh, they're very old friends and our closest neighbours.
Is there anyone else staying in the house?
Only Peter here and Moxie.
Is that a nickname?
Yes, I suppose it is. Her name is Mrs. Moxton.
Oh.
Oh, we've known her for so many years. She's practically one of the family.
I do hope she'll approve of me.
Well, why the hell shouldn't she?
Well, all family friends are liable to resent intruders even more than the family itself.
Oh. Here she is.
I hope I'm not late.
Well, of course not, Moxie, dear.
Hello, Moxie.
Welcome home, my love. My goodness. My goodness, how well you look.
Miss Miranda Frail, Mrs. Moxton.
How do you do? I've heard so much about you. I really do hope we're going to be friends.
I feel I already know you well, Miss Frail.
Won't you call me Miranda?
Certainly, if you wish.
Thank you.
Be an angel, Peter, and get me a drink. I'm positively gasping.
Yes. Well, you'd better make a fresh brew, Peter. There's only iced water in the shaker. I presume you do want a martini, Moxie?
Oh, yes, please, my, dear.
You've no idea how wonderful it is to be able to relax and pop on my old glasses and not to worry what I look like.
As a matter of fact, they're very becoming.
Thank you, sweet.
An embroidery frame. Are you a keen needlewoman, Miranda?
Yes, I always have been, ever since I was a child. I used to have to do most of the sewing and mending at home. We were terribly poor, you know. I remember Mother was always calling me in from playing in the street to darn stockings or put a hem on something or other. We couldn't afford a machine.
Playing in the street?
Oh, yes, I was a regular little gutter child.
Where did you live?
Oh, it was an awful slum, really. Not far from Bixton High Road.
An awful slum?
Oh, yes. I can see it now. On a Saturday night with the crowds and the lights. I used to go down and get Mother her pint of beer at the pub and bring it home in a jug. One night there was a barrel organ and I danced to it.
How old were you?
About 5, I suppose.
You danced to a barrel organ outside a pub when you were 5?
Oh, yes, that's how I first learned to dance, really. Oh, I do hope these sordid disclosures about my childhood aren't shocking you.
Don't be silly, darling. Of course they're not.
On the contrary, I find them absolutely fascinating. Don't you, Moxie?
I certainly do.
I was born in the gutter within the sound of Bow Bells. I'm a London Cockney, and I am proud of it.
I'm sure you are. It must be lovely.
Yesterday, without even telling Nigel, I put on some old clothes and a veil, and I went in a tram to Brixton, all by myself.
How did it look? The slum?
Very changed. The house was still there, though. It gave me a dreadful pang to see the window of Mother's room, the one she died in.
Well, I expect you nursed her devotedly, didn't you?
I did the best I could, which wasn't much.
And you were all alone, with no father or brother or sister?
My father died soon after I was born. I did have a sister. She was a good deal older than me. Poor old Dora.
Why? What happened to her?
Oh, what always happens to people when they allow life to get the better of them.
In what way did life get the better of her?
In every way, really. I was the lucky one. I always had a conviction deep down inside me that somehow or other I should get on and hoist myself out of the mire, escape from the poverty and squalor of my surroundings. That's what's so unfair, isn't it? I mean, that some people should feel like that from the beginning and that other people shouldn't. I think that's why Dora hated me, really.
Was she cruel to you? Did she beat you or knock you about?
Never. When she was sober.
I think I'd like another martini, please.
I expect we all would.
You haven't told us yet what happened to her. Is she still alive?
No. She died some years ago. The news came to me in quite a roundabout way. I hadn't heard from her for ages. I'd been sending her pennies every now and then, you know, just to help out, and food parcels and things like that, but she never acknowledged them. I'm afraid all the pennies went on drink.
I expect the food parcels came in handy as blotting paper.
Oh.
There's your drink, Moxie.
Thank you.
Felicity?
Oh, it looks very pale, dear. After all, the vermouth is there to be used, you know.
I think it's only right and proper that you should be warned about your future mother-in-law, Miranda.
Oh.
She's famous for her meanness over inessentials.
I wouldn't call gin an inessential.
Of course, over the major issues, she's generous to a fault. Why, she'd give you the dress off her back, wouldn't she, Moxie?
Certainly she would, Mr. Bagshot. Mr. Bagshot was saying so. Only the other day.
Who is Mr. Bagshot?
Oh, Mr. Bagshot is the new curate, Peter.
New curate, Mother? What's happened to Eustace Parker, then? Has he left?
Yes, dear. Yes. Oh, under a cloud.
Well, you never said anything about it in your letter.
Well, I couldn't, darling. I mean, there are some things you just can't put in letters.
But he was such a mild, inoffensive little chap. What on earth did he do?
No, we have no proof that he actually did anything. I mean, it was just one of those things. I'll tell you about it all later, Nigel. I really would rather not go on about it now. Miranda, dear, surely it's time you had a proper drink. I mean, that lemonade looks so dreary.
No, thank you. I hardly ever do, you know. Funnily enough, it's Hollywood that taught me not to drink, and one sort of gets into the habit of disciplining oneself.
I hope, for all our sakes, and for the sake of the world at large, that you haven't decided to give up acting for good.
I'm afraid I have.
Oh.
I think being married to Pete will be a whole-time job.
Pete?
Oh, dear. It slipped out. I always call him Pete. It's a silly sort of habit. He even calls me Pete sometimes.
Oh, isn't that rather muddling?
We manage to understand each other, don't we, darling?
Admiral, Sir John, and Lady Hailing.
My God, I forgot to warn them.
I'm so sorry we're late, Felicity. Poor Eustace Parker arrived just as we were leaving and went on for hours about the church fete.
Eustace Parker?
Oh, I'm so glad he's back. It must all have blown over.
What are you talking about,
Oh, nothing,
Felicity?
dear, nothing. I'll tell you all about it later.
Hello, Nigel.
Admiral.
Welcome home, my
Lady Hailing.
dear.
Cynthia, John, this is Miranda. Miranda Frail, Sir John, and Lady Hailing.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Oh, we've so often admired you from afar.
Thank you.
Moxie, you look very dressy. If you have time while we're at dinner, you might be a dear and put a few stitches in my bag. It's gaping at the side. I meant to ask Saunders to do it before I left the house, but I forgot.
Really, Cynthia, you'll be forgetting your head next.
What did you say?
Cynthia and John, too. I simply must talk to you both about the cottage hospital. Oh, there's a most awful crisis on about the matron. Oh, I'm at my wit's end. She really has gone too far this time. Come into the study. I can't talk about it in front of everyone, and you're both so sane about that sort of thing. Please come. Make another cocktail, Peter. We shan't be a minute.
Righto.
Peter? Mm-hmm. What on earth's the matter with Mother this evening? She's quite hysterical.
Oh, that matron is enough to make anyone hysterical. She's a fiend incarnate.
If you're referring to Mrs. Gaskin, Peter, she is adored by the whole district.
Oh, this isn't Mrs. Gaskin. It's a new one.
Since when?
Since Mrs. Gaskin died, of course.
I never knew the poor old girl had died. When did it happen?
Oh, about 3 weeks ago, I believe.
What did she die of?
Oh, it's no good cross-questioning me. I wasn't here. Anyhow, I feel sure that all these local incidents cannot be of the slightest interest to Miranda.
But of course they are. They're part of my new life. I want to know everything. I want to learn step by step all about this funny, dear English world that's going to be my home. It's terribly important to me. It is, really.
Oh, darling.
I don't suppose it'll be easy just at first, in the village, I mean. Getting the people to trust me and look upon me as a friend. But I'll win them round in the end. Just you see.
Most extraordinary idea.
Thank you for putting me in the picture, Felicity, even at this late hour.
Dinner is served, my lord.
Oh, dear, and I snatched you two away before you even had a cocktail.
Well, we could take them in with us.
Oh, yes, I think that would be the best if you really don't mind. We are starting with a souffle.
I'll carry them in for you.
Come along then, everybody. Miranda.
Come along, darling.
Please go in. I'll be in a moment. I've left my bag now. Where did I put it?
Dora.
I can't do it. I know I can't.
Pull yourself together.
I can't sit here and listen to her talking about Mum like that, saying she took her jugs of beer from pubs. I will never forgive her. Never, never, never.
Oh, come along.
Oh, Fred.
None of that. Here. Knock this back.
Oh, no. No, I'd better not, really.
Drink it. It won't hurt an old soak like you.
Oh, Fred.
That's better.
Oh.
Now, they're waiting in there. Chin up. Get cracking.
Oh, Fred.
Better move on now, Alice. Mrs. Crabbe will be wanting you in the kitchen.
Oh, yes, Mr. Crestwell.
And might I suggest, Alice, that in these few brief moments of intimacy that have been vouchsafed to us, that although understandably overwhelmed by the honour of being allowed to wait at table, there is no necessity to breathe quite so heavily while doing it.
Sorry, Mr. Crestwell.
When you approached the future Countess of Marshwood just now with the cream carrots, you sounded like a goods train coming round a curve.
Couldn't help it. Really, I couldn't. Well, seeing her tortured by the Japanese on Thursday and handing her carrots on Saturday sort of took my breath away.
If it had really done that, Alice, there would be no cause for complaint.
Yes, Mr. Crestwell.
Nor was it entirely in accord with the highest traditions of domestic service for you to stare at Mrs. Moxton with your eyes bolting from your head and your mouth open.
It was such a surprise, seeing her seated at table like that, dressed up to kill. I nearly had a fit. What does it all mean, Mr. Crestwell?
It is a social experiment based on the ancient and inaccurate assumption that, as we are all equal in the eyes of God, we should therefore be equally equal in the eyes of our fellow creatures.
Oh.
The fact that it doesn't work like that and never will in no way deters the idealists from pressing on valiantly towards utopia.
What's utopia?
A spiritually hygienic abstraction, Alice, where everyone is hail fellow well met and there is no waiting at table.
Oh, I see. Fork lunches?
The front door. Who the devil can that be? Finish up quickly now, Alice, and get back to Mrs. Crabbe.
Yes, Mr. Crestwell.
Good evening, sir. Oh, excuse me. Is this the residence of your Marshwood? Certainly, sir. Come in, sir, would you? Thank you. This way, sir. I will inform his lordship that you are here.
Well, hey, wait a minute. Don't do that. It's Miss Frail I want to see. Miss Miranda Frail.
Very good, sir.
Yeah, I'm Don Lucas.
Yes, sir. I recognized you immediately. Oh. I gather, sir, that you wish to speak to Miss Frail privately?
Yeah, that's right, I do. Miss Frail and me, well, we are very old friends.
It is the awareness of that fact, sir, that tinctured my spontaneous pleasure at seeing you with a modicum of apprehension.
Come again?
Sequestered as we are, sir, in our remote Kentish vacuum, we are not entirely out of touch with the larger world beyond. We have been privileged to follow both your public and private affairs with the keenest interest. You are a very popular figure in these parts, Mr. Lucas.
Well, thanks a lot. I could do with a scotch if you've got one handy.
Certainly, sir.
What's your name?
Creswell, sir. Frederick Creswell.
Ah. Well, now, see here, Fred, I want your help.
Sir.
Thank you. I want to talk to you as man to man.
Any other approach, sir, would be curious, to say the least of it.
Well, this Earl of yours, is he really planning to marry Miranda, Miss Frail? I heard the news on the radio 3 days ago and hopped on a plane right away. I've got to know whether it's the real McCoy, this marriage, or whether it's just the studio publicity department pulling a fast one.
The real McCoy, I'm afraid, sir.
She can't do this to me. She just can't. Look, I've got to see her, Fred. I've got to see her alone now. And you've got to fix it. Say it's a reporter from Life magazine. That'll fetch her.
They're in the middle of dinner, sir, but I'll do my best.
Fred, you're a pal. Here.
$20. If the government knew I had this, I'd get a knighthood.
Oh, Miranda, baby. Just get you in my clutches for 2 minutes. I'll sort you out, sweetheart.
Pete!
Pete!
You son of a bitch!
Pete!
Of all the low-down, mean tricks, I'll never forgive you for this. Never, never, never.
Honey, I've got to talk to you. I've got to. I'm going out of my mind.
Don't you come near me, you snake!
I've flown all across the Atlantic in a stratoliner without even a sleeping berth on account of they were all full, and you call me a snake?
You are too, a snake. I never want to see you again. I told you that when I left, and it still goes.
I don't mean that, Pete. Not in your heart, you don't.
I've cut you out of my life like a withered limb.
Pete!
Oh, shut up calling me Pete. That's all over.
Look at me.
Let me alone.
Now then, am I a withered limb?
Could you? Oh, how could you?
I'm crazy about you. I've been crazy about you for 3 whole years.
Crazy about me? What about Bijou Lemaire? And Zender Hicks? And that phony Polish princess that Darryl Zanuck gave the party for?
They didn't mean a thing to me. They were just ships that pass in the night.
Then they certainly passed through your beach house in Santa Monica on their way to the open sea.
So we're back at that again, are we?
You bet your life we're back at that. I gave you all I had to give. My heart, my dreams, my tenderness.
Everything but equal billing. Remember Be Still Foolish Heart?
You were featured under the title, which, considering it was your first picture, was more than you had a right to expect.
I got the notices anyway.
You got a rave in the Hollywood Reporter, and your pants torn off you in the New Yorker. If you call that getting the notices, I'll take vanilla.
Yeah? I'm bigger box office now than you ever were, even before you started slipping.
Started slipping?
Do you think I don't know why you're marrying this title guy? Do you think the whole world doesn't know? It's because you've been on the skids ever since Catherine the Great.
Get out! Get out!
I'm not getting out of anywhere until I'm good and ready. There are a few things I'd like to say to this Earl of yours.
Oh, Don, please go. Please. For the sake of all we've meant to each other, for the sake of all the good times we've had, don't come busting in here and making a scene and spoiling everything. Please.
Do you love this guy?
Yes, of course I do.
I really love him as much as you love me.
Please, please go, Don. They'll be here any minute.
As much as you love me.
Oh, it's different. I mean, no people love other people in the same way.
I'm crazy about you, Pete. I've fought against it. I've tried to forget you.
Don't. Please don't say any more.
Pete.
Go away. You've got to go away.
Oh, okay, I'll go. I know we're all washed up. I know now that there isn't any more hope for me. I only just wanted to make sure. Goodbye, Pete. It was swell while it lasted. Oh.
Goodbye, Pete.
Oh.
Well,
Lady
I
Marshall.
really came to rescue you, Miranda. But I see that it was unnecessary.
This is one of my very old friends. We were just saying goodbye.
Surely he's only just arrived.
I've got to get back to London.
This is Don Lucas. Don, this is Lady Marshwood.
Oh, I thought I recognized you, but I simply couldn't believe my eyes. Oh, this is the most delightful surprise.
Well, thank you, ma'am.
Well, you're surely not intending to drive all the way back to London now.
Well, I'm afraid I must...
Oh, nonsense. I won't hear of it. That long, dreary road at this time of night, in the pouring rain.
It isn't raining?
No, it will be by the time he gets to Canterbury. I've never known it to fail. Besides, I couldn't dream of allowing Mr. Don Lucas to creep into the house and out again. Insist on you staying until tomorrow, at least.
But Lady Marshwood really has
I'll just ring for Crestwell. Dear Miranda, you really must allow me to have my own way. You're not married to Nigel yet, you know.
But Lady Marshwood...
Crestwell can supply everything you want in the way of pajamas and razors and toothbrushes. Please, Mr. Lucas. Oh, I shall be terribly hurt if you refuse.
Oh, thanks a lot, Lady Marsh. I'd like to.
Don.
You rang, lady?
Oh, Crestwell, Mr. Don Lucas will be staying the night.
The Japanese room, lady?
And tell his lordship that Mr. Lucas has arrived, will you, Crestwell? Oh, and ask them all to hurry up. We'll have coffee in here.
Very good, my lady.
How extraordinary to think that the last time I saw you and dear Miranda together, you were carrying her practically naked through a burning village. Wouldn't you like a drink?
Oh, thank you. Thanks a lot.
Well, do help yourself. You don't want to go back into the dining room, do you, Miranda, and have any more of that disgusting sweet?
No, thank you.
Then sit down, dear, and relax. Ah, there you are, Nigel. This is Mr. Don Lucas, my son, Lord Marshwood.
Hello there.
How do you do?
He's driven all the way from London to say goodbye to Miranda. They're old friends, you know.
Yes, I do know.
And believe it or not, he intended to drive all the way back again immediately. Oh, have you ever heard of anything so absurd? Fortunately, I was able to persuade him to stay the night at least.
Stay the night?
Yes, oh, don't worry. Crestwell has everything under control. We've decided on the Japanese room.
Oh, of course. A very good idea. How thoughtful of you, Mother.
Ah, Cynthia. Cynthia, this is Mr. Don Lucas. He obviously doesn't need any introduction, really, does he? Lady Hailing.
How do you do?
Hi.
Mrs. Moxton.
How do you do?
Mr.
Hi.
Lucas. Admiral Hailing.
How do you do that?
And my nephew, Peter Engington.
How do you do?
Well, is this the first time you've ever been in England, Mr. Lucas?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Oh, imagine.
How extraordinary. I do hope you're enjoying it.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Yes, I was in America once in 1922, Norfolk, Virginia. Do you know it?
No, sir.
Well, I was commanding a light cruiser squadron in the West Indies. We had to put in at Norfolk because of boiler trouble. It was damned hot.
Boiler trouble sounds hot anyway, doesn't it? Oh, coffee. Thank you, Cresswell. Nigel and Peter, you can hand things round.
Yes. Are you going to be in England long, Mr. Lucas?
No, I've got to get back. I've got to start in a new picture.
Oh, how exciting. What is it to be about?
Oh, it's an old story. The oldest story in the world. It's about a bum.
What an odd subject for a moving picture.
Felicity, dear, a bum doesn't mean quite the same in America as it does in England.
A bum is a guy who hasn't any place to go, who hasn't got anything to live for. Just bums around wishing he was dead.
Don.
Oh, it sounds very sad. Will it have a happy ending?
No, ma'am. That's not the way it goes. It's not the way it goes at all. Excuse me.
Oh, dear, poor Mr. Lucas. He seems upset about something. You'd better go after him, Peter, and for heaven's sake, keep him away from the shrubbery. If Elsie Mumby sees him, she'll give a wolf call.
All right, I'm going.
Did you know he was coming, Miranda?
Of course I didn't.
I think it was very inconsiderate of you to ask him to stay, Mother.
It would have been far more inconsiderate to have let him go all the way to London in the middle of the night. Have you finished your coffee, Moxie? Nigel, take her cup, dear.
You asked me before dinner, Mother, when Miranda and I were going to be married.
Well, of course I did, darling. We're all dying to know.
And I replied, if you remember, as soon as possible.
Oh, certainly I remember.
Well, I've changed my mind.
Nigel.
It's going to be sooner than possible. It's going to be on Monday. I have the license already. We shall drive up to London in the morning and be married in the afternoon.
Oh, isn't that a little impulsive, dear?
I don't care how impulsive it is. That's how it's going to be.
That's not how it's going to be.
Moxie,
I fail to see that this is any business of yours.
I'm sorry, milady. I can't bear it anymore. I really can't.
What are you talking about?
About you and Miss Miranda Frail, my lord. You're not going to marry her on Monday, nor any other day of the week. You're not going to marry her at all.
What's the matter with you? Have you gone out of your mind?
Moxie, dear, for heaven's sake, don't say any more. It won't do any good.
Let her go on, Felicity. She might just as well now that she's started. It will at least clear the air.
Clear the air?
I'm sorry if you think I'm letting you down, milady, but I can't go through with it any longer. I would like his lordship to know a few facts before he marries my sister.
Moxie!
Oh, my God! Dora!
That's right, dear. Dora. The one who ill-treated you when she was drunk and died in sordid circumstances.
Oh, dear, this has really got out of control.
What are you doing here? I don't understand. I thought you were dead.
You never thought any such thing, Frida. You never cared whether I was dead or alive.
Oh, God,
and if
Frida.
you think you are going to flounce about as mistress of this house, which has been my home for 19 years, you've got another thing coming.
Really,
Please,
Moxie?
Nigel. I'd like to go to my room. This is all too insufferable.
You are dead right, it's insufferable. It all sounded very touching. You standing in a slum, gazing up at the window of the room your mother died in. Well, it may interest you to know, miss, that your mum died in St. Thomas's Hospital. And 10 to 1 she wouldn't have died at all if you hadn't broken her heart, running off to America with that greasy little agent, behaving like a tart.
Oh, how dare you speak to me like that? Don't listen to her. Don't listen to her.
Poverty and squalor, indeed. A London cockney born within the sound of Bow Bells. You were born at number 3 Station Road, Sidcup. And if you can hear the sound of Bow Bells from Sidcup, you must have the ears of an elk hound.
I can't bear any more. I can't. Take me away, Nigel. Take me away.
Oh, Lord.
If his lordship takes you away and marries you 3 times over, it won't alter the fact that I am your sister.
I really think, Moxie, that you've said enough, dear.
Right.
Not quite, my lady. I've got to leave this house for good. First thing in the morning.
Moxie.
I can't be your ladyship's maid any longer. What? Not with the best will in the world, I can't. It's all over. Done with. Goodbye, my lady.
You rang, sir?
Yes, Cresswell, I'm feeling lonely. The house is like a tomb. Where is everybody?
Well, his lordship went out very early, sir. He said he was going for a long ride. Her ladyship was called at the usual time, but she hasn't come down yet. Miss Frail hasn't rung for her breakfast. Now there's Mr. Lucas.
What about Moxie?
Oh, very low-spirited, sir. She's packing.
She's really going?
Yes, to Bexhill, sir. She says she has friends there. She's catching the 11:15 from Deal. Being a Sunday, it means 3 changes, sir, but she's adamant.
Oh, Lord. Poor Moxie. It seems so damned unfair.
Hi.
Hello, how are you?
Oh, terrible.
Hungover?
A horse's neck will soon put you right, sir.
It'd take a giraffe's neck to make me even able to walk, let alone drive a car.
You're not thinking of leaving, sir?
You bet I am. I'm getting the hell out of here as soon as I can see out of my eyes.
Leave it to me, sir. We'll have you ticking over in no time. Excuse me.
Look, why don't you sit down?
Because if I did, I'd stay down.
Last night in the garden, you promised me that you'd pull yourself together and face the future with a smile, remember?
Yeah, that was last night. This is today.
Ah, good morning, Mr. Lucas.
Oh, hi.
You're just the one I wanted to see. Peter, be a darling and go into the garden for a minute, will you?
I'm getting rather sick of the garden.
Oh, well, the study then. Anywhere. I want to talk to Mr. Lucas.
Okay, pal.
Privately. Now, do sit down, Mr. Lucas. Don, you don't mind if I call you Don, do you?
No.
I feel somehow as if we were old friends.
Well, thank you, ma'am.
And you must call me Felicity. Ma'am sounds so royal. It makes me feel as though I were opening something.
Excuse me, your horse's neck, sir.
Oh, thanks, Fred.
Swallow the 3 aspirins first, sir, then sip the drink slowly.
Quite like old times, isn't it, Crestwell? Except that the late Lord Marchmont always chewed the aspirin.
Young Willis is here, my lady. He's been here since 8:15.
Oh, tell him to wait, Crestwell. We might have a splendid scoop for him later.
Very good, my lady.
Ma'am, Felicity, I guess I got a bit high last night and acted like a heel. I'm sorry. Well, we were all washed up, Miranda and me, a long while ago, only I was just too dumb to believe it.
But are you so sure?
How do you mean?
I am Nigel's mother, and therefore what I am going to say is doubly difficult. Now, can I trust you? I mean, really trust you?
Well, sure you can.
This proposed marriage between Miranda and my son is a mistake. A tragic, ghastly mistake. Because you are the one she loves. The only one she will ever truly love.
What?
Oh, she told me so.
Told you so?
Well, not in so many words, but I am a woman, Don. And I knew at once when I saw you together, from the expression in her eyes, the tone of her voice, that her heart, her obstinate, capricious heart, belonged to you.
Well, she told me I was a snake, and she never wanted to see me again. She said I was a withered limb.
Well, people never say things like that unless they are passionately in love. Oh, I'm surprised at you, Don. I am really.
What can I do?
Oh, just don't do anything. Just wait. And above all, keep up your courage and don't admit defeat. Good morning, darling. Did you enjoy your ride?
No.
Oh, excuse me. Peter.
Good morning. I hope you slept all right.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
What's happening?
You ought to know better than to ask that, Peter. Nothing whatever happens on Sunday mornings. Don wants to see the church, don't you, Don? I thought that you might like to show it to him.
Me?
The tower is Norman, but the rest of it's a good deal later.
Later?
Oh, you might also show him Mrs. Dunlop's house while you're at it. It isn't far.
I don't mind the church, but I draw the line at old Mrs. Dunlop.
Oh, she's much better. She's been as happy as a sandboy since her husband died. Now, run along, both of you.
Come on then, Don.
Okay, ma'am.
Felicity.
Ma'am, Felicity. Sounds so domestically American, doesn't it? Like Grandma Moses.
I want to talk to you, Mother.
Oh, not just now, darling. I've got a million things to do before church. Oh, this desk. Mrs. Crabbe is waiting for the menus, and young Willis has been here since 8:15.
Young Willis?
Yes, dear. If neither you nor Miranda will give him an interview, I shall have to. Oh, you needn't be afraid I shall be indiscreet. I'll just fob him off with one of those stories about Miranda's early life. The fact that they're not strictly accurate won't matter at the least. They'll just give him something to go on.
You're not to say a word to young Willis about Miranda's early life. I absolutely forbid it.
But it can't possibly affect you, darling. I mean, the interview won't be until the middle of next week, and you and Miranda will be away on your honeymoon. I presume you are going to have a honeymoon somewhere, aren't you?
You don't like Miranda, do you?
Well, of course I don't. I think she's a perfect ass.
Mother.
Well, what could be more asinine than that inventing all that nonsense about slums and pubs and gutters, when all the time she was born perfectly respectably at Sidcup?
She was only romanticising herself. She was naturally a bit nervous and ill at ease. She probably wasn't thinking what she was saying.
She seemed quite at ease to me, sitting there sipping away at that dreadful lemonade.
Well, perhaps you can think of a way out of this situation. I'm damned if I can. Is Moxie going?
Yes, to Bexhill. She's catching the 11:15 from Deal. Oh, I shall join her there in a few days when all this fuss is over.
You can't go and live at Bexhill.
I didn't say I was going to live there. I shall just stay in a hotel for a few days while I decide where I'm going to lay my old bones permanently.
Well, bones, indeed. You haven't the slightest intention of leaving this house, and you never have.
Now there, you're wrong. When you marry Miranda, I shall certainly leave this house. Watching her doing all that embroidery would give me a nervous collapse in a week.
Well, how can I marry her now?
Well, you can't not marry somebody just because they didn't dance to a barrel organ when they were 5.
I think your flippancy is unforgivable, Mother, and in the worst possible taste.
Oh, it's no use abusing her, darling. Good heavens, back so soon?
We couldn't get through the gates, Felicity. The whole village outside.
Oh, why, Don, what have you done to your hand?
It's red ink from Elsie Mumby's pen.
Oh, show him where to wash, Peter.
This way. If it dries in, it'll never come off.
Oh, dear. I had a feeling when I woke up this morning that today was going to be difficult, and I was quite right.
Is that lachrymose oaf going to stay with us indefinitely?
He's not an oaf. He's perfectly charming. And if you had any sense of noblesse oblige, you'd ask him to be your best man.
Thank you for everything, Mother. You've been a great comfort to me.
Oh, dear, oh, dear.
More autograph books, my lady. Shall I put this lot with the others?
Yes, please, Crestwell. Oh, and you'd better tell young Willis to go away. I fear we shall have no definite news until later in the day.
Yes, my lady.
Oh, and Crestwell, you might have Mr. Lucas's car brought round. He may be needing it. Oh, and did you give Miss Frail my message?
Yes, my lady. She should be down soon.
How did she look?
A bit papery, my lady. I don't think she slept very well. She inquired about trains to London.
Lady Marshford?
Well, that'll be all for the moment, my lady.
Yes, thank you, Crestwell. Oh, good morning, Miranda, dear. I do hope you slept well.
I hardly slept at all.
Oh, you poor dear. Well, you must be exhausted. Would you like some coffee or Bovril or...
No, thank you.
Huh.
Your butler said you wanted to speak to me urgently.
Yes, I wanted to ask you a favor.
A favor?
You see, I want you to grant an exclusive interview to our local paper. Oh, I know